Vhumad God Chapter 5804 to Chapter 5882. You're the guy who calls himself the Dragon God? Long Xiaotian looked up at the sky. Endless power erupted from his body, piercing through heaven and earth. The surrounding void was constantly shattering, unable to withstand his pressure at all. Lin Xian, who was in the sky, also narrowed his eyes when he sensed the other party's aura. 7 Crown King's cultivation? It was the same as him. That was good. A battle of the same level was just what he wanted. Let me see what ability you, the first place of the dragon transformation battle, have. Lin Xian was also filled with battle intent. His gaze fell, carrying the power of reincarnation. It was like a peerless divine sword. It slashed directly at Long Xiaotian. How arrogant. The surrounding dragon race people were furious. How dare he attack Long Xiaotian? Did he not know what death was? However, when they sensed that gaze, they began to retreat non-stop. How terrifying. Just by looking at him, he was already so terrifying. Then, how terrifying would his true strength be, they did not dare to imagine. This dragon god was actually so strong. Long Yu was also stunned. Could it be that he was the same as Brother Tian and had reached 7 Crown King? She did not dare to imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in the younger generation. Moreover, the other party was from the dragon race. Long Xiaotian snorted coldly. His eyes also exploded with endless light. His eyes were like the sun and moon, emitting a vision of heaven and earth. It collided with Lin Xian's reincarnation power. The surrounding sky and earth cracked. Then, Dragon Xiaotian roared angrily and rushed towards Jiaotian to kill. 10,000 Dragon Fist. His fists danced in the air with boundless power. On his fist, the aura of the dragon Dao surged, as if it had turned into a true dragon, sweeping through heaven and earth. Lin Xian also punched. He used the 9 Suns Divine Fist. On the golden fist, divine fire danced, as if it had turned into the sun. The battle between the two shook heaven and earth. In an instant, it was like two gods colliding. The entire sea was torn in two. The others also retreated in horror. The dragon race people retreated far away, their faces filled with shock. I wonder how this battle will go, Long Yu snorted coldly. Is there a need to think? Brother Tian would definitely win. After one blow, countless black holes appeared in the sky. Lin Xian and Long Xiaotian retreated. So valiant. Lin Xian was shocked. As expected of the person who would become the Dragon Emperor in the future. Now, 7 Crown King's strength was already so terrifying. One had to know how terrifying Lin Xian was. Now, his opponent was able to fight evenly with him. It can be imagined that when Long Xiaotian was young, how heaven-defying was. On the other side, Long Xiaotian was equally shocked. He was the pride of this era. He was destined to become a great emperor in the future. In the younger generation, no one was a match for him. In fact, even the older generation could not suppress him. In this era, there were not many people who could give him pressure. But now, a young man had appeared and made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. How could he not be shocked? Fight! Long Xiaotian rushed over again, his body, endless dragon breath around. With a single finger, tens of thousands of dragons coiled around it, forming a single finger that pointed forward. This finger kept attacking, and the void was filled with dazzling light. Haha, good one. Lin Xian used the heaven-defying fist. When he punched out, the terrifying power caused the dragon tribe members in the distance to tremble in fear. The two fought again. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed, and it was difficult to determine the victor. How could it be like this? Long Yu was stunned. Usually, when Long Xiaotian fought, he would kill in an instant. Even if the opponent was strong, he would be able to finish the battle within 30 moves. Now, after 100 moves, it was still difficult to determine the victor. Was this person already so terrifying to such an extent? Long Xiaotian's face was cold. Damn it. He waved his hand, and a dragon spear appeared in his hand. This dragon spear was made of the dragon tendons of an ancient dragon. It was abnormally terrifying and blood-red. There was also dragon blood circling it. The moment it appeared, its killing intent covered the sky. It caused the surrounding mountains to shatter, and the sea to split open. One could imagine how terrifying this weapon was. Was he using a weapon? Brother Tian was really angry. In the distance, Long Yu exclaimed. Those from the dragon tribe were elated as well. It seemed like this battle was about to end. Kid, I have to admit that you are very strong. Although I don't know where you came from, I have no patience. But I've run out of patience. You can go to hell. With a spear in hand, Long Xiaotian's aura became stronger again. Lin Xian also took out the god-slaying sword. That long sword was like a peerless blade, and the killing intent on it also swept across the land. Come, I have never lost in a battle of the same level. So, Long Xiaotian was ready to taste the taste of defeat. Qiankuan sword technique, Lin Xian waved the god-slaying sword, and sword qi surrounded it. Everything in the world was a sword, and the sea below turned into a terrifying sword of the sea. It covered the sky and the earth, and charged over. Get lost, the spear was like a dragon. The sword of the sea below brought great pressure to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian quickly waved his long spear, and like a real dragon, he tore the sea apart. At the same time, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. A spear pierced towards Lin Xian's head. However, the god-slaying sword blocked in front of him. With a clang, the two weapons collided, and they retreated again. They were evenly matched again. The two sides fought again. Lin Xian's Qiankuan sword technique was stronger than before. That sword qi appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Everything could be turned into a sword, and it was impossible to guard against. Long Xiaotian's dragon spear was also incomparably domineering, and the majestic power could blast everything away. Only Lin Xian would be able to contend against him. If it was any other seven-crown king, they would have died long ago. Not to mention seven-crown king, even eight-crown king could not block it. Perhaps only nine-crown king would be able to resist it. These two people were both peerless geniuses. One swept through everything 100,000 years ago, and the other was invincible 100,000 years later. The two collided at this moment, and it was really a fierce battle. It was exciting to the extreme. Damn it. Long Xiaotian's expression was ugly. To be honest, he could not bear it. He had been invincible in this era for too long, and he did not allow anyone to challenge him. 300 moves, and he had not taken down the other party. He could not wait any longer. He would use his trump card. Ancient War Dragon. His palm formed a seal and struck toward the sky. Endless cracks covered the sky, and a terrifying array formation appeared. Then, the figure of a war dragon appeared from inside. That war dragon carried endless battle intent, as if it was a peerless war god. When it appeared, it swept through everything. Kid, go to hell. The war dragon's claws covered the sky and pressed down. Lin Xian's expression changed. What a terrifying power. Heaven-defying art, heaven-defying sword. He took a deep breath, and the sound of a dragon's roar came from his body. Dragon-shaped sword qi flew out. Divine Dragon Slash. The immortal slaying sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a divine dragon, colliding with the war dragon in the sky. The two behemoths clashed. The divine dragon swung its tail, and it was so powerful that it actually sent the war dragon flying. The war dragon was suppressed, and it shattered the world, letting out a series of angry roars. Long Xiaotian's face was also pale, and he took a few steps back. He was dumbfounded. What a terrifying dragon aura. Who exactly are you? Seeing Long Xiaotian's flustered and exasperated look, Lin Xian laughed loudly. He said, from now on, the dragon clan will respect me. You are the dragon king, and I am the dragon god. Submit to me, Long Xiaotian. Are you dreaming? Long Xiaotian snorted coldly. He used a variety of unique skills. Riding the clouds and mist, moving mountains, and filling the sea, all kinds of peerless abilities emerged one after another. This was the ancient and modern techniques that he had mastered. On Lin Xian's side, he also used the heaven-defying art to fight against it. At first, the people of the Dragon Clan had placed their hopes on Long Xiaotian. The ancient scripture that Long Xiaotian had mastered was very terrifying. But now, they did not expect that Lin Xian also had such a terrifying unique skill, the ancient scripture. Especially the other party's sword technique, it was even sharper. Another 100 moves passed. At this time, Lin Xian snorted coldly, Long Xiaotian, I have already seen your ancient scripture and the magical powers of the dragon clan. Do you have any other unique skills? If not, then I will send you on your way. As his voice fell, the light of the immortal slaying sword in his hand became more and more terrifying. The sword chi slashed out, as if it could really destroy first. Long Xiaotian snorted coldly, the dragon spear in his hand waved, making a sky-shaking sound, colliding with the other party's sword chi. His face became a little ugly. This was a person he could not defeat, which made him go crazy. He had lived for so long and had never met such a person. If it was Emperor Xia who made him feel like he was facing a great enemy, then he would accept it. After all, Emperor Xia was a true emperor. But now, this person was in the same realm as him. In the same realm, there was someone he could not defeat. How could he become an emperor in the future? On Lin Xian's side, he attacked again, a sword slash, like a flying immortal, breaking the void. Long Xiaotian used his dragon spear to block, but was still sent flying. Brother Tian. When Long Yu and the others in the distance saw this scene, they all exclaimed. Their faces became incomparably ugly. Was Brother Tian suppressed and at a disadvantage? No. They felt that the sky had collapsed. How could this kid's swordsmanship be so terrifying? Dragon Xiaotian gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xian. What a strong attack. Is it possible that you are using the great dragon sword? He was very clear. Among the 5 swords of the world, there was one sword that was closely related to the dragon clan. That was the great dragon sword. Dragon Xiaotian had always hoped that he could find the great dragon sword. In this way, his combat strength would reach an incredible level. No one could be his opponent anymore. However, the great dragon sword was simply too mysterious. He had traversed the entire universe but had yet to find it. Who would have thought that a young man would actually possess the great dragon sword? Lin Xian sneered. It seems that you're quite knowledgeable. That's right, the great dragon sword. What do you think? Does it feel good? Damn it, don't think that you can win just because you have the great dragon sword. I've never lost to anyone in the same realm. Long Xiaotian roared, his hand grasped the void collapsed. A purple pagoda appeared in the void and was grabbed by Long Xiaotian. As soon as the purple pagoda appeared, it emitted bursts of thunder. There was an illusion of a purple dragon circling above the pagoda. Between heaven and earth, purple lightning constantly swept. When they saw this scene, Long Yu and the others all exclaimed, Purple Dragon Pagoda. Brother Tian, are you going to use this weapon? The people of the Myriad Dragon clan were also shocked. Had the Dragon Emperor reached such a level, the Purple Dragon Pagoda was very terrifying. It was one of Long Xiaotian's trump cards. Holding the Purple Dragon Pagoda in his hand, Long Xiaotian's eyes erupted with an extremely cold light. Then, he quickly rushed over. The purple dragon above the Purple Dragon Pagoda charged towards Lin Xian with the power of thunder and lightning. At the same time, he waved the dragon spear in his hand, restraining the god-slaying sword. Kid, feel the power of the Purple Dragon Pagoda. Lin Xian was also very surprised. As expected of Long Xiaotian, he was indeed powerful. Previously, the other party had displayed a powerful ancient scripture. If Lin Xian had not been fighting all the way and created the heaven-defying art, it would have been difficult for him to resist. Now, the other party had begun to use his weapon again. The dragon spear was very powerful, and this Purple Dragon Pagoda also gave him a kind of threat. However, his trump card was not weak either. With a wave of his hand, the universe ring appeared in his hand. He waved it forward. Boom, a silver light streaked across and hit the Purple Dragon Pagoda. The lightning that filled the sky was shattered. The Purple Dragon illusion was also instantly destroyed. The Purple Dragon Pagoda shook violently, and the surrounding sky and earth cracked. The Purple Dragon Pagoda flew out, and the universe ring also returned to Lin Xian's hand. Your trump card is not that good either? Lin Xian sneered. Long Xiaotian was completely stunned. How was this possible? The other party actually blocked the Purple Dragon Pagoda. One had to know that this Purple Dragon Pagoda was not easy for him to obtain. This was a treasure left behind by an expert of the ancient era, the purple dragon. Even now, he had not fully grasped it. However, the power of the purple dragon lightning on it was enough to destroy everything. He had once used this thing to kill the nine-crowned king. Could it be that he still could not do anything to the other party now? What was that golden ring of light? Damn it, how did the other party also have such a terrifying trump card? It was useless. Lin Xian shook his head. You are not my match at all. Submit. Long Xiaotian was silent. To be honest, he still had many trump cards in his hand. Just those weapons alone were quite a few. However, even the purple dragon pagoda was easily blocked. Thus, it would be very difficult for his weapons and skills to be of any use. Therefore, he had to take out something even more powerful. He thought for a long time and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Kid, you are very strong. It can be said that you are the strongest person I have met in my journey. Now, there are two people who have shocked me. The first is Emperor Xia. He is the strongest person of this era. The second is you. In a battle of the same level, I have never met such a powerful expert. However, you have completely angered me. To be able to die in my hands, you can be proud of yourself for the rest of your life. What was Brother Tian going to do? Could it be that he could not use that weapon? That weapon was really too dangerous. Long Yu was stunned. Could it be that Brother Tian had other ways to kill the other party? How could this person be so terrifying? Did he still have a trump card? Long Xiaotian, then take it out. Otherwise, you will not have a chance. This time, Long Xiaotian's expression was incomparably serious. He floated the purple dragon pagoda above his head and then formed a seal with both hands. In front of him, a black aura appeared, forming a fog. Inside, a wave of death energy spread out. The surroundings instantly became barren. What a terrifying aura of death. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably serious. This thing actually brought about a threat to his life. This Long Xiaotian was really strong. Just what was this thing? He looked forward, and his Rinnegan bloomed. In the next moment, he was stunned, the death god lamp. How did the other party have this thing? Dragon Xiaotian was also surprised. You actually recognize it. Humph, since you recognize it, then you know its power. So, I want to see how you resist it. There was a trace of cruelty in Dragon Xiaotian's eyes. On the other hand, Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Of course, he recognized this thing. Before coming here 100,000 years ago, he had entered Hell. When they first entered Hell, something happened. 3 big sects fought over the death god lamp. From this, one could imagine just how amazing of a treasure this was. At that time, he did not participate. However, he did not expect that this was the magic lamp. 100,000 years ago, it was in the hands of Dragon Xiaotian. I don't know who got it 100,000 years later, there has been no news about this in Hell. Well, boy, it's all over. Dragon Xiaotian tracked the death lamp, and an extremely terrifying death aura shrouded the front. Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This death lamp was really terrifying. The death aura on it was really terrifying. The universe ring could only be used once in a while. Lin Xian put it away. He waved the kill immortal sword and shot out a few terrifying sword chi, splitting the death aura. However, the death flames formed by the death god lamp were simply too numerous. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The cracks that Lin Xian split open were quickly covered by new flames. Boy, die in despair. Dragon Xiaotian sneered again and again. Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body and the 9-yang divine fire to block. The divine fire and the death god's fire collided. However, this death god's fire could suppress Lin Xian's 9-yang fire. This caused Lin Xian to be incomparably shocked. What was the origin of this god death lamp? The 9-yang divine body, the most masculine, ranked 11th in the starry sky. There were not many physiques stronger than him. And now, Lin Xian had practiced to a very powerful level, but he could not beat the death god's fire. It's useless, boy, no matter how powerful you are, you can't resist this death lamp. Humph, is that so? Lin Xian coldly snorted. An extremely sharp light erupted from his eyes. The strength of the dragon within him roared out. The immortal exterminating sword emitted a cold light, and the sword chi was brandished. The sword slashed all directions. The entire world was slashed apart. 8 cracks appeared, tearing the sky into pieces. The void was shaking non-stop. The people of the myriad dragon clan fled frantically. This person's sword energy was too powerful. Long Yu was also a hindrance, but she smiled. It was useless. Brother Tian had actually taken out the death god lamp. This battle was a sure win. What a terrifying sword chi. As expected of the power of the great dragon sword soul, there was nothing it could not overcome. Long Xiaotian's face was also cold. He saw that another crack had appeared on the death god's fire. It swayed as if it was about to be extinguished. However, in the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, which landed on the death god lamp. Immediately, the flames of death grew even more terrifying. They connected on top, forming a death rune, condensing into an illusion. That illusion was abnormally hazy, but it was indomitable. He held the book of death in his hand, and the death god's blade in his mouth. This was a kind of illusion of the death god. It was too terrifying. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, charging towards Lin Xian. Before it arrived, Lin Xian felt that his life was about to be taken away. Lin Xian roared. He struck out the Taiji diagram, which turned into yin and yang to resist. However, this time, the yin and yang god was actually split in half by the death god's blade. Boy, it's all over. Long Xiaotian's eyes were incomparably cold. The corners of his mouth rose, and he smiled. After killing the other party, the great dragon sword soul would be his. Then, his strength would become extremely terrifying. Perhaps, he could become a great emperor in advance. Lin Xian shook his head. You don't understand the power of the great dragon sword soul. Let me tell you, what is a true sword technique, a heaven-defying sword technique. The sword god attacked. The sword chi on the immortal slaying sword permeated, forming a figure. This was the figure of the sword god, standing indomitable, confronting the death god. The two behemoths were in conflict in the sky. The death god's blade slashed down, able to take away all life. However, this time, the sword god's figure was equally terrifying, and his mountain-like body swayed. An extremely terrifying cold light burst out from his eyes. The sword chi that appeared in his hand was tens of thousands of miles long, slashing straight to the sky. An earth-shaking sound came, and the sword chi and the death god's blade collided. Then, the two behemoths retreated respectively. And Lin Xian was behind, constantly erupting with the power of the great dragon sword soul. It made the sword's figure more and more terrifying. With a roar, like the roar of a god, a sword slashed down, and the divine fire illusion was split in half. The death god's fire that filled the sky disappeared. Long Xiaotian flew out as if he was struck by lightning, vomiting blood. You actually destroyed the death god's illusion. This is impossible. He was crazy, this death god lamp, how terrifying, he knew. The death god's illusion summoned was even more terrifying. Even if he wanted to deal with it, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky. But now, it was cut open by the other party. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? He was actually this powerful. Damn it, I don't believe it. The dragon blood on Long Xiaotian's body erupted, and 10,000 dragons condensed under his feet, absorbing the power of heaven and earth to repair his body. The next moment, he grabbed the death god lamp and quickly rushed over. Go to hell. This time, there was no terrifying death god's illusion, but a lamp's true body. Wherever it passed, everything in the void became barren, as if it had turned into the Nine Serenities hell. Lin Xian frowned and shouted, Long Xiaotian is really strong. After receiving such a strong attack just now, he can recover so quickly. As expected, he will become a great emperor in the future. Feeling the chi coming from the death god lamp, Lin Xian also frowned tightly. Such a terrifying weapon, I don't believe you can completely control it. Lin Xian guessed that Dragon Xiaotian taking out the death god lamp should be a method to injure both sides. Even if he won, he would still be injured. However, he would not let the other party win this battle. Looking at the death god lamp rushing over, Lin Xian did not use the power of the great dragon sword soul again. This made the people of the 10,000 dragon clan behind him happy. Long Yu was also happy. He had no power? Great, if he couldn't use the great dragon sword soul, he would die without a doubt. Long Xiaotian sneered. How about it? Arrogant, my power is more than 10 times yours. Even if I am injured, I can recover. What about you? After using this sword, you have no power, right? In that case, you can go to hell. Lin Xian smiled. You are too arrogant. Do you really think you are a high and mighty existence in this world? Unfortunately, you're not. I'll let you see my trump card. Do you think that my only trump card is the great dragon sword soul? You are too naive. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a black jar appeared. He slammed it forward. The black jar, with an endless vortex, emitted an extreme aura, and slammed hard on the death god lamp. The shocking collision shattered heaven and earth, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. On one side was the super-strong death power. On the other side was the extreme aura that swallowed everything. The people of the 10,000 dragon clan were all sent flying. Long Yu also vomited blood and retreated, her face full of horror. What is that? Next to her, her sister Long Qing exclaimed, why do I feel a great power? In front, Long Xiaotian roared, extreme weapon, you actually have an extreme weapon? He was really crazy. Which great emperor are you the descendant of? Lin Xian didn't answer the other party's words. Instead, he said, do you think you can fight against me just because you have the death god lamp? Very naive. I'll take your death god lamp. Swallow it for me. The heaven-swallowing jar erupted with power once again. The power extracted from the sword world erupted. It swallowed the heavens and the earth, wanting to swallow the death god lamp. On the death god lamp, the phantom of the death god appeared again. It roared towards the sky, its face filled with unwillingness. However, under the heaven-swallowing jar, it was helpless. It was about to be swallowed. At this moment, Long Xiaotian roared. A bone flew out from his body and hit the heaven-swallowing jar, causing it to shake. The devouring vortex deviated from its direction. The death god lamp quickly retreated. Long Xiaotian took the death god lamp and entered the purple dragon pagoda, smashing through the void to escape. At the same time, he said, let's go. Seeing this, Long Yu hurriedly got on the space war chariot and also teleported away. Between heaven and earth, there was only a terrifying black hole. Lin Xian put away the heaven-swallowing jar and did not chase after it. He frowned tightly. It had to be said that Long Xiaotian had too many treasures on him. He was not inferior to him. It was very difficult to kill such a person. Especially the white bone that appeared at the end. It made him very surprised. He felt that it was very familiar. Suddenly, he was stunned. After entering this world, he found a bone. The bone floated there. Although it did not emit any light, it was as heavy as a mountain. This was the Emperor Bone. The Emperor Bone was given to him by the Soul Emperor. He recalled the previous attack. The bone in Long Xiaotian's hand was very similar to this. Could it be the bone of the Emperor Bone? This Long Xiaotian truly had a great fortune. Such an existence actually managed to obtain the Sovereign Bone. That was the founder of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. He was a super powerhouse who wanted to ascend to the immortal realm. Although the other party was dead, he had left behind many methods to revive himself. The Demon Emperor could revive the Emperor Bone through the illusion demon scripture. Such a terrifying figure could probably revive himself. This bone should be the key to his resurrection. But why did the other party split up? In that case, it would not be easy to find all of them. Lin Xian still didn't know that although the venerable sovereign was powerful, he was still a venerable sovereign. However, venerable sovereigns also had peerless enemies. The ancestor had died with hatred in his heart. He wanted to be reborn, but he knew that his enemies would not let him go. Therefore, he could only spread out. Otherwise, if they were to gather together and be discovered by the enemy, he would no longer have any hope of reviving. He had to snatch the Emperor Bone. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The Dragon Emperor would definitely not let this matter rest after suffering such a huge loss. If the other party knew about the existence of the half-frog, he should have gone to look for the other party by now. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He quickly used the heaven-devouring jar to capture the aura of the dragon monarch. Then, he used the Rinnegan to investigate. He wanted to lock onto the Dragon Emperor's trail and find the half-frog. As for how to kill half a frog? Lin Xian was still trying to think of a solution. De Long had indeed given him a solution. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The Immortal Slaying Sword was left behind by an incredible existence in the past. That powerhouse had a formation called the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. This formation could slay immortals. But Lin Xian only had one Immortal Slaying Sword now. Legend had it that the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation was formed by 4 peerless divine swords. Moreover, Lin Xian was now the 7-crowned king, and that powerhouse had long been a great emperor. Even among the great emperors, he was an unparalleled existence. Therefore, if Lin Xian used it, its power would definitely be much weaker. However, there was still a way to make up for it. The formation formed by the Immortal Slaying Sword, the power of the Dragon Sword Spirit, and the 9,999 dragon veins had a chance to kill half a frog. There were so many dragon veins. Lin Xian was shocked. De Long said, "It's not an ordinary dragon vein. It has to be a supreme-grade dragon vein. The one you killed was a great emperor. Although only half of his body was left, he was still in existence that had become a great emperor. His physique had long since surpassed everything else. To be honest, there was once the 10-crowned king who had killed a great emperor. However, he had also condensed many trump cards. Other than that, no one below the 10-crowned king could kill a great emperor. Even with an extreme weapon, they couldn't kill him. Now that you have this kind of formation, you can set it up. It's already an existence that can shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep." Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Okay, let's do it this way." He quickly summoned the Crimson Dragon and the others and asked them to collect 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins. The Crimson Dragon. After they heard this, they were shocked. "Kid, so many supreme-grade dragon veins are not easy to find. What do you want to do?" Lin Xian said De Long's words. After the toad heard this, he also exclaimed, "Are you really planning to kill a half-emperor?" To be honest, they knew that Lin Xian was angry, but they only thought that Lin Xian was just talking. After all, that was a great emperor. Half of his body was terrifying to the extreme. It wouldn't be easy to suppress him. It would be difficult to kill him. Lin Xian said, "This is an opportunity. I have the Immortal Slaying Sword and the Great Dragon Sword Soul. In addition, the dragon race is so terrifying in this world. It's not impossible to condense 9,999 supreme-grade spirit veins. More importantly, that half of the frog didn't have immortal chi on it. It only had the physique of an emperor. So, this is our chance. Once we use this half of the frog to cooperate with the Dragon Emperor, if we can really go back, the green-robed Great Emperor will become one. At that time, he will chase me all over the world. I won't let that happen. So, we have to kill him." "Okay, I got it." The Crimson Dragon and the others nodded. "Then let's fight to the death. If we do something like killing a great emperor, I'm afraid we will become legends. Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and left with everyone. Next, he began to attack the dragon race crazily. The Cloud Dragon race had been conquered. Next, the Wind Dragon race, the Thunder Dragon race, the Water Dragon race, and the Fire Dragon race were all defeated by Lin Xian and the others. He asked them to provide supreme-grade spirit veins. These dragons originally thought that Dragon Xiaotian would come to save them. But how would they know? Dragon Xiaotian had been scared away and probably wouldn't come back in a short time. Therefore, these 10,000 dragons had no choice but to submit. The supreme-grade dragon veins were quickly collected. Lin Xian left this matter to the Crimson Dragon. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't give up searching for Dragon Xiaotian's traces. He had gone to Burial Earth many times to investigate, but he didn't find him. At this moment, there were already many forbidden lands on Burial Earth. Lin Xian suspected that Dragon Xiaotian and the half of the frog would enter the forbidden lands of life. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. He came to Mount Eternal and wandered outside the forbidden lands of life for a long time, wanting to enter. An earth-shattering roar came from within, and an aura of immortality and indestructibility appeared. There were even dozens of black streaks in the sky. The sky was pressed down from the sky, and Lin Xian used the immortal slaying sword to resist, causing flames to dance. He was forced back, and his face was gloomy. This forbidden lands of death from 100,000 years ago were really arrogant. 100,000 years later, Lin Xian had entered Mount Eternal, but the immortal sovereign didn't say anything. Now, as soon as Lin Xian approached, the existence inside frantically blocked him. However, the current Lin Xian was no longer the same as before. The current Lin Xian had the strength to protect himself, so he stood outside Mount Eternal and shouted coldly. "Immortal Sovereign, have you ever seen half a frog?" The aura of Mount Eternal surged and was extremely terrifying. A figure flew out from inside. This figure wasn't the Undying Sovereign, but a man. This man wore black battle armor. His aura was powerful. After he came out, he stared at Lin Xian and shouted coldly. "How dare you? How dare you disturb the sovereign? Leave quickly, or your soul will be destroyed." Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, are Dragon Xiaotian and half a frog here? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to get lost." The man in front of him shouted angrily, and heaven and earth shook. The indestructible power swept over, and the surroundings seemed to have entered eternal darkness. Who was this young man in front of him? He actually dared to come to Mount Eternal. The middle-aged man was ready to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword energy on his body soared into the sky. So what if it was eternal darkness? I have a sword that can break the darkness. The sword energy waved, splitting the sky. The darkness was split open, and sunlight shone in. The surroundings became bright again. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." Lin Xian walked forward like a sword god. The middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. A seven-crown king actually had such combat strength. It was incredible. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. Lin Xian didn't answer and asked his question again. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, but at this time a woman in a black dress walked out from inside. He said, "Dragon Xiaotian isn't here, and neither is the half-a-frog you mentioned. Go elsewhere." After Lin Xian heard this, he turned around and left. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian. After he left, he snorted coldly, "Why did you tell him? Could it be that our Mount Eternal is afraid of him?" The woman in the black dress shook her head. This person was not simple. Jizun had tried to calculate his background, but he was actually unable to do so. The heavenly secrets on him were very mysterious, so it was best not to provoke this kind of karma. Even Jizun was unwilling to come into contact with him. The middle-aged man was truly shocked. Lin Xian continued his search. At the same time, in a certain primeval forest in the eastern wasteland of the true spirit world, Long Xiaotian did come out. He did not release the breath of a terrible dragon. Therefore, no one knew that he was here. They came to a cave. The surrounding light was very dark, and there seemed to be a huge monster sleeping in front of him. However, it was unusually blurry. At this moment, a deep voice came from the depths of the cave. "You still came. You can make me stronger?" Long Xiaotian asked. "Of course, I can make you stronger. It won't be a problem for you to become a great emperor." The voice inside spoke. After hearing this, Dragon Xiaotian snorted coldly. "Even without your help, I have the confidence to become a great emperor. What I want is to speed up the process. Can you do that? Are you planning to work with me?" The behemoth slowly walked out from inside. The shadow became more and more solid, and then the figure of half a frog appeared. This frog was incomparably terrifying. His voice merged with the heavenly Tao and seemed to be able to shatter the sky. However, he was locked by several chains. Behind the chains was a pitch-black demonic palace. "I can help you, but you have to let me out." The voice of half a frog sounded. "No problem." Long Xiaotian nodded. This made half a frog very puzzled. "You were not willing to cooperate with me before. Why did you change your mind so quickly? I am very curious about the reason. You are not lying to me, are you? Long Xiaotian's face was gloomy, but in order to gain the trust of half a frog, he said coldly. I met a hateful guy. Oh, is it Emperor Xia who can threaten you? Is he going to make a move on you? Half a frog was also surprised. It had been a while since he came into contact with Long Xiaotian 100,000 years ago. Naturally, he knew some things. He knew Long Xiaotian. 100,000 years later, the other party had become a great emperor. 100,000 years ago, this era was Emperor Xia's world. Is Emperor Xia going to make a move? It's not him. It's a young man, the successor of the Great Dragon Sword, and he also has an extreme weapon. The successor of the Great Dragon Sword, hearing this, half a frog's face turned gloomy. There were green flames dancing in his eyes, and a murderous aura spread out. It caused the entire world to tremble, but it soon disappeared. Long Xiaotian was shocked, thinking that the other party was going to make a move on him. He took 2 steps back. Half a frog said. Don't worry, it's not against you. I also hate the successor of the Great Dragon very much. When he said this, he thought of Lin Xian. Back then, he was sent 100,000 years later by Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would have merged with the other half of his body long ago. Now, he swept the world. How could he end up like this? Since our enemies are all successors of the Great Dragon, it's easy. I can teach you a secret method to increase your strength quickly, but you have to help me with one thing. Let you out? I can't do it with my current strength. When I become an emperor, I will definitely let you out. Long Xiaotian said. Half a frog shook his head. It's too long. I can't wait. Help me send a message. In this era, some people should be able to come out of the deity ground. Deity ground? Long Xiaotian frowned tightly. He was already the number 1 person of the younger generation. In the future, he would become a great emperor. Therefore, he had heard of some ancient legends. He knew that the true spirit world and the myriad worlds were not the end. In the end, a deity ground would descend, and all the great emperors who wanted to become immortals had to enter the deity ground to seek immortal fate. He naturally knew the origin of half a frog. The other party was from the Nirvana realm, which had the possibility of becoming an immortal. That was why Long Xiaotian came into contact with him. However, the other party was too strong, and he had always been prepared. Lin Xian came, which made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. He had no choice but to cooperate with half a frog. No problem. Long Xiaotian nodded. Next, half a frog taught him a secret method. This was the secret method of the Nirvana realm. It could be said to be an immortal method, a true immortal method. After hearing this, Long Xiaotian's pupils shrank. It was amazing. This was the strength of the Nirvana realm. Any random secret technique that he took out was already so shocking. He clenched his fists. If possible, he must enter the Nirvana realm. Okay, I've passed the secret method to you. You can try to cultivate it. Next, you will also help me do something. After half a frog finished speaking, his body began to change. In the end, he peeled off a layer of skin. Then, he said, take this thing out. According to the method I told you, refine it and bring it to the universe. You don't have to worry about what happens next. That's all you need to do? Dragon Xiaotian took the skin from the other side and left. Next, he refined the skin according to the other party's instructions. Then, he formed an array and placed it in the universe. Then, Long Xiaotian retreated into the distance. Not long after, he found that the array was slowly operating. The peeled frog skin shone with a strange light. In the array, the skin of the half-frog was shedding, flashing with a strange light. Then, it hit the depths of the universe, forming an eternal light. At this moment, countless powerhouses sensed it. They looked up at the sky. What is this? In the Grand Xia Empire, the Xia Emperor opened his eyes abruptly. He rose into the air and came to the 9 heavens. The powerhouses of the Great Xia dynasty all knelt on the ground and shouted in horror, Emperor! What happened? That light just now was, why did I feel a mysterious aura? Emperor Xia was extremely shocked. His brows were tightly knitted. Could it be that something was going to happen? In the universe, Dragon Xiaotian had been watching. When he saw this scene, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a heaven and earth phenomenon. Wouldn't everyone know about it? Damn it, this half-frog didn't tell him the truth. His face was gloomy. However, he soon sighed. There was no way, it had already happened. This half-frog, obviously, used some kind of means. I don't know, did he go to ask for help or what? Now, if he wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the other party, he wouldn't get anything. I'll just wait and see. I'd like to see what tricks he can play. Dragon Xiaotian turned and left. Meanwhile, the experts from the other starry skies of the other worlds were quickly searching for the light. Lin Xian and the others naturally felt it too. Lin Xian looked up at the sky, with a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The light just now also made him feel that it was extremely mysterious. What was it that caused this heaven and earth phenomenon? Could it be the other half of the frog? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's figure shook, and a sword wings appeared behind him, helping him to tear the void and come to the universe. The 6 paths of reincarnation locked the direction and began to search. Not long after, he came to the place where Dragon Xiaotian had set up the array. However, at this moment, the array had disappeared, and the frog skin was gone. However, there was still a residual aura. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to feel this aura, and his face changed. This time, it was the aura of the half-frog. He was really here. The light just now was emitted by the half-frog. What did he want to do? Do you want to summon Higan? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He felt that things were getting troublesome. If the people from the Nirvana realm were here, things would get troublesome. It was likely that some incredible existence would appear. This disrupted his plans. He thought for a moment and decided to ask the Xia Emperor for help. Countless emperors wanted to go to the Permitha because it had the power to become an immortal. However, not every emperor was willing to go there. Once they entered the Nirvana realm, they would have to submit and lower their heads. The great emperor was high and mighty. He was the strongest of his generation. How could he be willing to lower his head? Therefore, Lin Xian felt that the Xia Emperor would not bow his head so easily. He was prepared to give it a try. He went to the Grand Xia Empire. Who was it? Stop. The guardian of the Grand Xia Empire coldly stated. These people were very strong. They stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Lin Xian said, I want to find Emperor Xia. Just you? You don't have the right to see them. Kid, just leave. The guards in the front shouted coldly. Lin Xian snorted coldly, Emperor Xia, I request an audience. His voice was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, spreading in all directions. Because of that, many of the people inside heard those words. Immediately, the guard became furious. How dare you? How can you be so presumptuous in the land of the Grand Xia Empire? They pulled out their swords and sabers and were about to attack. Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying sword chi that connected heaven and earth. The guards were forced to retreat. The guards were shocked. He was so strong. They thought that a young man was not as strong as them. They did not expect him to be so strong. Who was he? Set up the array. There was a strong enemy attacking. The leader of the guards roared crazily. At the same time, the array around them lit up. Countless experts rushed out from within. The people of the Great Xia dynasty had cold looks on their faces. They had all gone mad. Their empire was the overlord. Even the dragon clan did not dare to fight with them. How could this kid in front of them? What was going on? Prince Josie was also alarmed. He walked out and shouted. When he came out and saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. It's you, the dragon god. He was stunned. His face darkened. Do you want to be enemies with the Grand Xia Empire? Previously, when Lin Xian and Long Xiaotian fought, he thought that both sides would be injured and he could reap the benefits. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would attack the Grand Xia Empire so soon? He was so arrogant and reckless. I'm not your enemy. I'm here to find Xia Huang. I have something important to do. Looking for father? Prince Josie frowned. Come in with me. I'll ask. He was also very curious about Lin Xian. This person who appeared out of nowhere was able to suppress even Long Xiaotian. He wanted to know who this person was. Guards, let him in. The guards around heard Prince Josie's words and made a path for him. They still looked unfriendly. If Lin Xian made any strange moves, they would attack ruthlessly. Prince Josie was very confident and did not take any defensive measures. He came to Lin Xian's side and said, "Come with me." Lin Xian walked in. "You wait here first. I'll go and report to father," Prince Josie said. Before he could leave the palace, a little boy came from the other side. He said, "Your Majesty, Ninth Prince, Emperor Xia has ordered Lin Gongzi to go over." Lin Gongzi? Prince Josie was stunned. Where did Lin Gongzi come from? Lin Xian stood up and said, "He's talking about me. My name is Lin Wudi, and I'm also the dragon god, father knows you." Prince Josie was stunned. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. His face was full of confusion. Lin Xian walked over. It was not the first time that Lin Xian had met Emperor Xia, so they knew each other. Of course, Prince Josie did not know this. Lin Xian followed the little boy and walked into the depths of the dynasty building. They came to a magnificent hall. Inside, Emperor Xia was waiting for him. "Greetings, senior." After Lin Xian entered, he bowed. Emperor Xia turned his head and said, "Little guy, why are you looking for me?" In fact, Emperor Xia had sensed Lin Xian when he first came in. "Senior, did you see the eternal light from before?" "Of course, you saw it. All the worlds in the heavens saw it." "Why? Do you know what it is?" Emperor Xia was also very confused about this. Even he, a great emperor, did not know. How could he know? However, Lin Xian said, "I know what it is." Emperor Xia was stunned. In the next moment, his body swayed and he came in front of Lin Xian. A great emperor's aura spread out. Really? Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. His bones were about to break. Waves of dragon roars came out of his body to resist. However, he could not help but retreat. Emperor Xia quickly withdrew his aura and said, "I'm too excited." "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." He retracted his power. Lin Xian was relieved. His face was pale, and then he said, "I know what it is." It was a signal sent by a half-emperor to the deity ground. Celestial ground. Emperor Xia was stunned. Was this the legendary place to become an immortal? As a great emperor, he stood at the peak of this era. But he knew this wasn't the end. He could sense that there were many forbidden lands in the universe, and there were many in the quintessential world. The supreme beings in these forbidden lands weren't any weaker than him. They could even compete with him. But these people had been in seclusion, and had existed even before he became a great emperor. And they'd existed for many years. Why? Wasn't it because they wanted a chance to become an immortal, and it was said that becoming an immortal had something to do with the celestial ground? But when the celestial ground would descend was uncertain. Who knew how many great emperors had missed the chance to descend, and so they'd chosen to hibernate? He hadn't expected the celestial ground to descend. Was this his great opportunity? He roared at the sky in excitement. Everyone in the Grand Xia dynasty was stunned. The ninth prince and the others also rose into the air, looking into the depths of the palace. "Father, what happened? Damn it, was it related to that Lin Gongzi?" They were all shocked, but no one dared to go. They didn't believe anyone could hurt the great emperor. Lin Xian's ears hurt from the deafening noise, so he shut off his hearing. He closed his eyes and used Devourer to absorb the power to prevent injury. Then he said, "Senior, I think you're celebrating too early." What did he mean? Emperor Xia stopped laughing and frowned. Lin Xian said, "The celestial ground isn't as wonderful as you think." The great emperor's home in the celestial ground was called the Other Shore. It was indeed a place countless people yearned for. But once you entered the Other Shore, you'd have to bow your head and submit. Would you be willing to become someone's subordinate? Subordinate? Emperor Xia's expression changed. To tell the truth, he'd been a great emperor for 15,000 years. He'd been invincible for a long time. Only others feared him. He'd already forgotten what it felt like to bow his head. Asking him to bow his head now was more difficult than dying. "Lin Gongzi, you're a 7-crown champion. How do you know so much? Emperor Xia's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. He was puzzled. The light made Lin Xian feel like he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian took out his piggy bank and used a black vortex to block it. Extreme weapon. It seems that your background is not simple. Lin Xian, on the other hand, said, Senior, you don't need to probe into my background, and you don't need to know how I know these things. I'm just reminding you that someone from the Otherworld Kingdom will be here soon. When the time comes, you'll know when you interact with them. Of course, they might be able to fool you. Therefore, I hope that you will think about it carefully. Goodbye. Lin Xian turned around and left. He knew that Emperor Xia might not believe him completely, but that was not important. All he needed to do was to plant the seeds of doubt in the other party's mind. Judging from the arrogance of the people from the Nirvana realm, both sides would soon clash. After Lin Xian returned, he hurried to set up his vermilion immortal array. No matter who the Otherworld Heavenly King sent, he had to hurry up and set up the vermilion immortal array. Contact the Crimson Dragon and ask about the situation. The Crimson Dragon had already subdued many dragons and had them provide him with top-grade dragon veins. However, there was a piece of news that Dragon Xiaotian had returned. As a result, the other dragon race members had all fled and sided with Dragon Xiaotian. Is Long Xiaotian back? Find his location. I'm going to fight him. At the same time, attack the other dragon race members and make them hand over their dragon veins. Lin Xian asked around and found that they had already collected 3,000 top-grade spirit veins. They had about 13% of them. Not enough, not enough. There was not much time left. At that moment, Lin Xian thought of a way to pass on the technique. He had once cultivated the illusory demon scripture. Although he had now cut off the illusory demon crystal, he could pass it on to others. He could give it to the clans of the ancients. He thought that those people would serve him. Lin Xian went. There were the clans of the ancients, the sky demons, the great sects, the demonic sects, and the earth demon sect. These were all clans and sects that cultivated the demonic path and were very powerful. They were also vicious and cruel. Very few people were willing to deal with them. They were very famous. Lin Xian came. After he arrived, he aggressively killed his way into the sky demons. Who was it? The sky demons were furious, but they were brutally suppressed by Lin Xian with a single hand. Lin Xian suppressed the sky demons single-handedly. The sky demons clan leader instantly rushed out. Do you want to die? He roared at the sky. A terrifying millstone appeared in his hands. It came from the outer realm and could suppress everything. Lin Xian formed a seal with one hand. The dragon-shaped sword chi formed a black seal in his hand and slammed it down. Although Lin Xian did not cultivate the illusory demon scripture, the great dragon sword spirit could simulate everything. Therefore, it was easy for him to use these techniques now. The black demonic seal descended from the sky and shattered Mo Fei. The Sky Demon's clan leader was also forced back, his face full of horror. You're from the demon race. He was too shocked. Want to learn? I can teach you. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. You want to die? How dare you trick me? The Sky Demon's clan leader roared and attacked with all his might. He rushed over. The other Sky Demon's experts also attacked. In an instant, tens of millions of attacks covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed heartily, forming another seal with one hand. The demonic god seal had already slammed down, causing the thousands of people to vomit blood and fly backwards. Many people's bodies were crushed. Blood dyed the sky red. It's useless, you're no match for me. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens and said solemnly. I'm using a monarch's mystique, and it's a monarch of the devil race. What do you think? Do you want to learn? Damn it, you will teach us the divine arts of the devils. The heaven devil race's people roared crazily. They didn't believe it. Great Emperor divine abilities were the highest level of inheritance. Only Great Emperor clans had them. Furthermore, it was never taught to outsiders. Even in the Great Emperor clans, only the top geniuses could learn it. How could it be passed to them? As long as you work for me, I will pass it to you. What's going on? The clan leader of the Sky Fiend race asked through gritted teeth. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Xian said, gather 3,000 top-grade dragon veins for me within a month. I'll leave it to your demon god seal. Was that true? The Heaven Devil race's patriarch asked solemnly. Lin Xian said, believe it or not, you can judge for yourself. You only have one chance. This was a great mystique, don't miss it. Lin Xian left after saying that. Next, he went to the Demon Gate and the Earth Devil sect and used the same method to tell them. The Demon Gate and the Earth Devil sect's people were also shocked. Their eyes burned with passion. Go all out, 3,000 dragon veins. Within a month, attack the dragon race crazily. Gather spirit veins for me. These people began to move out crazily. In the quintessential world, overwhelming demonic aura swept across the world, causing countless people's scalps to go numb. Gradually, they realized that it wasn't just the quintessential world. There seemed to be devils everywhere. Were these guys crazy? What were they trying to do? Soon, some of the dragon race's people were attacked, and a great battle broke out. The dragon race was very terrifying, but these devils weren't to be trifled with. Moreover, they had a long history, and soon, some of the dragon race's experts were killed. Hand over the top-grade dragon veins, and I'll spare your life. The devil's voice was cold, covering the world. In the Cloud Dragon clan, Lin Xian sat high on the throne. He waited patiently. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad also came back. They said, boy, will your method work? Lin Xian said, just wait. Not long after, they heard the news of the battle between the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan. The Toad exclaimed, there is really a way. The Crimson Dragon said, you are the only one in the world who dares to take out the Great Emperor's magical power and teach it to others. You are really generous. Lin Xian said, what's there to be reluctant about? The demon transformation scripture is so strange. If I don't cultivate it, it will be a waste to keep it in my hands. Besides, it's just teaching them a magical power. It's not a big deal. In the inheritance of the Great Emperor, the most important thing was not these magical powers, but the mental cultivation method of the Great Emperor. That was the most precious and core thing. However, Lin Xian would not give this thing to others. This mental cultivation method was very wonderful. Lin Xian could use it to comprehend and silently cultivate his heaven-defying art. Tai Peak. In the east of the true spirit world, there was a very famous steep mountain peak. Countless powerful figures had once comprehended here. It could be said to be a sacred place. At this moment, there were many cultivators climbing the mountain to comprehend on this Tai Peak. On Tai Peak, there were many stones with marks on them. Some were sword marks, saber marks, palm prints, and some were strange runes of great Tao. These were all left behind by the powerful figures of the past who had comprehended here. If others could comprehend it, they would benefit greatly. Therefore, these cultivators were scrambling for it. Xianxia also came. She came specifically because of the reputation. She heard that there was a very magical place on Tai Peak. Under the moonlight, the image of the Empyrean fairy emerged, practicing a set of magical sword techniques. Only the fated ones could succeed. So this time, Xianxia was ready to come and watch. She wanted to see what she could comprehend. This place was called the Nine Heaven Stone. In addition to Xianxia Fairy, there were many talented figures and older masters. Around them, they waited silently. Night fell, the sky darkened, and a moon appeared in the sky. The moon today was especially round and the moonlight shone down. On the Nine Heaven Stone, a mysterious light appeared. In the surroundings, there was even a mist. This made everyone excited. Perhaps, if they were lucky, they might be able to see the phantom of the Empyrean maiden. Xianxia was also excited. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the stone in front of her. A blurry figure seemed to appear in front of him, dancing with a sword under the moonlight. Every move was incomparably mysterious, causing everyone to be stunned. This is great. They were excited to the extreme, but this time, the situation changed. The blurry figure became more and more solid, as if it was about to walk out of the stone. A sword stabbed over, unexpectedly piercing through the void, a great crack appearing everywhere. Quite a few people were sent flying, instantly falling. Oh no, what happened? Everyone was stunned. How could something like this happen? The older masters also frowned. That's impossible, they had never heard of the shadow of Xianxia of the 9 heavens coming out and injuring people. Damn it, is someone plotting against us? However, the shadow was completely floating in the sky, dancing under the moonlight like an otherworldly immortal. Moreover, her swordsmanship was getting sharper and sharper. Xianxia was also attacked. She dodged a sword chi and landed in the distance. Her face turned extremely ugly. This was not the end. The moon seemed to have become extremely strange. The wind completely enveloped the body of Xianxia of the 9 heavens. It formed a mass of armor on her body, and the sword in her hand turned into a sword of the moon, which was extremely terrifying. Another sword chi slashed over, and endless light shrouded Xianxia's slender figure. Now, Xianxia felt that she was hit by the sword. She fell into the endless darkness. She fell from the sky. Was she going to die? There was a trace of despair in her eyes. She didn't expect that this time, not only did she not get the opportunity, but she also lost her life. However, when she was stabbed by the sword chi of the moonlight, she found that she was not dead. Instead, she was wrapped up. What is this? Xianxia was completely stunned. The strange thing that happened on Grand Peak instantly spread out. For a moment, the whole eastern wilderness was stunned. How could such a strange thing happen? As for this matter, it spread to the central province, and even the entire elf world. Nothing could be done about it. Typhon was extremely mysterious in the entire true spirit world. Someone said, I saw fairy Xianxia fall after being hit by the sword. The people of Xianxia Palace were in despair. She was their prideful daughter, and now, she had fallen at Tai Peak? No. Many people were in despair. The splendid palace had sent out some elders and experts to search for them. Sure enough, there was no news of fairy Xianxia. When Luli of Xianxia Palace heard the news, the corners of her mouth raised into a smile. Great, she will die without having to do anything. Last time, she cooperated with the Ding family to frame Xianxia, but they failed. 2 geniuses of the Ding family even died, which made her extremely scared. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that Xianxia was dead, Xianxia Palace would fully support her. Thinking of this, she also set off for Grand Peak. She wanted to see with her own eyes how fairy Xianxia fell. For a while, many strong masters went to Grand Peak to investigate. The Great Xia dynasty also sent people there. After all, something strange had happened. When they came to Grand Peak, they felt that the whole peak seemed to have changed. What was the specific situation? But they couldn't tell. The elders of Xianxia Palace searched frantically. Xianxia, you're not dead, are you? Luli said, I heard that she was hit by a sword. How could she still be alive? Go back, elders. My condolences. I'm here. I will lead Xianxia Palace to glory. The corner of Luli's mouth raised into a smile. However, at this time, in a certain cliff of Typhon, a ball of resplendent light erupted. The next moment, countless people looked up and exclaimed, what happened? The people of Xianxia Palace were also shocked. The next moment, they saw a figure rise into the air from the cliff, surrounded by moonlight. It was Xianxia, who was alive because of Xianxia. The elders of Xianxia Palace cheered. Luli's face changed drastically. Impossible, how could she still be alive? You must be someone else in disguise. I don't believe it. Go to hell. Luli went crazy. She wouldn't allow the other party to live. She slapped out. How dare you? The elders roared crazily. They wanted to stop her, but it was too late. However, Xianxia glanced at them. With a wave of her hand, a beam of moonlight flew out and hit Luli directly. Luli flew backward and was cut in half. She died in despair. At the moment of her death, she couldn't believe it. Weren't they both Saint Kings? How could the other party kill her instantly? The elders exclaimed, this is the power of a supreme saint. Xianxia, have you broken through to the supreme saint? It was too shocking. According to their estimation, no matter how talented Xianxia was, It was impossible for her to break through to the Supreme Saint so easily. What happened? Xianxia was shocked. She really broke through. The power of the Supreme Saint was the effect of the moonlight. In fact, it wasn't just her. That day, those who were hit by the moonlight sword energy didn't die. Instead, they were all about to break through. They all broke through to the Supreme Saint. When these people came out, the whole eastern wilderness was shocked. A group of people broke through together. It was incredible. Countless people were shocked by such a scene. Because they had never seen such a breakthrough. It was too fast. Moreover, many people broke through at the same time. What kind of fortuitous encounter was it? Lin Xian frowned when he heard the news. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, "Wow, no way. Why do I feel that it's the same as the deity ground we encountered before?" Indeed. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. 100,000 years later, the deity ground descended, causing a vision of heaven and earth in the entire universe. Countless people broke through quickly, and their strength improved by leaps and bounds. Some top great saints even broke through to become quasi-emperors. It could be said that it ushered in a golden age of cultivation. He didn't expect that such a situation would happen again this time. Could it be that the deity ground had descended again? Moreover, Lin Xian knew that before, the half-frog shot out a terrifying light into the depths of the universe. It was very likely that it was to inform the Otherworld Heavenly King. Would the Otherworld Heavenly King descend again? He didn't know, but he knew that the crisis had come. The people of the Great Xia dynasty were also shocked when they heard the news. Emperor Xia even came to Tai Peak in person to observe carefully. He shrouded those who broke through under his gaze. Those people trembled in fear. "Greetings, Great Emperor." It was so strange. Emperor Xia was also surprised. What kind of power is this? He thought of Lin Xian again. Therefore, he looked for Lin Xian. When Emperor Xia came, the Crimson Dragon and the others also held their breaths. Such an expert was truly too terrifying. He could kill them with just a finger. Lin Xian was extremely calm. "Senior, what are you here for? Do you know the news on Tai Peak recently?" Emperor Xia asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded and smiled in his heart. He knew that Emperor Xia didn't understand it either. After all, the deity ground was very mysterious. It wouldn't descend easily. Every time it descended, only the luckiest people could encounter it. It was the luck of an era. Lin Xian encountered it. He had met it 100,000 years later. Unexpectedly, he had met it 100,000 years ago. He said, "I know. That is the aura of the celestial land. The power it gave off caused the world to change." Celestial ground? Emperor Xiao's expression was incomparably solemn. It seemed that the people from the deity ground were coming. He had to prepare well. He turned and left. Lin Xian also said to the Crimson Dragon and the others, "Although this is very dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us. Perhaps we can use this power to break through again." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He was already a 7-crown champion. It wouldn't be easy for him to break through. However, if the path to immortality were to descend once more, it would bring with it great power. Lin Xian might be able to use this opportunity to break through and become the 8-crown champion. Long Xiaotian naturally also sensed such a change. The entire Dragon Clan was greatly shocked because many people in the Dragon Clan had used this opportunity to break through. They were overjoyed. The Dragon Clan was going to welcome a new peak. However, they soon discovered that the Dragon Clan was not the only one who had made a breakthrough. The other clans and sects had also made a breakthrough. This confused them. What was going on? The Dragon Clan had a strong bloodline. It was possible for them to break through. Why were the other clans inferior to them able to break through? Long Yu said, "Big brother Tian, what's going on?" Her eyes were filled with endless confusion. Long Xiaotian said, "It must have something to do with the half-frog. It must be the power brought by that light." Was this the power of the Otherworld Heavenly King? It was too powerful. It could actually make countless people break through at the same time. In the primeval forest, in a mysterious cave, the half-frog sensed the scene and grinned. "Haha, I can feel it. Their power is coming. They are finally coming. When the time comes, I will be free. He was really too excited. He had been trapped in the demon palace for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. He was going crazy. If not for his strong will, he would have died long ago. Even so, he endured the boredom. He wanted to go out, he wanted to conquer the world, he wanted to take revenge on his opponents. In the depths of the universe, there was indeed a mysterious power. It seemed that the otherworld heavenly king was really coming. The entire universe shook. Lin Xian also began to prepare. On one hand, the three demon clans were frantically collecting the supreme-grade dragon veins. Lin Xian began to set up the immortal slaying formation. On the other hand, he also began to look for a place to snatch the power of the immortal path to break through. After looking around, Lin Xian chose a place. Dragon's Ridge. Like Tai Peak, this place was extremely famous in the true spirit world. However, Tai Peak was in the east, while Dragon's Ridge was in the south. The Dragon's Ridge was continuous, like a divine dragon lying on the ground. Logically speaking, this was a holy land for cultivation. It was a place that countless people wanted to come to. But on the contrary, no one dared to come to the Dragon's Ridge. It was very quiet. Even the Dragon clan would not come here. They would even deliberately avoid this place. Because the Dragon's Ridge was very strange. There was once a Dragon clan expert who saw the strange terrain of the Dragon's Ridge. It contained a strong dragon chi, so he cultivated here. In the end, he died inexplicably. There were also a few terrifying Dragon clan experts who were preparing to build their own clans here. However, overnight, they were turned into ashes. From then on, the mysterious legend of the Dragon's Ridge spread. Countless people investigated, but they did not find anything. Some people did not believe it and cultivated here. In the end, they all died unexpectedly. Therefore, no one dared to come to the Dragon's Ridge anymore. There were not even many demonic beasts. However, on this day, the Dragon's Ridge changed. In the sky, endless lightning flashed, and waves of dragon roars came from the Dragon's Ridge. Countless people in the south all looked up at the sky. Did it change again? Could it be that it was the same as Tai Peak? We didn't have a chance to get Tai Peak last time. This time, it's in the south. We must get it. Countless experts soared into the sky. However, when they saw the place where the power came from, they all stopped. Their faces became ugly. His face turned extremely ugly. Damn it. Why is it here? It was actually the Dragon's Ridge, this incomparably mysterious place. These people hesitated. No one dared to go down. This matter was not only in the southern wasteland, but also in the entire true spirit world. For a moment, experts from other places also rushed over. The people of the Dragon clan naturally had to know. They quickly reported it to Dragon Xiaotian. After hearing this, Dragon Xiaotian's eyes bloomed with a sharp light. If he went and obtained this magical power, he might be able to break through. In that way, his strength would increase again, reaching an unbelievable level. Therefore, he was tempted. However, Long Yu said, "Brother Tian, don't act rashly. The Dragon's Ridge is incomparably strange. We have investigated before. We can't go there easily." Indeed. Dragon Xiaotian nodded. He had wanted to go to the Dragon's Ridge before to establish a sect. However, he had stayed there for a few days, and his hair stood on end. If he did not have great luck and the talent of a young great emperor coupled with the many trump cards he had, he would have died. Previously, Dragon Xiaotian had stayed for 3 days and left. Now, should he go again? The Great Xia dynasty also received the news of the Dragon's Ridge, and there was a lot of discussion. Those disciples were also moved. They also wanted to break through. After all, they also wanted to become great emperors, although the possibility was slim. As the youngest son of the 9th prince, he was already a quasi-emperor. This time, after receiving the news of the Dragon's Ridge, he clenched his fists. I must use the power of the Dragon's Ridge. However, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he went to find his father. He asked his father, hoping that Emperor Xia could give him some advice. Emperor Xia helped them deduce and said casually, "Go and take a look." You won't be in danger this time, but it's not certain whether you can get an opportunity. The ninth prince was happy to hear that. Since his life wasn't in danger, he was ready to go. Not only him, the other princes and princesses were also ready to go. Emperor Xia, with his hands behind his back, went to the 9 heavens. His gaze covered the entire true spirit world. As a great emperor, he could clearly feel that some places in the true spirit world had changed. There were even some forbidden lands showing signs of recovery. Buried Earth Star. A confused voice came from the depths of Mount Eternal. Why would the power of the deity land come at this time? The timing wasn't right. Huang Ling was also confused. Could it be that something had happened? Had the heavenly secrets changed in advance? Clearly, the existences in these forbidden lands were all supreme existences. They had divined the passage of time. However, the situation now was different from what they had deduced. How could they know? In fact, their deduction wasn't wrong. The situation now was caused by Lin Xian and the half-frog. Both of them were people from 100,000 years in the future. Their arrival here naturally changed some things. Because of that, these forbidden lands of life sent out people to investigate. These people hid in the dark and kept a low profile. On the other side, Lin Xian was beaming. The 3 demon clans kept attacking and had already obtained more than 4,000 supreme-grade dragon veins. Including the 3,000 from before, they already had 7,000. They were still short of 2,000. He asked the 3 demon clans to continue working hard. He even taught them mystiques. This was only the beginning of the demon god seal. However, it was enough to make the 3 great demon clans go wild with joy. They said, "Don't worry, young master. We will collect it as soon as possible." Just a starting gesture had such power. If it was a complete demon god seal, how terrifying would it be? The 3 great demon clans didn't dare to imagine. After instructing the 3 demonic races to continue snatching the peak dragon vein, Lin Xian prepared to make his move. Naturally, he had also heard about the news about the Dragon's Ridge. He would not miss this opportunity. Let's go. Lin Xian rose into the air and flew towards Dragon Ridge. With their strength, they arrived at Dragon's Ridge very quickly. At that moment, countless people had arrived at the Dragon's Ridge. However, they were all watching from the outside. No one dared to enter the Dragon Ridge. Furthermore, this scene was extremely bizarre. Outside the Dragon's Ridge, the sky was clear for thousands of miles. Inside the Dragon's Ridge, there was thunder and lightning. The Crimson Dragon didn't come. He was helping to set up the peak-grade spirit veins. The toad rushed over to watch the show. He exclaimed, "Kid, it's really the same as what we encountered back then. Heaven and Earth anomaly." It was the dragon god. Some people from the remote antiquity families exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian's previous actions at the Chaos Wine Party were too shocking. He didn't put the dragon clan in his eyes at all. Naturally, they remembered this young man. The other people also exclaimed, "Is he the young man who challenged the dragon clan? He also came. I wonder if Dragon Xiaotian of the dragon clan will come." Everyone was looking forward to it. Not long after, countless dragon roars came from the sky again. Dragon shadow swept across the world. Everyone exclaimed, "He's here. Dragon Xiaotian really came." In the sky, landing, the first man, is Long Xiaotian. He is very handsome. His figure was tall and straight, surrounded by thousands of glory. He was really like a god descending, making countless people look up to him. When Lin Xian saw the other party, he narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "You still dare to come? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy you?" Everyone's scalp went numb. This guy directly challenged Dragon Xiaotian. I wonder if the 2 sides will fight. Not many people knew about the previous battle with Dragon Xiaotian. Therefore, they didn't know that Dragon Xiaotian was beaten away by Lin Xian. After Dragon Xiaotian heard this, his face was extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. Instead, he stared at the dragon ridge below. In his eyes, a touch of fire appeared. What a terrifying aura! This dragon ridge was indeed mysterious. You don't even dare to respond to us. The toad sneered. Just like this, he was called a great emperor? The heavens were unfair. The toad jumped out and just wanted to provoke him again, but at this time, between heaven and earth, a terrifying aura came. Everyone was shocked. It was the people of the Great Xia dynasty. This time, 3 princes of the Great Xia dynasty came. In addition to the 9th prince, there was also the 5th prince and the 7th prince. Those 2 people were older and stronger, unfathomable. The Great Xia dynasty came with a strong force, and countless people hurriedly bowed. Even those people of the Dragon clan were facing a great enemy. Dragon Xiaotian's expression was solemn. The 3 princes came together, it seemed that they were determined to win. Lin Gongzi also came. After the 9th prince saw Lin Xian, he smiled and greeted him. This surprised countless people. It seemed that the relationship between the 2 sides was very good. It was too incredible. How could the relationship between the Dragon clan and the Great Xia dynasty be good? They were extremely surprised. Even the 5th prince and the 7th prince next to him frowned. 9th brother, you are very familiar with this guy. 5th brother, 7th brother, you just came back from the outside and don't know what happened before. This Lin Gongzi is amazing. Imperial father had even met him personally. There was such a thing? The 2 princes were also surprised. They looked at Lin Xian, and their expressions became solemn. They felt an unfathomable and terrifying aura from Lin Xian. This feeling was as if they were facing Dragon Xiaotian. It seemed that he was a top master. Lin Xian also greeted the 9th prince and the others of the Great Xia dynasty. Then, he walked forward. Was he going to make a move? When the others saw this scene, they all cried out in alarm. Kid, you are too reckless. Do you know what kind of place this Dragon's Ridge is? On the side of the myriad Dragon clan, someone suddenly said coldly. The people of the Great Xia dynasty also frowned. Beside the 5th prince, an old man was surprised. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been so reckless. Did this brat not have any knowledge at all? The surrounding spectators also shook their heads and sighed. They originally thought that he was quite powerful. However, he actually did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Was the Dragon's Ridge a place that could be entered casually? That's right. Without seeing Dragon Xiaotian, no one dared to enter. Even the 3 princes of the Great Xia dynasty were there, waiting for a great enemy. This kid went in so easily. Was he not afraid of accidentally dying? Hearing these discussions, Lin Xian laughed. There was an invincible confidence in his eyes. Even if it was the Dragon's Ridge, so what? Even if it was a forbidden land of life, so what? No one can go where I want to go. Lin Xian's words were full of pride, shocking countless people. However, the following words caused the faces of many experts to turn ugly. Lin Xian smiled. What's wrong? You people don't even have the courage to do this? How pathetic. What was the meaning of this? Were they despised? The faces of some of the experts turned ugly. Long Xiaotian snorted coldly, and an extremely sharp light appeared in his eyes. On the side of the Great Xia Empire, the 5th prince and the 7th prince were frowning as well. This time even they were despised by the other party? He was really arrogant. The 9th prince smiled bitterly. He had already seen Lin Xian's arrogance. Therefore, he was not surprised now. Instead, his 2 brothers were furious. The 5th prince sneered, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go in if you have the guts. What's the use of just talking? I want to see. Later, why are you crying when you come out? I will go in. Lin Xian retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to these people, and strode towards the Dragon's Ridge. Behind him, the toad also muttered, Kid, be careful. There are so many experts as if they are facing a great enemy. It is enough to show that the Dragon's Ridge is not simple. Lin Xian naturally knew this. He took a deep breath, and his body bloomed with radiance as he descended. As soon as he entered the Dragon's Ridge, endless lightning struck down from the sky. Lin Xian used his body to resist it, and a roar shook the sky. What a strong physique. This kid was really too strong. The surrounding people were surprised when they saw Lin Xian block the heavenly lightning with only his physique. It should be known that even veteran experts, armed with Saint-tier artifacts and armor, would not dare to enter the palace. He had some skills, but this was just the beginning. the fifth prince said in a deep voice. Lin Xian resisted the heavenly lightning and descended towards the dragon's ridge again. His eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying reincarnation power to investigate. He naturally knew that the dragon's ridge was not simple. There seemed to be something. When he descended on the dragon's ridge, he felt it. A shocking tremor came from beneath the ground, as if it was going to send him flying. He lost his balance and was thrown into the air. Alright, that brat is out of luck. The people of the 10,000 dragon tribe laughed coldly. The others were also in an uproar. Was he going to die? However, in the next instant, countless sword chis tore apart the vibrating power, and he descended once again. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as he landed on the dragon's ridge. Then, he closed his eyes. He could sense that there was an enormous creature roaring angrily in the dragon ridge below. Roar, his voice echoed out for millions upon millions of kilometers, and everyone in the area was sent tumbling backward, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. The people of the Great Xia dynasty and the Dragon clan were also on high alert. Why did it feel like there was a senior of the Dragon clan here? Countless people exclaimed. An extremely cold light burst out from the fifth prince's eyes. The 7 sons were one step ahead of him and rushed over as well. This was because he was very worried that the opportunity would be snatched away by Lin Xian. Brat, come back. The opportunity ahead is not something you can get. The 7th prince's expression was cold, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He would not let Lin Xian succeed. Lin Xian laughed coldly. You didn't dare to come just now, but now that you see that I'm safe and sound, you want to come and snatch the opportunity. There's no such thing in the world. Get lost. Lin Xian raised his hand and threw out a heaven-defying punch. The unparalleled fist slammed into the 9 heavens, and an earth-shattering sound was heard as the 7th prince was sent flying. The 7th prince was sent flying, spitting out blood, and cracks appeared on his body. Damn it, how could he be so terrifying? He was terrified. As the son of the great emperor, he was personally taught by the great emperor. How terrifying was his strength, in his opinion, only a few of his brothers could become his enemy. In addition, only Long Xiaotian could fight with him. He did not care about the others at all, but now, Lin Xian injured him with a single punch. How could he not be shocked? Lin Xian shook his head. You? You want to fight with me? You're too far away. You'll have to train your physique to perfection first. His words were filled with disdain. This made the 7th prince spit out blood, but the others were shocked. Lin Xian was really too strong. He was indeed qualified to look down on everyone. However, would the Great Xia dynasty let this go? 7th brother, you're too careless. Let's fight together. This is something that we brothers can fight for, but others are not qualified. Hearing this, Huang Jiuzi also walked out. The 3 disciples would work together to beat the others out, and then the 3 brothers would fight for it. This way, no matter who got it, it would belong to the Great Xia dynasty. It's over. That kid is in danger. 3 against 1, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to resist. That's right. The Great Xia dynasty is indeed an overlord. Everyone was discussing. Toad was hopping mad. Shameless. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. However, no matter how much he shouted, it was useless. Before he could go up to help, he was stopped by Lin Xian. He said, "Don't come in. This place is dangerous. I feel that there's something below." When they heard this, they quickly stopped. He shouted from afar, "Kid, be careful. If you can't win, run. TSK, this guy is too unloyal." Some of the spectators looked at him with disdain. Toad's face turned red. He then said coldly, "What do you know? This is called strategy. If that kid is in danger, I can go and get help." Are they going to fight? How could I miss it? On the other side, Long Xiaotian also walked forward. "Brother Tian, be careful." Long Yu and the others shouted from behind. Long Qing did not cheer for Long Xiaotian. Her beautiful eyes fell on Lin Xian. It was obvious that she was very interested in Lin Xian. Long Xiaotian also came in. Do you think the 2 of them will join forces? One was called the Dragon King, the other was called the Dragon God. Both of them were from the Dragon clan. They would definitely join forces to fight against the Great Xia dynasty. Everyone guessed that the people of the Great Xia dynasty were also facing a great enemy. However, Lin Xian said, "Long Xiaotian, don't think about joining forces with me. I don't need it." Long Xiaotian was trembling with anger. He did have the intention to join forces, but now he changed his mind. "Kid, I'll see how you die later." This brat actually wanted to fight one-on-one and break through the horizon. Wasn't he too reckless? Countless people were stunned when they looked at Lin Xian. Wasn't this guy a little too overconfident? Toad was excited. Hee, just watch. Soon, you will know how powerful this kid is. Come on. Lin Xian waved his hand. Let me see if you are qualified to be my opponent. At this moment, he was extremely arrogant. Courting death. The seventh prince roared and charged forward. His fists turned into thousands of meteors as he charged forward. The fifth prince also snorted. He waved his sleeve and released a biting cold sword chi. The ninth prince's palm also approached and used a peerless skill. The battle erupted in an instant. An earth-shattering power swept out toward Lin Xian. On the side of the Great Xia dynasty, the three of them joined forces to attack. Long Xiaotian did not participate. He flew directly to the dragon's ridge below. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to gain power in advance. Lin Xian was extremely arrogant. He was not afraid in the face of the three princes. He even took the initiative to provoke them. Terrifying power and laws hit Lin Xian's body, but they could not shake his body. Lin Xian also punched out. The heaven-defying fist had the power to defy the heavens. The other hand was the Nine Suns' divine fist, which had the power of the extreme yang. The two collided, and a terrifying aura swept across the area. The roar caused a huge storm. The three princes were forced to retreat. Their blood was boiling, and their faces turned ugly. The three of them could not suppress the other party? Damn it, I don't believe it. The fifth prince's figure became taller, as if he had turned into a god of war. A terrifying hurricane formed on the seventh prince's side. It had a destructive power that tore the void apart. The ninth prince had formed a pair of strange eyes that would cause one's soul to tremble just by looking at them. The three of them had their own methods and quickly attacked. The towering god of war giant slapped out with a palm. Its power was much stronger than before. The destructive storm was extremely strange. It came without a trace and instantly came to Lin Xian's side. The ninth prince's terrifying eyes were a pair of black eyes that shrouded Lin Xian's soul. This was an ultimate skill. The three martial monarch's sons had finally unleashed their strongest ultimate skills. The spectators exclaimed again, "Can this dragon god withstand it?" Lin Xian roared to the sky, "Good." Lin Xian's fist carried a heaven-defying power and fiercely hit the palm of the god of war. The two collided, and the roar was like 100,000 heavenly thunders. The giant figure was sent flying. That arm was severed and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The fifth prince screamed in pain as he was sent flying. Lin Xian waved his arm, and a biting cold sword chi slashed at the surrounding storm. It was useless. The seventh prince roared, "The wind is shapeless, you can't hit it." Sure enough, the storms instantly dispersed and gathered in other places. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if it's invisible? Even if it was the void, I would be able to slice it apart, let alone a mere storm like you. After the sharp sword chi slashed down, the wind was actually destroyed. The seventh prince's face turned ferocious. How is this possible? He seemed to have seen the most frightening thing. The invisible wind was actually cut. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was split into two halves. He was so scared that he quickly retreated. However, Ninth Prince's black eyes had already enveloped Lin Xian's soul. This battle was over. Prince Josie said coldly. He was extremely confident in his eye technique. I didn't expect you to use an eye technique. However, you should also experience my dojutsu. Lin Xian's Rinnegan has opened, blooming with incomparable brilliance. The power of the samsara appeared. Heavenly Tao. A pair of hands slapped out, slapping the black eyes towards Prince Josie. Prince Josie spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned extremely ugly. How is this possible? Your soul is also so powerful. His fifth brother's physique was terrifying, but the person in front of him was even more terrifying. His seventh brother's laws were mysterious, but the other party could cut through them with a sword. Prince Josie's soul was strong, and his opponent's soul shouldn't be strong. However, he didn't expect the other party's soul to be so heaven-defying. Does this person have no weakness? He couldn't understand. In the blink of an eye, the three princes were defeated. Each of them was extremely embarrassed. The surrounding spectators were dumbfounded. How could this be? This dragon god was too terrifying. He was extremely strong. No wonder he was so arrogant. He had the right to be arrogant. The faces of the three disciples turned extremely ugly. At this moment, something happened below them. The mountain range below them started to rumble. The roar of a giant dragon resounded between heaven and earth, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone's soul shook violently, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. What is this? The 3 martial monarchs' sons were terrified. Even Lin Xian slammed into the ground. Had Dragon Xiaotian activated something? His body swayed, and he quickly descended. At the same time, the dragon scales below seemed to have come alive, and let out a rumbling sound. This couldn't be a dragon vein, right? Countless people were terrified. Those from the dragon tribe were also shocked. What a powerful Tao of dragon. It's not just a dragon vein. This dragon vein might be alive. What does this mean? Countless young people were shocked. The older generation said the dragon vein has spirituality and can cultivate. No way, however, there were also experts who said there's another possibility. This is not a dragon vein at all. This is a dragon that's trapped here. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Let's go. Some people couldn't help but want to rush over to see what opportunities there were. The 3 martial monarchs' sons landed on the ground too. As soon as they landed, they could feel a great impact. Lin Xian's face turned pale. This dragon vein is too terrifying. Its power is almost comparable to that of a great emperor. However, it was not a real great emperor, so he could still resist it. Even if it was a great emperor, he would have the sky-devouring jar to fight against it. Therefore, after Lin Xian landed, he looked around frantically. Dragon Xiaotian also went crazy. At this moment, everyone's eyes were burning. However, those who were weak were directly shattered, and they retreated frantically. At this moment, huge rocks rolled down the entire mountain range. Scales appeared. Oh my god, it's really a dragon. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked carefully. Sure enough, the rocks on the mountain fell down, and a part really appeared. The metal-like scales were as big as a house. They shone with a cold light, shining in all directions. This is the senior of the dragon tribe, Dragon Xiaotian shouted angrily. Those who are not from the dragon tribe, get lost. He waved his hand, and thousands of dragons roared, turning into countless crazy attacks in all directions. Countless people were sent flying by this punch, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Dragon Xiaotian, you've gone too far. Why, I'm Dragon Xiaotian. If you're not convinced, come and die. After saying that, Dragon Xiaotian punched out with both fists. At this moment, the dragon's shadow circled between heaven and earth. Many strong resistance forces were directly penetrated. As for the others, they were crushed into a mist of blood by the dragon's phantom. Countless people died with a single blow. Dragon Xiaotian's strength terrified everyone. Dragon Xiaotian, you're too arrogant. The 3 princes joined forces and attacked Dragon Xiaotian, trying to suppress him. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Dragon Xiaotian was indeed strong. His strength was comparable to Lin Xian. The 3 princes joined forces, but they could not catch the other party. Instead, they were beaten back continuously. The 2 sides fought fiercely. The force blasted on the dragon ridge, causing more rocks to fall. Gradually, a dragon's body appeared. Not only that, but at this moment, an even louder dragon roar was heard. Countless mountains shattered, and a dragon's head appeared. That dragon head was really too huge, taller than a mountain. As soon as it appeared, it roared to the sky, its dragon horns like two divine weapons piercing into the sky. This shocking scene shocked countless people. Now, they knew that this dragon ridge was indeed a dragon, and it was a super powerhouse of the dragon clan. Could it be that it's sleeping here and we've disturbed its cultivation? Countless people were terrified. Those of the dragon clan even knelt on the ground. Greetings, senior. Dragon Xiaotian was also extremely shocked. He could feel that the giant dragon in front of him was much more terrifying than him. There was actually such a powerhouse in the dragon clan? It was too shocking. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely solemn. A powerhouse of the dragon clan, 100,000 years ago, he had never heard of it before. The mountain-like dragon had appeared and let out a series of roars, creating tens of thousands of black holes in the void. A terrifying sound attracted all directions. Those who were weak had already run away, and those who couldn't run in time died. As for those who were more powerful, they were swaying in the wind and rain. Under this voice, they were swaying. Lin Xian used the power of his divine body to resist, and at the same time, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation surrounded him. He rose into the air and stood in the void. Did this powerhouse of the dragon clan want to come out? Sure enough, the dragon head roared, and a pair of dragon claws gradually broke out of the ground. Its body moved, and it wanted to leave. But at this time, it wailed, and the sky fell and the earth cracked, and more mountains cracked. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, stunned. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. At this time, he saw the giant dragon's body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, fixed to the ground by a sword. That sword was extremely sharp, blooming with a green light, and from far away, it made their hair stand on end. What kind of sword was this? It could actually nail the powerhouse of the dragon clan here. No, how could it be like this? Who was it? The elders of the dragon clan roared crazily. They looked at Dragon Xiaotian. Dragon King, please help. Long Xiaotian also stretched out a big hand, like a dragon claw, to grab the cyan long sword, wanting to take it away. However, the green longsword let out a ferocious sound and directly cut the dragon claw into 2 halves. Dragon Xiaotian also stepped back a few steps, his face became gloomy and cold. What a terrible sword. Damn it, the one who sealed the experts of our dragon race, was he captured by the Grand Xia Empire? Dragon Xiaotian suddenly turned his head and stared at the 3 princes. The 3 martial monarch's sons wore unpleasant expressions, as if they were facing a formidable foe. Among them, the 5th prince snorted coldly. Dragon Xiaotian, there are some things that you shouldn't spout nonsense about. Do you think it's just suppression? I would have destroyed your souls long ago. Once those words were spoken, the others all grew silent. Indeed, what kind of people couldn't be killed by a great emperor clan? It wouldn't be used just to suppress him. Could it be someone else? Finally, a clan leader of a remote antiquity family said, the Dragon's Ridge is terrifying. Before the Grand Xia Empire, the Dragon's Ridge had already existed for too many years. No one knew when it started to appear. Therefore, it shouldn't be done by the Grand Xia Empire. Indeed, the Dragon's Ridge had already existed before the Grand Xia Empire, and it was extremely mysterious. It seemed like it was done by someone else. The 9th prince used his eye technique and looked ahead carefully, as if he wanted to see the sword clearly. At this moment, the sword let out a ferocious sound. The 9th prince quickly closed his eyes, his face pale. 9th brother, are you okay? The 7th prince asked. The 9th prince shook his head. After a while, he said 2 words with difficulty, Dragon Slayer. What did that mean? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian said, there are 2 words engraved on the hilt of the sword, Dragon Slayer. He also used his eye of the 6 paths of reincarnation and discovered this matter. He frowned, Dragon Slayer sword? This name was really arrogant. How would it compare to his immortal slaying sword, roar? At this moment, the true dragon in front of them started to roar, wanting to break through. However, after a few attempts, it didn't succeed. Instead, it tore the void into pieces. Dragon Xiaotian took a deep breath and prepared to take action. However, after a few attempts, he returned without success. This Dragon Slayer sword was too strange. The 3 princes didn't take action. they said, we can only ask our father for help. They looked into the distance. However, there was no need for them to inform them. With their father's strength, he wouldn't know what was happening in the universe. The quasi-emperors all knew that such a shocking change had happened in the Dragon's Ridge. How could their imperial father not know? Did he not take action because the other party was from the Dragon Clan? Those from the Dragon Clan also knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky. Emperor Xia, please take action. The Dragon Clan will be eternally grateful. Dragon Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. At this moment, he couldn't stay silent. He said, Emperor Xia, please take action. I owe your Grand Xia Empire a favor. This was a heavy promise. After all, after Emperor Xia, Dragon Xiaotian was very likely to become the next emperor. If he owed a favor at this time, he probably wouldn't take action against the Grand Xia Empire in the future. In the sky, a sigh came. Then, the imperial aura spread across thousands of miles. Emperor Xia, dressed in his imperial robe, walked out. Greetings, Emperor Xia. Countless people bowed. Lin Xian, Dragon Xiaotian, and the others also cupped their fists and bowed. The people of the Dragon Clan were excited. Is Emperor Xia going to take action? That's great. When the emperor takes action, there's nothing he can't do. The true dragon below also raised its head. Its mountain-like head looked at Emperor Xia with a touch of excitement in its eyes. Emperor Xia sighed. He didn't know why he sighed. However, he still said, I'll try. He reached out a hand and grabbed downward. He was about to grab the Dragon Slayer sword. However, at this moment, the Dragon Slayer sword emitted a sword aura that pierced through heaven and earth. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky. There were red thunderbolts flashing as if they were about to strike. This was a type of destructive power that caused everyone to feel despair. Even Emperor Xia's pupils shrank. He retracted his palm and confronted the red thunderbolts in the sky. Everyone went crazy. Why do I feel that this thunderbolt can threaten Emperor Xia? The others also shook their heads frantically. This is impossible. The three princes roared. Father is the strongest person in the universe. Who can threaten him? The people of the Dragon Clan were also stunned. This destructive power seemed to be able to kill everything in an instant. Even Dragon Xiaotian was facing a great enemy. He had secretly used several trump cards. He even took out the immortal talisman. Because this thunderbolt really made him feel fatal. What the hell is this? At this moment, no one dared to take action again. Only the true dragon below let out a wail. It was desperate. The toad jumped over and said, Boy, it turned out to be this thing. Could it be that they did it? Lin Xian frowned tightly. How could he not recognize this red thunderbolt? This was God's punishment. Heavenly punishment, the legendary punishment of the heavenly Tao, was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian had faced heavenly punishment many times, but he had a way to avoid it. For example, hiding in the sword world, or entering the ancient tomb of a great emperor. This way he could avoid heavenly punishment. So at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. Logically speaking, the power of a great emperor should be able to contend against heavenly punishment. But why? What about the current Emperor Xia? As if he was facing a great enemy, the toad beside him also felt his scalp go numb. This heavenly punishment was much more terrifying than that time, and it felt like it was targeted at the great emperor. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This was the only explanation. Back then, he was only a saint, and the heavenly punishment against him and the heavenly punishment against the great emperor. How could the power be the same? Could it be that the current heavenly punishment was attracted by Emperor Xia? Why, Emperor Xia was not someone who had been abandoned by immortals. Was it because of the dragon-slaying sword? Lin Xian instantly understood. This dragon-slaying sword was cut down by the people of the other side, so whoever dared to touch the dragon-slaying sword would be going against Bayan had the complete heavenly punishment sword. Once heavenly punishment came out, even the great emperor would have to retreat. Emperor Xia looked at this scene, shook his head and sighed. He looked down and said to the true dragon, Sorry, your enemy is too powerful, I can't do anything. What? Can't do anything? Everyone exclaimed. The people of the Dragon Clan were in despair, and even Long Xiaotian was shocked. There was something the great emperor couldn't do? he felt that it was too unbelievable. This was impossible? The people of the Dragon Clan exclaimed, "You are a high and mighty existence, the master of the universe, how could you be powerless?" However, Emperor Xia said, "If I take the sword by force, the heavenly punishment in the sky will descend. I'm afraid that not only me, but the entire true spirit world will be turned into ashes. It was even possible that the entire universe would enter the end of the world." The people of the Dragon Clan were dumbfounded. They knew that Emperor Xia was right, because the message from above made their hair stand on end. Obviously, it was a power that was not weaker than the great emperors. If this power came down, no one would be able to survive. "This is the will of the heavens, I can't do anything. Sorry." The Xia Emperor shook his head again and turned to leave. As the ground below disappeared, the heavenly punishment in the sky also slowly disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them felt as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. It was too terrifying. The suppressed true dragon let out a wail of anguish. His eyes were filled with despair. He had been pinned here for many years. "I can't accept this." A deep voice was heard. His body emitted an extremely terrifying power. He wanted to fight to the death. As soon as this power appeared, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Countless people were shocked once again. Even Long Xiaotian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Why does it feel like this power is close to that of Emperor Xia? Could it be that it was suppressing an emperor of the dragon tribe? That was impossible. The great emperors of the Dragon Clan had never been suppressed before. The Dragon Clan was a powerful clan that had existed since ancient times. There had been great emperors before, and Long Xiaotian was not the first. However, based on the records of the dragon race, there was indeed no one who dared to suppress a dragon emperor. But why did this dragon have such power now? The others were also in despair. Even with such power, they were suppressed. No wonder the Xia Emperor didn't dare to make a move. It seemed that no one in the world could save him. The toad said, "Kid, let's go. This place is too strange. Don't forget, your identity is special. Don't be targeted by the people of the other side." Lin Xian shook his head. "No, I can't go. I have to save him." "What did you say?" The toad exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Even the Xia Emperor has left. If you make a move now, aren't you courting death?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I must save him, not because he is just a dragon." "Then why?" "If you want the power of the dragon vein, we can go somewhere else." Lin Xian said, "No, because he is the 10-crown king." 10-crown king? The toad was stunned after hearing this. It looked at the suppressed dragon and sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder. No wonder his power was close to that of a great emperor. He was actually a 10-crown king. Lin Xian was silent. He hadn't guessed it before, but the words "I'm unwilling" made Lin Xian think of a scene. It was in the 4th level of hell. The 10,000 Rock King had been suppressed. At that time, he had let out an unwilling roar. The scene at that time was very similar to the one in front of him. In addition, this dragon had the power of a great emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian guessed that he was the 10-crown king. And he was suppressed by the other side. There was no need to think. He should be like the 10,000 Rock King, unwilling to submit to the other side. Therefore, he was suppressed and not killed, not because he couldn't be killed, but because he was punished. The 10-crown king was so earth-shattering. No one had appeared in tens of thousands of years. Weren't you proud? Then I will let you live in despair forever. This is the punishment of the other side. If Lin Xian was just a spectator, he could ignore him. He could feel pity. But he couldn't. He had to make a move. Because Lin Xian's enemy was also the other side. Lin Xian definitely couldn't watch the other side treat the 10-crown king like this. Therefore, when everyone was retreating, he stepped forward. What was going on? Everyone wanted to leave. But when they saw Lin Xian walk out, they went crazy. What was this kid trying to do? Was he going to make a move? Some of the people from the clan of the ancients shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Even Emperor Xia left. Who did this kid think he was? The 3 martial monarchs' sons were stunned too. Their faces were filled with astonishment. However, they didn't say anything. Instead, they retreated far away. They left. Previously, their father had warned them not to get close to the dragon's ridge to avoid any karma. Therefore, they retreated far away to watch the battle. The fifth prince said, "This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The ninth prince also sighed, "I guess he won't make a move." The people of the 10,000 dragon tribe also looked at Lin Xian. Previously, when they looked at Lin Xian, they were full of killing intent. But now, the killing intent was gone. They had a trace of doubt and expectation. Is the other party really going to make a move? What do you want to do? Dragon Xiaotian also frowned. Lin Xian said, "You call yourself the Dragon King, but you are not satisfied. Shouldn't you do something?" Dragon Xiaotian shook his head, "Kid, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Do you think I don't want to? But Emperor Xia has left. Even the great emperor can't compete with this power. How can I do it? Don't you even have the courage? How did you become the great emperor? What did you say?" Dragon Xiaotian was angry. Was he a coward? What kind of joke was this? He had made a move before, but he returned without success. "Kid, do you think you can do it? Don't think you are brave. You might just be sending yourself to death." Dragon Xiaotian, "I don't like you. I even want to kill you. But now, do you dare to cooperate with me?" Long Yu said, "Brother Tian, be careful of his tricks. He won't be so kind." Lin Xian glanced at Long Yu and shook his head slightly, "Stupid woman, no wonder you can't become the great emperor. If it weren't for Dragon Xiaotian, someone like you would have died 100 times. You." Long Yu trembled with anger. Lin Xian ignored her and looked at Dragon Xiaotian, "How about it? Do you dare to cooperate with me once? Are you confident?" Long Xiaotian thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice. As the leader of the dragon clan, if he didn't save this giant dragon now, who would believe him? Therefore, if there was a way, he had to make a move. Although the kid in front of him was hateful and was his enemy, he had no choice but to join forces now. There was only one goal, and that was to send the dragon-slaying sword flying. If he had any trump cards, he would use them all. If he kept them now, there would be no chance in the future. After saying that, Lin Xian took a deep breath. A black vortex appeared on his body, and he walked forward. As soon as the power of this vortex appeared, it swallowed the sky and the earth, and the surrounding terrifying light was swallowed up. After the people of the dragon clan felt it, their scalps went numb. The others' pupils shrank. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Heavens, he had a great emperor's weapon in his hand. It was too unbelievable. Long Yu and the others' faces also became incomparably ugly. Was this the other party's real trump card? Even Long Xiaotian took a deep breath. In the next moment, he took out the death god lamp. This was also an extremely terrifying weapon, and it could even compete with an extreme Tao weapon. Therefore, after taking it out, his body was surrounded by a strong sense of loss. The two of them walked toward the dragon-slaying sword together. Heavens, they had really joined forces. A dragon king and a dragon god, both of them had the talent of a great emperor. At this moment, the two of them joined forces. How terrifying was it? Many people exclaimed. However, there were also elders who shook their heads. It was useless. No matter how strong the two of them were, could they be stronger than Emperor Xia? If Emperor Xia wanted to kill them, it would be very easy. However, even Emperor Xia didn't dare to make a move. This showed that the origin of the dragon-slaying sword was shocking. It would be very difficult for these two young people to succeed. It was even possible that they would bring disaster to themselves. The dragon-slaying sword in front of them bloomed with a terrifying light. The biting cold sword chi made people tremble in fear. They seemed to feel that someone was coming. The dragon-slaying sword suddenly burst out, and a sword cry rang out. Endless sword chi swept in all directions. The mountains and rivers were all pierced through. After some people were pierced, they screamed in horror. The other people also stepped back one after another. It was too terrifying. Just a single strand of sword chi was invincible. Lin Xian and Long Xiaotian were the first to bear the brunt. Lin Xian unleashed his devouring vortex and used the power of the heaven-devouring jar to block the attack. Long Xiaotian is using the death god lamp. There is the aura of the death god above, surrounded by it. Just like that, the two of them approached the dragon-slaying sword step by step with powerful weapons in hand. Did he block it? People in the distance exclaimed. Did these two fellows want to get involved in karma? There were others who shook their heads. Even Emperor Xia had avoided karma. Who would dare to provoke these two people? In front of them, the suppressed dragon raised its head and looked at Lin Xian and Dragon Xiaotian. The two of them seemed to have sensed their auras, and it let out a roar. It seemed to be reminding the two of them to retreat. After all, in its eyes, the two of them were rising stars of the dragon clan. It did not wish for the two of them to die here. Lin Xian said, Senior, don't worry about us. We have the ability to protect ourselves. This time, we will save you. The other side can't suppress you. Dragon Xiaotian's face was cold. He did not say anything, but he used the death god lamp even more horrifying. The dragon roared to the sky as if it saw a glimmer of hope. Its body rolled violently, as if it also wanted to fight against the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword was enraged and burst out with an unparalleled brilliance. A terrifying force swept in all directions. The sword chi cut through heaven and earth. Lin Xian and Long Xiaotian were beaten until their blood was boiling. Even if they were holding super-powerful weapons, they were beaten back at this moment and could not move forward. One could imagine how terrifying this dragon-slaying sword was. Damn it, no, boy, do you have any other way? Long Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Lin Xian said, no, it has to work. In the next moment, he summoned the dragon sword spirit, and a shocking sword chi also emerged from his body, piercing through heaven and earth. This sharp aura stunned everyone. They looked up at the sky. God, that dragon god, the sword chi on his body, is so terrifying. Why do I feel that the sharp aura can fight with the dragon-slaying sword? God, is this the dragon god or the sword god? Dragon Xiaotian felt this sharp aura. He also gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of envy. Dragon sword spirit, this was the strongest offensive saint technique of the dragon clan, or even in the universe, but it was obtained by the other party. Why? It was not him. He was extremely jealous. Even the dragon that was being suppressed had a look of surprise on its face. It looked at Lin Xian and let out a series of roars. Obviously, it did not expect that Lin Xian would have such an offensive saint technique. Lin Xian used the dragon sword spirit and the swallowing sky jar. His momentum reached the extreme. At this time, he looked at Dragon Xiaotian and said in a deep voice, I have an idea, but I don't know if you dare. What's there to be afraid of? Dragon Xiaotian snorted coldly. Would he be weaker than the other party? Lin Xian said, to be exact, it's whether you are willing to give it up. I know you gave the dragon spirit immortal talisman, and I think you should have one on you. Later, I will use all my strength to attract the power of the dragon-slaying sword, and you take the opportunity to pull it out. Of course, this process is very dangerous, and you may even lose your life. However, you have the immortal talisman, so you can avoid a fatal attack. Are you willing to give it up? Dragon Xiaotian was silent when he heard this. To be honest, he did have the immortal talisman, but he only had one in his hand. This was a life-saving thing. Should he use it now? Dragon Xiaotian hesitated. But soon, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What's there to be reluctant about? He is a strong member of the dragon clan, and I have the responsibility to save him. Dragon Xiaotian's eyes burst with infinite confidence. After Lin Xian finished reading, he smiled, as expected of the person who will become the great emperor in the future. Merely this sort of courage, this sort of willingness, was not something that an ordinary person could accomplish. If it were other quasi-emperors, would they be willing? Would Dragon Spirit be willing? These people would definitely not be willing. However, Dragon Xiaotian was willing. There was indeed a reason why the other party became the great emperor. Well, since this was the case, there was no time to lose. Let's do it. Lin Xian took the initiative to attack, and the whole world was shaking. The dragon-shaped sword aura unleashed by Lin Xian roared as it headed straight for the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword seemed to be enraged, and a biting cold sword chi seemed to be about to break through the sky. A huge sword light slashed forward. Two sharp sword chi collided between heaven and earth, making a roaring sound. At this moment, it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. In the entire true spirit world, countless creatures were all prostrating on the ground. There was no one left in this area. And in the Great Xia dynasty, Emperor Xia stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking at the scene of the battle in the distance. There was also a moment of silence. It had to be said that these two little guys were more courageous than him. However, he had already become the emperor, and also had to protect the Great Xia dynasty. The burden was too heavy. There were too many scruples. Therefore, he could not give it his all. He hoped that these two little guys could succeed. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia waved his hand, and the spirit veins of the entire true spirit world quickly gathered toward the Dragon Ridge. He wanted to secretly provide power to Lin Xian and the others. I can only do this much. The rest is up to you. Emperor Xia sighed. At the Dragon's Ridge, Lin Xian was also stunned. He also felt a huge force rising into the air from under his feet. What a strong spiritual force. Someone was secretly helping him. Who was he? No matter how he thought about it, the only one who had the ability to do so was Emperor Xia. It seemed that the other party had secretly helped. With this power, after the Dragon Sword's soul absorbed it, its power became even more majestic. It seemed to have turned into a divine dragon, quickly slashing forward and fighting with the dragon-slaying sword. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Endless thunder erupted between heaven and earth. The other quasi-emperors didn't dare to approach this power. They couldn't even see it clearly. The giant dragon roared incomparably. It was also resisting. The dragon-slaying sword seemed to be affected, and its body began to move. At this moment, Dragon Xiaotian rushed over. He drove the space chariot and quickly arrived near the dragon-slaying sword. In the next moment, he grabbed the dragon-slaying sword. His dragon claws seemed to have turned into the hands of the universe. Ah! Good opportunity. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Dragon Xiaotian was indeed strong. This timing was too good. Dragon Xiaotian took a deep breath and grabbed the dragon-slaying sword. Get lost. He roared angrily and pulled out the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword left the ground and flew into the sky. As for the giant dragon, it roared towards the sky. It let out a series of roars. Its huge body also rose into the sky. That's great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had saved the other party. Dragon Xiaotian also smiled. In the distance, Emperor Xia was even more surprised. Did he really do it? It was too unbelievable. However, at this moment, the red lightning appeared in the sky again. This was the heavenly punishment. The dragon-slaying sword danced in the sky, attracting the heavenly punishment. With the heavenly divine thunder. A cold voice sounded. The dragon-slaying sword slashed down with red lightning, turning into a destructive storm that fell fiercely. Dark clouds covered the sky, heavy rain poured, and lightning tore through the sky. At this moment, the entire universe was alarmed. Countless powerhouses looked at the true spirit world. What was happening there? Someone was going to transcend the tribulation. Was someone going to become an emperor? This strange phenomenon was too terrifying. Not good, Brother Tian. In the distance, Long Yu and the other members of the dragon clan roared madly. However, they didn't dare to approach at all and could only retreat endlessly. Emperor Xia even took action and sealed the place where the Dragon's Ridge was. Otherwise, it would affect the entire world. Dragon Xiaotian's pupils shrank. He drove the space war chariot and kept shuttling back and forth. The power of space was exerted to the extreme. However, it was useless. Those spatial tunnels were all pierced through. One of the sword chi struck the space war chariot and sent it flying. Dragon Xiaotian was also vomiting blood. A crack appeared on his body, damn it. Everyone had to rely on their own ability to escape. Long Xiaotian used the immortal talisman at the critical moment. That was because an even more terrifying destructive sword aura was slashing down. This sword covered Long Xiaotian, Lin Xian, and the giant dragon. This power is too strong, Long Xiaotian has the death god lamp, can't block it. Therefore, he decisively activated the immortal talisman. Lin Xian also sighed. The devouring vortex was pierced through. His body was also pierced through. Blood dyed his body red. He roared to the sky and struck out a terrifying sword qi, destroying the surrounding lightning. However, it was useless. This sword seemed to contain too much power. It was not something he could resist at his current level. Originally, he had an extreme weapon and the great dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, "Senior, come here." He flew towards the giant dragon, wanting to take it away. He had the sword world. If he brought the giant dragon into the sword world, he might be able to escape this calamity. However, it was still too late. The dragon-slaying sword turned into a killing blade and slashed fiercely at the giant dragon. The dragon's head flew up and was split in half. His body was rapidly disintegrating into dust and ashes. "No!" Lin Xian roared angrily. His eyes were red as he rushed over crazily. His body suffered even more impact, and cracks were all over it. It made one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Lin Xian spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, he still did not give up. He quickly took out the heaven-swallowing jar and slammed it over, devouring some of the lightning. However, it was useless. "It's useless, young man. I can't take it anymore. He's too strong. He has already become an immortal. We are no match for him." Obviously, the owner of the dragon-slaying sword was a supreme powerhouse with a great background. It was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian thought of the virtual immortal who sealed the 10,000 Rock King. He wondered if it was the other parties doing this time. How terrifying was this virtual immortal, he did not know. However, he could no longer hold on and could only hide in the sword world. On the other side, Dragon Xiaotian used the immortal talisman to dodge this attack. However, the giant dragon had already turned into ashes. Before he died, he let out a roar, "Young people, no matter who you are in the future, you will lead the dragon race. Remember, the dragon race will never surrender." This voice was filled with compassion and despair. Lin Xian's eyes were red, and Dragon Xiaotian's face was cold. As for the people of the dragon race in the distance, they knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. They knew that the giant dragon was dead. The giant dragon laughed, "Don't be sad for me. I've been sealed for too many years. Now, I'm finally free. I'll be reincarnated. Before that, I'll give you two little guys one last good fortune." His last body broke open, and a powerful dragon fighting force surged out, enveloping Lin Xian and Dragon Xiaotian. The destructive lightning completely erupted. The giant dragon turned into ashes. Dragon Xiaotian relied on the immortal talisman to escape with his life. He fled into the distance. However, at this moment, his entire body was enveloped by a huge force of dragon Dao. That terrifying aura made everyone feel envious. On the other side, Lin Xian did not seem to have escaped. He was completely covered by the destructive lightning. Could it be that he was dead? Countless people looked at the thousands of black holes in front of them, their faces full of shock. Even Xia Huang's pupils constricted. No way. Could it be that the kid has no trump card and escaped? Brother Tian, Long Yu and the others were overjoyed. They ignored Lin Xian and looked at Dragon Xiaotian. Was Brother Tian going to break through? Dragon Xiaotian was originally the Seven-Crown King. After absorbing a huge amount of power, he actually began to break through quickly. Of course, he did not dare to stay in the Dragon Ridge area. He went to another place. The space chariot took him and quickly left. He reached the depths of the universe. If Brother Tian broke through again, he would be the 8th-crown king. His strength would be much more terrifying than now. Great. Long Yu was overjoyed. However, some people of the dragon race had serious expressions. They were not too happy. Because they looked ahead. Lin Xian had not come out yet, although they had been enemies with Lin Xian before. Lin Xian had dared to risk his life to save the giant dragon. This moved them greatly. Therefore, they did not want anything to happen to Lin Xian. Long Qing's beautiful eyes flashed. Her small hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Dragon God, I hope you can return safely. Lin Xian was enveloped by the power of the Dragon Dao. The moment before the divine punishment hit him, he entered the sword world. The sword world was incomparably magical. It was an ancient land, so it could definitely protect his safety. As expected, the power of the divine punishment disappeared after entering the sword world. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In the next instant, he quickly absorbed the power of the ancient Dragon Dao. He said, Senior Dragon, don't worry. I will help you take revenge. I will help you kill your enemies. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He felt sad for the dragon. Because the other party was the 10-crown king, he should have laughed proudly and swept through the world. He should have even become a great emperor. However, he was suppressed by someone. Moreover, there was someone on the other side who seemed to like suppressing the 10-crown king. One day, when Lin Xian became the 10-crown king, would that person also make a move to suppress him? Therefore, no matter what, Lin Xian would not give in. Lin Xian quickly absorbed the power. He was now the 7-crown king. If he broke through again, he would be the 8-crown king. To be able to break through in the ancient land was a pleasant surprise for Lin Xian. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, there were all kinds of legends. It was about the Dragon God and Dragon King of the Dragon Ridge, the two geniuses of the dragon race, who went to save the ancient dragon. However, they failed in the end. Although they failed, such a feat was praiseworthy. At the same time, there was news that Dragon Xiaotian had successfully transcended the tribulation in the universe and become the 8-crown king. He was even stronger and closer to the great emperor realm. This made Long Yu and the others happy. The dragon race also cheered. At the same time, the dragon race was also looking for the dragon god's situation. They owed him a favor. However, for a month, the Dragon Ridge was filled with a destructive aura, but no one walked out. This made many people sigh. The dragon god was already dead. He died in the divine punishment. When this news spread, everyone shook their heads. They did not expect the dragon god to end up like this. It was a pity. If he was still alive, he could compete with Dragon Xiaotian in the future. He might even become a great emperor in the future. That's right. It wasn't easy for such a top-notch genius to appear. To think that he would fall just like that. What a pity. Even the Xia Emperor was frowning. He had tried to divine a few times, but the heavenly workings of Lin Xian were mysterious to begin with. He couldn't deduce anything. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon were even crazier. The two of them were extremely worried. He couldn't have really died, right? That shouldn't be possible. That brat has so many trump cards. I'm guessing that he's breaking through inside. After all, he has the power of the dragon. Just wait. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad had been waiting near the Dragon's Ridge. Sure enough, after a while, a sword light flew out from the Dragon's Ridge and split open the void. Then, Lin Xian walked out. Kid, you really didn't die. The Crimson Dragon walked out. The Toad also jumped over and said, How is it? Kid, are you alright? Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I won't die. Besides, I've broken through. The power he used was the aura of the 8-crown king. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. What a strong aura, you really broke through. The Crimson Dragon was very happy. This time, it didn't come 100,000 years ago in vain. By the way, you and Dragon Xiaotian are still at the same level. He also broke through. After Lin Xian heard this, he wasn't surprised. Dragon Xiaotian was destined to become a great emperor. His talent was definitely top-notch. In addition, the other party had also absorbed the power of the dragon before. It would be a problem if he didn't break through. He nodded and said, This person is very powerful. He was willing to use an immortal talisman. It was really surprising. The Toad also muttered, as expected of someone who can become a great emperor. Be careful. Although they worked together once before, they were destined to be enemies. Next, if they were to work together with half a frog, there would probably be a fierce battle. By the way, that dragon-slaying sword? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said, it left. That thing was too terrifying. Even the swallowing heaven jar couldn't suppress it. So now, we can't have any ideas about him. It's best to leave. Otherwise, after a while, the other side will descend. If it cooperates with this dragon-slaying sword, it will be even more dangerous. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the two of them. They came to another place where there was no one. Lin Xian had felt that someone was investigating, so he left the vicinity of the Dragon Ridge, which was the center of the storm. When he came to the place where there was no one, Lin Xian asked, by the way, how is the collection of the dragon veins? The Crimson Dragon said, 9,999 top-grade dragon veins have been collected. And I will continue to let them do it. After all, we still have to store some for 100,000 years later. Lin Xian said, since it's done, let's start preparing. I hope the immortal slaying formation won't disappoint me. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon began the final arrangements. It wouldn't be long before the people of the other side arrived. Even half a frog would jump out. The immortal slaying formation was too terrifying. If it was set up in the true spirit world, it would definitely be discovered. At least Emperor Xia would find out. It was even possible. Half a frog would also sense it. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to set up the tremor technique in the sword world. He would take it out at the critical moment. He brought the Crimson Dragon and the toad in. After entering, the two of them sighed with emotion. This place was truly incomparably magical. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can come here to dig for treasures. There are many treasures buried in this land. Damn, kid, you have no conscience. You want us to be coolies. The toad looked down on him. Xiaobai jumped over and said, stupid toad, look at my gourd. Xiaobai dug out his green gourd from the ground. At this moment, the green gourd was extremely mysterious as it aimed at the toad. The toad's hair stood on end. Lin Xian laughed and said, if you don't want to, then forget it. Do you know the universe ring? It was dug out from here. The toad's saliva flowed out. The Crimson Dragon was also glowing. He took out the pagoda from before and said. This was something he had snatched from Long Yu. Should he bury it? Lin Xian said, don't put trash in it. Why don't you dig and see what good things are inside? Damn, you actually said this is trash. The Crimson Dragon rolled its eyes. Lin Xian laughed and said, alright, if there's a chance in the future, we'll come in to look for treasures. Now, let's hurry up and set up the immortal slaying array. They had been busy. The immortal slaying array was extremely difficult because it required 4 swords. Lin Xian now only had one battle sword, the immortal slaying sword. The rest had to be replaced by 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins. Fortunately, Lin Xian could still use the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Therefore, there was no need to doubt its power. On this day, many meteors streaked across the universe. The meteor shower that streaked across the sky was extremely spectacular and gorgeous. Countless cultivators looked up at the sky. So beautiful. Quickly make a wish. Many people put their hands together and closed their eyes, making beautiful wishes. But they didn't know that this meteor shower was the arrival of an extremely terrifying expert. A storm was about to blow in the universe. Somewhere in the true spirit world, there was a mysterious place with a strange aura. Even a quasi-emperor didn't dare to come here. Because this was where the half-frog landed. Inside the cave, the mysterious chains of the demonic palace locked the half-frog. At this moment, the half-frog squatted there. Its tall body didn't move at all, as if it had existed since ancient times. Behind it, the demonic palace emitted a monstrous demonic chi. The half-frog closed its eyes as if sleeping. Suddenly, it opened its eyes because it sensed that someone was coming. Outside Shandong, a young figure walked in. You're here. The half-frog said. Dragon Xiaotian walked in, nodded, and said, I'm here. Have the people you summoned arrived? The half-frog looked up at the sky and said, soon. I can feel their aura. They will come soon. A few days later. On the nearby stars, a few meteors descended. After these meteors opened up, people walked out one after another. The people who had come before were all young, and the one leading them was a young woman. Her golden hair danced in the wind like flames. After she arrived, she formed a seal with her palms and said, "Hide your information and follow me." There were 6 people in total. These 6 people flew into the sky and descended toward the true spirit world. Soon, they arrived at the true spirit world and quickly flew toward the east. During this time, they met a few strong cultivators from the sacred ground sections. They saw that the blonde woman was beautiful and wanted to strike up a conversation with her. However, they were slapped away by the blonde woman. "How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are?" These people's auras were extremely terrifying. In fact, 2 of them were great sages, and the terrifying power they wielded made them even more confident than before. These 2 were the people who had broken through on the great peak of the Eastern Barren territory. "Be obedient and come over to me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." The 2 supreme saints sneered. The golden-haired woman coldly snorted. Her body flashed and she walked over like a golden bolt of lightning. The next moment, she waved her hand and left with her people, leaving the 2 supreme saints there. The next moment, their bodies split open and they fell to the ground, dead. She killed a supreme saint with one move. It was obvious that these people were extremely powerful. Damn it. In an ancient cave dwelling in the 4 symbols holy grounds, an old man opened his eyes. He was a quasi-emperor. He felt that the auras of his 2 disciples had disappeared. They must have been killed. His 2 disciples had already become great sages. How terrifying was that? Their talent was unparalleled. In the future, he might even become a quasi-emperor. But now, he had actually fallen. He could not accept this. In the next moment, he tore the space apart and charged toward the golden-haired woman. The arrival of a quasi-emperor would be extremely powerful. Furthermore, the 4 symbols holy lands cultivated the physique. Therefore, a single punch could create a vast world. The golden-haired woman sneered. "You're courting death." A golden flying knife appeared in her hand. There was an extremely frightening golden radiance flickering on it. The flying dagger flew out, streaking across the sky and piercing through the quasi-emperor's forehead. That quasi-emperor's eyes widened. Until his death, he refused to believe that he would be killed by a woman. "Let's go." The golden-haired woman led the group forward. Before long, they arrived in front of a mysterious cave. After entering, the blonde woman knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, my lord. You're finally here." In front, the half-frog was extremely excited. However, he soon frowned. "Why are you the only ones here? Are there no great emperors?" "Yes, there is. This time, there is a great emperor, 3 nine-crown kings, and some other quasi-emperors. We are the vanguard," the blonde woman said respectfully. She was one of the 9 crown kings. A great emperor? That was enough. The half-frog nodded. Although there was only one of them, a great emperor was in existence that could destroy the universe. A great emperor was enough to break open this demonic palace. He wondered which great monarch it was. The half-frog was also puzzled. After all, this was 100,000 years ago. Next, the half-frog prepared and waited patiently. However, the golden-haired woman said, "My lord, now is not the time to descend. We have spent a lot of effort to come here. So this time, we have to bring some things back." "Understood. Go." The half-frog nodded. In the Zero world, there were many mysterious places that even he could not see through. This time, he had finally descended. Thinking about it, Bayan would definitely not let go of this opportunity to obtain some things. The golden-haired woman left 2 people here to be the half-frog's subordinates. As for the other 4 people, they soared into the sky and flew toward the central continent. This time, in addition to saving the half-frog, the golden-haired woman also had another mission, which was to investigate the Yuhua immortal dynasty. If possible, she could destroy the Yuhua immortal dynasty and bring back some treasures of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. In fact, not only her, even the great emperor who was about to descend had such a mission. When they arrived at Xianxia, the golden-haired woman took out a beautiful 8 trigrams mirror and began to investigate. On the 8 trigrams mirror, there was a needle that kept spinning. "Found it. Let's go." They found the location of the Yuhua immortal dynasty and then quickly moved. When they arrived at the land where the Yuhua immortal dynasty was located, this was a vast mountain. The Yuhua immortal dynasty had once created a legend. It was too terrifying, but in the end, it still declined. It was said that it had sunk into the ground. 100,000 years later, Lin Xian even went to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It was from Zhongzhou that he entered through a huge crack. Unexpectedly, the Yuhua immortal dynasty had already disappeared 100,000 years ago. Let's do it. The golden-haired woman's eyes burst out with a trace of piercing cold light. Her golden hair danced rapidly as she formed a seal with her palms. 9 golden flying sabers appeared around her, emitting a blinding glow as they slashed at the cultivators below the martial monarch realm. The other 3 people also took action. In their hands, they held 3 beads. On each bead, there was a mysterious rune flickering on it. Obviously, these were secret treasures. These people all came with treasures. On the 3 beads, terrifying light also shone on the ground. The entire ground shook violently. At the same time, the golden-haired woman waved her sleeve, and an array formation appeared, covering heaven and earth, preventing others from investigating. Soon, the surrounding beasts and powerhouses all turned their heads to look. But not long after, they turned their heads back. Was it an illusion just now? Why do I feel like someone is attacking? Nothing happened. These people were very puzzled. Of course, they couldn't hide it from everyone. At least, Emperor Xia definitely knew. However, Emperor Xia wasn't in the mood to care about these little ants. It was just King Nine Crown, he didn't care about him. Now, he was preparing for something as if he was facing a great enemy. Because he felt that there was a powerful force in the universe getting closer and closer. That was the power of a great emperor. It was a power that surpassed everything. Lin Xian was not idle either. He knew that a terrifying expert from the deity ground had arrived. He was setting up a formation. At the same time, a group of people surrounded him. They were all from the demon race, including the Sky Fiend clan, the demon sect, and the Earth Demon sect. They were led by the 3 clan leaders to Lin Xian. They said, "Young master, we have collected the supreme grade dragon vein for you. Can you teach us the superpower now?" There was a hint of passion in their eyes. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he gave the demon god seal to them. These people acted as if they had received a treasure. However, the superpower of the great emperor was really too difficult to cultivate. There were many things they did not understand, so they could only ask Lin Xian. You didn't strike at the right time. Also, the speed of your demon chi is too slow. Double it. No, this is the time to use it. Lin Xian was in a rare good mood, so he taught these to the demon race. The demon race experts all widened their eyes. They cultivated according to Lin Xian's method. They found that their cultivation was indeed much faster. Previously, some of the older generation experts were still unconvinced. Could it be that this kid had more experience than them? But now, they were completely subdued. Even the grand elders and patriarchs had to be respectful in front of Lin Xian. This caused the others to be astonished. The reason for that was because those people were all experts capable of sweeping through an entire region. But now, they were so respectful to a young man. It was really unbelievable. Of course, this showed that Lin Xian was stronger. On the demon race's side, many young and beautiful women looked at Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. They were even very attentive to Lin Xian. If they could follow such a person, their future achievements would be limitless. These demon sect women were beautiful, but they could not enter Lin Xian's eyes. In this regard, the demon sect women could only sigh. What kind of woman is she? Only she is qualified to stand by his side. After teaching the demon sect people the superpower, Lin Xian moved again. He went to check on the immortal execution formation and helped the Crimson Dragon move together. The immortal execution formation was not completed yet. However, that terrifying aura had already begun to spread. Fortunately, it was set up in the sword world. Otherwise, the others would have discovered it immediately. Even the half-frog might have to make a move in advance. But now, everything was fine. On this day, the demon sect leader reported a piece of news. Reporting to young Master Lin, things are not good. There is news from Central Continent that a rare treasure has appeared. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. He had been in this world all this time, so he did not pay much attention to the situation outside. What was the situation in Zhongzhou? Could it be the Great Xia dynasty? The demon sect leader of the demon sect. He said, no, it's from another place. It said that the light is coming from beneath the earth. It's extremely terrifying. It had already shocked the entire world. However, that light soon disappeared. It was obvious that someone had used a formation to hide it. Now, many people had already gone to investigate. We don't know what to do. Therefore, they asked the young master. These demons were now completely subservient to Lin Xian and respected Lin Xian. Even the 3 sect leaders had to ask for Lin Xian's opinion. After Lin Xian heard this, he narrowed his eyes. He used Rinnegan and looked at the central continent. In the sky above the central continent, an illusory eye appeared. It caused the souls of those people in the central continent to tremble. What a terrifying eye. This was Lin Xian's eye of the heavenly Tao. He was investigating the situation in the central continent. This place was under Lin Xian's powerful eye technique. He finally found the problem. Moreover, the location of that place shocked Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary place. Don't look at this place. It was desolate now. However, Lin Xian came from 100,000 years in the future. He knew that the earth in this place had cracked, and there was an extremely incredible existence below. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. That was even more terrifying than the empire of great buildings. Back then, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was full of powerhouses. The strongest powerhouses, sovereigns, were extremely terrifying among the great emperors. In addition, there were many quasi-emperors. Back then, they wanted to ascend to immortality together. In the end, they failed. They didn't expect that someone was actually targeting the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty now. Who was it? Was it the Great Xia Dynasty? Lin Xian didn't know. He was very busy now and didn't have the time to go and take a look. Therefore, he asked the people of the demon sect to go. Go and investigate, come back and report to me. After the people of the demon sect heard this, they were overjoyed. Yes, young master, we will definitely complete the mission. The people of the demon sect quickly rose into the sky and headed to the central continent. Because Lin Xian gave them the location, the demon sect acted faster than the other families and sects, and they soon found it. When they came to the surroundings, they indeed saw the array formation. This is the place. Let's do it. These people of the demon sect had just cultivated, so they had no chance. Although they hadn't mastered it yet, the power of the great emperor's supernatural power was already terrifying. He struck so hard that the formation started to shake. Inside the array formation, the people in the deity ground frowned. Someone saw their array formation. Who was it? Was it the great emperor? One of the people's face became extremely ugly. The woman leading the group said, impossible. If the great emperor makes a move, not to mention the array formation, we will all be turned into ashes. Now, the array formation is just shaking. It seems that someone accidentally encountered our array formation. Ignore it. As soon as she finished speaking, the array formation shook again. It doesn't seem to be an accident. Send someone out to solve it. Hearing this, a middle-aged man among them walked out. After he came out, he found that there were many people. These people had monstrous demonic auras and were very terrifying. However, in his eyes, they were disdainful. The middle-aged man who came out was called Sikong Shan. He was a member of the Sikong family under Bayan. Because of his strength and talent, he was valued by Bayan. Therefore, he was here to carry out the mission. As far as he was concerned, these devil race people were just ants. He said coldly, kneel down and accept your death. I'll give you a quick death. Who are you? The leader of the demon sect was also an expert. His name was Mo Xiao. When he saw someone come out, he was very vigilant. It seems that you guys are behind this. Come back with me obediently and wait for the young master to deal with you. You're courting death. Sikong Shan was angry. A trace of piercing cold light burst out of his eyes. Then, a huge hand came slapping over like an ancient mountain. On the other side, Mo Xiao roared, "Suppress him and bring him back." This time, the demon sect had brought 36 experts. These experts were all elites of the demon sect. When they attacked, they covered the sky and covered the earth. However, the moment they exchanged blows with the other party, the people from the demon sect screamed in agony. Their bodies quickly turned into pieces. No, how could they be so powerful? Mo Xiao was also very frightened. His body was torn apart in an instant. His soul was terrified and wanted to flee. He knew that Mo Xiao was too strong. Mo Xiao was already a quasi-emperor. He thought that he would succeed this time. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. Mo Xiao was able to severely injure him with a single palm strike. Even among quasi-emperors, this was an extremely terrifying existence. Xiaochen wondered how many crown kings he was. Trying to escape? Si Kongshan sneered, "Don't you think it's too late to escape now?" A gust of wind blew, enveloping Mo Xiao's soul and pulling him back. Mo Xiao screamed in horror, "I'm from the Demon Gate. If you dare to attack me, the Demon Gate will not let you off. The entire demon race will not let you off either." Si Kongshan laughed, "You think you can defeat me? No matter how many of you there are, you are just ants in my eyes. You don't deserve to be compared to me. Tell me, who sent you here? How did you discover our formation?" Si Kongshan's eyes shone with a cold light as he started to break Mo Xiao's soul. Mo Xiao screamed in despair. The 36 experts that he brought with him were all killed by a single palm strike. Mo Xiao was the only one who was still alive. However, it seemed that he would not be able to hold on for long. The Demon Gates people were elated. They were too proud of this matter. The other two sects did not have the chance to do it. If they succeeded, they would definitely be put in an important position. However, it did not take long for more than 30 soul jade tablets to shatter. The Demon Gates leader was stunned. How is this possible? Are they all dead? The other two sects were also shocked. They were originally mocking Mo Xiao, but now, they were so frightened that they could not speak. Even if they were the ones who sent out such a lineup, it would be the best. However, they were all killed so quickly. What was going on? The Demon Gates leader was stunned. It seems that we need to go and investigate. The three of them discussed and decided to go. However, Lin Xian came out at this time. He also narrowed his eyes after learning about the situation. Could it be that someone from the Permitha realm had arrived in advance? He said, "Don't go. I'll go and take a look myself." He did not know if it was someone from the Permitha realm or one of the Permitha realm's clans. Lin Xian had fought with the Permitha realm before. He knew that the Permitha realm in the deity land was very powerful. He had countless sects and clans under him. Any single one of them would be able to sweep through an entire region. Who would they send this time around? He wanted to see why these people wanted to attack the Yuhua immortal dynasty. With a flicker, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. On the other side, in the land above the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Mo Xiao's soul had been tortured to the point of hovering between life and death. He was extremely weak. Si Kongshan laughed coldly and said, "Who would have thought that you actually have some backbone? Until now you still won't say it?" Mo Xiao gritted his teeth. "I won't say anything. Also, we have Lin Gongzi behind us. He is extremely powerful. If he comes, he will definitely be able to save me." "Lin Gongzi? Ha 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 ha, you are really stupid. Do you think that there is someone who can fight against me? He probably wouldn't even be able to block a single punch from me." Si Kongshan sneered and shook his head. He was the 8-crown king. How powerful was his strength? He didn't place anyone in his eyes. In his opinion, in this world, other than the great emperor, there was no one else. He could do whatever he wanted. You don't know how powerful Lin Gongzi is. Lin Gongzi is someone who could become a great emperor in the future. Mo Xiao's eyes flashed with hope as he said this. If Lin Gongzi could come, he would be saved. However, he soon laughed bitterly. With Lin Gongzi's strength, why would he personally come to save him? He was afraid that he would die here today. Become a great emperor? He really doesn't know what death is. Since ancient times, how many geniuses wanted to become a great emperor, however, how many of them succeeded? How many geniuses have you seen? What Lin Gongzi? In my opinion, he is just a fool. If he dares to come, I can kill him with a slap. A powerful aura burst out from Si Kongshan's body. This aura caused Mo Zhao's face to turn incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with despair. How is this possible? You were hiding your strength before? Mo Zhao roared in horror. Si Kongshan laughed loudly. Why would I need to use my full strength to deal with ants like you? My true strength is the 8-crown king. How can he be so terrifying? Mo Zhao was in despair. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. Is the 8-crown king very impressive? Who are you? Si Kongshan's face darkened as he shouted coldly. Someone dared to look down on him. Get out here. He roared in anger. The heavens and earth crumbled as a young man walked out from the void. This youth was wearing a black robe. He had a handsome face and a pair of eyes that were incomparably calm. However, they were as deep as the sea of stars. They were boundless. Who are you? Si Kongshan's brows were tightly knitted together. When he saw this youth, he didn't know why. He felt that this youth was unfathomable. Lin Xian laughed. You are really trash. Didn't you say that you would kill me with a slap? Why can't you recognize me now that I am here, Lin Gongzi? Mo Zhao, who was standing at the side, exclaimed. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really come. He was really too happy. This was the hope in a hopeless situation. He hurriedly shouted, Lin Gongzi, be careful. He is very strong. He is the 8-crown king. Don't worry, it's just the 8-crown king. It's not a big deal. It's not like I haven't killed him before. Lin Xian said indifferently. Previously, when he was the 7-crown king, he could kill the 8-crown king. Now that he was the 8-crown king, it would be easy for him to kill someone of the same level. Was he being looked down on? Si Kongshan's face became ferocious. It's been a long time since someone dared to look down on me. Kid, do you know what the consequences are? After saying that, he walked forward. A powerful force emerged from his body, wanting to suppress everything. He cultivated the law of mountains. There were countless mountains around him, and there were fragments of immortal qi on them. They surrounded him like immortal mountains. Not one, but a million. They covered the sky and the earth, causing the void of the entire middle ground to tremble violently. Countless people looked up at the sky in horror. Heavens, what is that? Immortal mountains are descending. Under this pressure, kneel down in fear. Si Kongshan laughed sinisterly. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian's surroundings were extremely quiet, and the void was not damaged. Ling Chen was like a sea-stabilizing needle, stabilizing this part of the world. Seeing this scene, Si Kongshan's pupils constricted. Die for me. Immortal technique, Thousand Mountain Fist. Si Kongshan took out his ultimate technique because he was completely enraged. A shocking force charged toward Lin Xian. Young master, dodge quickly. Emoshi exclaimed from behind. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly in the face of such an attack. In the next moment, he stretched out a finger and gently swiped it in front of him. Heaven and earth were split open. On the tip of his finger, a piercing sword light turned into eternity between heaven and earth. After that finger, Lin Xian's palm fell, and a huge crack appeared in the entire world. Si Kongshan's fist stopped in midair, and his eyes widened. Then, with a crack, his body split in half. How could there be such a terrifying sword technique? Si Kongshan could not believe it even when he was dying. He, the 8-crown king, was killed in a single strike. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The 8-crown king had fallen. Mo Zhao was dumbfounded. This is the descent of the sword god. It's too powerful. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, he looked to the side. Mo Zhao quickly said, there's an array here. This person came out from the array. This array is terrifying. Lin Xian glanced at it and said, it's indeed powerful. However, it's not a problem for me. His eyes were filled with confidence as he prepared to break the array. Inside the array, the people from the deity ground continued to move. They wanted to tear the great emperor apart. They wanted to thoroughly search for the Yuhua celestial dynasty. However, at this moment, a black mist came out from one of the pearls. It was followed by a scream. Seeing this, the expressions of the other two men in black changed. Oh no, Xianxia is dead. The woman leading the group also frowned after hearing this. She turned her head. This is impossible. Xianxia is the 8-crown king. Who can kill him instantly? The other two men in black changed their expressions. There were great emperors in this era. Could it be that the great emperor's sect had made a move? Before they could finish their thoughts, the formation suddenly shook violently once more. Then, a crack was torn open in the formation, and it spread out in all directions. The entire formation was split open. Who is it? Inside the array, 3 people shouted angrily. The woman in the lead was called Nanshan. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had personally set up this array. Naturally, she knew how terrifying it was. However, it could be broken in an instant. How terrifying was this person? Was it a peerless master or a group of people? She looked in front of her and was soon stunned. That was because she saw a handsome man walking in. He was alone. Furthermore, he was a young man. She quickly looked around. Is there an ambush? However, after a while, she was stunned. Lin Xian said, "There's no need to look. I'm the only one here. I alone can suppress everything." What an arrogant statement. Nanshan was stunned. Who in this world dared to be so impudent in front of her? A man in black next to him said, "Kid, do you know who we are? We are immortals in your eyes, yet we don't kneel when we see immortals." Lin Xian shook his head slightly and smiled. Immortal? Do you think you're qualified to be called immortals? He had only cultivated some immortal arts and possessed an immortal chi seed. How dare you call yourself an immortal? You think I don't know where you're from? You're from the celestial land. When the two men in black heard this, their pupils constricted. Even Nanshan sucked in a breath of cold air. There were quite a few people who could discover them. However, very few people knew about the deity ground. Who exactly was this young man in front of him? You have no right to ask me that. Lin Xian walked forward, and a biting cold sword chi appeared in his hand. Sword chi instantly erupted. Damn it, so arrogant. Attack. The two black-robed men on the other side roared angrily as they unleashed their peerless immortal techniques. Immortal art, Hutu. Immortal technique, heartless sword. The earth shook, and many cracks appeared as they charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, there was a strange sword technique that seemed to be piercing through Lin Xian's heart. However, Lin Xian took a step forward and waved his sword chi. Immortal technique, heaven-defying sword. His sword chi continued onward, cutting through everything in its path. This peerless technique was so terrifying. The two black-robed men were terrified. They wanted to attack again, but it was too late. This sword not only broke their immortal technique, but also slashed towards them. They wanted to retreat, but they were still hit. The two of them were cut apart. It was so terrifying, they wanted to recover, but at this moment, another sword slashed towards them. This time, it completely destroyed their souls. The two of them died in despair and fell into a sea of blood. Nanshan's pupils constricted. Damn it, how dare you! In the blink of an eye, all 3 of her subordinates were killed. Those were 3 8-crown champions. Could it be that the other party was a 9-crown champion? His expression was incomparably solemn. I will make you regret this. Nanshan let out a roar as a brilliant glow was emitted from her hand. It was a seal, and it was extremely terrifying. Its aura shot into the sky. The strength of the 9-crown champion was completely unleashed. Nanshan seal. She waved her hand, and the seal was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was a dreamlike scene on it. There were divine trees growing, springs and waterfalls, and immortal mist spreading. Magnificent buildings and palaces also appeared in the mountains. What kind of seal was this? Mo Xiao, who was at the side, was stunned. Even the demon sect master would not be able to block this attack. There were not many people in the world who could block this attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw out a punch. Let me feel the power of the nine-crown champion. He did not need to use any of his trump cards to fight against the nine-crown champion. The golden fist pierced through heaven and earth. It was like an immemorial golden crow flying and colliding with Nanshan. A deafening sound rang out, and flames danced and illusions filled the air. The southern mountain seal had been destroyed. You are only SOSO. Lin Xian used the Nine Suns' divine fist again. It was like thousands of suns appeared in the sky and quickly attacked. Boom. Boom, Nanshan was beaten until she kept retreating. Her blood boiled, and her expression was ugly. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? He took out a flute and played it. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the sky. Emo Zhao's soul immediately split apart. No, he was in despair. But fortunately, Lin Xian blasted out a law, enveloping it. Soul attack? I didn't expect you to be proficient in this. However, it was still not enough. Lin Xian formed hand seals, and a taiji diagram appeared in front of him, spinning slowly. It was incomparably mysterious. The taiji diagram flew over, and the yin-yang sword appeared, slashing through the nine heavens. It fought against the sound of the flute. The yin-yang diagram was too mysterious. The aura he emitted fell. Those strange sounds could not pass through at all. Damn it. Nanshan roared. She waved her hand, and a tail appeared behind her. What kind of demonic beast's tail was this? It was covered with scales, and it was extremely strange. As soon as the tail appeared, it hit the taiji diagram, trying to control it. Then, she played the flute and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The sound of silence. This time, it could destroy the soul. Lin Xian's Rinnegan flew out. Heavenly Tao, Eye of Heaven. A figure flew out from it, like a fairy of the nine heavens. She clapped her hands and hit Nanshan's flute. Nanshan's flute instantly shattered. Nanshan's entire body was also sent flying as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at those eyes, and her body trembled. How can your soul be so powerful? Humph, your strength is only SOSO. You are not qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian walked forward. He waved his hand, an endless sword chi interweaved, turning into a heavenly monument that suppressed forward. No, don't think of suppressing me. Nanshan shouted angrily, wanting to escape. However, she couldn't escape at all. She was suppressed to the ground, and she was so angry that she vomited blood. Lin Xian walked in front of her and said condescendingly, "Tell me your origins. Why did you attack the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Also, how many people did you send this time? How many great emperors came to save half a frog? How do you know everything?" Nanshan was terrified. Lin Xian sneered, "Because I'm a god. Tell me, how many great emperors have come? Don't even think about it." Nanshan gritted her teeth. She would never tell anyone. She even said, "Kid, just you wait. Wait for the great emperors of our immortal ground to come. You're dead. Stupid thing, if you tell me obediently, you can still have a quick death. But now, taste the pain of reincarnation." Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and began to collect the soul. Nanshan let out a miserable cry. She, the nine-crown king, couldn't resist. Because Lin Xian's current strength was really too terrifying. Not long after, his soul was searched. Lin Xian received some news. He narrowed his eyes. Only one great emperor came? Fortunately, the situation wasn't too bad. If he could persuade Emperor Xia to stop that great emperor, it might be possible. However, Emperor Xia's relationship with him was only ordinary. Would he really stop a great emperor for him? Lin Xian didn't think so. Therefore, he had to make a good arrangement to make Emperor Xia and the Supreme Great Emperor clash. This way, he would have a chance to kill half a frog. As for you, there's no need for you to exist. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and killed Nanshan with one strike. Nanshan's body fell to the ground. However, Lin Xian didn't kill him. Instead, he let him fall here. Lin Xian planned to set up a trap with the Yuhua immortal dynasty as the background. A trap that was enough to make two great emperors fight. He entered the sword world and began to search for the treasures in the sword world. The only treasures that could make the great emperors jealous and even fight were in the sword world. However, no matter how hard he searched, Lin Xian still wasn't satisfied. Some fruits were not ripe yet, and some, Lin Xian felt that it was not enough to make the other party fight to the death. He thought of something, the supreme bone. He had just collected Nanshan's soul and learned that a martial monarch had brought 3 nine-crowned kings and a group of experts to save the half-frog. Apart from this, these people also had another mission. Their mission was to explore the Yuhua immortal dynasty. If there was a need, he could destroy the Yuhua celestial dynasty. It seemed like Higan was afraid of something. As for the Supreme Exalted Bone, it was something that the Supreme Exalted Emperor needed in order to be reborn. If Lin Xian took out the Paragon Bone, he would definitely be able to attract the attention of the Emperor from the Permitha realm. At the same time, he thought about it for a moment. Coupled with the longevity lamp, Emperor Xia would definitely be tempted. After all, the Yuhua immortal dynasty was a legendary existence. If the Grand Xia Empire wanted to advance further, they had to obtain the secrets of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to make arrangements. In order to kill half a frog, Lin Xian really went all out. In the vast universe, a streak of light streaked across. This streak of light was way too terrifying. It brought with it immortal qi. It was extremely vast. There was a figure inside. It was a man. From the looks of it, he was in his 30s and was extremely handsome. However, his face was a little pale. However, his true strength was that of a great emperor. He was called Great Emperor Baiyu. Behind him followed a group of powerhouses. Suddenly, Great Emperor Baiyu frowned. He flipped his hand. In his palm, there was a broken soul jade pendant. He snorted coldly. Nanshan, that trash, actually died. Behind him, there were 2 nine-crowned kings. When they heard this, their pupils shrank. Nanshan was dead. Nanshan's strength was the weakest of the 3 nine-crowned kings. However, he wasn't that much weaker. Who could kill Nanshan? Could it be the great emperor of this era? Great Emperor Baiyu, who was in front, said, "The great emperor disdains to make a move on such a person. Moreover, I can sense that the great emperor of this era is watching me." He didn't make a move. 9 crown kings were shocked. It seemed that there was an incredible person in this era. It was getting more and more interesting. Let's go. Great Emperor Baiyu increased his speed and cut through the void. Finally, he arrived at the true spirit world. The entire world was in an intense conflict. As soon as Great Emperor Baiyu approached, the Grand Xia dynasty's Emperor Xia's immortal qi exploded. Boom, a terrifying power swept through the world. The 2 great emperors appeared together. It was as if 2 suns had appeared in the sky, facing each other. This aura directly caused a world-destroying storm. Everyone in the true spirit world was stunned. They prostrated themselves on the ground, terrified. The quasi-emperors felt their scalps go numb. 2 great emperors. How was this possible? Wasn't there only one great emperor in an era? Why was there a second one? It wasn't just the true spirit world. On Burial Earth, all the powerhouses in the universe felt it. They were dumbfounded. This was completely beyond their understanding. The Grand Xia dynasty was even more terrified. Countless people trembled. The 9 great emperors' sons were also gathered together. Their expressions were incomparably grave as they used their imperial bloodlines to resist the attacks. The 9th prince was terrified. Impossible. This is the aura of a great emperor, the 5th prince roared crazily. Hurry up and investigate. Tell me what's going on. They were all crazy. The Grand Xia dynasty activated the array and prepared to investigate. However, at this moment, an order was given. Come back. No one is allowed to go out. Yes, father. The 9th prince and the others turned around and shouted. Father, is this the aura of a great emperor? Is there another great emperor in this era other than you? That's impossible. Didn't your great Tao envelop the universe and dominate the firmament? The 9 great emperor's sons were all crazy. However, the Grand Xia dynasty's expression was extremely solemn. He said, "It is indeed the aura of a great emperor." I can feel the immortal chi on him. Also, there is only one great emperor in each era. This is not wrong. However, what if he is not the great emperor of this era? Hearing this, the 9 great emperor's sons' pupils shrank. Not the great emperor of this world. Did the ancient great emperor come back to life? However, didn't the great emperors only live for 10 or 20,000 years? The Grand Xia dynasty's emperor shook his head and said nothing more. Although these people were his descendants, they were not qualified to know if they had reached this realm. He said, "Stay in the Grand Xia dynasty's palace. Don't go out." After that, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Immortal chi surrounded his feet. Countless people looked up at him as he flew into the 9 heavens. At the same time, Great Emperor Baiyu arrived with her people. The 2 great emperors met for the first time. The 2 great emperors did not speak. Instead, they looked at each other. There was the power of immortal chi in their eyes. True immortal chi was a power that reigned above everything. Soon, their gazes collided with each other. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. Countless strong people and boundary emperors all trembled. Just the collision of their gazes was enough to destroy everything. The people of the dragon tribe were terrified. Dragon Xianxia's expression was solemn. Has the great emperor's aura arrived? In the cave of the eastern wilderness, the half-frog was so excited that it was trembling. It's here. Great. I can feel the power of the other side. Haha, I'm finally coming out. After being suppressed for so many years, I'm finally coming out. How could the half-frog not be happy? In the sky, the 2 emperors faced each other. At this moment, Emperor Xia spoke first. Are you from the mysterious deity ground? Interesting. Emperor Baiyu was also surprised. You guessed my origin in an instant. That's really surprising. The emperors of this era didn't disappoint me. Do you want to join the Otherworld Heavenly King? Emperor Baiyu looked at Emperor Xia and asked in a deep voice. Emperor Xia's pupils shrank. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xian frowned. The situation doesn't look good. It seemed that he had to do something. He couldn't let the 2 emperors work together. Ruzalong, how's the array? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon said, it's basically done. It can be used soon. Lin Xian put the immortal slaying sword in the center of the array. He just needed to set it up and hold the 2 emperors back. Then, he would use the array to kill the frog. Lin Xian's body swayed and disappeared. In the sky. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's heart began to beat rapidly. Join the Otherworld Heavenly King? To be honest, he was tempted. Because this was a chance to become an immortal. If he didn't join the Otherworld Heavenly King, he could only choose to sleep in a few thousand years. Friends, please. Emperor Xia invited Emperor Baiyu and the others into the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, the Great Xia dynasty was shocked. The coexistence of the 2 emperors attracted the attention of the world. At this moment, the universe was stunned. In the palace of the Great Xia dynasty, the 2 emperors were discussing something inside. No one knew what they were talking about. The people outside could only wait. On the other side, the 9 emperors' sons were very curious about the people from the deity ground. They kept looking at them. The people from the deity ground were all arrogant and looked up at the sky. They didn't even care about the emperor's sons. This made the 9 emperors' sons very angry. Were they being looked down on the other side, in the eastern wilderness? In the cave, the frog was mad. What's going on? What are the 2 emperors doing together? They're not fighting. What are they discussing? Aren't they going to save me? Come quickly. He couldn't wait a second. It shouldn't be that the other party came to save it first, right? Why isn't he here yet? He waited for 3 days, and only then did a 9-crown king come, telling him to calm down a bit. The half-frog really wanted to slap the other party's face. However, he held himself back. After all, he still needed the other party's help. Found it. After 9-crown king left, the Rinnegan in the sky disappeared. Sword World. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had finally found the place where the half-frog was. Now, he could set it up. He had already used the Yuhua celestial dynasty as the foundation to let the people of the three great demon races pass on the news. He said that in the Yuhua celestial dynasty, immortal light had appeared recently and treasures had appeared. Legend has it that the secret of longevity of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was that whoever obtained it would be able to live forever. He might even be able to discover the secrets of sovereigns. This news quickly spread. It didn't take long for the people of True Spirit World to find out. It even spread throughout the universe. Countless people were shocked. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at the scene. Who wouldn't want immortality? Wasn't cultivation for the sake of longevity? Those great emperors could only live for tens of thousands of years. After hearing this, the great emperors would probably be jealous. Sure enough, when the news spread to the great Xia dynasty, the 9 great emperors were also shocked. The people of the Permitha realm didn't believe it. The secret of longevity was here. What kind of joke was this? They didn't even have a deity ground. However, a day later, a beam of light pierced through the sky and appeared in the universe. Everyone was shocked. What kind of power was this? It was so magical. Countless people exclaimed. The pupils of the people of the deity ground also shrank. Even the deity ground didn't have this kind of power. This true spirit world was truly mystical. At the same time, in the great Xia dynasty's palace, the 2 great emperors also turned their heads. Their gazes pierced through heaven and earth. Previously, Great Emperor Baiyu had been discussing with Emperor Xia about joining the Permitha realm. He offered many conditions and outlined a beautiful blueprint, which made Emperor Xia very tempted. However, at this moment, the sudden appearance of the light interrupted their conversation. The 2 of them turned their heads. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from their eyes. The sudden appearance of the light was too mysterious. Even the 2 great emperors were shocked. Emperor Xia was the first to exclaim. It was in the direction of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. When Great Emperor Baiyu heard these words, he was also shocked. His other mission this time was related to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He didn't expect to see the phenomenon of the Yuhua immortal dynasty not long after he arrived. Since this was the case, he was prepared to go and visit. Emperor Xia nodded. He also had the same intention. The 2 great emperors joined forces and headed to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. A few cracks had already appeared on the land of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. At this moment, there were experts from all over the heavens and realms investigating the situation. However, when the 2 great emperors arrived, these people all knelt on the ground. Greetings to the great emperors. Whether you were a powerhouse of the older generation, a young genius, or a boundary emperor, you all had to kneel. A bunch of ants, get lost. Before Emperor Xia said anything, Great Emperor Baiyu shouted coldly. His voice swept across the place like a storm. The people kneeling around were all sent flying. Fortunately, no one died. Of course, this was because he was controlling his power. Otherwise, all the living beings below would have died. The surrounding people were frightened and retreated into the distance. Emperor Xiao's brows were tightly knitted together as well. Isn't this great emperor turning the tables on us? However, he didn't say anything. After all, he still wanted to join the Permitha realm. He looked down. What was so magical about this place? His gaze was like 2 divine lamps that pierced through heaven and earth. At this moment, a lamp appeared from the crack below. This bronze lamp was surrounded by a mysterious aura. This was the longevity lamp. After Lin Xian obtained it, he put it away. He didn't find any special use for it, so he took it out. When they saw the longevity lamp, the 2 great emperors were also surprised. What a mysterious flame. However, they didn't immediately make a move. Emperor Xia said, "This lamp is so mysterious. Why don't the 2 of us study it together?" Okay. Great Emperor Baiyu nodded. The 2 of them reached out together and grabbed the longevity lamp. Soon, they caught it. However, at this moment, an even more mysterious aura appeared from below the ground. It was a bone that floated under the ground. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. This was the supreme bone. When they saw this scene, an extremely sharp light burst out from the eyes of the 2 great emperors. Great Emperor Baiyu grabbed at the white bone with his palm. However, the white bone seemed to be very agile and dodged instantly. The ground below was shattered, and the white bone came into the void. Emperor Xia was delighted. With a wave of his hand, his sleeve covered the sky and earth, enveloping the white bone. When he saw this scene, Great Emperor Baiyu was completely furious. He shouted coldly, "Stop!" At the same time, an incomparably terrifying murderous aura erupted from his body and swept across the world. Everyone became terrified. The attack of a great emperor was earth-shattering. Emperor Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. Was he going to attack him again? He roared, and immortal qi exploded from his body, forming a light screen that blocked the attack. Then he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" Emperor Baiyu snorted, "Give me that bone." His voice was ice-cold and carried a commanding tone. This made Emperor Xia very unhappy. He was also a great emperor, high and mighty, sweeping through an era. Since when could someone order him around? He said, "Treasures belong to those who are fated. Since I got it, it means we are fated. How can I give it away? Ridiculous." Emperor Baiyu shook his head, "Treasures belong to those who are strong. Give it to me, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Emperor Xiao's face darkened, and his aura became more and more terrifying. He said, "What if I don't give it to you?" Emperor Baiyu froze, and his eyes burst with extremely cold murderous intent. "What, you don't want to join the Nirvana realm?" These words were already threatening. Emperor Xia said, "Are all the Nirvana realm people like you? If so, it's fine if you don't join. Do you really think that you can go against me just because you've become a martial monarch? There are strong and weak great emperors. I'll let you see the power of the Nirvana realm emperor." Emperor Baiyu was completely furious. He threw his head back and roared as numerous white feathers appeared on his body. They shot up into the clouds, and immortal qi swirled around them. Then he slapped down with his palm. Light burst out from his palm, breaking through heaven and earth, trying to tear the entire world apart. "How dare you!" The Xia Emperor was enraged as well. With a flick of his robes, he transformed them into mountains and rivers that stretched for thousands of miles, forming a world of their own. As the great emperor of this era, he was not only the master of the Grand Xia dynasty, but also the master of the Nirvana realm and even the universe. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. With a booming sound, thousands of miles of the world was pierced. The remaining power was blocked by Emperor Xia. He said in a low voice, "If you want to fight, let's fight in the outer realm." Immortal light burst out from his body, covering Emperor Baiyu. The two charged into the 9 heavens, and the outer realm of the starry sky was completely destroyed. After the two left the true spirit world, they started to fight. It was just a single strike. Hundreds of stars in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. The true spirit world also shook violently. The people in the true spirit world knelt on the ground. They looked up at the sky with fear on their faces. Heavens, a battle between the great emperors. 2 great emperors had appeared in the same era. Furthermore, the 2 great emperors were fighting one another. This was probably something that had not happened for tens of thousands of years. Now that they had seen it, he wondered if he was lucky or unlucky. It turned out to be a fight. On the side of the dragon clan, Long Xiaotian looked up and frowned tightly. He had always felt that he was very close to becoming a great emperor. However, now that he felt the great war in the extraterritorial realm, he felt that he was a great emperor. Only then did he realize that there was still such a huge gap between him and the great emperors. Strength, I want great strength, I want to increase my strength, he clenched his fists tightly. Eastern Wilderness. Half Frog also frowned. What's going on? Why are you fighting with Emperor Xia? This time, was the great emperor sent by the deity ground reliable? He was very depressed. Until now, he still hadn't been saved. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was smiling. This was great. A bone of supremacy had finally caused a battle between 2 great emperors. Next, he could carry out his plan, which was to kill the other half of the frog. Extremely cold killing intent burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. He already knew where Half Frog was. It was in the Eastern Wilderness. This time, he directly went to the Eastern Wilderness to kill. He was very fast. He tore open the void and soon arrived in the Eastern Wilderness. In the vast mountains, there was a cave residence. Lin Xian cut open the cave residence with a sword, and there was a monstrous demonic aura inside. Half-Frog also shouted angrily, "Who is it? How dare you attack me?" His voice was like thunder. In the next moment, his brain swelled, and his pupils shrank. "It's you?" His whole body became ferocious, and he was so angry that he kept jumping. "Despicable kid, it's you. You actually came 100,000 years later." His killing intent surged. In an instant, he leaped out like an archaean demonic beast. He slammed into the ground, shattering the void. But not long after, he screamed. The chains on his back restrained him and pulled him back again. He fell to the ground and was extremely unwilling to accept this. "Damn it, if I wasn't suppressed, I could kill you with one claw. It's all your fault. I came here and can't merge. Don't worry, I'll be out soon. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. I won't let you be reincarnated 100 times. Half-Frog was murderous. "You want to go back and merge? You want to regain your freedom? Dream on. This time, I'm here to send you on your way. I'll completely destroy your heart and soul." Lin Xian sneered. "Little ant, you? Do you know that I'm a great emperor? You're just a small 8-crown champion. The difference between us is like the difference between heaven and earth. You can't even break through my defense, let alone kill me." Half-Frog seemed to have heard the funniest joke. He laughed out loud. Indeed, even if he stood there and let a group of 9-crown champions attack him, he wouldn't be injured. That was the difference in strength. Moreover, it was a huge gap. Numbers couldn't make up for it. Only by gathering true immortal chi could it. "You're wrong." Lin Xian sneered. "First, you're just half a great emperor. You don't have immortal chi to protect you. So, you're not unkillable. Second, although I'm the 8-crown champion, the trump cards in my hand are not something you can imagine. So, it's not impossible for me to kill you." Lin Xian smiled confidently. Half-Frog's heart pounded wildly. What was going on? Seeing Lin Xian smile, he actually panicked. Impossible. He wanted to comfort himself. But in the next moment, he discovered that a huge formation had appeared around him. It formed a spatial gate and enveloped him. Was it teleporting him away? Damn it, don't even think about it. He jumped again, wanting to smash the spatial gate. At this moment, Lin Xian decisively used the heaven-swallowing jar. The black jar turned into a vortex and slammed over, floating above Half-Frog's head. That huge whirlpool swallowed half of the frog and the demonic palace together. In the next moment, the invisible man teleported and disappeared from the eastern wilderness. Not many people noticed this process. However, Dragon Xiaotian frowned. That's not right. That guy's aura disappeared. Could it be that he's free? That shouldn't be. The 2 great emperors above are still fighting. He was very confused. In the sky, Great Emperor Baiyu, who was fighting in the starry sky, also changed his expression. He also felt that the half-emperor's aura had disappeared. What's going on? He was confused, but soon, he didn't care anymore. So what if it disappeared? Although the other party was only half a body, he was still a half-emperor. In this world, only Emperor Xia was capable of harming him. Emperor Xia was fighting with him now, so the other party was absolutely safe. He didn't pay any more attention to them. He was going to seize the Supreme Being Bone first. In the vast universe, in addition to the 2 great emperors fighting, in another place in the universe, a spatial gate teleported out. Then, demonic chi filled the sky. It was a demon palace with half a frog tied up. Opposite it stood 3 figures, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the Toad. This place should be far enough. The Toad looked around. Although it could still feel the aura of the great emperors fighting, it was already very far away. The Crimson Dragon said, "It should be fine." Lin Xian nodded. "Don't worry, this is his burial place." Half-Frog was so angry that he vomited blood. The 3 little ants kept saying that they wanted him to die. He couldn't stand the so-called burial ground. Indeed, although he was sealed now, it didn't mean that he couldn't fight back. A huge claw, covering the sky and the earth, fell down. This was the physique of a great emperor. It was extremely powerful. As soon as he made his move, the surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The vast power made all the creatures on the surrounding planets fall to the ground. What was going on? These people were all stunned. They could feel that there were two great emperors fighting in the distant universe. What? Now the aura of a great emperor appeared? Had this era changed? How could there be three great emperors? I must be dreaming. The two quasi-emperors on the nearby planets slapped their own mouths. They wanted to wake up from their sleep. Lin Xian used the sky-swallowing jar and created many black vortexes, enveloping them and blocking this attack. The next moment, he said to the Crimson Dragon, "Do it." The dark red divine dragon nodded. With a roar, it transformed into a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. Its claws danced non-stop. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the sword world. From within, an array formation appeared. The array formation was extremely spectacular. As soon as it appeared, countless dragon roars shook the 9 heavens. The quasi-emperors on the nearby planets were stunned. They looked up. What was this? Dragon? The sky was full of dragons. Each of them was extremely terrifying, sweeping across the world. So many dragons gathered together. Was this dragon race trying to defy the heavens? Boom. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The giant dragons covered the sky and Half Frog was enveloped. Half Frog was originally disdainful. He didn't care about the 3 little ants. Even if the other party had an extreme weapon, so what? They couldn't do anything to him. However, when this array formation appeared, his expression changed. What a terrifying dragon. Did the dragon race cooperate with the other party? No, this was not a living dragon. This was a dragon vein, a supreme-grade dragon vein. Half Frog, as a great emperor, saw at a glance that there were 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins. Was the other party using the power of these dragon veins to set up an array formation? Clearly, it was a super array formation. So what if it was a formation? Even a great emperor-level formation might not be able to kill me. The Half Frog roared again and again. Is that so? Just you wait and see. Today, I will kill you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He pulled out the immortal slaying sword and placed it in the middle of the formation. The immortal slaying sword shone brightly, emitting a resonant killing intent that coordinated with the 9,999 dragons. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon was rapidly approaching from afar. Immortal Extermination Array, rise, a terrifying murderous sword chi appeared between heaven and earth, making the Half Frog's hair stand on end. He stared at the immortal slaying sword with his eyes wide open. How is this possible? Why do you have this sword? Wasn't this sword lost long ago? Where did you get it? Obviously, he recognized the immortal slaying sword. You are setting up the immortal slaying sword formation. Half Frog's face turned green. He had never seen the immortal slaying sword formation with his own eyes, but he was the great emperor of the Nirvana realm after all. He knew many secrets and ancient legends. The Nirvana realm once had many enemies. Although these people were all gone, they had once caused heavy losses to others. One of them was very terrifying. This person was the owner of the immortal slaying sword. Not only did he have the immortal slaying sword, but he also had 3 other battle swords. The 4 battle swords could form the immortal slaying sword formation, which had once killed several great emperors of the Nirvana realm. This was a killing sword that had truly been stained with the blood of the great emperors. It was famous, however, it was said that back then, that person was also defeated by the joint forces of the Nirvana realm. In the end, even the 4 battle swords disappeared in the vast universe. Unexpectedly, the immortal slaying sword appeared again. Moreover, it was in the hands of this kid in front of him. If I kill you and take the immortal slaying sword, the Lord will definitely be happy. At that time I will definitely make a great contribution. His eyes were red. Lin Xian sneered, you still want to take the treasure now? Do you think you can survive? Lin Xian roared again. He summoned the great dragon sword's soul and also poured it into the formation. This time, the formation was completely formed. No, damn it. The Half Frog's face changed again. He felt the horror of the sword chi. Before, he didn't care much. With only one immortal slaying sword, he thought he could still compete. But now, when he saw this formation, he panicked. Although there was only one immortal slaying sword, it had the Great Dragon Sword Soul and 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique. With this immortal slaying sword, who knew what kind of power it would produce? No, he had to fight back quickly. The claws kept waving, and the surrounding void kept shattering. It seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. When it hit the array formation shook violently. The toad said, "Is it okay?" Lin Xian said, "The formation has been activated. It won't be broken so easily. Now, let him see the power of the immortal slaying sword formation." As soon as his voice fell, the immortal slaying sword made a loud and clear sound. The Great Dragon Sword Soul revolved around it, and the Great Dragon Sword Soul absorbed the power of the 999 dragon veins. The sword slashed out and hit the half-frog's claw. It made a clanging sound. The half-frog's claw was sent flying, and a crack appeared on it. Was he injured? Damn it. The half-frog let out a crazy roar. How could the power of this formation be so strong? He remembered the ancient legend. The immortal slaying sword formation had really killed the great emperor, and more than one. Could it be that he was going to die under the immortal slaying sword formation? Damn it, I don't believe it. Although he didn't have immortal chi, he was still a great emperor's physique. He used his physique to fiercely bombard the surrounding formation. He wanted to break these supreme-grade dragon veins. However, at this moment, the sword formation was already surrounded by sword chi all over the sky. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was invincible, and the immortal slaying sword formation was murderous. The combination of the two completely destroyed the half-frog's attack. This made the half-frog go crazy. He really couldn't believe that such a terrifying attack could be easily blocked by this formation. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile, as expected of the legendary immortal slaying sword formation. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were also excited. Could it be that they could kill a great emperor? Thinking of this, they were all dancing with joy. Little White jumped out, holding a spiritual fruit, and sat in the void, eating the fruit while watching the show. Kill, Lin Xian and the others fiercely attacked. The sword chi all over the sky hit the half-frog's body, forcing it to retreat. A few more cracks appeared on the half-frog's body, and a few drops of emperor blood dyed the void red. The surrounding world couldn't bear it at all, and even the nearby planets kept collapsing. Not good. The people on the planets were horrified. What is this? This is the blood of a great emperor. Run. Even those quasi-emperors fled frantically. Damn it, how could this be? The half-frog was unusually furious. He was actually injured. He was injured by 3 ants, it was unbearable. How about it? Do you still dare to question our strength now? Do you really think that I can't kill you today? Lin Xian sneered. Half-frog was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn brat, come and fight if you have the guts. This emperor will slap you to death. After Lin Xian heard this, he shook his head and sneered. Are you out of your mind? The Toad said. Are you retarded? We are just quasi-emperors, you are a great emperor. Do you think you have the nerve to say such words? Where is your face? Half-frog was so angry that he vomited blood. He felt very angry. He roared angrily and rushed in all directions again, trying to escape. Damn ant, you have completely angered me. Today, I will let you see the true power of a great emperor. Half-frog roared angrily and lay down half of his body. There was a terrifying light pulsating, and a powerful force swept out. Lin Xian and the others were shocked back. The Toad also exclaimed, Damn, is this immortal chi? It wasn't immortal energy. This fellow wanted to go all out. Be careful. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Half-frog was really serious. The aura emitted from his body made the surrounding sun, moon, and stars all fall. In the end, his powerful soul pressed down. The whole universe was shaking. Lin Xian and the others felt that their souls were about to split. Lin Xian hurriedly took out the sky-swallowing jar. There was a black vortex above their heads to resist this aura. It was just an extreme weapon, it couldn't save their lives. Half-Frog spat out a terrifying poison. This was the poison of a great emperor, which could corrode everything. Sure enough, as soon as it appeared, it made the black vortex shake as if it was about to shatter. Then, Half-Frog attacked again. His claws became extremely sharp, with a demonic light, cutting through heaven and earth. Boom, the black vortex was torn apart and was about to smash Lin Xian and the others into pieces. But at this time, Lin Xian and the others once again activated the immortal slaying sword formation. A sword, across the sky. It blocked this claw and slashed back with lightning-like power. With a clang, half of the frog was forced back again. Damn it. He was so angry that he roared crazily. He was so close to killing the other party. Lin Xian was furious. He said, "We can't be careless anymore. Kill him quickly. It would be troublesome if another emperor monarch came." Half a frog was really too terrifying. Even if they were suppressed, the celestial slaying sword could almost kill them. Therefore, they had to give it their all. "Alright, I will cooperate with you and burn 9,999 peak-grade dragon veins." The crimson dragon made a seal with its palms. On Lin Xian's side, cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He used his powerful soul power to control the entire formation. Buzz. The immortal slaying sword in the formation shook violently, emitting a shocking force. Sensing this power, the half-frog's face darkened once more. This was the power of immortal slaying. This was killing intent. Not good. He raised his head and roared angrily. His body blossomed with 10,000 rays of light that pulsed non-stop. Even though he did not have any immortal chi, he had fully utilized his flesh of the martial monarch realm. Boom. The half-frog rushed over again. It was so fast that Lin Xian and the others could not react in time. This was not the speed of a quasi-emperor at all. This was the speed of a great emperor. Lin Xian activated his Rinnegan to the extreme. He could only capture a trace of an afterimage. No, the immortal slaying sword seemed to have sensed the power of the half-frog and took the initiative to attack. The sword slashed over, splitting heaven and earth. A shadow was slashed out. The half-frog screamed. Half of his body had been split open. His bones appeared and blood dyed the 9 heavens red. In the next moment, the universe in that place was constantly shattering. Several planets were directly torn apart, turning into a land of death. When the quasi-emperors in the distance saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Heavens, the half-frog was a great emperor and had the blood of a great emperor. But what was going on with those young people? How could a quasi-emperor kill a great emperor? Was this a joke? They were all crazy. The half-frog also couldn't believe it. How could it be like this? Great, the power of the immortal slaying sword had completely erupted. Then I'll send you to hell in one go. Lin Xian roared. He continued to activate the immortal slaying sword and slashed over. The immortal slaying sword had the power to slay heaven, earth, and immortals. At this moment, it erupted. Up to the 9 heavens, down to the 9 underworlds, the stars all shook. With another sword, the half-frog was sent flying again. Heaven and earth shattered, as if it had turned into eternal light. At this moment, even the 2 great emperors who were fighting far away felt it. They all stretched out their souls and looked into the distance. What was there? Why did they feel a power that made them shocked? Did another great emperor appear? Dragon Xiaotian also felt it. Why was there so much power of the dragon? What was it? He was extremely shocked. Some people from the dragon race felt their scalps go numb. They felt the power of the supreme-grade dragon vein. Previously, they had lost too many supreme-grade dragon veins in the war with the demon race. It caused their vitality to be greatly damaged. And now, these supreme-grade spirit veins actually appeared in the same place. Someone was setting up a trap. What? They didn't know. And on the other side, Lin Xian sped up this time. He knew that once the 2 great emperors came over, he wouldn't have a chance to make a move again. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party completely. Kill. 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 Lin Xian roared crazily. The 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins burned, providing a huge amount of power. The immortal slaying sword kept attacking. Every time, half of the frog's body was split open. The last time, half of the frog's body was completely split open. It was split into two halves. Half of the frog was very miserable. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that his broken body couldn't be completely healed in a short time. Damn it, it was the power of the great dragon sword soul. Damn it, previously, his body was split open. Other than the demon emperor, there was also the power of the great dragon sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't be half of his body. Now, he was slashed by the power of the great dragon sword. Damn it. He could feel his life slipping away. The other party's trump card really had the possibility of killing him. The great emperors were high and mighty and had immortal chi, but it didn't mean that they couldn't die. The great battle in the past had turned many great emperors into white bones. It wasn't easy for the half-frog to live until now. He didn't want to die like this. He hadn't become an immortal yet. He wanted longevity. He wanted to live forever. He couldn't die in the hands of these little ants. He let out an unwilling roar, "Fellow Taoist from the other side, come and save me." Even if you are at the edge of the universe, you can still hear the great emperors cry for help. Sure enough, in the sky above the true spirit world, two great emperors were fighting. Great Emperor Baiyu frowned. What was going on? He heard someone crying for help. Was it the half-frog he wanted to save? How could it be the other party who was in danger? It shouldn't be. Who was it? Was it those supremes in the forbidden land of life? Damn it. He roared angrily and tore the void apart. He wanted to go. Was the other party leaving? Emperor Xia heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fighting with the other party had put him under a lot of pressure. The other party was indeed a great emperor who had walked out of the legendary Permitha. He was really too strong. But fortunately, the other party was leaving now. Just as he relaxed, Great Emperor Baiyu, who had torn open the void, suddenly turned his head. A cruel smile appeared in his eyes. Immortal technique, blade of light. A ray of light broke the sky and the earth. The stars were destroyed. Then, the world was split open. The Xia Emperor cried out in pain as well. His left hand had actually been severed. Following that, the Emperor's bone fell from his left hand. In the next moment, it was grabbed by a huge claw and brought to the side of Great Emperor Baiyu. "I'll take this." Great Emperor Baiyu entered the space crack. Damn it. The Xia Emperor had gone completely mad. His eyes were bloodshot. Stay here. How could he endure such a big loss? He had been a great emperor for 15,000 years. He had been high and mighty for 15,000 years. In these 15,000 years, no one dared to challenge him. He had not known the feeling of being injured for a long time. Now, he was injured. Moreover, he was ambushed. Unforgivable. Father. Below, the 9 Supremes princes were also terrified. Was their father injured? As for Emperor Xia, he roared into the sky. His loud voice shattered the world. Then, in the Grand Xia Empire, a long sword appeared. It was a golden sword. It was Emperor Xia's sword. Held in his hand, it was an extreme weapon. At this moment, when it was used by a great emperor, it was really terrifying to the extreme. With a slash of the sword, it was as if it could cut open the universe. The void was completely shattered. Great Emperor Baiyu was also shaken out by the sword. He did not succeed in leaving. At this moment, his face was cold. You dare to stop me, so what if I stop you? You dare to hurt me? I will take revenge today. As a great emperor, how could he allow himself to be defeated? He was the strongest in this era. Even if the other party was from the Permitha, he could not. Courting death. A pair of white wings appeared behind Great Emperor Baiyu's back. As he flapped his wings, the stars in the sky lost their radiance. He wanted to escape with the paragon bone. Emperor Xia, on the other hand, had already taken out the Emperor Xia's sword and would not give up so easily. Emperor Xia's sword cut through the heavens and the earth, and he clashed with his opponent yet again. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others were extremely nervous. However, after a while, they realized that the other emperor hadn't appeared. This allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xian said, "That's great. Looks like you're not that lucky. Half Frog went crazy. How could this be, damned idiot, what else do you have to delay? Hurry up and save me. He was crazy. What could be more important than him? He was about to die. Little did he know that martial monarch Baiyu was vomiting blood in her heart too. Originally, he wanted to save half of the frog's body. He planned to ambush the other party before he left. That way, he could kill many birds with one stone. But who would have thought? Emperor Xia was actually this crazy, looking as if he would never give up. Both sides were really angry. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back in a short time. Lin Xian and the others all laughed. If your luck is bad, then stay here forever. 100,000 years later. He roared to the sky and activated the immortal slaying sword formation with all his strength. The immortal slaying sword formation erupted with endless power. 3,000 stars turned into sword chi and swept across the world. This will be the place where you will be buried. With a roar, the immortal slaying sword formation completely enveloped half of the frog. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the world, and the stars in the universe were all collapsing. The immortal slaying sword had once killed a great emperor. This sword was extremely sharp. At this moment, it erupted with all its strength, turning that place into chaos. Was it over? The Crimson Dragon and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the primal chaos. A big claw stretched out. Half Frog roared crazily, I am a great emperor, immortal and indestructible. I will not die in your hands. It was still alive. The Crimson Dragon's face became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian frowned as well. Is this the power of a great emperor? It was only half a body. The immortal slaying sword formation that they had carefully arranged couldn't kill it, it was really too terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying it was, so what? The immortal slaying sword formation had once killed a great emperor. It could do it before, and it could do it now. Kill it for me. Lin Xian roared angrily again. He opened the sword world again, and some of the power in the sword world also emerged. The dragon sword spirit roared. It actually poured into the immortal slaying sword. The immortal slaying sword seemed to have a soul. It released another peerless sword. This sword seemed to be able to cut through the ancient times. No, half of the frog let out a desperate roar. In the next moment, its huge body was enveloped by sword chi. With a rumbling sound, the entire universe was split in half. Lin Xian's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Little White, who was beside him, hurriedly took out a lot of spirit fruits from the sword world, as well as the divine spring of life, and gave it to Lin Xian to swallow. Lin Xian ate it and recovered a bit of strength. Then, they all looked ahead nervously. This time, that half of the frog should be dead. The front was still chaotic, but there was no more half of the frog's figure. Dead, it was really dead. The Crimson Dragon roared, and the toad also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's expression also eased. He began to summon the immortal slaying sword. In the shattered void in front of him, 2 rays of light flew out. It was the immortal slaying sword and the dragon sword spirit. At this moment, the two had already separated and returned to Lin Xian's body. The 9,999 top-grade dragon veins had been exhausted, and not a single one was left. This made the Crimson Dragon feel extremely regretful. With so many top-grade dragon veins, if they could be kept for 100,000 years, it would be a shocking fortune. Probably even the great emperor family did not have such a foundation. However, Lin Xian did not feel that it was a pity. Although these spirit veins were gone, he had killed half of the frog after all. In this way, the green-robed great emperor would not be able to fully recover. In the future, it would be much easier to kill the green-robed great emperor. At least, it would be easier than killing a real great emperor. Buzz, between heaven and earth, there was suddenly a sorrowful cry, and then, there was a rain of blood. Gradually, from this area, it drifted to all the planets in the universe. They looked up at the sky in horror. What is this? The true spirit world was naturally enveloped by this rain of blood. They were shocked. Long Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the great emperor had fallen? They had heard that legend had it that only the fall of an extremely terrifying powerhouse would have such a sorrow. In the starry sky, the two people fighting also stopped. Emperor Xia frowned. The other great emperor Baiyu seemed to have gone crazy. Dead, that half of the frog, is it dead? Impossible. Who was it that did it? This time, he no longer paid attention to Emperor Xia. He frantically tore the void and flew into the distance. How could this be? Half of the frog was dead, how could he explain it? Who was it? Who did it? Get out of here! He roared crazily. His soul quickly probed out and spread throughout the universe. In the vast universe, a rain of blood fell. The faces of Lin Xian and the others changed. They could sense a powerful aura approaching them at a rapid pace. It's the arch. Let's go. They quickly left. At this moment, Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to envelop half of the frog's body and took it away. This was the corpse of the arch. It contained endless power. He would definitely not give it up. After doing this, he tore open the void and left. In the next moment, a white feather slashed down from the sky, shattering heaven and earth. The Archbayou descended. He roared crazily, "Damn it, who is it? Who is it? Is it really dead?" He used his emperor-level soul to investigate and found that half of the frog was really killed. A half-step the arch died just like that, he felt his hair stand on end. What kind of terrifying existence was hidden in this universe? This aura belonged to the Archbayou. As expected of an emperor-level figure. His soul was so powerful that he could feel many terrifying auras. At the same time, he also felt the auras of 3 little ants. 3 quasi-emperors were here. Impossible. These 3 quasi-emperors couldn't even break through the defense of the arch. How could they appear in this place? Whatever, they must know something. I'll capture them and search their souls. The Archbayou's eyes shone brightly. He waved his hand, and a painting appeared in front of him. Then, he injected the auras of the 4 people he collected into the painting. In the next moment, the painting covered the sky and earth, covering the entire universe. From the painting, 4 figures appeared. They were Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Little White, and the Toad. In the universe, Wuxia looked up at the sky again. What happened? Where did this painting come from? The Archbayou's cold voice sounded. Whoever captures these 4 people will be taught the Thearch as the Arch Mystique. Boom, this news was like a thunderclap in the universe. Countless people went crazy, their eyes turning red. The divine ability of a great emperor was a supreme art. They all thought of it, especially those quasi-emperors. They all prepared to take action. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, there were still some people who were dumbfounded. For example, those from the demon race. They exclaimed, "This is Lin Gongzi. How did Lin Gongzi offend a great emperor?" The people of the Dragon clan also exclaimed, "Dragon God, it's the Dragon God. He's still alive. That's great." Their relationship with Lin Xian was complicated. On the one hand, they should be like Long Xiaotian, hostile to each other. However, Lin Xian had saved them. They owed a debt of gratitude to an ancient expert of the dragon race. Therefore, they didn't want him to die. Now that he saw Lin Xian and the others again, he was naturally happy. However, they soon became worried again. Lin Xian had offended a great emperor. The situation was not good. This guy was really like a lingering spirit. He was still not dead even after all this. Long Yu snorted coldly. Long Xiaotian was the same. He narrowed his eyes and frowned. Could it be that this kid had something to do with the fall of the great emperor? Imperial father, what is going on? The 9 princes also came to Emperor Xia's side to ask. Because everything that had happened before was really too strange. Emperor Xia's brows were tightly furrowed. This kid was probably related to the fall of the previous great emperor. The 9th prince said, could it be that he did it? When these words came out, the other princes also sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible? The 5th prince shook his head frantically. What kind of existence was a great emperor? Even if 10,009 crown kings attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt a great emperor at all. This guy wasn't 9 crown king yet. How could he kill a great emperor? However, no matter what they said, the quasi-emperors in the universe had already started to move. They wanted to capture Lin Xian and the others. In the vast universe, a black whirlpool was floating. Within the whirlpool, there was a black whirlpool. Lin Xian and the others had already entered the sword world. In order to avoid the detection of the great emperors, they came in. After entering, Lin Xian placed the heaven-swallowing jar on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the great emperors appeared in the heaven-swallowing jar. A monstrous blood aura filled the air. The crimson dragon frowned. What a strong resentment. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to absorb it. Lin Xian also nodded. The power of the great emperors contained true immortal qi. If they wanted to absorb it directly, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In addition, the resentment on this half-frog's body. They didn't dare to absorb it. However, they wouldn't waste it. He said, although it can't be absorbed, it can provide power. In the future, it can be fully recovered, the great dragon sword soul, or an extreme weapon. This was a super strong energy. The toad said, I want to try. He was really too excited. This half-frog was of the same species as him, so the toad really wanted to try. Lin Xian said, it's very dangerous. The toad said, this is my only chance. Kid, your trump card is heaven-defying, and your talent is super strong. Becoming a great emperor is no problem. But it's different for us. Even in this era where the immortal ground descended, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to become a great emperor. Now there's such a frog here. If I don't absorb it, there's no justice. Although it's dangerous, I'm willing to give it a try. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, then give it a try. But remember, your life is the most important. Don't worry, kid, I won't court death. The toad said. Next, the toad began to try to absorb the power of this half-frog. After Lin Xian and the others recovered a little, they came out. After coming out, his little face darkened. Because he also saw that the picture scroll in the universe was the four of them. It seemed that there were already many people who had ideas about them. Next, there would probably be endless battles. Let me see, who dares to come? The crimson dragon snorted angrily. Now that he was also a 7-crown king, he was very close to becoming an 8-crown king. Maybe he could persevere in battle and break through to become a 7-crown king. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. Lin Xian said, don't do anything. Spread the news. I want to see who dares to come. The news he was talking about was naturally the news that they had killed a great emperor. When this news came out, those quasi-emperors would probably be scared silly. Soon, Lin Xian and the others spread the news. In an instant, everyone in the universe knew. What did you say? These 4 people had killed a great emperor. That was impossible. Who were they? They were at most quasi-emperors. How could they kill a great emperor? Some people said, I think it's possible. After all, another great emperor is chasing after them. At this time, who would dare to admit that they had killed a great emperor? However, the 4 of them dared. This showed that the 4 of them had enough trump cards. Some quasi-emperors already felt their scalps go numb. If they went up to someone who had killed a great emperor, wouldn't they be courting death? Therefore, they immediately gave up. Of course, some people didn't believe it. They wanted to see it with their own eyes. Finally, they found Lin Xian and wanted to see Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes. Of course, the price was to go to hell. In the universe, more than a dozen quasi-emperors gathered together and attacked Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian used the immortal slaying sword and killed all these people. This scene also spread out. The powerhouses in the universe exclaimed, damn it, he's so strong. I believe now that he can kill a great emperor. A boundary emperor is not his match at all. I can't find it anymore. Although the great emperor's supernatural power was good, his life was more important. The entire universe fell into shock. The dragon race and the people of the great Xia dynasty were even more shocked. It was actually killed by the other party. This was impossible, right? They were deeply suspicious. When Great Emperor Baiyu heard this news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, is this a challenge to me? Is this a slap to my face? He must catch the other party and destroy his soul. After the news spread out, no more boundary emperors came. Lin Xian had a lot less trouble. What he was thinking now was not how to kill a great emperor, but how to go back. After all, he was from 100,000 years in the future. Previously, he relied on the river of time to come here. Now, if he wanted to go back, he had to rely on the power of time. This power was really too mysterious. Even a great emperor might not be able to control it. Otherwise, half a frog would have gone back long ago. If he wanted to go back now, it would be very troublesome. He was not very familiar with 100,000 years in the future. He could only ask DeLong. DeLong said, if it's in this era, it really does have the power of time. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked, where is it? DeLong said, there are two ways. First, you can dig in the ancient land. You might be lucky and dig out the power of time. Lin Xian's face darkened. Impossible. The ancient land was too big. No one could guarantee that they could dig it out. DeLong nodded. Then there's only the second way, which is to go to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. I remember that there was an ancient altar in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty 100,000 years ago that had the power of time. It was said that it was called the Time Altar. If you can find that altar, you might be able to go back. Time altar? After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. Okay, let's do that. He saw the hope of going back. Now that he had killed half a frog, his strength had also increased. Next, it was time to go back. But before that, he still had some things to do. Previously, other than collecting 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins, he had also collected some dragon veins. Now, he was going to distribute these dragon veins all over the universe and wait for 100,000 years to collect them again. This time, a total of 3,000 dragon veins were distributed to 3 different places. Each place had 1,000 dragon veins hidden in different parts of the universe. He wondered how much would be left after 100,000 years. After making all these arrangements, Lin Xian prepared to head to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. At the same time, Great Emperor Baiyu had also gone mad. He was prepared to kill Lin Xian. However, that fellow was extremely well hidden. Sometimes, even he was unable to find him. This made him extremely shocked. He was a high and mighty martial monarch. How could he not be able to find an ant? How could he have known that Lin Xian possessed the ancient land? Not even the great sovereign would be able to find him after entering the ancient land. Once again, he arrived at the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The current Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was different from 100,000 years later. After 100,000 years, there would still be many immortal platforms. But now, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was completely quiet. There were all kinds of buildings and palaces. However, there was no one, and there was no sound. It was abnormally quiet, so quiet that it made one panic. They were back here again. The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. However, why was the atmosphere so strange? Was there anyone here? He roared. His voice echoed throughout the entire Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. However, no one responded. Damn, it couldn't be that there was no one here, right? Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to check and said, perhaps 100,000 years ago was not the time for them to awaken. Let's go and find the time altar. Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan to check. The Crimson Dragon's soul also spread out. Little White also held a treasure bowl and blinked her big black eyes. Suddenly, there was a tremor in front of him. This power was terrifying. It surpassed that of a quasi-emperor and belonged to a higher level of power. They hurriedly used the heaven-swallowing jar to block it. Their blood and chi were surging. What was that? The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise. Little White also jumped up. She babbled, what a big shadow. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He saw a huge black shadow floating between heaven and earth in front of him. It hadn't appeared before. It should have appeared suddenly. The tremor just now was from the other party. Was this an extreme weapon? Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying extreme aura from the other party. This thing was actually here. DeLong was also surprised. Lin Xian asked, what is it? DeLong said, the Emperor's seal. This was the seal used by the emperor. After Lin Xian heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the emperor's item. Although it was not the emperor's weapon, it was definitely an extreme weapon. Moreover, it had a special meaning. The emperor's seal was extraordinary. Lin Xian and the others looked forward. They only felt their souls shaking. This huge seal contained a will like that of the heavens, as well as an extremely terrifying comprehension. Lin Xian and the others couldn't understand it at all. However, they knew that this was incomparably profound, perhaps formidable to the extreme. But what was the use of it? Lin Xian didn't know. He could only ask. De Long said, his power is enough to sweep through the universe. But now, he can't use it. However, you can do something else. Didn't you release the longevity lamp and the supreme bone in order to set up a trap? You can take it back now. Take it back? Lin Xian was stunned. Snatching treasures from the hands of two emperors? Did he want to die? Although he had killed half a frog before, he had used up all his trump cards and set up for a long time before he succeeded. Moreover, half a frog only had the body of a great emperor and no immortal chi. It was suppressed by the demon palace and couldn't use its full strength. That was why it died. But now, the two great emperors were at their peak, the two strongest great emperors. How could he be a match for them? De Long said, you don't have to fight with them. With this imperial seal, you can take it back. Of course, after you return, it won't be in your hands. Instead, it will return to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. However, the Yuhua immortal dynasty will owe you a favor. This was a very cost-effective matter. To be able to make the Yuhua immortal dynasty owe you a favor. If you encounter danger in the future, you might be able to get the Yuhua immortal dynasty to help you solve it. Is that true? Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Previously, he took the supreme bone to give it to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Although the time wasn't right now. However, as long as he could make the other party remember his favor, it would be enough. Alright, let's do it that way. Lin Xian nodded. De Long said, I'll try to communicate with him. Lin Xian walked forward. He arrived in front of the imperial seal. At this moment, the extreme weapon above his head, the heaven-swallowing jar, displayed its full power. It enveloped his body. Otherwise, a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to come here. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He looked up ahead and placed his hand on it. Immediately, the imperial seal emitted a power that shook the surroundings. Lin Xian felt that his arm was about to shatter. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul surged into his palm. He was able to resist this power. In the next moment, a deep voice sounded. A deep voice sounded, it's you. This voice came from the imperial seal. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The imperial seal's voice was bleak. The great dragon sword soul said, you're still here. How can I die? I have something to tell you. The great dragon sword soul said something. The imperial seal was shocked. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt his body tremble. He could see that the imperial seal seemed to be observing him. This feeling was very strange. He felt as if he was facing a great enemy and his hair stood on end. Is what you said true? It asked. The great dragon sword soul said, how can it be false? You'll know when you sense it. However, there was a problem during the process. When we wanted to send the item back, it was stolen by two emperors. You know that this little guy is only the 8-crown king now. He can't fight against the emperors. He wants to, but he can't, so he can only come here to find you. Two emperors? They don't know what's good for them. The imperial seal snorted and a monstrous aura rushed out of its body. It said, if it's really in this world, then I'll take it back. The great dragon said, then can you do this little guy a favor? After all, without him, the item wouldn't have come here. Okay. The imperial seal nodded. In the next moment, it rushed into the sky, shattered the void, and disappeared. How is it? Lin Xian asked. The great dragon said, don't worry. He'll do it. In the outside world. The weather changed. Emperor Baiyu looked for Lin Xian crazily. He didn't know that Lin Xian had already arrived at the Yuhua immortal dynasty. The Yuhua immortal dynasty was very mysterious. Unless he went down personally, he wouldn't be able to find out. He looked around the world. Emperor Xiao's face was also cold. He was tricked by the other party once. Now, he was ready to take revenge. Before he took action, he found that Xianxia was broken. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky, covering thousands of miles. What happened? Everyone looked up again. Did another emperor appear? The people of the Great Xia dynasty were shocked. They could feel that the aura came from Zhongzhou. They were in Zhongzhou. The distance between them was extremely close. The entire Grand Xia Empire was shaking violently. Because the black shadow had already arrived above them. It was as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. The formations below were all shattered. How could this be? This was a great emperor-level array formation. The people in the imperial court had all gone crazy. Emperor Xiao's pupils constricted as well. He reacted as if he was about to face a formidable foe, and he took out the emperor of the Xia sword right away. It soared into the sky. He thought that great Emperor Baiyu had come. However, when he saw clearly, he was shocked. It was not a person, but a large seal. It was an incomparably simple and unadorned seal that carried an unparalleled might. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Grand Xia Empire? At that moment, the Xia Emperor pointed his sword at the heavens. He was extremely powerful. Sword chi surrounded his body, making him look like a celestial being. Are you the emperor of this era? The imperial seal said coldly. I can sense the aura of the longevity lamp on you. Hand it over. It doesn't belong to you. Everyone was going crazy. Threatening a great emperor with a weapon? What kind of joke was this? Emperor Xia harumphed coldly as well. The longevity lamp was something that he had obtained with great difficulty. How could he hand it over just like that? You don't want to hand it over. The imperial seal instantly descended and slammed down fiercely. How dare you? The Xia Emperor also roared angrily and slashed out with his sword. This sword was surrounded by immortal chi. It was as dazzling as the Big Dipper stars. Boom! After this attack, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying cracks spread all over the place. The Xia Emperor was forced back 3 steps. His arms were trembling. His eyes widened. How is this possible? This person's strength was even more terrifying than Great Emperor Baiyu's. Who the hell are you? He gritted his teeth and asked. I am the seal of the sovereign. After hearing this, the Xia Emperor's pupils shrank. How could he not know the name of the sovereign, that was the master of the Yuhua Empire? Among the great emperors, he was an existence that could sweep across all directions. Unexpectedly, his seal had been revived. He fell silent. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve. The longevity lamp floated in the void. I hope you won't blame the Grand Xia Empire for offending you before. Everyone was going crazy. A great emperor was actually backing down now, it was too unbelievable. However, they could also see that this seal was extremely terrifying. The imperial seal struck out with its power and enveloped the longevity lamp. Then, he said, since it's your first time, I won't blame you. But in the future, don't have any ideas about the Yuhua immortal dynasty. After saying that, it rose into the air and disappeared. After it left, the people of the Grand Xia Empire heaved a sigh of relief. The Xia Emperor's gaze was also gloomy. He turned around and returned to the palace. Then, he issued an order. From now on, the Yuhua immortal dynasty of the central state would be listed as a forbidden area. No one in the Grand Xia Empire was allowed to investigate. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. When this news came out, the world was shocked. After collecting the longevity lamp, the imperial seal struck again. It also felt the power of the sovereign bone. This time, it also wanted to get it back. In the next moment, it traveled through space and chased after Great Emperor Baiyu. Who was it? After Great Emperor Baiyu sensed it, he punched out in all directions, shattering heaven and earth. Then, he saw a huge seal floating above his head. What was this? He frowned. He thought it was the Xia Emperor who had come. But it wasn't. You are something of the Grand Xia Empire. Where is the Xia Emperor? Does he not dare to come? Humph, what a coward. He only sent a weapon. Great Emperor Baiyu still didn't understand what was going on. He sneered with contempt in his eyes. Hand over the sovereign bone. A cold voice came from the imperial seal. With just you? Great Emperor Baiyu sneered in disdain. Even the Xia Emperor is not my match. With just a weapon, get lost. He sneered. The imperial seal was very decisive. If the other party didn't hand it over, it descended from the sky. You dare to fight against me? Great Emperor Baiyu was furious. He punched out, and immortal energy filled the sky. This punch could penetrate the universe. Boom, there was another shocking collision. An aurora surrounded the universe. At this moment, the entire universe was illuminated. On the side of the Grand Xia Empire, countless people looked up at the sky. Was there another great emperor-level battle? The Xia Emperor shook his head and sneered. This great Emperor Baiyu was probably at a disadvantage. Great Emperor Baiyu's strength was about the same as his. Even if he was strong, he wouldn't be that strong. And the strength of the imperial seal had probably surpassed them. Even a single weapon was stronger than theirs. One could only imagine how terrifying Dizun must have been back then. No wonder the other party wanted to become an immortal. A rumbling sound came, and the universe shattered. After a blow, blood splattered. Great Emperor Baiyu screamed and kept retreating. One of his arms had been broken. This scene was unbelievable. This was a great emperor. To think that he would be injured by a mere weapon, martial monarch Baiyu was completely dumbfounded. It had been many years since he had felt such pain. He roared to the sky. You dare to hurt me? Die! The feathers on his back all rose into the sky and turned into a huge array that enveloped the imperial seal. There was a cold killing intent on it. At this moment, it fell together. This scene was extremely spectacular. Not only that, Great Emperor Baiyu even took out his extreme Dao weapon. It was a long spear that was extraordinarily mighty. At this moment, when he became one with the spear, its power was extremely powerful. He was really angry. Facing such a terrifying attack, the imperial seal was very simple. It just fell mercilessly. With one strike, the surrounding array shattered. With another strike, the extreme Dao weapon was sent flying. With the third strike, Great Emperor Baiyu was sent flying. His body was split open. How could this be? Great Emperor Baiyu's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, a trace of chaotic light erupted from the imperial seal. It was as if the sky was about to be split open. With a boom, Great Emperor Baiyu screamed. He was actually shattered into pieces. No, he threw down the supreme bone and turned to escape. Celestial energy surrounded his body. He flew into the 9 heavens and disappeared. He was really afraid. In that instant, he felt like he was on the verge of death. This seal had the strength to kill him. The imperial seal's aura enveloped the supreme bone. In the next moment, he disappeared again. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Lin Xian saw the 2 items. When he returned, his eyes widened. Had the 2 martial monarchs been defeated in less than a day, it was too unbelievable. Just how powerful was this imperial seal, Great Dragon? How was it when you were at your peak? Lin Xian asked. Great Dragon said, if the Great Dragon sword wasn't broken, it would be stronger than it at its peak. Lin Xian was shocked. He really hoped that one day, he would be able to see the Great Dragon's sword at its peak. Congratulations, Senior. Lin Xian looked at the imperial seal, cupped his fists, and said. The imperial seal flickered. The longevity lamp and the supreme bone returned to Lin Xian's side. This stunned Lin Xian. For me, the imperial seal said, that's right. Take it first. I can sense that you are not from this era. This thing is now in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. I'm afraid it will be lost in the future. It's better for you to keep it. Now is not the time. When the time is right, I hope you can send them back to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Our Yuhua immortal dynasty owes you a favor. Lin Xian took a deep breath and carefully put the 2 items away. He said, I'll definitely do it. Lin Xian knew that the Yuhua immortal dynasty had a super plan. It seemed that now was not the right time to resurrect the sovereign. Perhaps it would only be possible after 100,000 years. Senior, since you already know that I'm not from this era, I'm not from this era. Then can I borrow your time altar? I want to go back. Sure. This time, the Imperial Seal personally made a move. The time altar appeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked as he looked up at the mysterious passage of time. Even immortal emperors would find it hard to control such power, but the Yuhua immortal dynasty actually possessed it. This was truly inconceivable. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others stepped onto the time altar. Goodbye, 100,000 years ago. In the next moment, the power of time surrounded them and they disappeared. After Lin Xian left, the Imperial Seal said in a low voice, "Little guy from the future, it's up to you in the future." Emperor Xia, the dragon race, and Long Xiaotian from 100,000 years ago didn't know that Lin Xian had disappeared. And all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. The sky and earth spun and the stars moved. All kinds of scenes of heaven and earth flashed before Lin Xian's eyes. When everything disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He was in the vast universe, surrounded by cold silence. Only the stars in the distance flickered slightly. Am I back? Lin Xian felt a little dizzy. He released the Crimson Dragon and Little White. After they came out, they also vomited. Damn. Traveling through time was much more uncomfortable than teleportation. The Crimson Dragon complained. Then he looked around and said, "Are we back?" Lin Xian carefully sensed, there was no aura of Emperor Xia, no aura of Emperor Baiyu, and there was a piece of immortal land above his head. This showed that they were really back. Ha ha ha, great, we're back, we're finally back. The Crimson Dragon looked up to the sky and laughed. Kid, hurry up and see if the things we left behind are still there. That was 3,000 dragon veins. How terrifying would it be after 100,000 years? If they could absorb it, it would definitely be a shocking fortune. Moreover, it could increase their strength. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to investigate. Suddenly, he said happily, "There is one place that is very close to us. Let's go there and take a look." Lin Xian and the others moved quickly. Little White was also very happy. At this moment, the toad was still in the sword world, absorbing the power of half of the frog. It seemed that it wouldn't be able to come out in a short period of time. Nearby, there was a planet. This was a very ordinary world of stars. There weren't even quasi-emperors inside. In this world, there was a canyon. This canyon looked ordinary. However, Lin Xian had placed 1,000 dragon veins here. Moreover, he had set up a formation. I wonder what the situation here is like after 100,000 years. Lin Xian and the others landed in this world and walked towards the canyon. There was no one around the canyon. In the past 100,000 years, this world had also given birth to some powerhouses and geniuses. They also wanted to explore this canyon. However, they couldn't do it at all. There was a huge power in this canyon that could threaten them. This was the formation that Lin Xian and the others had set up back then. So at this moment, no one could discover it. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, the Crimson Dragon took a look. He said happily, "The formation is still there. Its power is there, but it hasn't been broken." After Lin Xian heard this, his face was filled with joy. That means the 1,000 dragon veins should still be there. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and opened the formation. Suddenly, a vast aura appeared, and a monstrous dragon roar soared into the sky. The people in this world were shocked. Is it a true dragon? They were all lying on the ground. At the same time, the people in the surrounding starry sky were also shocked. In the sky, a chariot stopped. This chariot was extraordinary. At this moment, those people in the chariot were shocked. What's below? It was so mysterious. Let's go and see. The chariot immediately turned around and flew towards the world of stars below. Not long after, they came to this world. Look, there's a valley with dragon chi soaring into the sky. Could it be that a rare treasure of heaven and earth has appeared? What a surprise. I didn't expect there to be treasures in this universe. Could it be that the treasures here are more powerful than those in the deity ground? Listening to their conversation, these people were from the deity ground. Now, the deity ground could already descend into this universe. It was incredible. The chariot rushed over quickly. He also saw Lin Xian and the other two beside him. One of the men shouted coldly, "Get out of here, you ants down there." His voice was cold, as if it had turned into a sharp blade that was going to tear Lin Xian and the others into pieces. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned and turned his head. The next moment, he saw a chariot stop in the sky. An extremely terrifying aura came from it. The chariot stopped in the air and glowed like a god's chariot. Several figures walked out of it. They were high above, looking down at the people below. "Are you natives of this world? We're immortals in your eyes. Now that you've seen immortals, you should kneel down obediently." A cold voice came. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. The Crimson Dragon sneered. "You think you can do that? You're from the deity ground, aren't you? You're not qualified to be arrogant in front of us. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." The people on the chariot were completely furious. Were these natives tired of living? They knew they were from the deity ground, but they still dared to be arrogant. It seemed that they had to be taught a lesson. A young man walked out. He was incomparably handsome. He had short hair and wore battle armor. He said, "Let me show you our strength. Next, you'll kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." His figure flashed, and he rushed out, smacking the dark red divine dragon down with a palm. The others on the chariot sneered when they saw this scene. In addition to these people from the deity ground, there were also some Zons. These people were all slaves. They came from families of various planets in the universe. They were all suppressed. At this moment, when they saw the scene, they also shook their heads and sighed. Were those people below dead or alive? How dare they fight against the people of the immortal world? They would probably die. More than that, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Someone sighed. They knew that the person who attacked was called Qin Tianquang. He was a very cruel and cold-blooded person. Anyone who offended him would end up very miserably. "You attacked me?" The Crimson Dragon looked at this scene and shook his head with a sneer. He didn't dodge at all. His tail flew out. The tail was like a heavenly blade. It charged forward and collided with the opponent. A deafening sound was heard, and the laws spread. Then, Qin Tianquang was sent flying and fell hard into the universe. He vomited a lot of blood. The people on the chariot were stunned. Was Tianquang sent flying? That was impossible. Tianquang was also a quasi-emperor. How could it be? How could he be sent flying so easily? This place was extremely remote in the universe. There shouldn't be any powerful beings here. The people from the celestial land were extremely shocked. Those battle servants were even more shocked. Could it be that the person below was an expert? At this moment, another man walked out. He looked at the injured man, frowned and said, "Brother, are you okay?" Then, he stared down and said, "How dare you hurt my brother? No one in the world can save you. Have you decided how you want to die? Get lost." Down below, Lin Xian frowned and shouted coldly, "If you don't want to die, disappear from my sight in 3 seconds. Right now, Xiaochen wanted to obtain the peak dragon vein below. How could he have the time to fight with the other party? Brat, you dare to tell us to scram? Do you know who you are talking to? Do you know the consequences of offending us? Could it be that you think you can contend against us? Then forget it, you can't contend against us. None of you are a match for me, nor are you qualified to be my match. Brother, he is too arrogant. Please teach him a lesson." "Yes, senior brother. This brat doesn't know what's good for him." The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly. Everyone's eyes fell on the tall man. The tall man was called Qin Tianhao. He was very powerful. Not only was he a quasi-emperor, but he had also become the 7-crown king. Such strength might not be the best in the celestial land. But in the outside universe, it was extremely terrifying. Not many people were a match for him. "Very well, then let me do it myself." Qin Tianhao walked out and looked down. "Brat, prepare to suffer my wrath." Before he could finish his words, Lin Xian had already sent a slap flying toward him. You're courting death. Qin Tianhao roared in anger. His body exploded with unparalleled strength as he tried to block the attack. In the next instant, his arm was broken, and his entire body was sent flying. This scene happened very quickly. When the people on the war chariot came to their senses, they saw something unbelievable. What's going on? Senior brother Tianhao was actually sent flying. This is impossible. Am I dreaming, brother? Qin Tianshuang was even more shocked. His brother was much stronger than him. But now, he couldn't fight back at all. Just how terrifying were the people below? Qin Tianhao was also terrified. In that moment, he couldn't resist at all. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Let's go. He entered the war chariot and quickly left with the people. Haha, idiot, get out of here. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Lin Xian didn't care about these people at all. He walked toward the canyon ahead. He was excited. He didn't know how many of the 1,000 supreme-grade dragon veins were left. On the other side, the war chariot left the planet. However, it didn't go far. Instead, it stopped. In the war chariot, the others gritted their teeth. Damn it. He's too arrogant. Senior brother, are you okay? Qin Tianhao said, I will definitely take revenge. Send a message to our elders. I remember that there should be strong people in the nearby star field. Let the elders come and kill them. Brother, I'll do it now. Cruelty appeared in Qin Tianshuang's eyes. He took out the array and hurriedly sent a voice transmission for help. In the canyon below, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and Little White finally walked in. They felt a monstrous dragon aura sweeping over. It was as if a divine dragon had been resurrected. Even a quasi-emperor would kneel on the ground under that pressure. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A powerful sword intent rushed out of his body. At the same time, he stretched out a big hand and slapped forward, slapping away all the pressure in the sky. Buzz, the Crimson Dragon also waved its dragon claws and tore the void in front of it. Finally, they saw it clearly. In front of them, there were hundreds of dragons circling between heaven and earth. Each of them was abnormally powerful. Roar, they let out a real dragon roar. Lin Xian frowned. He buried 1,000 of them. Why were there only 100 left now? However, the aura of these 100 supreme-grade dragon veins was indeed incomparably powerful. It seemed that they had absorbed a lot of power in the past 100,000 years. Although the number is less than we imagined, each of them is a supreme-grade dragon vein. Kid, we're rich. The scene here naturally attracted the attention of the people in this world. Countless people were kowtowing non-stop as they looked at the hundreds of soaring dragons. These were divine dragons. They had to worship them. In the starry sky, the eyes of the people in the war chariot turned red. These are divine dragons. These are dragons. Heavens, I can feel a powerful force. These are dragon veins, supreme-grade dragon veins. If we get them, our strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. They couldn't wait to attack now. They wanted to snatch them. The Crimson Dragon below also attacked. Its dragon claws grabbed forward. However, these hundreds of dragon veins were very powerful at this moment. They actually counterattacked, they blocked the Crimson Dragon's dragon claws. This surprised Lin Xian. Interesting. He waved his hand and sword chi surrounded the sky, sealing the entire world. He wouldn't let these hundreds of dragon veins escape. In the next moment, he opened the sword world and put hundreds of dragon veins into the sword world. Those dragon veins fought back crazily. However, after a few punches, Lin Xian made them tremble and submit. Soon, they were put into the sword world. Seeing this scene, the people outside all went crazy. Damn it, how dare you, damn it, this guy took them all away. Qin Tianhao's eyes were also red. He gritted his teeth and said, keep an eye on this kid and wait for our elders to come. We must kill him and take those dragon veins. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and said. They were ready to change places. There was a strange phenomenon in this place. It would attract the attention of others. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others rose into the air and flew into the distance. Oh no, they were leaving. In the war chariot, Qin Tianshuang and the others' faces changed when they saw the scene. Qin Tianhao said, "You three, follow him secretly." He pointed at three of the people. These three people's movement techniques were very exquisite. Furthermore, the two of them were practicing the same immortal technique called traceless and traceless. This immortal technique was hidden in the void, and others couldn't detect it at all. Even the Eight-Crowned King might not be able to detect it. Therefore, it was most appropriate for these three people to follow. The three of them rose into the air and followed quietly. They didn't dare to follow too close. In front, Lin Xian and the others were flying. At this moment, he sneered, "How dare you follow me?" The Crimson Dragon also frowned and said, "Is someone following us? What exquisite footsteps. No matter how exquisite it is, it can't hide from my eyes." Lin Xian shook his head. He waved his hand, and a sword energy pierced through heaven and earth, shattering the void behind him. The three figures were torn apart. Their faces were full of shock. "Run." The three souls left their bodies and wanted to escape. At this moment, an eye of reincarnation appeared in the sky. From inside, a pair of hands reached out. This was the hand of the heavenly Tao. It directly shattered the three souls. This process was an instant kill. These three people were no match for him at all. In the rear chariot, Qin Tianhao's expression changed. What's going on? The three of them were dead. When the others heard this, they were also shocked. How could this be? Could it be that he had been discovered? However, their movement techniques were also exquisite. Damn it, we underestimated him. Brother, what should we do? Qin Tianshuang's expression also changed greatly. If the other party escaped in the vast universe, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. Qin Tianhao also frowned. To be honest, he did not have any good ideas. However, at that moment, his face lit up with joy. The reason for that was because he could sense a powerful aura rapidly descending. In an instant, he saw an old man appear before them. "Greetings, elder." These people quickly knelt on the ground. "Tianhao, what's the matter?" It had actually sent out a distress signal. Elder Qin asked with a frown. Qin Tianhao said quickly, "Elder Qin, you came at the right time. Previously, 100 dragon veins had been taken away by someone." He recounted what had happened previously. And he especially said that those 100 dragon veins were supreme-grade dragon veins. It was something he had never seen before. The high grade was simply shocking. What? A supreme-grade dragon vein that he had never seen before. And 100 more, the elder's eyes instantly lit up. Where was that kid? How could he miss such a good thing? Now, Elder Qin Lihua, was already the Nine-Crown King. If he could get 100 dragon veins, his strength might increase again. This way, he would be one step closer to the Great Emperor realm. How could he not be excited? Therefore, he had to get it. This is the place where our people died in the end. Qin Tianhao quickly told him the coordinates. After hearing this, Qin Lihua's figure flashed and disappeared. Behind him, those people were also excited. Elder Qin had personally taken action. This was the Nine-Crown King, he would definitely succeed. And they would be able to get some rewards for providing information. Even if they were given one of the 100 dragon veins, they would be able to soar. Qin Lihua soon arrived in the distant void. He saw the 3 disciples who had been killed. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. "How dare you kill our heavenly sun sex people? You really don't know what death is." 2 terrifying flames shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. In the next instant, it turned into a stream of light and quickly chased over. Lin Xian, who was rushing ahead, frowned again. He stopped. In the next instant, the void in front of him shattered, and an old man walked out. Was there someone who didn't know what death was and came to attack? The Crimson Dragon sneered. "You must be here to die. It should be you, right? You dare to kill our heavenly sun sex people? Kneel down and accept your death." "Elder, why are you wasting words with him? Just take him down and beat him to death." There were 3 middle-aged men behind Qin Lihua. These 3 middle-aged men had very strong auras. They were all 8 crown kings. they eyed them covetously. To be honest, they didn't put these people in their eyes at all. Their Heavenly Sun sect was very strong. It was one of the sects under Higan. They were high and mighty. "Ruse along, little white, I'll leave these three to you," Lin Xian said. "It shouldn't be a problem for these two guys to join forces." The Crimson Dragon said, "Don't worry. Although I'm an 8-crown king, my array skills are not to be trifled with." Little White picked up its little gourd and said, "No problem. How dare these two demonic beasts fight against us? How dare they, Elder, let us attack." The three people behind them walked out. They reached out their big hands and grabbed the Crimson Dragon and Little White. They wanted to capture them first and then torture them to death. The three big flaming hands covered the sky and the earth. The flames on them were extremely terrifying. Even the other 8-crown kings wouldn't be able to resist. However, Little White wasn't afraid. It patted the gourd with its little paw. It said, "Baby, please turn around." The green-skinned gourd cracked open, and a flying sword cut through the void. With a flash of light, 8-crown king's head flew into the air. His soul had been destroyed in an instant. His eyes were wide open as he fell in the void. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed by a little monkey. How was that possible? The expressions of the two people beside him changed drastically. This monkey was so powerful. "Hurry up and kill them," they roared angrily. Terrifying battle armor appeared on their bodies, and terrifying flaming swords appeared in their hands. Immortal technique, sword slashing 8 Baron. The biting cold sword light covered the sky and earth. Little White appeared and disappeared mysteriously. It didn't use the green-skinned gourd, but its little paw patted the two people's heads. The two people were stunned for a second. At this time, the Crimson Dragon's array formation had formed. Apocalyptic Thunder Dragon Array. 9 thunder dragons appeared between heaven and earth. They roared at the sky and struck down destructive lightning. It enveloped the two 8-crown kings. The two 8-crown kings had just woken up from their dizziness when the terrifying lightning power pierced through them. They cried out miserably, "No, Elder, save me." The two of them were really shocked. They didn't expect the strength of these two ants to be so terrifying. They were able to threaten their lives. Behind them, Xianxia's expression also changed when he saw the scene. What a terrifying array formation. What level was this array formation at? He snorted coldly. His palm was like a knife, slashing forward. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "Stop." In the distance, there was an angry roar. However, it was useless. Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand and grabbed the opponent's hand blade. He said coldly, "Your opponent is me." "Damn it." Xianxia roared. But at this time, there were two screams in front of him. The two 8-crown kings had been killed. They had been killed by Lei Long. "Damn it, you actually dared to kill my subordinates." Xianxia was completely enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, flames engulfed Star City. The sea of fire directly enveloped Lin Xian. Where Lin Xian was, the void shattered and turned into flames. Stupid ant. Even the 9-crown king didn't dare to touch this fire. Not to mention a small ant like you. In the distant war chariot, Qin Tianhao and the others saw the scene and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, this kid is dead for sure." Yes, although he is strong, he is still the 8-crown king. How is this possible? He is the 9-crown king's opponent. Under this attack, his soul will be destroyed. Wait, what is that? Qin Tianshuang suddenly pointed at the figure in the flames. The others were puzzled and turned to look. Soon, they were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They saw a figure walk out of the sea of fire. This person also had golden flames dancing on his body. He was like a god of fire, stepping on the sea of fire. How is this possible? Qin Tianshuang exclaimed, "It's that kid. He didn't die." Impossible? Qin Tianhao also went crazy. How terrifying was the elder's strength? How was it possible that this brat could withstand it? What were the flames on his body? Is this all you've got? Lin Xian walked out of the flames and shook his head. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe that the other party was still alive. Damn it, the Li Heaven Cauldron. He formed a hand seal. Flames jumped between heaven and earth. Endlessly fire formed a huge cauldron. This cauldron shone brightly. It stood in the void, suppressing everything. Then, it fell down fiercely. Great, it's an immortal technique. It's our heavenly sun sect's immortal technique. Elder Qin was angry. The people on the war chariot were incomparably happy. Brat, this battle is over. Elder Qin sneered. Lin Xian also frowned. You do have some strength. This immortal technique is very powerful. But you're right, it's time to end it. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed at the void. You still dare to go against me? Idiot. Elder Qin sneered. In the next instant, a heaven-shaking sound rang out. The immortal slaying sword slammed into the fleeting flame cauldron, causing a crack to appear on it. Then, it was split apart by a sword. How could this be? Qin Lihua screamed crazily as panic appeared on his face. This was his ultimate immortal art, and the next instant, he screamed again. One of his arms had been chopped off, and blood splattered everywhere. That pain almost drove him crazy. Not good, he had kicked an iron plate. He knew that he had underestimated the young man in front of him. The young man's strength was above his own. Damn it, were his disciples all trash? They hadn't even figured out the situation and had sent him to kill them. The people above were also scared out of their wits. Even Elder Qin Lihua was injured, they felt hopeless as if the sky was about to collapse. But at this moment, two more voices came from afar. What's the matter? Hearing this, Elder Qin's face lit up. He said, I'm here, help me. Two figures descended from the sky. These two figures were also extremely powerful. They were the Nine-Crowned King. One of them was an elder wearing a robe very similar to Qin Lihua's. He was also an elder of the Sky Sun sect. The other person was a tall, mighty, and handsome man. He wore battle armor and had dragon scales on his hands. He was actually a dragon general. The fourth dragon general. A member of the dragon race. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. The Crimson Dragon also walked over and said, Brat, I think they're from the Thousand Dragon Court. I didn't expect them to team up. Qin Lihua quickly recovered from his injuries. At the same time, he said, this brat is very strange. But according to the information we received, he has hundreds of supreme-grade spirit meridians. Each of them is world-shaking. After hearing this, the fourth dragon general's eyes shone with a sharp light. Their dragon race needed supreme-grade spirit meridians more than anyone else. He stared at Lin Xian and said, Brat, hand them over. His tone was unquestionable. Lin Xian asked in a low voice, Who are you? Listen, I am the fourth dragon general under the Dragon Emperor. My strength isn't something you can challenge. Submit to me obediently. He was indeed a dragon general. Lin Xian's face turned even colder. Qin Lihua stood out again and said, Brat, we're from the Sky Sun sect. The Sky Sun sect is a sect under the Otherworld Heavenly King. Can you fight against us? If we stomp our feet, the entire universe will shatter. People from the Otherworld Heavenly King. After hearing this, Lin Xian was even angrier. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at the fourth dragon general and said, How dare you team up with the Otherworld Heavenly King? Do you want to die? How could Lin Xian not be angry? He had just returned from 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, Ten-Crowned King, the strongest of the dragon race, had been killed by the Otherworld Heavenly King. He had died right in front of him. Back then, when he only cared about death, he had warned him that the dragon clan would never surrender. Now, not long after, the dragon general had teamed up with the Otherworld Heavenly King. Unforgivable. Brat, how dare you threaten me? The fourth dragon general's face darkened. Qin Lihua sneered and said, Brat, what do you know? The Dragon Queen is now in charge of the dragon race. She is teamed up with the Otherworld Heavenly King. How can you fight against us? It's the Dragon Queen. Lin Xian was filled with murderous intent. The Dragon Queen was Long Yu. 100,000 years ago, Lin Xian had hated Long Yu. This woman was arrogant and proud. Although she was strong, she wasn't the best. If not for the fact that she was a dragon, he would have died 10,000 times over. He hadn't expected her to team up with the Otherworld Heavenly King. Didn't she know about the dragon race's hatred? 100,000 years ago, when the Dragon Clan's 10 Crown King died, Long Yu was also present. Unforgivable. None of you can be forgiven, Lin Xian was thoroughly enraged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Don't challenge the patience of a 9-crown king. The 4th Dragon General walked out, a terrifying Dragon Dao aura erupting from his body. You? You don't deserve to be a dragon. Long Yu doesn't deserve to rule the dragon race. Lin Xian's voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading across the place. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed. The 4th Dragon General's expression changed. How dare you? Do you want to die? Terrifying light erupted from his body. A battle axe appeared in his hand. It was a dragon head battle axe, and he chopped it down. It split heaven and earth. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Furious, he punched out with the 9 Suns' divine fist. Vast power turned into a sun and flew out. It hit the dragon head battle axe with a deafening sound. The dragon head battle axe shook violently from the impact. Even the 4th Dragon General took 2 steps back. One of his arms began to tremble. What terrifying power! No wonder you're so arrogant. I didn't expect you to have the power to challenge those above your level. However, you don't understand the true 9-crown king. Let me tell you my true strength. The 4th Dragon General roared into the sky. Dragon blood appeared on his body, and the immortal chi seed between his eyebrows kept erupting. Then, he raised his battle axe high. There were terrifying lightning flashing on the battle axe, and it actually connected to the surrounding stars. Each bolt of lightning was like the Milky Way, and it slashed down fiercely with the battle axe. Slash, Lin Xian was murderous as he waved the immortal slaying sword. Heaven-defying sword technique. He slashed down mercilessly. The sword energy turned into lightning. It turned into a lightning dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, splitting heaven and earth. Puff, at this moment, a sword energy lightning dragon rushed directly onto the 4th Dragon General's body. It tore his armor apart. It left 3 cracks on his body. The 4th Dragon General was abnormally furious. Damn it. How dare you hurt me? Millions of dragon energy merged together. Immortal technique, heaven-shattering. The power of the axe was terrifying. The power of the axe was too terrifying. It could split dozens of worlds. When it landed on the immortal slaying sword, it also shook continuously. Lin Xian's expression became colder and colder. His heaven-defying sword technique exploded with unparalleled power. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god. Each sword energy was incomparably sharp and invincible. So what if the other party cut the sky in half? Between heaven and earth, there was a deafening sound. At the 11th sword, the 4th Dragon General roared again. His shoulder was split open, and his dragon bones were exposed. He let out a miserable howl. At this moment, Lin Xian's fist came flying toward him. Heaven-shattering fist. Boom, half of the 4th Dragon General's body split open, and his blood dyed the universe red. This scene was extremely shocking. This was a 9-crown king. Moreover, he was a 9-crown king dragon general. How strong was his body, but now, he was severely injured. In the chariot behind, Qin Tianhao and the others were all dumbfounded. Even the 2 elders from the Heavenly Sun sect had extremely grave expressions on their faces. This kid was too scary. Qin Lihua said, Dao friend, how about we attack together? The 4th Draconic General was an arrogant and unruly person. He would not be willing to join forces with others. That was especially true when it came to dealing with an 8-crown champion. To him, it would be a huge joke if they joined forces. But now, he had no choice but to think about this problem. He felt that he wasn't strong enough to take down the other party. Good, then let's work together. After we kill him, I will give you some of the dragon vein. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Qin Lihua and his companion had excited looks on their faces. They went up and stood on the 3rd and 3rd sides respectively. That's great. Behind them, Qin Tianhao and the others rejoiced again. If one nine-crown king was not a match, then what about 3 nine-crown kings? If these 3 nine-crown kings joined forces, they could really dominate the universe. Unless a truly powerful enemy came, no one would be able to stop them. Attack! The fourth dragon general charged forward with his giant axe in hand. Every swing of the axe could split the heavens and the earth. It was much stronger than the chaos boar from before. The other 2 elders of the Heavenly Sun sect took out a terrifying flame, the fleeting flame cauldron. The other one was a flaming mirror. There seemed to be an illusion of the fire god circling inside. The 3 joined forces, unleashing endless immortal spells. Their terrifying attacks once again engulfed Lin Xian. If he was hit by this attack, he would undoubtedly die. Qin Tianhao and the others clenched their fists. They saw victory. The 3 nine-crown kings also withdrew their attacks. The fourth dragon general walked forward. In his opinion, this attack was enough to kill the other party. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and his eyes widened. He saw Lin Xian walk out of the black hole again. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword energy. "You're not dead." The fourth dragon general was shocked. In the next instant, he was sent flying by a sword. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "With just the 3 of you? You're still far from killing me. Has the dragon race declined to this level? And the otherworld heavenly king's subordinates are only SOSO. I can even kill a half-emperor of the Nirvana realm, let alone you. You're courting death." The fourth dragon general roared. The Heavenly Sun sect also roared, arrogant. "You dare kill a half-emperor of the Nirvana realm?" In their opinion, Lin Xian must be bragging. But they didn't know. Lin Xian had killed half a frog 100,000 years ago. "Everyone, kill him. Don't hold back anymore," Qin Lihua once said. He felt infinite fear. The other 2 nodded. In the next instant, they used terrifying immortal spells. The immortal chi seed pulsed, lifting up fragments. It circled around them. A terrifying power appeared again. Lin Xian snorted. The divine flame between his eyebrows kept pulsing. The immortal chi seed in his left eye also exploded. The divine flame and immortal chi appeared on his body at the same time. How was this possible? Qin Lihua was stunned. "You have 2 types of power. I'm not dreaming, am I?" The fourth dragon general's expression also turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're that Lin Xian, Lin Wudi. Now you know who I am. I have to say, you're really stupid." Lin Xian's sword energy shot out. The earth-shattering energy pierced through heaven and earth. Everything was cleaved apart at this moment. The fourth dragon general subconsciously retreated. He dodged the sword. To be honest, when he faced Lin Xian just now, he actually flinched a little. When he came back to his senses, he was furious. "Damn it, how can I be afraid of you? Our dragon race has been frantically looking for you. We've worn out iron shoes to look for you in vain, only to find you by chance. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine." He rushed over crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand and condensed a yin-yang image in front of him. The power of yin and yang rotated and turned into a yin and yang body that rushed out. An eye of reincarnation appeared in the sky. A pair of pure white palms stretched out from within, carrying with them a pure and holy energy as they slammed down fiercely. Boom! Qin Lihua was covered by the yin-yang image. He was injured and spat out blood. The other 9-crown king wasn't so lucky. He was directly hit by the hand of the heavenly Tao. Half of his soul was shattered and couldn't heal. He screamed in the air as if he had gone crazy. How could he be so strong? The people of the Heavenly Sun sect went crazy. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Using this opportunity, wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. The fist merged with the eye of the heavenly Tao. The aura that hung down turned into the illusion of 6 worlds that attacked the 9-crown king. Half of the 9-crown king's soul was shattered. Now that his strength was greatly reduced, he was instantly turned into a bloody mist. A 9-crown king died. How could this be? Qin Lihua was terrified. He scrambled and retreated quickly. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. In the past, he knew that the nine-crowned king wouldn't die. Even in a battle of the same level, he was confident that he could escape. There was only one way to die, and that was if the emperor attacked them. But now, this kid in front of him was the eight-crowned king. Facing the three of them, he was able to kill the nine-crowned king. This was simply heaven-defying. Retreat, retreat quickly. The fourth dragon general was scared out of his wits. He frantically retreated, wanting to leave. You still want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. He would never let the fourth dragon general go. He was filled with killing intent towards the dragon queen and the others. They actually dared to ally with Higan. They had gone against the dragon race did not deserve to be in their hands. He wanted to take it back. He wanted to regain control of the dragon race. Today, he would be the first to take down the fourth dragon general. Lin Xian's gaze shone on the fourth dragon general. Damn it. The fourth dragon general roared crazily. He didn't accept the challenge. Instead, he ran even faster. He soared into the clouds and turned into a streak of flowing light. Lin Xian did not give chase. Instead, he used his Rinnegan with all his might. The power of the immortal chi seed in his left eye entered his right eye. The power of the Rinnegan in his Rinnegan eye was completely unleashed. He shot out a ray of light. Reincarnation, Heavenly Tao. Boom, the eye technique attack pierced through the air and landed on the fourth dragon general. The fourth dragon general's soul shook. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. Damn it, how was this possible? He roared in horror. His opponent's eye technique was too terrifying. Ah, he roared, creating countless clones that flew in all directions. He wanted to escape. He realized that his opponent had become incomparably terrifying. He was no match for him. He wanted to inform the Dragon Queen to kill him as soon as possible. Slash, the Qianquan sword, the universe, everything was a sword. The surrounding starlight turned into a sword formation. It covered the sky and the earth, killing the clones. It pierced through all the clones. The fourth dragon general's body was also hit by a few rays of sword chi. He was sent flying again. Many of the dragon scales on his body fell off. The sky was filled with blood, turning into a rain of blood. He screamed as he fell to the ground. Damn it, how could this be? The fourth dragon general was going crazy. He was seriously injured again. I'll kill you. At this moment, the fourth dragon general burned his bloodline and immortal item shards. The flames on his body danced. The dragon spear in his hand turned into one. He became one with the spear and attacked again. The power this time was truly too strong. Even if it was the nine-crowned king, he would have to temporarily avoid the brunt of it. One with the spear? Humph, your cultivation level is not high enough. Watch me kill you. Lin Xian took out the immortal exterminating sword. His entire being seemed to have become one with the divine sword. It transformed into a beam of light that instantly destroyed the entire universe. Endless cracks appeared in the sky. The eyes of the fourth dragon general widened. He was split in half and fell into a pool of blood. He was dead. Countless people were terrified. Inside the war chariot, the people from the Heavenly Sun sect were trembling in fear. Run, run quickly. But it was too late. Suddenly, they realized that their war chariots had been sealed. What's going on? Elder, save me. However, Qin Lihua didn't interfere at all. Instead, they caused the war chariot to break apart. Terrifying leaf flames appeared on those people's bodies, turning into great Tao symbols one after another, sweeping across the 8 desolations. Qin Lihua said, "Use your lives to help me stop him. I will avenge you in the future." No. Qin Wushuang, Qin Tianhao, and the others all roared crazily. Their elder had actually abandoned them. With unwillingness and despair, they were controlled and transformed into a great Tao of fire that charged towards Lin Xian. Instantly, it engulfed the place where Lin Xian was. This time, he should be dead. Qin Lihua fled into the distance and sneered. However, at this moment, a flaming palm covered the sky and tore apart the leaf flames. Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body and walked out. Qin Lihua was so scared that he almost fainted. Fortunately, he escaped far away. Therefore, in a few flashes, he disappeared. This person was too terrifying. He ran away. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth and said, "Should we chase after him?" Lin Xian shook his head. "He's nothing to be afraid of. Let's do our business first and clean up the battlefield. Then, we'll absorb the remaining 100 dragon veins." The storage rings of those who had died were all collected by Lin Fan. The body of the fourth dragon general was also taken away by the Crimson Dragon. It wanted to devour the other party's dragon blood. After doing this, Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the Crimson Dragon and Little White. Next, they entered the Sword World. At this moment, the Sword World was extremely mysterious and unchanging. On the side, the toad screamed crazily. He was sucking out the power of half a frog. This was the power of a great emperor. It was very painful to absorb it, hovering between life and death. However, he didn't give up at all. After the Crimson Dragon finished watching, he also sighed. This is the toad's only chance. If he wants to become a great emperor, this is the only chance. Otherwise, with his talent, he won't be able to become a great emperor. Where is Ben Huang's chance? The Crimson Dragon also sighed. In an era, only one great emperor could be born. Don't look at how many great emperors appeared now. However, this was a gathering of hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of great emperors. That was why there were so many of them. In the era that Lin Xian was in, who would become the new great emperor, the dragon said, "The immortal land has descended, and the heavenly Tao has changed. In this era, there might be more than one great emperor. Of course, the new great emperor of this era, so everyone had a chance. But even so, the chances were very slim. Alright, Rizalong, don't think too much. Hurry up and absorb these dragon veins." Lin Xian waved his hand, and hundreds of dragon veins appeared on the other side of the Sword World. Then they walked in and began to absorb. Lin Xian wanted to use this opportunity to break through and become the Nine-Crown King. The Crimson Dragon also wanted to use this opportunity to break through and become the Eight-Crown King. Not only the two of them, Little White also walked in, and even the great dragon Sword Spirit rushed in. These dragon veins were also very important to him, as they could revive him again. In the vast universe, a figure quickly escaped. His hair was disheveled and his expression was terrified. Wherever he passed, some of the world's strong cultivators felt their hair stand on end. After he finished reading, his scalp went numb. Heavens, why was it him? Why was he so terrified? Could it be that he was injured? The young disciples asked, "Master, who is he?" "Master Grandpa, is this person very powerful?" The quasi-emperors said, "Lower your voice, don't let him hear you. He was from the immortal land, and he had a high and mighty heart." "What? So powerful?" The young disciples stared with their eyes wide open as their bodies began to tremble. Previously, they could enter the immortal land, as long as they could withstand the pressure. Moreover, the people of the immortal land could not come out. So, they were still very safe. But now, it was different. The people of the immortal land seemed to be able to come out, so these people who came out swept the world and subdued many people. As for these people in the universe, they were either killed or surrendered and became slaves. It could be said that it was very miserable. Some of the top families might be able to resist for a while. Of course, it was only a temporary resistance. Because the immortal land was too terrifying, and it was said that there was more than one great emperor inside. If such a person made a move, who in the universe could fight against him? The immortal chief fragments on this old man were so terrifying. Obviously, he was from the immortal land, and he was an elite of the immortal land. But why was he in such a sorry state? Who was the one who injured the other party? They did not know. Qin Lihua's expression was very ugly. This time, he quickly fled back to the immortal land. He came to a city in the immortal land. This was the territory of the Heavenly Sun sect. After entering, the people of the Heavenly Sun sect were stunned. "Elder, you're injured." "Who injured you?" The people from the Heavenly Sun sect all went crazy. Their elder was the Nine-Crown King. He was high above and his celestial techniques were amazing. Who could injure him? It was a despicable kid. A young man? Everyone was even more shocked. The other elders also walked over. Qin Lihua said. He seemed to be called Lin Wudi. So it was him. Someone frowned. He said, we have heard of old Zhang. He is a top genius in the universe below. He has the potential to become an emperor. But he has disappeared for a long time. Who would have thought that he would appear again? Qin Lihua said, this person is very strong. He is able to kill the 9-crown king with the strength of the 8-crown king. We can't let him continue growing. Otherwise, he will be a huge threat to us. When the others heard this, a sharp killing intent appeared in their eyes. Let's kill him. Qin Lihua shook his head. No, we won't. Let the dragon race do it. Isn't the dragon race working with us now? Moreover, a dragon general of the dragon race died in his hands. I want the dragon race to kill him with a borrowed knife. Of course, we will also send some people. I think that kid has many treasures. After killing him, we will share these treasures with the dragon race. After speaking, Qin Lihua entered the depths of the city. He used the power of heaven and earth to recover. A few days later, he came out. After finding 2 elders, the 3 of them walked towards the place where the dragon clan was located. Near this city, there was another city. The dragon energy there was strong. It was the territory of the dragon race. The dragon queen was here too. Because both sides were working together, Qin Lihua and the others weren't stopped at all. Instead, they were respectfully invited in. After entering, Qin Lihua put on a sorrowful expression. He said, Dragon Queen, I am guilty. I didn't take good care of you. He actually started to cry. The 2 elders were stunned. They didn't expect Elder Qin's acting to be so good. When he was in their sect, he acted like he was scheming and wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. Now that he became a good person. Of course, they wouldn't say anything. They also put on sorrowful expressions. The Dragon Queen frowned. What's going on? Get up and speak. I don't blame you. However, Elder Qin said, no, it's my fault. He explained everything that had happened before. Then he said, I was careless. I didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. The 4th dragon general was killed. What? The Dragon Queen was completely enraged after hearing this. She suddenly stood up, and a cold murderous intent appeared on her delicate face. A terrifying dragon roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. At the same time, the other experts of the dragon clan in the hall were enraged. You said the 4th dragon general is dead. This was impossible. The 4th dragon general was the 9-crown king. Who could kill him? Countless eyes were fixed on Qin Lihua. I don't know this person either. We were searching together with the 4th dragon general. He discovered that the kid had over 100 peak-grade dragon veins, so he wanted to snatch them. That brat is only an 8-crown king. We thought he was an ant, but we didn't expect him to be so strong. However, I heard the 4th dragon general call him Lin Wudi. What? It's actually him, the people in the main hall of the dragon clan gasped. The dragon queen's face darkened. Her face was pale with anger, and her body was trembling slightly. Damn it, it's Lin Wudi again. She was going crazy with anger. Lin Wudi had killed her son and many of her generals. Now, even the 4th dragon general had died in his hands. This is unforgivable. Previously, I had been looking for strength to improve myself and Brother Tian. I didn't have time to bother with him. Now, he's going too far. There's no need for him to exist anymore. The divine union that he built doesn't need to exist anymore. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. The Dragon Queen's anger shook the heavens and earth. Everyone prostrated themselves on the ground. Dragon Queen, please let me take action. Instantly, experts walked out, filled with murderous intent. The Dragon Queen said, Don't worry, you will have the chance to take action. This time, not only would she destroy Lin Wudi, but she would also destroy his divine union. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Previously, she had been targeted by the ancient emperor and had engaged in a great battle. The Bone Emperor was a true great emperor. Even though she was the Dragon Queen and had an extreme weapon, she was no match for him. Therefore, she had been hunted down. Later on, she had sought cooperation with Higan. She had really found a possibility of cooperation. Higan had stepped in and helped her resolve the crisis. After that, she had started to work together with Higan. However, she had not expected that not long after, someone would ruthlessly slap her face. Moreover, it was her old enemy. This time, she could not tolerate it anymore. The first dragon general, the dragon queen, sat on the throne again and spoke in a deep voice. In the hall below, a tall man walked out and knelt on one knee. "I'm here. I order you to bring people to the Divine Union and destroy it." "I'll obey." The first dragon general stood up, his eyes shining with a piercing cold light. The dragon queen nodded. She was very confident in the first dragon general. The first dragon general was currently the strongest subordinate under her. Of course, there was also the heir general. However, he had gone to search for Long Xiaotian's whereabouts and was not here at the moment. Therefore, she had sent the first dragon general. The first dragon general was enough to sweep through everything. Of course, she still had to be wary of Lin Wudi. She knew that Lin Wudi had many trump cards. Therefore, she looked at Qin Lihua and said, "Is the Heavenly Sun sect planning to stand by and do nothing?" Qin Lihua said, "Of course not. We will go together and contribute our strength." "Alright, let's go then. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Destroy them for me. I'll wait for news of your victory." The dragon queen waved her hand. The first dragon general turned and left with his men. Qin Lihua and the rest did the same. They cupped their fists and bade farewell. The group reorganized themselves and then charged into the universe below. After leaving the dragon city, the first dragon general stared at Qin Lihua. He said, "Tell me everything that happened in detail. Don't leave out a single detail." His tone was like an order, causing the people from the Heavenly Sun sect to frown. Qin Lihua was also unhappy. However, he did not say anything. This was because he could sense that the first dragon general was very strong and above him. He was much stronger than the fourth dragon general. He could only tell him what had happened previously. When the first dragon general heard about 100 supreme grade spirit veins, he asked, "Did I see wrongly? They are definitely supreme grade dragon veins." "Alright, kill him and bring back the supreme grade dragon veins. He doesn't deserve them." Qin Lihua was filled with killing intent. However, Qin Lihua said, "The universe below is vast. If he wants to hide, we won't be able to do anything." The first dragon general smiled. "You don't have to worry about this. Lin Wudi is a person who values relationships. If the divine union that he created was destroyed, he would not sit by and do nothing. Therefore, we just have to destroy the divine union." After these people left, a figure was sneaking around in the royal court. He stared into the distance and sighed, feeling incomparably anxious. After a while, he took out a voice transmission talisman and said a few words. The voice transmission talisman turned into light and disappeared. In the vast universe, the hidden emperor star. At this moment, the hidden emperor star was becoming more and more mysterious. Many quasi-emperors appeared. Some of the great emperor clans had already left. Even the primes of the Forbidden Lands had left. However, there were still some great emperor tombs buried here that had yet to be opened. The strength of the cultivators who stayed on the hidden emperor star increased greatly. There were even some people who returned from the celestial land, preparing to develop on the hidden emperor star. They established their own sections. However, on this day, a group of uninvited guests appeared on the hidden emperor star. After this group of people arrived, they stood there like gods. A terrifying pressure swept over. The hidden emperor star immediately shook. Many cracks appeared in the void, and the mountains and rivers below collapsed. What happened? The sects and clans on the hidden emperor star all looked up. Their faces were filled with fear. Some quasi-emperors soared into the sky. "What happened to the patriarch?" they asked. The quasi-emperors looked carefully. Then, their expressions changed. "Not good, experts have arrived." It was a quasi-emperor. Could it be that the patriarch couldn't defeat them? The disciples asked. As for the patriarchs, they respectfully knelt in the void. We greet the Nine-Crown King. What? The Nine-Crown King? When the other cultivators on the Hidden Emperor star heard this, their scalps went numb. They also knelt on the ground with the patriarch. They now knew that quasi-emperors were divided into different ranks. Ordinary quasi-emperors were the 5 crown kings. However, the most powerful quasi-emperors were the 9 crown kings. After that, they would be great emperors. So now that the 9 crown king had arrived, how could they not be shocked? The 9 crown king could kill them with a single glance. The patriarchs of the ancient clans were incomparably terrified. They felt that there was more than one 9 crown king's aura. What were these people doing here? Could it be that they wanted to attack the tombs of great emperors? The faces of the cultivators of the martial monarch clans who had stayed behind turned pale. The Hidden Emperor star had several ancient tombs of great emperors. Apart from the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, there were a few tombs of martial monarchs that had yet to be opened. Were these people finally going to make a move? These martial monarch clans could not sit back and do nothing. They immediately sent out their experts. Greetings, fellow cultivators. May I know where you are from in the deity ground? We're from the Heavenly Sun sect in the depths of the celestial land. Xianxia stood out. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Heavenly Sun sect. May I know why fellow Taoist has come? The people from the Great Emperor clan stood together as if they were facing a great enemy. Because the tomb of their great emperor was right here. Don't worry. Xianxia said, we are not here for the great emperor's tomb, but for one person. Alone? The experts of the great emperor clans were stunned. For whom? Who had such great magic power? You must have heard of Lin Wudi. The members of the great emperor clan gasped. How could they not know? Back then, Lin Wudi was invincible. He had suppressed the younger generation of the Hidden Emperor star to the point that they could not raise their heads. In fact, there were not many people in the universe who could be his opponent. Later on, when the deity ground descended, many experts appeared. Lin Wudi had already entered the deity ground to look for opportunities. However, there was no news of him now. These people were here for Lin Wudi. Could it be that Lin Wudi had caused a great disaster in the deity ground? The Yi family said, oh, fellow cultivator, Lin Wudi left the Hidden Emperor star long ago. We don't know where he is now. We don't know where Lin Wudi is, but do you know where the Divine Union is? The pupils of the Yi family's people shrank. These people were going to make a move on the Divine Union. The other great emperor clans also frowned. At this moment, a voice was heard, no need to ask them. I know where he is. Behind Xianxia, among the countless experts, another figure walked out. Xianxia lowered his head slightly. The people of the great emperor clans were also on high alert. They could feel that the person who came out was even stronger. Who was it? In the next instant, they saw a tall man in armor. He looked extraordinarily mighty. He had dragon scales on his body. He was a member of the Dragon Clan. Heavens, when did the Dragon Clan have such an expert? Countless people were shocked. The pupils of the Great Emperor Clan shrank. It seemed like an ancient expert of the Dragon Clan had been resurrected. Their Great Emperor clans also had some ancient experts who had been resurrected. Some were tens of thousands of years old, some were even more ancient, and some were more than 100,000 years old. However, these people who had been resurrected had entered the deity ground and had not returned yet. They had not expected that the ancient experts of the Dragon Clan would actually return. Greetings, Senior. The people of the Great Emperor clans quickly bowed. The first Dragon General glanced at these people and said, I heard that your clans all have Great Emperor ancient scriptures. I wonder how magical they are. Now, let some of the younger generation spar with you. He waved his hand and a few young people from the Dragon Clan walked out. At the same time, the Heavenly Sun sect's eyes lit up and they also sent out some young experts. They also wanted to see what kind of exquisite techniques these Great Emperor clans had. The people of the Great Emperor clans also had strange expressions on their faces. They did not know what these people were planning to do. In fact, they did not know that the first Dragon General was full of confidence and was determined to win. Therefore, he wanted to see how the other Great Emperor clans were doing. If they were too weak, then after destroying the Divine Union and Lin Wudi, he could make a move on these Great Emperor clans. It would be great if he could snatch a few more great emperor ancient scriptures. Following that, one battle after another took place. The result shocked the people on the hidden emperor star. The people of the great emperor clans were all defeated. Heavens, the people from the deity land were too terrifying. They were simply undefeatable. They were in despair. There were also some experts who had returned from the deity ground. They were also terrified. They warned them not to challenge anymore. These people had extraordinary origins. Even in the deity ground, they were extremely terrifying. They came from the depths of the deity ground and were high and mighty immortals. It was really disappointing. The great emperor clans were just SOSO. The first dragon general shook his head and sneered. The people of the great emperor clans had ugly expressions on their faces. The Yi clan, Gu clan, Qilin clan, and Phoenix clan were all gnashing their teeth. However, they were powerless to refute. This was because the elite experts of their clans had all entered the deity ground to seek opportunities. Although there were quasi-emperors who stayed here, their strength was definitely not the best. Now that they had been defeated, they were really not willing to accept it. Alright, this was the end. The first dragon general had already grasped the strength of these people. They were just SOSO. When the time came, he would destroy the divine union. He would also take a look at a few ancient scriptures. If these people dared to resist, he would not mind destroying the great emperor clans together. Everyone says that the hidden emperor star is extremely mysterious. I thought that there were countless experts. But now, I'm really disappointed. The first dragon general shook his head and sneered. Damn it. Yi family, Gu family, and the other great emperor families gritted their teeth. Were they being looked down upon? The first dragon general said, I heard that Lin Wudi came from the hidden emperor star. I'm going to meet him. Let's go to the divine union. The first dragon general led his people towards the city gate. Qin Lihua and the others laughed. They were here to seek revenge. However, the first dragon general said that it was a challenge. It seemed that the dragon race was also concerned about their reputation. It seemed that the dragon race was very ambitious. They were indeed looking for Lin Wudi. However, Lin Wudi shouldn't be in the buried Earth star now. After these people left, the people of the Yi family and the Phoenix clan frowned. The news spread quickly. In an instant, the entire hidden emperor star was shocked. Did the immortal lands experts come? Were they going to sweep the place? Were they going to challenge the strongest experts? It was too shocking. Suddenly, many people headed towards the divine union. The divine union naturally felt the arrival of the experts. However, they didn't care at first because they didn't know that they were coming for them. However, at this moment, a voice transmission talisman appeared in the divine union's main hall. When Fu Hongye saw the voice transmission talisman, she immediately picked it up. Some information came from it. What's wrong? Shangguan Shaoxian asked. Fu Hongye said. The news came from the dragon race. Is it Senior Hellfire Dragon? Nalan Liang also walked over. They knew that the Hellfire Dragon had disguised himself as the 6th Dragon General and was hiding in the dragon race. However, the Hellfire Dragon seemed to have gone out on a mission. However, the Hellfire Dragon took in a disciple in the dragon race and he told us secretly. The first Dragon General of the dragon race is cooperating with the Immortal Land's powerful families to attack the Divine Union. When these words came out, the Divine Union people's faces changed. The situation was dangerous. Now, Lin Xian wasn't here. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others weren't here either. If a fight broke out, would the Divine Union be able to stop it, activate the defensive array? At the same time, send a message to the young martial uncle and the others. Fu Hongye said. Soon, the array formation of the Divine Union was activated. The members of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed the power of the array formation. This array was set up by the Crimson Dragon, so it should be able to withstand the attack of the ancestral immortal soil. The first Dragon General and the others arrived near the Divine Union. They squinted as they looked at the city gates and the flickering array formation. Did you get the news? However, do you really think that you can contend against me just because you've activated the formation? Let's do it and open the formation. The first Dragon General waved his hand and said. After the people at the back received the news, they all took action. There were experts from the Dragon Clan and experts from the Heavenly Sun sect. They unleashed vast immortal spells, and terrifying power swept through the world. Chen Meng suffered a violent attack and started to sway rapidly. However, the Divine Union's array formation was also extremely exquisite as it emitted a terrifying glow. A monstrous aura swept out to resist. An earth-shattering collision rang out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Everyone on planet Tibetan started to tremble. Had he really attacked the Divine Union? A few of the Divine Union's array formations were instantly shattered. Fortunately, they had more array formations, so they weren't broken for the time being. Even so, the people in the Divine Union had ugly expressions on their faces. Vhumad walked over and said in a low voice, "Dragon Clan, you guys are too much. Aren't you afraid of our young martial uncle?" Nalan Liang snorted coldly. "Our leader is Lin Wudi. If you dare to attack us, you'll have to bear the wrath of our alliance leader. This time, we're here to look for Lin Wudi." Qin Lihua walked out and said coldly, "Where is that kid? Get him out here. If he doesn't come out, I'll kill all of you first." "Do it now." Qin Lihua roared. The people from the Heavenly Sun sect attacked crazily, causing the array formation to shake continuously. The people inside the array formation also felt their blood boil. This wouldn't do. If this continued, the array formation would break soon. The other spectators shook their heads and sighed when they saw this scene. This time, the Divine Union was really in danger. Even the Yi family and the Phoenix clan were powerless. After all, their top experts weren't on the Tibetan Emperor Star. If they went out now, they would probably be killed instantly. They wondered where Lin Gongzi was. The people from the Phoenix clan frowned, hoping that he would be able to rush over. They had already sent a message to Murong Qingqing. However, Murong Qingqing was currently looking for opportunities in the Celestial Land. It would take a long time for him to return. By the time he returned, the Divine Union would probably have been destroyed. Experts from the Celestial Land? You guys are too much. Let's have a taste of it. In the sky, two old voices rang out. Countless people turned their heads. Who would dare to make a move at this time? Who was it? Even the people from the Divine Union exclaimed. Fantasy World Ancestor and Savage Wilderness Ancestor. That's right. They saw the two ancestors walk out. Now, Fantasy World Ancestor and Savage Wilderness Ancestor had both become boundary emperors. Their strength had become much stronger than before. After the two of them came out together, they stared ahead. Just the two of you? The first dragon general was disdainful. He looked at Qin Lihua and said, "Make your move." Qin Lihua's face was cold. If they dared to make a move against Lin Wudi at this time, it meant that their relationship with Lin Wudi was extraordinary. Previously, he had almost been killed by Lin Xian and had fled like a stray dog. Today, he would definitely return this grudge. "Elder, let me make a move." Behind him, an expert from the Heavenly Sun sect said. Qin Lihua shook his head. "I'll make a move myself." He walked out and said coldly, "Bring out your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." "I'll go first." The Savage Wilderness Ancestor walked out. His figure was huge and he crushed the void. The stars under his feet disappeared. He took out the Savage Wilderness giant axe and slashed it forward. The spectators exclaimed. The Savage Wilderness Ancestor was too terrifying. This attack was enough to shatter a person's soul. The terrifying attack was aimed at Qin Lihua. Hope rose in everyone's heart. The people from the Divine Union watched nervously. However, Qin Lihua clapped his hands disdainfully. The giant axe shattered and one of the Savage Wilderness Ancestor's arms turned into a bloody mist. The Savage Wilderness Ancestor was sent flying and vomited blood. What? He had lost. He had lost so thoroughly. How could this be? The people from the Divine Union went crazy. The people from the Tibetan Earth Star also gasped. The Savage Wilderness Ancestor was now a boundary emperor. He was strong and his body was terrifying. But now, he had been defeated so easily? "Old friend, how are you?" Fantasy World Ancestor asked anxiously. He rushed over and supported the savage wilderness ancestor. The savage wilderness ancestor's face was pale and his body was covered in blood. He said, "This person is too terrifying. You must be careful." The fantasy world patriarch took a deep breath. He could feel the immense pressure. However, he would not give in. He walked forward. Fantasy heaven divine eye. At a glance, the world changed as if it was the end of the world. Everyone's soul seemed to have entered an illusory world. Heavens, what was this? Many people felt despair. They could be killed with just one look. This is my strongest technique. Feel it. The fantasy world patriarch gritted his teeth. He felt that it should be useful. The strongest illusory technique? Haha, it was really trash. At this moment, Xianxia spoke. With a wave of his hand, the entire illusory world was split in half. The fantasy world patriarch flew out, his eyes bleeding as he screamed in the air. What? The fantasy world patriarch was defeated again? How was this possible? The fantasy world patriarch was so powerful. He could not resist the soul eye technique at all. How could he be defeated so easily? This was an instant kill. Heavens, how strong was this expert from the celestial land? At this moment, even the people from the great emperor family felt despair. They were ants that could not withstand a single blow. Xianxia sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not attack again. These two ants were not worthy of him attacking. The two patriarchs were gravely injured. They fell into the sea of blood in a miserable state. Their eyes were filled with despair as they looked back with difficulty at the divine union below. They said, "Sorry, we don't have the ability to protect you." "No, Patriarch, don't say that. Senior, you have tried your best. It was them who bullied you. Senior, come here quickly and let the array protect you. Senior, don't worry. When the union leader returns, we can take revenge." The people in the divine union shouted crazily. Many people were crying. The two patriarchs had been seriously injured in order to help them. The others from the hidden emperor star were also silent. They felt a wave of pressure. The people from the celestial land were really too powerful. They were high and mighty. They wondered if they could avoid this crisis this time. Would Lin Xian return? A member of the Phoenix clan said, "If Lin Gongzi comes back, he will definitely be able to defeat the other party." That's right. Lin Gongzi was known as invincible. He had never been defeated before. Of course, there were also people who sneered. For example, the people of the Golden Crow clan laughed coldly and said, "That was before. Now that the deity ground had descended, how many experts had emerged from it? Did he still dare to call himself Invincible Lin? He must have been defeated long ago." The people of the Heavenly Sun sect sneered. What Lin Wudi, was he worthy of this title? Fortunately, he didn't meet us. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The geniuses from the dragon tribe harumphed coldly. Some of them had just woken up from their deep slumber and had never seen Lin Xian before. They said, "Such a person dares to make an enemy of our dragon clan. Until now, he still didn't dare to come out. Coward." More discussions could be heard among the crowd. The members of the Divine Union gritted their teeth. Despicable. These people were really despicable. How dare he slander the Alliance Master like this? Nalan Liang said, "If the Alliance Master comes back, these people will all kneel on the ground in fear." Shangguan Shaoxian also put her palms together and prayed in her heart, "Young Uncle Master, come back quickly." However, Lin Xian didn't know about this yet. Lin Xian was in the sword world, absorbing with all his might. In the sword world, hundreds of dragons soared and exuded a terrifying power. There were 4 figures in the sword world. Lin Xian, the great dragon sword soul, the crimson dragon and little white. Among them, the great dragon sword soul absorbed the most power. It was originally a top-notch offensive saint technique, so it absorbed the most power at the moment. Next was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was enveloped by the power of the dragon path. He could feel that his strength was increasing. This time, he could break through and become the 9-crown king. However, he still needed some time. Given his current strength, he could kill the 9-crown king. If he became the nine-crown king, no one at the same level as him would be a match for him. He didn't know if he could compete with the great emperors. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The divine union was in despair. The two patriarchs had been defeated. The Heavenly Sun sect and the dragon tribe attacked the array again. The array was broken. It was full of cracks. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before it cracked. No. The people of the divine union were in despair. The powerhouses who had left the deity land hadn't returned yet. If Qingqing or Ruyu returned, they might be able to turn the situation around. It seemed like the divine union was in trouble. Yes, no powerhouses had returned yet. It was possible that they would be annihilated in this battle. The surrounding experts were in a heated discussion. However, at this moment, the sky changed. A powerful figure walked over. When this figure appeared, the sky and earth shook. The terrifying power caused many people to tremble. An expert had arrived. The Fantasy World Patriarch and the Savage Desolation Patriarch sucked in a breath of cold air and looked into the distance. The Dragon Tribe and the Heavenly Sun sect frowned. They also felt an aura, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, an old man walked over from afar. This old man had a pair of wings on his back. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He walked very slowly. However, every step he took caused the void to melt. After a few steps, he was already nearby. Who was this person? How terrifying, the Dragon Tribe was shocked. The Heavenly Sun sect was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Phoenix Tribe exclaimed, "Patriarch, it's you." The Yi family said, "Could it be the old Phoenix of the Phoenix Tribe?" It couldn't be, right? He was a supreme patriarch of the Phoenix Tribe. Hadn't he entered the deity land long ago? Why was he here? Discussions took place among the crowd. The great emperor clans were shocked. The Savage Desolation Patriarch and the Fantasy World Patriarch sucked in a breath of cold air. They had heard of this person before. He was very terrifying in the Phoenix Tribe. Before the deity land descended, he was already a supreme expert. Now that the deity land was about to descend, he was even more unfathomable. However, wasn't he Murong Qingqing's master and guardian? Why didn't he go to the deity land with Murong Qingqing? Who are you? Qin Lihua asked coldly. Are you going to meddle in our business? I'm Feng Tian of the Phoenix Tribe. The old Phoenix said coldly, if you want to fight with Lin Wudi, you can send a challenge letter to the universe and wait for Lin Wudi to come. What kind of ability is it to bully these young people? The Heavenly Sun sect was furious. Qin Lihua also frowned. You don't know what's good for you. Are you teaching us a lesson? Let's see if you're qualified. I also want to see how powerful the people in the deity land are. The old Phoenix walked out. It seemed that he was going to accept the challenge. Although he was old, his strength was extremely terrifying. He was far stronger than the Savage Desolation Patriarch and the others. Even facing Qin Lihua, the old Phoenix wasn't afraid at all. The people of the Divine Union also looked up at the sky. This is Murong Qingqing's master. I wonder if he can withstand it. Boom, the old Phoenix took a step forward and a terrifying Phoenix aura swept across the land. It was as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Qin Lihua was also shaken and took 2 steps back. His expression became incomparably gloomy. The others also retreated one after another. So powerful. This old Phoenix was really too terrifying. The people of the Phoenix clan laughed heartily. Who said that our hidden emperor star doesn't have any experts? Who said that our great emperor family doesn't have any experts? Their eyes were filled with pride. It seems like we have hope. The people of the Divine Union also cheered. Senior Phoenix, you can do it, they cheered and encouraged. Even the first Dragon General was surprised. He glanced at the old Phoenix but then shook his head. Too old, not worth my time. Interesting. Elder Qin also walked over. His expression was gloomy. You are indeed worthy of being my opponent to be able to force me to retreat. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to win this battle. Because I will make you go to hell. Qin Lihua's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He roared and his cold voice made everyone's scalp go numb. Then, he threw a punch at him. Divinely Fire Palm. The terrifying palm carried monstrous flames that swept across the void. Phoenix Fire. The old phoenix also threw out a ball of flames that turned into a fist and collided fiercely. The two of them fought fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone became nervous. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were excited. Could the old phoenix win? The people from the Heavenly Sun sect were also frowning. They didn't expect the Hidden Emperor Star to have such a person. It was really unexpected. However, there was also someone who sneered. It was an elder of the Heavenly Sun sect, who was also the Nine-Crowned King. He said, "Don't worry, senior brother Lihua won't lose. Just wait. Soon, that old phoenix will be in despair." The two experts in front were fighting fiercely. It could be seen that the old phoenix was also the Nine-Crowned King. One had to admit that it was really shocking. Every time the two of them clashed, a shocking storm would be stirred up. They had exchanged over 100 blows. Suddenly, Qin Lihua roared angrily. He took out a divinely fire cauldron that emitted boundless light. It suddenly smashed towards the old phoenix. A phoenix sword appeared in the old phoenix's hand to block the attack. However, he was still unable to block it. He was sent flying, and half of his body was shattered. The divine blood of the phoenix dyed the 9 heavens red. He collapsed in the void. No. The people of the Phoenix clan had all gone crazy. Old ancestor. They roared crazily, their faces full of worry. The others were also shocked. Was he defeated? The people of the Great Emperor clan sighed heavily. Was this the deity ground? He was really too strong. They felt a sense of despair. How could this be? The members of the Divine Union were also in despair. Even the terrifying old phoenix had been defeated. Who else could withstand it? Qin Lihua sneered and said, "The powerhouses of the Great Emperor clan are only SOSO. Truly disappointing." He threw his head back and laughed. At this moment, the auras of the people from the deity land were at their peak. Qin Lihua pointed his sword forward and said in a low voice, "Lin Wudi, get out here." In the depths of the universe, Sword World. The voice transmission bell on Lin Xian's body started to shake. Lin Xian's brows twitched. It seemed like someone was looking for him. This bell would only ring when there was an emergency. However, he didn't check it immediately, as he had reached the most crucial point of his breakthrough. He was about to undergo the tribulation. The power in his body had already reached the level of the Nine-Crowned King. His nomological laws had also become extremely strong. Terrifying lightning bolts descended from the sky. Lin Xian let out a roar and charged towards the 9 heavens' divine thunder. He started to undergo the tribulation. As long as he could survive the tribulation, he would become the true Nine-Crowned King. Hidden Emperor Star. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. Lin Xian and the others had yet to return. However, Qin Lihua had already started to attack again. Even the first dragon general made his move. With a palm strike, a large area of the array formation shattered. At this moment, the Divine Union shook and several cracks appeared from the inside. It looked like it was about to fall apart. Once the final array formation shattered, none of the people of the Divine Union would be a match for it. Even though the array formation was still there, many people in the Divine Union were already vomiting blood after being hit by that power. The Divine Union was finished. The people from the Golden Crow tribe sneered. The people from the Destiny Gemini tribe also snorted. They deserved it. Who asked Lin Wudi to be so arrogant? The people from the Primal Chaos tribe also sighed. It seemed like no one would be able to save them today. Those who deserved to die would fight it out with them. In the Divine Union, Vhumad unsheathed his sword. He would rather die than submit. Shangguan Xiaoxian and the others also had resolute looks on their faces. They would rather die in battle than submit. This was for the Divine Union. Vhumad leaped up high and looked at the people of the Divine Union. He said, "Everyone, are you willing to fight with me?" Fight, fight, fight. The people of the Divine Union raised their arms and cheered. They knew that they would most likely die in this battle. However, they weren't afraid. They would fight to the death and defend the dignity of the Divine Union. What a fool. In the sky, the first dragon general was enraged when he saw this scene. How dare a bunch of ants act so arrogantly in front of him? He sent out a huge dragon and roared at the sky before smashing it down. The array formation of the Divine Union shook nonstop. The light on it dimmed and more cracks appeared. This attack sent the people of the Divine Union flying. Even Vhumad, Xianxia, and the others vomited blood. This was too strong. The other party could injure them even though they were separated by the array formation. One more attack and the array formation would be broken. Then, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Xianxia and the others sneered. At this moment of despair, in the depths of the Divine Union, a terrifying chill suddenly erupted from a palace hall and froze everything. The palace hall turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, the chill spread rapidly and the surrounding purgatory was completely frozen. It seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. What a cold chill. The people of the Divine Union shuddered and turned their heads around. Someone had already killed their way into the Divine Union. That wasn't right. Xianxia exclaimed, "That's where Fairy Xueqi is." Fairy Xueqi has been in seclusion. Could she be coming out of seclusion? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard this. Fairy Xueqi was the woman of their alliance master. Previously, she had obtained a great opportunity. She had been cultivating in seclusion and hadn't gone to the deity land. However, too much time had passed and many people had forgotten. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the palace hall where Fairy Xueqi was in had changed. Could it be that Fairy Xueqi is about to appear? This chill was so terrifying that it instantly covered the entire Divine Union. Then, it swept out of the Divine Union. In an instant, the entire world was frozen. Retreat quickly. The surrounding powerhouses and great emperor clans who were watching the battle also retreated. Even the old phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying power. The people of the Sky Sun sect and the dragon tribe were enraged. A powerful elder of the Sky Sun sect stepped forward. Courting death. He waved his hands and a terrifying flaming divine sword was formed. It slashed forward viciously. They were high and mighty. When had they ever been afraid, let alone retreat? Crack, the flaming divine sword was instantly sealed in ice. Not only that, but the powerhouse from the Heavenly Sun sect who had attacked was also sealed in ice and turned into an ice sculpture. This scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. That's too powerful. Xianxia's face darkened. He waved his hand and unleashed a sea of fire in an attempt to save his teammate. However, as soon as it touched the ice sculpture shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. He was dead. Xianxia's pupils shrank. The other people's faces also became incomparably ugly. Another powerhouse from the Heavenly Sun sect had fallen. This was unforgivable. Xianxia looked up and down and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Come out." Fairy Xueqi was so powerful. The people from the Divine Union were also shocked. They were also shivering from the cold. The door of the palace in front of them slowly opened and a figure walked out. It was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Her face was exquisite and she looked like an ice goddess. Her appearance stunned countless people. Even the powerhouses from the Dragon Tribe and the Heavenly Sun sect had red eyes. What a beautiful woman. What a cold aura. It was Fairy Xueqi. Xianxia and the others hurried over and told her what had happened. Xueqi nodded and said, "I understand." She looked at Xianxia and said, "How dare you come to the Divine Union and behave so atrociously? Are you prepared to die?" Xianxia took a step forward. "Are you lecturing me? Don't think that I can't bear to do anything to you just because you are beautiful. Come on up. I will let you know how big the gap is between you and us. No one in this universe is a match for the deity land." Xianxia walked forward. A flaming divine sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out with the sword, splitting the sky and earth. A terrifying flaming aura burst out and swept toward Xueqi. Xueqi didn't run away. Instead, she soared into the sky and faced the attack. "Fairy Xueqi, be careful. He is very powerful." Even the old phoenix reminded her out of concern. "It doesn't matter. He is still no match for me." Xueqi was very confident. She waved her hand and unleashed the Nine Divine Claw. A mysterious claw appeared in the void, carrying a terrifying icy aura. It shrouded the area in front of him. The flaming divine sword was instantly shattered. Qin Lihua was also injured. 5 wounds appeared on his body. The terrifying icy aura caused the blood in his body to freeze. How could he be so powerful? Qin Lihua was dumbfounded. The other experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Too powerful. They had seen how terrifying Qin Lihua was. He was able to defeat the old phoenix. This made the people of the great emperor clans despair. However, such a powerful expert had been easily defeated by Xueqi. What level has Xueqi reached? Xueqi was also surprised. She had absorbed the power of the previous generation's 9 divine body. In addition, Lin Xian had left some resources for her. She had actually cultivated the 9 divine body to such a terrifying level. To be honest, this was beyond her expectations. Soon, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. You said that the celestial land would not be defeated, but in my opinion, you are only SOSO. Damn it, you dare to underestimate me? Qin Lihua roared. He couldn't bear it any longer. His old body instantly became huge. His palms seemed to have turned into 2 flaming divine goblets. He slammed them over. Boundless power swept out in all directions. The whole world was shaking. The clouds in the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. This was a peerless attack. However, Xueqi still didn't retreat. She formed a seal with her jade-like hands and slammed them forward. The whole world was frozen again. All the flames were enveloped and turned into ice sculptures. The 2 huge goblets were also covered in ice. They were frozen in midair. Qin Lihua kept retreating. However, he discovered that his speed had become incomparably slow. There was an icy power in the surroundings that made his body come into contact with frost. How could this be? Monstrous flames appeared on his body, but it seemed that he couldn't dissolve them. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly appeared in front of him. She slammed her palm down, and Qin Lihua was sent flying. Half of his shoulder was shattered. He was seriously injured again. Qin Lihua's hair was disheveled. He half-knelt in midair. His expression became extremely ferocious. Was he defeated? He had actually been defeated by a young man, damn it. Besides Lin Wudi, there was actually such a formidable person in the Divine Union. You have been defeated. Xueqi was as cold as ice. Her voice was bone-chilling. How could this be, Elder? Are you all right? The members of the Heavenly Sun sect roared frantically as they stared at Xueqi. Qin Lihua also roared. He swallowed an elixir and forced himself to stand up. However, the first dragon general suddenly spoke up. Back down. You are not a match for him. Humph, Qin Lihua was so angry that his face turned black. He had never imagined that even the first dragon general would say this. Just as he was about to say something, the first dragon general walked over. Not bad, you're a beauty. You surprised me too. Follow me and become my woman. Damn it. Are you courting death? Below, the members of the Divine Union were furious. The first dragon general was trying to poach Lin Xian's woman. Xueqi glanced at him and shook her head slightly. You are not qualified either. Her eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. This made the first dragon general so angry that his body started to tremble. He was handsome, tall, mighty, and had a lofty status. He was the first dragon general under the Dragon Emperor. He was only below one person and above millions. His strength had reached the level of the 9-crown king. Furthermore, he was an extremely formidable existence among the 9-crown kings. He wasn't worthy of her. What kind of joke was this? Originally, I had not wanted to make a move on you. However, since you are so obstinate, I will make you realize the disparity between us. I will let you know my true strength. Everyone likes heroes, and I am a hero. The first dragon general made his move. He sent out a palm strike. An incomparably vast palm swept over. It was covered with terrifying dragon scales that covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom. Boom, the ice covering the sky shattered, causing countless people to panic. The first dragon general was too frightening. He was actually even more formidable than Qin Lihua. Heavens! This was the #1 expert of the dragon race. Xueqi's expression changed drastically, and an ice storm swept out of her body. Xueqi's ice storm swept over her, bringing her away quickly to avoid this attack. In the next instant, she attacked with lightning speed. 3 ice needles flew forward. They pierced toward the first dragon general's head. Superpower ability, Ice Soul Divine Needle. These 3 divine needles were not only extremely cold, but they could also attack a person's soul. They could freeze a person's soul. It was extremely terrifying. The first dragon general's expression changed before the Ice Soul Divine Needle even reached him. He had actually underestimated this woman. With a furious roar, a dragon soul appeared on his body. Then, he smacked the 3 Ice Soul Divine Needles away. Instantly, his expression turned gloomy. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Boom, lightning appeared under his feet as he moved at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he was in front of Xueqi. Then, he sent out a punch. 10,000 Dragon Divine Fist. Boom, the 10,000 Dragons Divine Fist was extremely terrifying. Xueqi's expression changed drastically. She condensed an ice shield in front of her. She used her 9 divine body to the extreme, but she was still sent flying. Xueqi retreated far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The ice shield in front of her had already shattered. Her face turned pale. So strong, she looked at the first dragon general. Xueqi was also extremely shocked. Fairy Xueqi. Shangguan Xiaoxian and the others became nervous again. Was Xueqi injured? The old Phoenix, Yi family, and Gu family were also shocked. Xueqi's strength was obvious to all of them. Being able to defeat Qin Lihua meant that she was extremely terrifying even among the 9 crown kings. Even so, she had still been injured by the first dragon general with a single punch. Just how terrifying was this first dragon general? Could he be an undefeatable existence? The dragon race's members laughed heartily when they saw this scene. It's useless. Our first dragon general is an undefeatable existence under the emperor. Did you see that? This is true undefeatable. Your Lin Wudi is just an ant in front of the first dragon general, a pitiful worm. The Heavenly Sun Sect's members were also watching. Qin Lihua sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he had refused to accept the first dragon general's orders. However, he was now completely convinced. The first dragon general's strength had completely surpassed his. Even if he wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. Woman, are you going to submit now? The first dragon general looked down at Xueqi from above. Xueqi snorted coldly. Again. She stood up and unleashed the 9 divine claw. An extremely terrifying storm condensed into a mysterious claw. It seemed as if it had come from the depths of hell, causing people's bodies to tremble. It was useless. The first dragon general unleashed the 10,000 dragons divine fist. He smashed all the 9 divine claw and walked over with large strides. Do you want me to personally suppress you? Fine, I will bring you back. It won't be long before you completely submit to me. His eyes shone with an extremely cold radiance. Not good, the Divine Union's members were enraged. Fu Hongye rushed over with the others. They wanted to save Xueqi. However, with just a glance, they were sent flying and vomiting blood. They were severely injured. Old Phoenix, Fantasy World Ancestor, Savage Wilderness Ancestor, and the others also attacked. In the end, none of them could withstand the fist of the first dragon general. Their bodies were torn apart. It was a tragic sight. It's useless. You ants are no match for me. A smile appeared on the first dragon general's face as he extended his hand to seal Xueqi. At this moment, the mysterious divine flame seed between Xueqi's eyebrows started pulsating. She gritted her teeth and said, 9 white bone banner. Boundless ice condensed, suddenly forming a mountain of white bones. The originally cold weather became even more terrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Crack, Xueqi waved her lily-white hand, and the 9 nether white bone banner that had appeared suddenly shattered. A terrifying and destructive power swept across the land. Not good, I only want to perish together with him. The others frantically retreated. Quite a number of people were reduced to ashes by this attack. The people from the Great Emperor clans felt their hair stand on end. A massive black hole appeared in front of him, swallowing everything. The people from the Golden Crow clan said, "What a lunatic. Lin Wudi's woman is really crazy. She wants to perish together with him. She should be dead." Qin Lihua and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Even those from the dragon race became nervous. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the black hole in front of them. "You want to perish together with me? But do you think you can kill me? Stupid woman." Between the heaven and earth, a terrifying explosion rang out. Following that, a fist pierced through the ancient times and punched through the black hole. Everyone could see clearly that the first dragon general was standing there. He was not injured at all. What? In the face of such a terrifying attack, he actually didn't die in the face of mutual destruction. The first dragon general was truly an invincible existence. The people from the dragon clan laughed. "Did you see that? This is true invincibility." Xueqi was also not dead. She retreated far away. Her injuries were even more serious. At this moment, there was a trace of shock in her eyes. Impossible. The Nining White Bone banner was so powerful. Its self-destructive power was enough to kill the opponent. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. However, he was not injured at all. How could this be? Was he invincible? Her body started to tremble. At this moment, the old phoenix and everyone from the Divine Union were in despair. "Young Uncle Master, where are you?" Shangguan Shaoxian looked up at the sky. "Where is Lin Xian?" "In the depths of the universe, in the sword world." The lightning that filled the sky slowly disappeared and a figure walked out. "Great, I have become the Nine-Crown King." Lin Xian was overjoyed. He clenched his fists tightly. Now that he had become the real Nine-Crown King, his strength had increased again. He was many times stronger than before. When he turned his head, he saw Little White, the Crimson Dragon, and the great dragon sword soul still absorbing. However, there were not many of the hundreds of supreme-grade dragon veins left. There were only a dozen left. Lin Xian did not disturb them. Instead, he turned around and took out his voice transmission bell. "Why are they looking for me?" After Lin Xian opened it and heard the message, his face turned gloomy. The Heavenly Sun sect and the first dragon general had gone to the Divine Union to look for him. Not good. How could there be danger, damn it? His figure flashed and he left the sword world. He arrived in the universe. Then, his gaze pierced through heaven and earth. He roared at the sky and tore the universe apart with his hands, forming a spatial tunnel. Then, he walked in. Hidden Emperor Star, Ancient City. Everyone was in despair. The first dragon general was too strong. He was simply undefeatable. Xueqi was the same. Her eyes were filled with determination. She would not be suppressed. She still had the Nining body and could burn it. Xueqi looked at the first divine general who was getting closer and closer. The divine flame seed between her eyebrows was about to melt. She was going to go all out. This was what it meant to die together. "It's useless. I won't give you another chance." The first dragon general's hand stretched out. There were countless dragon shadows circling around it. It looked like it was about to envelop Xueqi. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the void. "First dragon general, do you want to die?" This voice was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, it shattered everything around it. The condensed 10,000 dragon palms were obstructed and stopped in midair. Countless people looked up at the sky. Who is it? How dare he be so audacious? However, the people of the Divine Union started cheering. "Alliance Master." It's the Alliance Master's voice. "The Alliance Master is back." "Is my husband back?" Xueqi also smiled. Her figure flashed and she retreated far away. She knew that she was safe. Her husband was an undefeatable existence. The first dragon general did not attack Xueqi. He retracted his hand and looked at his surroundings. "Oh, Lin Wudi, are you back? Good. I will kill you personally in front of your woman. I think she will follow me willingly." Everyone looked up and saw a spatial tunnel appear in the sky. An extremely handsome man walked out from it. It was Lin Wudi. It was indeed him. The people from the Arch family exclaimed. The phoenix, the savage wilderness ancestor, and the others also smiled. Great, you're back. Alliance Chief. The people from the Divine Union cried. They were too excited. Husband. Xueqi's figure flashed and she arrived beside Lin Xian. You're back. Be careful, he's a little strong. It's okay. Lin Xian ignored the first dragon general and looked at Xueqi. You're injured. He sent a wave of power into Xueqi's body. This was the power of the sword world. Xueqi's injuries were recovering quickly. Then, Lin Xian looked at the old phoenix, the savage wilderness ancestor, and the fantasy world ancestor. He also sent out the power of the sword world. The same thing happened on the Divine Union's side. They were all enveloped by Lin Xian's power. Their bodies were recovering quickly. They had recovered. How magical. The two patriarchs were shocked. Even the old phoenix was shocked. To be honest, he had been able to become the nine-crowned king in such a short time because of his great talent and experience. He had also had a fortuitous encounter. However, he realized that his fortuitous encounter was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Xian. However, the power that Lin Xian used was something he had never seen before. It was too magical. He had actually come. Qin Lihua's expression was ugly. He recalled how he had been chased by Lin Xian. Therefore, his expression was frighteningly dark. However, the two elders who had come with him had never seen him before. They walked out and said coldly, "You were the one who dared to kill us. Are you the Heavenly Sun Sect's powerhouse? Kneel down and accept your death. How dare you speak to me like that?" Lin Xian looked at them and snorted. Kill yourself. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. His voice made everyone go crazy. The Heavenly Sun Sect was high and mighty. Now, Lin Xian had actually said such words. Was he being unreasonable and looking down on them? You're courting death. One of the nine crowned kings instantly charged over. Stupid thing. Lin Xian pointed out a finger. His finger seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine sword. It pierced through the enemy's head. A miserable shriek rang out as nine crowned king's soul was destroyed. What? Dead, the people from the Heavenly Sun Sect had all gone mad. That was the nine-crowned king, not some cabbage that could be found anywhere. Yet, he had been insta-killed by his opponent. What level of strength did this brat reach? Qin Lihua looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The people on the Hidden Emperor Star also cried out in alarm. The people of the monarch race said, Lin Wudi is too scary. Could it be that he was also the nine-crowned king? Inconceivable. The alliance leader was amazing. The members of the Divine Union were also cheering. Even Xueqi was shocked. Lin Xian's body contained an extremely terrifying power. I wonder what level my husband's strength has reached. After Lin Xian insta-killed nine-crowned king, there was neither joy nor sorrow. Previously, he had been able to kill the nine-crowned king. But now, his strength was no longer limited to that. However, he was still incomparably furious. He stared at Qin Lihua. Last time, you ran away like a stray dog. I didn't expect that you would dare to come again. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Lin Xian walked forward and slammed out with his palm, rushing towards Qin Lihua. Qin Lihua roared. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he turned around and fled. No way, right? The people of the Heavenly Sun Sect were dumbfounded. Their elder Qin's strength was terrifying. But now, he was actually fleeing without a fight. Boom, however, he couldn't escape at all. With one palm, his body was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Qin Lihua's soul flew out with a fire divine cauldron. His eyes were filled with hatred. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. He returned and attacked Lin Xian's soul. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword again, shattering the fire divine cauldron. Qin Lihua's soul was also split in half. His eyes were wide open. Even until his death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed so easily by the other party. Dead, Qin Lihua was dead. Everyone was shocked by this. The old phoenix was also dumbfounded. Previously, he was defeated by Qin Lihua. In his opinion, Qin Lihua was an extremely powerful enemy. But now, he was killed by Lin Xian with one sword. Just what level had young Master Lin's strength reached, he couldn't imagine. Elder. The people of the Heavenly Sun sect also exclaimed, but soon, they screamed in pain. Because Lin Xian attacked them again. With a flash of his leader's robe, the Yin-Yang image flew out. It turned into Yin-Yang sword qi and enveloped the people of the Heavenly Sun sect. Damn it, fight it out. Crazy roars could be heard. These people still wanted to fight back. But after a few slashes, their bodies were torn apart. They were terrified. Run. For so many years, they had always been high and mighty. Others were afraid of them, but they had never been afraid. But now, they really experienced the taste of fear. This person was a demon. He was invincible. They frantically fled. However, not a single one of them was able to leave alive. In the end, all the people of the Heavenly Sun sect died. All of this happened in an instant. After killing these people, Lin Xian seemed to have done something insignificant. He turned his head and stared at the first dragon general. The people of the Heavenly Sun sect have died. Next, it will be your dragon clan. The people of the dragon clan were facing a great enemy. The first dragon general laughed. Kid, you are too reckless. Do you think you can compete with me like this? To be honest, if I want to kill these people of the Heavenly Sun sect, I can also kill them with a raise of my hand. My strength is not something you can imagine. So, no matter how strong you are not my opponent. The people of the Emperor clan gasped. No way? The first dragon general could also kill Elder Qin and the others. It was too terrifying. No wonder Fairy Xueqi was defeated even though she was so powerful. The first dragon general was indeed the strongest person below the dragon emperor. Is that so? That's great. I just broke through and need an opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me. A sharp light erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. He stared at the other party. The first dragon general also walked over. The two of them stared at each other. The storm on their bodies swept across the land, destroying everything. Even the Nine-Crowned King kept retreating in the face of their aura. These two were too strong. This was going to be a fierce battle. No one knew who would be stronger in the end. Everyone was looking forward to it. It would definitely be the first dragon general. Besides the dragon emperor, our dragon general had never been defeated before. That's right, that Lin Wudi, who was he? The people of the dragon clan sneered. The Divine Union said, our alliance leader has never been defeated before. This time, he will also win. The two sides were locked in a heated argument. However, the two people in the sky did not speak. The first dragon general frowned. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He could sense a sharp aura from his opponent. His opponent's gaze was too calm, so calm that it was terrifying. Could it be that he was not afraid? He had never met such an opponent before. Anyone who had exchanged blows with him before had their confidence crumbled without even fighting. Even Qin Lihua could not raise his head in front of him. However, this young man was unusually confident. He would not allow such confidence to exist. He wanted to crush his opponent. In the next instant, he attacked. The first dragon general made his move. As he threw out a punch, countless dragon shadows roared in the sky. The entire sky started to churn violently. Was this the strength of the first dragon general? It was really terrifying. Why do I feel that no one can withstand it? No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he might not be able to withstand it. The gap between the two of them was really too big. The people from the dragon tribe sneered. Their first dragon general was truly invincible. The people from the Divine Union were nervous. The Union leader could definitely do it. The old Phoenix and the others took a deep breath. What kind of ultimate move was this little guy going to use? No one was optimistic about Lin Xian. They even felt that Lin Xian would lose without a doubt. However, in the face of such an attack, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He shook his head slightly. In the next instant, a terrifying sword light flickered beneath his feet. At the same time, he lifted his fingers. He put his two fingers together and turned them into a sharp sword. He then slashed forward. Heaven-defying sword. The biting cold sword aura clashed with the 10,000 dragon divine fist, producing an earth-shattering sound. In the next instant, the entire fist was split into two. Lin Xian, on the other hand, immediately rushed over. In an instant, he was in front of the first dragon general. This process was so fast that no one could react in time. Even the first dragon general was stunned. Lin Xian raised his left hand and slapped the first dragon general's face. Boom, the first dragon general was sent flying with a palm print on his face. The surrounding people were stunned. They could not believe it. What had they just seen? The incomparably powerful first dragon general had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. How could it be his face? He must have been careless. The people from the dragon tribe roared crazily. The first dragon general was also enraged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, at this moment, the 9-sun divine palm slapped down once again. With a loud smack, it landed on his face again. 2 consecutive slaps landed on the first dragon general's face. The first dragon general's face turned black. The people around him went crazy. Was this a dream? The first dragon general was so strong, how could he be slapped in the face? Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Our alliance leader is the strongest. The members of the Divine Union laughed heartily. Great, they were too excited. The strength displayed by their alliance master was simply too terrifying. What number 1 dragon general? How arrogant. Aren't you being slapped in the face by our alliance master? That's right, I think you should just call yourself the number 1 idiot. All sorts of mockery and ridicule rang out. The first dragon general was so angry that he vomited blood. Ah. He raised his head and roared angrily. Killing intent surged from his body and shattered the 9 heavens. However, he was unable to hurt Lin Xian. Lin Xian was standing above him. It was as if a god was looking down on them. He said coldly, "Your strength is only so. He could only barely be my opponent. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you wish you were dead." The first dragon general was so angry that his entire body trembled. In the next instant, the power within his body erupted completely. A dragon tail swept out in all directions. It was like a heavenly blade that split the sky and earth in half. 10,000 dragon divine fist, his fist transformed into tens of thousands of mountains as he ruthlessly charged toward Yi Futian. This time, he was really angry. Every strike was a killing move. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They retreated one after another. Although the first dragon general had been slapped in the face earlier, it didn't mean that he was weak. Now, the strength displayed by the first dragon general was really too strong. This caused countless people to feel fear. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He activated the heaven-defying sword technique. He also activated the Qianquan sword technique, using all things as swords. The sharp sword aura covered the sky and clashed with the fists. Every strike was able to completely split the fist apart. After a series of fierce attacks, Lin Xian stood there calmly. He wasn't injured at all. He shook his head slightly. "Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me." The first dragon general shouted coldly, "You're courting death." Above his left hand, endless lightning shot up into the sky. A terrifying aura rushed out in all directions. This was a destructive lightning. As soon as it appeared, it shook the sky and earth. Thunder Dragon Palm. With a palm strike, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Even the quasi-emperors were terrified. Their scalps went numb. As long as they were touched by such lightning, they would instantly die. The void around Lin Xian was also constantly shattering. The lightning enveloped his body. Not good. Would Lin Wudi be able to withstand it? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His divine body bloomed. Terrifying flames surged as the Sun Mirage sword swept across the land. He used his powerful physique to shatter the void and walked out. Then, the sword aura split the mountains and rivers. The lightning that filled the sky were all split apart. Lin Xian's attacks were powerful to the extreme. At this moment, he truly showed that he was invincible. Boom, boom, the entire sky was destroyed. The first dragon general was beaten until his blood was boiling. He really didn't expect that. He would be suppressed by the other party. This caused him to go mad with anger. Damn it. The first dragon general waved his hand and a pagoda flew out. The pagoda bloomed with terrifying lightning. It made the sky shake. This was his weapon, known as the Thunder Dragon Pagoda. 8 thunder dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. His huge body filled the void, as if he was a demon god that had existed since ancient times. With a roar, the lightning dragons charged forward, imbued with the power of supreme laws. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took out the immortal slaying sword and released a biting cold sword light. The long sword turned into a 100-meter-long divine sword and slashed forward. A deafening sound rang out. The two collided again. The biting cold sword aura directly penetrated the thunder dragon's body. That terrifying sword light turned into eternity between heaven and earth. How could it be? The first dragon general's pupils shrank in disbelief. His attack was easily broken by the other party. Not only that, but the killing intent on the battle sword was also rushing toward him. He had no choice but to dodge quickly. However, even with that being the case, there was still a strand of sword aura that pierced through his body. His face turned pale immediately. He let out a crazy roar. The pain almost drove him crazy. How many years had it been? He had never been injured. His Thunder Dragon Pagoda was extremely powerful. But now, he had been injured by a young man. It was unbearable. The people around him had all gone crazy. Was this Lin Wudi's strength? He was really too strong. Some people who had never seen Lin Wudi before felt their scalps go numb. This was true invincibility. Even in the face of the extremely powerful first dragon general, he still had the upper hand. The people from the dragon tribe shook their heads frantically. How could it be? How could he be so strong? The people of the Divine Union cheered. Our alliance leader is mighty. Go alliance leader. The old phoenix was shocked. He is indeed a top-notch genius. No wonder he could sweep through the 8 desolations. It seems like he has a great chance of becoming an emperor in the future. In the distance, Xueqi watched this scene. Her lips curled into a beautiful smile. She was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. She said, I knew it. My husband is the best. Good, good, good. The first dragon general was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times in a row. He said coldly, it seems like I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to have such strength at such a young age. However, you have also underestimated me. I will not be defeated. I have a set of blade techniques that the Dragon Emperor personally imparted to me. I rarely use it. That's because no one can make me use this set of saber techniques. However, I will make an exception for you today. You should be proud that you will die under this blade technique. Following the words of the first dragon general, a terrifying icy intent filled the place. His palms kept forming hand seals and shards of immortal energy and nomological laws quickly filled the area. Suddenly, the void split open and true dragons appeared one after another, roaring at the sky. These true dragons were very small. However, they swallowed the sky and earth and grew rapidly. Then, sharp blades appeared on the backs of the true dragons. 10,000 dragon blades. Slash, the first dragon general roared. In the sky, 10,000 dragon blades flickered. Every blade could kill the 9-crown king. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, he actually had such a trump card. Wasn't this too unbelievable? This was an emperor's ultimate technique that the Dragon Emperor had imparted to him personally. When unleashed by him, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. He was indeed the first dragon general. His foundation was really deep. Even more people became complacent once again. The people of the Divine Union were also worried. However, Shangguan Shaoxian said, don't worry. Little Martial Uncle's trump card is not something they can imagine. Lin Xian stood in the sky and felt the terrifying blade chi around him. He took a deep breath and thought, this is interesting. Only now can you make my blood boil. Your blade technique is very strong. However, you should also experience my sword technique. The immortal slaying sword in Lin Xian's hand emitted an extremely cold light. Then, everything in the world turned into sword qi and surrounded the area. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the Qianquan sword. He was like a sword god as he slashed forward with the immortal slaying sword. Lin Xian was the owner of the great dragon sword spirit. He was the successor of the great dragon sword and possessed an incomparably sharp aura. As for the celestial slaying sword, it had once killed a great emperor and contained an unparalleled murderous aura. At this moment, when Lin Xian used it, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As soon as this sword appeared, it suppressed the saber techniques that filled the sky. The surrounding people were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. This guy's swordsmanship was actually so strong. Heavens, is he the reincarnation of the sword god? How could it be so terrifying? The first dragon general's face turned gloomy again. Originally, he thought that by using the 10,000 dragons saber, he would be able to reverse the situation. But now, he realized that this might not be the case. The reason for that was because his opponent's sword technique was simply too terrifying. It caused the light of his 10,000 dragons saber to dim. His opponent's strength had actually exceeded his imagination. It was truly inconceivable. Was he going to be defeated this time? Impossible. He clenched his fists. With a furious roar, the first dragon general took the initiative to attack. The saber light that filled the sky all slashed down. The biting cold saber technique enveloped Lin Xian. The power of the saber was enough to shatter everything. Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body emitted an incomparable light. At the same time, sword qi rushed out from his body one after another. They circled around and formed a sea of swords that swept over. Clang, clang, clang. Deafening sounds rang out. Everyone's qi and blood were in turmoil. Some of the quasi-emperors even had their bodies split open. Their faces were filled with horror. It was too powerful. Just the residual power of this energy seemed to be able to kill them. Lin Xian roared. He held the sword with both hands and slashed out. It was as if the sky was split open. The saber light that filled the sky was bent. That was the saber light that turned into a true dragon. It kept howling in agony before it was split into two. This sword seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. It directly slashed toward the first dragon general. The first dragon general's pupils shrank. He waved his hands and turned them into two peerless sabers that blocked in front of him. With a clang, his body sank. The void beneath his feet turned into thousands of black holes. What a terrifying sword. This time, the first dragon general's expression was extremely ugly. His arms were trembling. It seemed like he could not bear it anymore. Damn it. Block it for me. He roared angrily and poured all the bloodline laws in his body into his two arms. His two arms seemed to have turned into heavenly sabers that were about to blast away the other party's sword qi. However, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The power of the sword technique erupted again. Boom. Ah, there was a blood-curdling scream and the sound of bones breaking. The first dragon general's two arms were chopped off. He could not withstand this power at all. Not only that, but the sword technique had also split open his body, leaving behind a scar. He was sent flying. His blood dyed the sky red. The first dragon general was injured. The sky was also sent flying. Countless exclamations rang out. Was he going to be defeated? When this thought came out, everyone's heart pounded violently. No. The people from the dragon race were crying. Their first dragon general was the strongest person under the dragon emperor. He was a super expert among the 9 crown kings. But now, he was injured? How could this be? Deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt like the sky was about to collapse. Ha ha ha. The alliance leader is mighty. What first dragon general? He is nothing in front of our alliance leader. Nail and Liang and the others laughed heartily. The people of the Divine Union were too excited. Did you see that? This was their alliance leader, unparalleled. The people from the Hidden Emperor Star were also shocked. This was the genius of the Hidden Emperor Star, it was really unbelievable. Who said that the deity ground was high and mighty? The Hidden Emperor Star could also produce supreme geniuses. Lin Wudi was their idol. If he could, so could they. They did not want to be inferior. They were all excited. Lin Xian had become their role model. Lin Xian had defeated the experts of the deity ground. Lin Xian had proved that even if he was not from the deity ground, so what? He could still defy the heavens. Lin Xian looked ahead and asked, how does it feel to lose? Damn it. The first dragon general's body shook. His face was extremely pale. Was Lin Xian mocking him, but he had no strength to fight back. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Lin Xian walked forward. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you haven't experienced it yet, then I will let you experience it again. A sharp sword aura appeared in his hand again, causing the first dragon general's pupils to shrink. The people of the dragon race also went crazy. How dare you attack? Damn it, get lost. The dragon race is not something you can provoke. However, it was useless. No one could stop Lin Xian's footsteps. That's enough. You can stop. You have already won this battle. There is no need to attack again. At that instant, a cold voice could be heard. Everyone was startled and turned their heads toward the source of the voice. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. They saw that the person who spoke was an old man. This old man was tall and had the power to split the sky and earth. That was the law of the primal chaos. He was a member of the primal chaos tribe. Moreover, he was the ancestor of the primal chaos tribe. What was going on? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Wasn't the primal chaos tribe also a member of the universe? Why was he speaking up for the people of the deity ground? The primal chaos quasi-emperor. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He remembered that this person had attacked him before. After that, he was taken away by Lord Jiao and defeated. However, Lord Jiao did not kill him. He did not expect him to jump out now. Are you speaking up for him? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, I'm your senior. How can you speak to your senior like this? The primal chaos quasi-emperor was upset. He walked out and said, you won, but you can't kill him. He is the top dragon general of the dragon race and has an extraordinary status. Moreover, he is working with the Permitha. You have already killed the people of the Heavenly Sun sect. Now you want to kill the top dragon general and anger the Permitha. The Permitha will not let you off. You might even implicate us. Many people frowned when they heard those words. Nalan Liang ran out and said coldly, old man, you're too shameless. Old thing, you're too shameless, aren't you? You even implicated you. Why didn't you say anything when he was sweeping through the place? Why didn't you stand up and speak up for us when the divine union was about to be destroyed? Now you're speaking up for us. Are you a dog of the Permitha? What did you say? The primal chaos quasi-emperor was enraged. He took a step forward and merged his murderous intent with his primal chaos power. However, it was sliced apart by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, firstly, you are not my senior. You are not qualified. Secondly, this is between me and the dragon race. What does it have to do with you? Do I have to listen to you whether I kill him or not? Thirdly, anyone who stops me will die. Then, he turned around and slashed forward. The primal chaos quasi-emperor was so frightened that he rolled to the side and dodged it. He was drenched in cold sweat. He was so angry that he trembled. I'll do it if you dare. Lin Xian slapped him and sent him flying. I don't know how you became the 8-crown champion. However, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me with your strength. Damn it. The primal chaos quasi-emperor was going crazy. The reason why his strength had improved by leaps and bounds was because he had joined the deity land. He had become someone else's subordinate, and that person had given him elixirs and miraculous medicines. That was why he was able to increase his strength so quickly. That was why he was speaking up for the celestial land and the Permitha. That was because he was already one of them. He struggled to stand up, gritted his teeth and said, Lin Wudi, I know you are strong. However, no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than Higan. If you go against others, you will be unlucky sooner or later. You might even implicate the entire universe. Do you want to see millions of living beings buried with you? He didn't know what death was. Lin Xian said coldly. With a slash of his sword, he split the Chaos Quasi-Emperor apart. The primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes widened. He had actually been killed in an instant by the other party. The other party actually dared to kill him. He was filled with hatred. The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground. The people around him went crazy. This Lin Wudi was too decisive in killing. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Lin Xian said coldly, "The Permitha is very ambitious. What they want to do won't stop just because I don't do it. So, don't be so naive to have such hope. Are you going to side with the Permitha? That's your business. I don't care. However, I can tell you that the Permitha and I are enemies. If you side with the Permitha, you will be my enemy. When I deal with my enemies, I will always be ruthless and merciless. So, think carefully. As for the Chaos Quasi-Emperor, he should have died long ago. However, back then, my master, Lord Alcohol, did not kill him for the sake of the world. Because if he became a Quasi-Emperor, he would have the hope of fighting against the Permitha. So, he was the seed of hope. He did not kill him. However, now that he has sided with the Permitha, he is no longer hope. Today, I will send him to hell." Lin Xian's voice shocked everyone. It seemed that he was really going to fight against the Permitha to the end. The first dragon general snorted. You? You are not qualified to go against the Permitha. The Permitha is high and mighty. There is more than one great emperor there. What do you have to fight against it? Everyone's scalp went numb. There was actually such a terrifying existence in the world. It had many great emperors. Wasn't this above the emperor clan? In fact, he was even stronger than everyone else. This was what a true supreme overlord was like. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the first dragon general. It's not up to you to decide whether I am qualified or not. However, I can tell you now that you are not qualified to be the first dragon general. You are not qualified to be a dragon. Nonsense. My bloodline is so powerful. Other than the Dragon Emperor, it is me. Why am I not qualified? Lin Xian snorted. Since you followed Long Xiaotian, didn't he tell you? The Dragon Clan will never surrender. The Dragon Lord of the Dragon Clan, Ten Crown King, was suppressed and killed by the Permitha. Now, you have sided with the ancestors' enemy. Are you worthy of being called a dragon? You? The first dragon general's pupils shrank. Those from the Dragon Clan were also stunned. They immediately looked up. What? There was actually such a thing, their dragon lord was killed by the Permitha. Impossible. They were all crazy. How do you know? The first dragon general was shocked. He roared. Who are you? The other Dragon Clan masters also roared. Kid, don't think that you can fool us with just a few stories. We are not fools. The Dragon Queen is Long Xiaoyan's Dao partner. Since she sided with the Permitha, it means that the Permitha has not killed any Dragon Clan masters. Lin Xian heard this and laughed. Are you talking about Long Yu? She was able to live until now only because she was Long Xiaoyan's woman. Otherwise, she would have died 100 times already. This woman is not worthy of ruling the Dragon Clan. I respect Long Xiaotian. He is a man. However, after Long Xiaotian, the Dragon Clan has really declined. Now, I will tell you the truth. The Dragon Clan's enemy is the Permitha. Now that you acknowledge the thief is your father, don't blame me for cleaning you up. Lin Xian clenched the Immortal Slayer sword and walked forward murderously. Go. The first dragon general's expression changed. He turned to leave. This time, he had been too careless. When he returned, he would gather the other dragon generals and come back together. He had to take revenge for this. Lin Xian snorted. Did I say you could leave? The Immortal Slayer sword slashed out, bringing with it a storm, lightning, and thunder. It directly split the void. The first dragon general threw out a pagoda. However, the pagoda was sent flying. The first dragon general was also sent flying. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. The heaven-defying sword technique, the heaven-defying sword technique, the heaven-defying fist, and all kinds of terrifying techniques. Sword chi rushed wildly. The first dragon general was beaten until he was forced to retreat. He wanted to escape, but he could not do it at all. Before long, one of his arms was cut off. After a while, his body was pierced and nailed to the void. He roared at the sky. It was really too embarrassing. He was actually beaten up. He could not bear it. He roared, and the dragon blood in his body began to burn. He wanted to fight for his life. However, Lin Xian decisively took out the dragon sword spirit and merged it with the immortal Slayer sword. It was over. The sword slashed down. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand slashed down, splitting the sky and earth as it landed on the first dragon general's body. The first dragon general's hair was disheveled as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body shook violently. Then, he froze in the void. The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. The first dragon general's eyes widened as the light in his eyes disappeared. Impossible. He spat out these 3 words with difficulty before his neck tilted and his soul was destroyed. Was he dead? The quasi-emperor of the Gu clan exclaimed in shock. The rest of the people came back to their senses and gasped. The first dragon general was high and mighty. How terrifying was he? However, he had fallen. This was not a defeat. His soul had been destroyed and he could no longer be revived. They felt their scalps go numb. Some of the people from the deity land were also terrified. Was this the Lin Wuti of the universe? He was too powerful. Could it be that he was invincible under the great emperor realm? The light of reincarnation appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as the 6th world enveloped his opponent's body. Then, he put away his opponent's body. The crowd was stunned. They did not know why Lin Xian had done this. Lin Xian did not explain. He turned around and looked around. Who would dare to attack the divine union in the future? This was their fate. After he finished speaking, Lin Xian waved his hand, enveloping the sky as he grabbed at the dragon tribe. The people from the dragon tribe were terrified. Oh, they were in despair. Even the first dragon general had died. How could they resist? However, to their surprise, Lin Xian did not kill them. Instead, he suppressed them. Then, Lin Xian threw these people into the divine union. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the group back to the divine union. In the sky, Lin Xian and the others disappeared. However, the surrounding people were like statues as they stood there. They were truly too shocked. In their minds, they were still recalling the previous battle. This was a legendary battle. Perhaps, countless years later, people would still remember it. At this moment, a cold snort came from afar. What? Do people from the deity ground still dare to stay here? If I see anyone from the celestial land descending into the universe, I'll kill them without mercy. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Some people from the deity ground who were watching the battle felt their scalps go numb. Lin Gongzi, spare me, I'll leave right now. Lin Gongzi, don't worry. We won't come to this small universe again. The people from the celestial land were terrified. They turned around and fled. It was too scary. Who would dare to offend him? This was the invincible god. The experts from the hidden emperor star were dumbfounded. After all, it had been a while since the experts from the deity land had arrived. They were suppressed by the other party to the point where they could not even raise their heads. In fact, they could only become prisoners. However, Lin Xian's words had made these people feel like stray dogs. The gap between them was really too big. It was so big that they could only look up to it. Divine union. Everyone cheered. They were really too happy. This time, not only had they defeated the enemy, but they had also become famous. In the future, not many people would dare to behave atrociously here. Everyone gathered together. The old phoenix, the fantasy world patriarch, the savage wilderness patriarch, and the others all came to toast Lin Xian. After the banquet, everyone rested. Lin Xian also came to the palace. Xueqi brought him a cup of tea and said, "Husband, rest." Lin Xian nodded. In the next few days, Lin Xian's life was very peaceful. On this day, Lin Xian waved his hand and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The body of the first dragon general appeared from within. Xueqi was shocked. Husband, you didn't completely kill him, right? You still left a part of his soul. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Xueqi said, do you want him to submit? Lin Xian shook his head. This person has been following the Dragon King for a long time. It's impossible for him to submit to us. I'll take his soul and see if there's any useful information. As for the other members of the dragon race, don't kill them. In the future, I'll be in charge of the dragon race again. These people will all be mine, I know. I'll go and instruct them. Xueqi started to instruct the people of the Divine Union. Treat the members of the dragon race well. Lin Xian had indeed suppressed a part of the remnant soul. The first dragon general screamed crazily and tried to resist. However, how could he resist? His soul was taken away. Lin Xian couldn't obtain the secrets of the Dragon Emperor. The methods of a great emperor were too terrifying. His subordinates definitely wouldn't leave behind any soul memories. However, Lin Xian didn't collect any information about the Dragon Emperor. Instead, he collected information about the Dragon Queen. It had been a while since the first Dragon General had returned. During this time, he had followed the Dragon Queen and experienced many things. What Lin Xian wanted was this memory. As expected, he saw many things. For example, how the Dragon Queen had been chased by the Bone Emperor and how she had joined the Permitha realm. Also, how the Dragon Queen had ordered other dragon generals to search for the Dragon Emperor. This included the Hellfire Dragon, who had disguised himself as the sixth Dragon General. Lin Xian snorted coldly and finally destroyed the remaining soul. Next, he stared at the body of the first Dragon General and extracted the dragon tendons and dragon blood. It contained extremely terrifying laws and essence. Lin Xian kept it. He didn't consume it. He was prepared to reward the other experts of the dragon race in the future. The first Dragon General could be said to be very miserable. Weapons and treasures were all taken away by Lin Xian. The rest were turned into a bloody mist by Lin Xian and no longer existed. After doing all this, Lin Xian entered the Sword World and found that the Crimson Dragon was undergoing tribulation. It seemed like he was about to break through and become the Eight-Crowned King. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He began to transmit his voice to Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Bai Susu, and the others. Let them come back. There were still 2 dragon veins that had not been collected. This time, Lin Xian planned to let these people enter and let them break through together. The news of the battle spread. For a moment, the hidden Emperor Star was shocked. The entire universe was shocked. Is Lin Wude back? Heavens, he had killed the #1 Dragon General in such a domineering manner. He killed many experts of the deity ground. He was really too powerful. When we saw the people of the deity ground, we could only kneel down and worship them, but he could kill them. This person would definitely become a great emperor in the future. My dream husband is like this, an unparalleled hero. Some young women had stars in their eyes. As for the experts of the older generation, they all sighed. Really, each generation is stronger than the previous. We are old, and the future is theirs. When the news spread to the deity ground, countless people there were shocked. What? A group of experts of the Heavenly Sun sect had died. Among them were a few elders of the 9-Crown King level. It was like the end of the world. Everyone went crazy. One had to know that the Heavenly Sun sect was also a huge monster in the depths of the deity ground. It was a subordinate of the otherworld Heavenly King. It was high and mighty. When it came out, the people of the universe would submit to it as slaves. Now, who would dare to kill such a person? Did they want to die? Did they want to die? However, it really happened. It was really shocking. Who was it? What? Was it Lin Wude in the universe? Was it that young man? He was too arrogant. There was something even more terrifying. The first Dragon General was dead, and the people of the dragon race were also defeated. The first Dragon General was the #1 expert under the Dragon Emperor. Now, he had made a name for himself in the deity ground. Many 9-Crown Kings had challenged him in the past. In the end, they were all sent flying with a slap. The other party's strength was unfathomable. Now, he had also fallen in the small universe. What kind of terrifying existence was there in that small universe? How could it be so terrifying? Someone analyzed and said that they had gone to the hidden emperor planet. That world was very terrifying and had buried more than one great emperor. Could they have gone to the ancient tomb of a great emperor and been killed by the mechanism of a great emperor? As soon as this was said, everyone nodded. It was possible. Someone said, "No, I heard that it was Lin Wudy who killed him." What? Lin Wudy again? That was impossible. No matter how powerful Lin Wudy was, he would never be able to defeat the first dragon general. Countless people shook their heads crazily. They would rather believe that he had been killed by the mechanism of a great emperor. But not long after, the news spread. Some people from the path of immortality had returned from the small universe. They said, "I saw it with my own eyes. It was Lin Wudy who killed the first dragon general." This news caused a huge commotion. Countless people were shocked. Lin Wudy had become so strong, heavens, he was not far from the great emperor realm, right? In this era, Lin Wudy could become a great emperor. Countless astonished voices could be heard. When the news spread to Dragon City, the Dragon Queen was completely furious. She tore the void apart. What? The first dragon general was dead. She could not accept it. The 7 dragon generals were the protection that the Dragon Emperor had left for her. With this strength, she could sweep through a region. But now, the most important first dragon general was dead. Lin Wudy again. This name was like a nightmare that lingered for a long time. First, it was her son. Now, it was her #1 expert. They had all fallen in the hands of the other party. I want revenge. I must capture him and torture him for thousands of years. I will make him live a life worse than death. The Dragon Queen's eyes burst with extremely cold killing intent. This time, she was going to take action personally. Men, gather the remaining dragon generals and contact the people of the Heavenly Sun sect. We have to attack together. This time, Lin Wudy's body and soul would be destroyed. Not only him, but the divine union that he had founded, his relatives, and friends, all would go to hell. A murderous voice rang out. The entire dragon race began to move swiftly. At the same time, the Heavenly Sun sect was also enraged. The fall of several 9-crowned kings was a vicious slap to their faces. They could not bear it. After receiving the news from the Dragon Queen, they decided to move out immediately. The sect master of the Heavenly Sun sect began to gather his men. A storm was about to strike. The entire deity land became oppressive. Everyone knew that this was the eve of a storm. It was likely that the dragon race and the Heavenly Sun sect would not let this matter rest. It wouldn't be long before they charged into the universe. A great battle was about to begin. He wondered if Lin Wudy could withstand it. In the celestial ground, countless people were shocked and disgusted. Yan Ryu was also anxious after hearing the news. Soon, she received Lin Xian's message and quickly returned to the Divine Union. She wasn't the only one. Morong Qingqing, Bai Susu, and the others from the Divine Union were also affected. It was the same. At this moment, many experts left the immortal path. Like a shooting star, it flew into the universe below. Countless powerhouses in the universe looked up at the sky. This scene was too spectacular. Had the people of the deity land arrived? Some people were terrified. However, they soon realized that it wasn't the case. Someone cried out in alarm. They were people from our universe who had gone to the immortal land to gain experience. They had returned. The auras of these people were terrifying. Many of them were quasi-emperors. The deity land was too mysterious. These people were envious. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that these people were all flying in the same direction. They had entered the Hidden Emperor Star, causing the Hidden Emperor Star to be shocked. The Great Emperor clans were also on guard. Who were these people? Before long, they realized that these people were all flying in the direction of the Divine Union. Had the people of the Divine Union returned? The Yi family was shocked. The Gu family also narrowed their eyes. It seemed like Lin Wudy was also afraid. Humph. The Golden Crow tribe shook their heads and sneered. They were finished. I already said that those who offended the deity land would definitely die. Especially those who offended those related to Permitha. They were courting death. So what if Lin Wudi called back the experts of the Divine Union? Could they withstand Permitha's anger? The Destiny Twins and some other clans who had a grudge against Lin Xian sneered. They were prepared to watch a joke. They wanted to see how Lin Xian would fall. On the Divine Union side, it was quite lively. The return of Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Bai Susu, and the others made the Divine Union very happy. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others happily came to Lin Xian's side. You're finally back. How was it? They still didn't know what had happened 100,000 years ago. Lin Xian and the others gathered together. Lin Xian briefly told them what had happened. Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked when they heard it. Had he really killed a half-emperor? They were too shocked. A half-emperor. Half of a great emperor's body. That was the body of a great emperor. Although it didn't have immortal qi, it was enough to defeat all half-emperors. However, Lin Xian had succeeded in killing such a terrifying person. It was too unbelievable. His strength was too strong. Lin Xian said, "That's right. Half of the frog has fallen and it's not over yet. I plan to kill the other half of the green-robed great emperor's body as well. I'm already a 9-crown king." So fast? Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu were shocked. After all, they were only 7-crown kings. It was much easier for them to break through than Lin Xian. Although they were also proud daughters with outstanding trump cards, they were still very strong. They didn't have as many trump cards as Lin Xian. The amount of power Lin Xian needed was too much. The divine body needed a lot of power. The Rinnegan also needed power. More importantly, the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul needed power. Even 10 9-crown kings added together wouldn't be enough. Even so, Lin Xian was still able to break through smoothly and become a 9-crown king. One could imagine how great a fortune he had obtained. Lin Xian said, "I have indeed obtained a great fortune. A portion of the power was given to me by the dragon race's senior, 10-crown king. A portion of the power was accumulated by me." 10-crown king, everyone was shocked. That was a legendary existence. What was the other portion of the power? Yan Ruyu was curious. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. 100,000 years ago, I collected a batch of dragon veins and carefully hid them. 100,000 years had already passed. That was an astonishing amount of power. What? Really? Morong Qingqing's eyes lit up. One could imagine how shocking this power was. Lin Xian said, "I called you back for this matter. I want you to break through together. I want the Divine Union to break through together. I want the entire universe, including the people of the deity land, to watch." How did I create a miracle? Break through together. The people of the Divine Union were stunned when they heard this. Their eyes turned red. What kind of scene was this? They couldn't imagine it. The Divine Union was huge and there were countless disciples. Breaking through together was like a legend. However, Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. He felt that the remaining 2 dragon veins were enough for these people to break through together. Next, they started to make preparations. Lin Xian divided the people into 2 groups. One group was led by Morong Qingqing, while the other group was led by Yan Ruyu. They would lead the people of the Divine Union to the 2 dragon veins. On the other hand, Lin Xian personally went to the place where the 2 dragon veins were located and opened the seals. Before they set off, something else happened. The Crimson Dragon came out of the Sword World. He laughed heartily. Ben Huang had broken through and become the 8-crown champion. This was great. Who would dare to fight with him? He was very cocky. "Ruzalong, you have also broken through." Morong Qingqing and the others smiled and greeted him. Lin Xian smiled. "I don't have to send a clone. You and I will go to one of the dragon veins." Lin Xian told them his plan. The Crimson Dragon was shocked when he heard this. He smiled. "You are really generous." Back then, there was a venerable emperor who wanted to ascend to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Today, there is you who wants the entire Divine Union to break through together. This is a huge matter that will be passed down through the long river of time. However, I like it. This time, we have to act quickly. The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait either. Next, it was time for everyone to move. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing formed a group and flew to one of the dragon veins. The Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others went to the other one. All the members of the Divine Union left in a grandiose manner as they took the teleportation array and disappeared. In the vast universe, there was a planet full of deserts. The vast desert was desolate. However, at this moment, a group of people descended. These people stood in the void like gods and demons. They were like dark clouds pressing down on the city, causing the entire world to shake violently. There were also creatures in the desert world. They raised their heads to look at the sky, their faces filled with fear. A quasi-emperor directly came over and kowtowed. "Who are you, senior? I'm being polite here. Wait outside. If you're lucky, you'll have your own fortune." Lin Xian's voice rang out. These people were Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian, as well as some members of the Divine Union. This included the Old Phoenix. There were other experts as well. These people were extremely excited. Lin Xian waved his hand, tearing apart the desert. From below, the terrifying light of an array formation could be seen. The desert world was shocked. The quasi-emperor's pupils shrank. There was actually such a mysterious place under the desert, and he didn't know about it. However, he was very tactful. He retreated far away and sealed his soul. He knew that this group of people was exceptionally terrifying. If he acted rashly, he would probably die without a burial ground. Therefore, he had to act as if he didn't know anything. The terrifying array formation emitted a mysterious power. The quasi-emperors couldn't open it at all. However, Lin Xian was able to open it with ease. He formed a seal with his palm and endless nomological laws flew down. The array formation slowly opened. Then, a terrifying dragon roar soared into the sky and swept across the land. Lin Xian waved his hand and an invisible sword aura enveloped the entire desert world. The people outside couldn't see it at all. Countless creatures in the desert world looked up at the sky. They saw something that they would never forget in their lives. Countless giant dragons soared thousands of miles into the sky, piercing through the clouds. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The aura of the dragon heads was really terrifying. Each of the giant dragons could easily destroy the desert world. Morong Qingqing, the Old Phoenix, and the others were also dumbfounded. This was the dragon vein from 100,000 years ago. It was incredible that it had grown to this day. "How much power did this place contain?" Lin Xian said. "Go on. Go in and break through to your heart's content. This is your chance." Morong Qingqing nodded and walked in. The Old Phoenix also took a deep breath. Next, Vhumad, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the other disciples of the Divine Union entered one after another. They were enveloped by the boundless dragon aura. In the next moment, they started to absorb it with all their might. In another star in the universe, it was completely covered by seawater. The islands were like stars, embellished with stars. A group of people also descended on this star world. They were the Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, Bai Susu, and the other experts of the Divine Union. After arriving, the Crimson Dragon first formed an array formation that enveloped the entire world of seawater. In the world of seawater, countless demonic beasts raised their heads and let out furious roars. In the end, the Crimson Dragon released its dragon and tiger bloodline and shook the group of demonic beasts, causing them to tremble in fear. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and the sea split open, revealing the array formation inside. Then, countless dragon shadows appeared, each of them tens of thousands of meters long. They swept across the sky and earth. Yan Ruyu and the others were also shocked. "Is this what you left behind 100,000 years ago?" It was unbelievable. Bai Susu was excited. "With this power, I can definitely break through." Next, Yan Ruyu and the others entered the dragon vein in front of them. The Crimson Dragon once again enveloped the area with an array formation. He stood outside the array formation, his eyes flickering. "Break through. Let's see what kind of miracle you can create." Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not enter. This was because they had just broken through not long ago. Even Xueqi did not enter. After all, continuous breakthroughs would destabilize their Dao hearts. They were all waiting outside, guarding the place. At the same time, a storm was stirred up in the deity ground. This time, the Heavenly King seemed to be really angry. It was not just the Heavenly Sun sect. Apart from the Heavenly Sun sect, there were 4 other sects that had joined forces. The 5 major sects had come together. They were ready to destroy the Divine Union and Lin Wuti. This shocked the people of the deity ground. Someone said, as expected of the Heavenly King. He's high and mighty and doesn't allow anyone to challenge him. No matter who it is, he must kill them with all his might. The 5 major sects combined were enough to sweep everything away. Together with the dragon tribe, there were 6 major sections. Who in this world could stop them? Apart from a true great emperor, no one could. They knew that the Divine Union and Lin Wuti were finished. Long Yu was also delighted when she heard the news. To be honest, she had not expected this either. It seemed that the Heavenly King was really angry. He could use this opportunity to kill Lin Wuti in one fell swoop. The dragon tribe and the 5 major sects met up and the 6 major sects set off for the Divine Union. The people of the deity ground were shocked. Let's go and take a look. Countless powerhouses followed. They knew that this would be a shocking event that had not happened in tens of thousands of years. Of course, they would not miss it. When the news spread to the universe, it caused another round of shock. The universe, the primeval times, and all the other heavens and realms were trembling. The people from the Golden Crow clan laughed heartily when they heard the news. Lin Wuti was dead. The Destiny twins also laughed sinisterly. I want to see how he falls with my own eyes. Apart from them, there were also some clans and sects that had a grudge against Lin Xian. They couldn't beat Lin Xian with their own strength. Therefore, they could only place their hopes on the 6 great sections. The people from the Yi family and the Phoenix clan were worried. They had an inextricable relationship with the Divine Union, so they naturally had to pass on the news. They hurriedly told the people around them to evacuate. The universe was vast and boundless. If they hid, even the people from the deity land wouldn't be able to find them. However, when they arrived at the Divine Union, they were stunned. No matter how they passed on the news, there was no response. There was no response from the Divine Union. Nobody came out. What was going on? Could the people from the Divine Union have already escaped? When this news came out, countless people were in an uproar. The people from the Golden Crow clan snorted. Lin Wuti? I think he's just a coward. The Destiny twins clenched their teeth. He ran fast. The people from the Eternal Mountain and the Desolate Mountain also snorted. Do you think it's over just because you ran away? This time, the Prometha made a move. He definitely won't let you escape. We can find you anywhere in the universe. All sorts of discussions could be heard. However, they didn't know that the people from the Divine Union weren't escaping. They were breaking through. It wasn't 1 or 2 breakthroughs, but all at once. While the Hidden Emperor Star was in a state of shock, the 2 realms in the universe were undergoing earth-shattering changes. Every day, a terrifying dragon roar would be heard. The might of the roar made even the boundary emperors pale. Countless figures stood within the dragon veins and started to absorb the energy frantically. Finally, someone attracted the lightning. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were constantly paying attention. Whenever someone was about to break through, they would immediately separate them. They would place them in a separate space so that they wouldn't affect others. As such, one after another, the tribulations began to descend upon the place. The people from the Divine Union started to break through quickly. In the end, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Baisu took the initiative to break through. Between heaven and earth, thunder rumbled, enough to destroy any world. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were powerful enough to control the formation. Otherwise, the scene here would have long attracted the attention of the people outside. Finally, when the lightning in the sky disappeared, one figure after another walked out of the spatial rift. They laughed and said, I've broken through, I've really broken through. Baisusu also flew out. She thought to herself, did he really become the 8-crown champion? To be honest, she didn't even dare to dream that she would actually become the 8-crown champion. If her parents knew about this, they would definitely be overjoyed. She looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach this level in my lifetime. Lin Xian smiled. We're friends. You're treating me like an outsider. You have been in charge of the Divine Union while I was away, so this is what you deserve. I won't say any more polite words. Let's work together to fight the enemy. Bai Susu nodded solemnly. Next, Shangguan Shaoxian, Fu Hongye and the others also broke through. They all broke through and became 8 crown champions. The others also broke through a cultivation level. The old phoenix came out. He hadn't broken through, as he was already a 9 crown champion. If he broke through again, he would become an emperor lord. However, this bit of power wasn't enough for him to break through and become an emperor lord. An emperor lord wasn't just about power. He also needed other opportunities. However, the old phoenix was also very happy. This was because his strength in the 9 crown champion had also increased. Now, if he faced Qin Lihua again, he would be able to defeat him within 100 moves. On the other side, the Fantasy World Patriarch and the Savage Wilderness Patriarch had also become 8 crown champions. They were overjoyed and found it unbelievable. Most importantly, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu hadn't come out yet. This made many people worried. Lin Xian said, "It's fine. The two of them are very talented. I think they will break through and become 9 crown champions." Lin Xian looked at the lightning and started to wait. Indeed, the lightning of their breakthroughs was more terrifying. However, they all passed without any mishaps. When the two of them returned, they had already become 9 crown champions. The power in their bodies was incomparably terrifying. This was great. The two beautiful women were overjoyed. Their smiles made the world lose its splendor. We did it. We really did it. The Crimson Dragon was also very excited. They had really obtained it. The people of the Divine Union had all broken through. Not everyone had become quasi-emperors. However, everyone had broken through. This was really an earth-shattering move. The dragon veins in the world also slowly disappeared. In the end, they turned into fragments and scattered on the ground. Their mission had been completed. Let's go back. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the people back to the Divine Union. When they returned, they discovered that the atmosphere on the hidden Emperor Star was different. What had happened? After these people returned, they immediately went to investigate. Soon after, they received news. The dragon race and the 5 great sects under Baiyan had come together. The 6 great sects wanted to besiege the Divine Union. These people really didn't know what was good for them. The Crimson Dragon clenched his teeth. Bai Susu said, "Let them come." Who's afraid? Our Divine Union is no longer the same as before. Indeed, the others weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were very excited. They had all broken through and wanted to test their strength. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Oh, Long Yu is coming, just nice. I originally wanted to find her. Who would have thought that she would deliver herself to me? After dealing with her, I will unify the dragon race. If Long Yu hadn't sided with Baiyan, perhaps Lin Xian wouldn't have thought of controlling the dragon race. After all, Long Xiaotian had sacrificed a lot for the dragon race. However, Long Yu was too despicable. She had actually gone against the dragon race's oath. The dragon race would never submit. Long Yu had actually led the people of the dragon race to submit to the enemy. Lin Xian couldn't tolerate this. Therefore, he wanted to take over the dragon race. Lin Xian said to the people beside him, "You guys have just broken through. Take advantage of this time to consolidate your cultivation base. A great battle is coming. I will lead you guys to create another miracle." Yes. Everyone responded and then returned to their respective palaces to rest. Lin Xian led Xueqi and the Crimson Dragon to various places in the ancient city and the hidden Emperor Star. When the others saw Lin Xian and the others, they were stunned. Oh my god, isn't this Lin Wudi? What? Where is he? It's really him. He's so handsome. That's not the point. Shouldn't he be running away? Why is he still here? That's right. The 6 great sects are about to arrive. Why isn't he running away? Does he not want to live anymore? Immediately, someone walked up. It was a young woman with a flushed face. She said, Lin Gongzi, hurry up and leave. The 6 great sects of the immortal path are coming to kill you. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but don't worry. I don't care about the 6 great sections. They're just a few ants. If they dare to come, I'll just slap them to death. Lin Xian's words spread out and shocked countless people. This Lin Wuti was too arrogant. He actually dared to say such big words. Did he not know how to write the word death? Some people were puzzled. Why was he so confident? Did he have a super trump card? I heard that he has an extreme weapon in his hands. Moreover, he has more than one extreme weapon with him. Suddenly, someone sneered. So what? This time, he offended the Otherworld Heavenly King. Not to mention extreme weapons, the Otherworld Heavenly King has more than one great emperor. So how could he be afraid of extreme weapons? That's right. This time, the Otherworld Heavenly King is definitely terrifying to the extreme. Presumably, the 6 great sects would definitely bring extreme weapons with them. Then what is this Lin Wuti relying on? I think he knows that his death is not far away. That's why he's so arrogant. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were still not optimistic about Lin Xian. Time passed slowly. On this day, a group of experts finally arrived in the universe. A powerful aura swept in all directions. Everyone felt a wave of panic. Their souls were about to split open. Countless people knelt down in the void. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star looked up at the sky. They saw that the clear sky was rolling at this moment. Countless dark clouds were condensing. The whole world was shaking as if the end of the world was coming. Boom. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder came from the sky. At the same time, a monstrous power swept down, shaking the entire universe. This power made the scalps of everyone in the Hidden Emperor Star tingle. They knew that the 6 great sects had come, bringing with them supreme anger. The expert of the Golden Crow clan roared, it's all Lin Wuti's fault. He offended the 6 great sections. If he doesn't handle it well, he might implicate us. The people of the Twin of Destiny clan also said, that's right. We must submit. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our souls will be destroyed. Damn Lin Wuti. Get him out of the Hidden Emperor Star. Some sects who had a grudge against Lin Xian roared. Even the people of the Great Emperor family were facing a great enemy. Now, the Great Emperor family's imperial weapons were brought to the immortal land. Thus, at that moment, they were unable to resist. Countless experts appeared in the sky. They stood there like fiend gods, looking down from a high vantage point. So many experts, were these the elites of the 6 great system-allocated sects? I feel that any one of them would be able to sweep through the Hidden Emperor Star. These were the forces and sects under the Nirvana realm. The true masters of the Nirvana realm had yet to make a move. The Heavenly King was too powerful. How could Lin Wuti compete with such a person? Previously, some people still had hope for Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian could condense 3 extreme Dao weapons. But now, they were in despair. Even if they had extreme weapons, it would be difficult for them to fight against these people. Above the 9 heavens, countless people's expressions were cold. Long Yu's expression was cold as well. She looked around and stared at an ancient city. Let's go. Today would be their doomsday if they headed to the Divine Union. This time, Long Yu wanted to take complete revenge. As for the other sects, the Divine Union had also come. This time, they were determined to kill Lin Wuti and spread their name. They wanted to warn the other realms that the Nirvana realm was not to be challenged. A group of people continued to descend towards the Divine Union. Before they arrived, the entire sacred origin city started to shake violently. The nomological laws above the ancient city were suppressed and dimmed. However, this ancient city was also extraordinary. Who knew what material it was made of? Even in the face of such pressure, there were no cracks. The people of the Divine Union were also on high alert. They naturally felt the scene above them. Bai Susu took a deep breath. So many experts had actually come. Nailan Liang, Fu Hongya, and the others were also nervous. Although they had managed to make breakthroughs in their strength, there were simply too many people present. There were as many experts as there were clouds. Morong Qingqing, Shueqi, Yan Ruyu, and the others also walked out. Big brother Xian. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's okay." The situation was better than what he had imagined. He had thought that the Emperor Lord would come. Now that the Emperor Lord had not come, they were not enough. The only thing Lin Xian was worried about now was the Emperor Lord. After all, a true great emperor's battle prowess was too strong. However, since the Emperor Lord had not come, things would be easier. Everything was under his control. The powerhouses in the sky finally arrived above the Divine Union. One of them, a burly man, was surrounded by flames like a city of fire. He said, "Where is Lin Wuti? Get out here. Kneel down and submit." A cold voice was heard. However, no one came out. The 6 great sects in the sky frowned deeply. Since no one was coming out, they would make a move. Someone wanted to make a move. However, at that moment, many figures flew over from afar. These people had wings and were surrounded by terrifying flames. Had someone come to help the Divine Union? Countless people exclaimed. The 6 great sects in the sky also frowned. Did they have a death wish? Stop. We are here to help you. We are the Golden Crow tribe. We have a grudge against Lin Wuti. Now, we are willing to help the 6 great sects to attack the Divine Union. What? The Golden Crow tribe? Was the Golden Crow tribe also going to rely on the 6 great sects? What about the Destiny Twins? Another group of people arrived. These people were half black and half white. The condensed aura was very terrifying. Apart from them, some other families and sects also came over. Firstly, they had a grudge against Lin Xian. Secondly, this was the best opportunity for them to rely on the deity ground. Very good. Long Yu's lips curled into a smile. Although the other party's strength was not up to our standards, however, with these people taking the lead to submit, would the other ancient families still dare to resist? It wouldn't be long before we could control the entire universe. The sect masters of the other sects also narrowed their eyes. Good. With a wave of their hands, they allowed you to join our camp and become our subordinates. Thank you, Senior. The Golden Crow clan and the Gemini of Destiny clan were very happy. Although they had become subordinates, however, it was as if they had picked up a great bargain. Soon, they turned their spearhead and looked towards the depths of the Divine Union. They shouted, "Lin Wuti, come out and accept your death. How dare you offend the opposite shore deity ground? You will not leave here alive today." The other people's faces fell. It was over. The 6 great sects were already very terrifying. Now, there were some enemies from before. It was likely that the Divine Union would not be able to escape this calamity. Just based on trash like you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of the Divine Union? Finally, a voice was heard from below. It reverberated in all directions. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. No way. Was that Lin Xian's voice? Lin Xian was still so arrogant? He really did not know what was good for him. The 6 great sects in the sky were also furious. The 2 powerhouses from the Golden Crow tribe shouted coldly, "You are courting death. Come out." This was a good opportunity for them to perform. Their bodies were like mountains, shining brightly between heaven and earth. Then, they released a terrifying aura. They did not dare make a move against Lin Xian. However, they attacked the Divine Union's array formation. Breaking the other party's array formation in one move was considered a great merit. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as a dragon claw appeared from below. It was 10,000 meters tall and crushed the void. It grabbed the 2 golden crows and tore them into pieces. Just the likes of you trash also dare to attack this Emperor's array formation? You must be tired of living. In the next instant, the Divine Union opened the door and Lin Xian and the rest walked out. Lin Wuti had come out. Countless people exclaimed. Look, it's Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu. They're back too. That icy woman is very Shueqi from before, right? And that dragon. They're all back. It seems like the Divine Union didn't dare to be careless. Some people exclaimed. Others sneered. So what if they're all back? We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Wuti, kneel down. You're no match for us. Long Yu looked down and said coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and looked ahead. Long Yu was still as noble as ever. Other than that, there were a few powerful beings beside her. They were all dragon horns. Lin Xian naturally saw the sixth dragon general, the Hellfire Dragon. The Hellfire Dragon blinked his eyes secretly. It was obvious that he and Lin Xian were planning to stab each other in the back at the crucial moment. You're Lin Wudi? You're the one who killed the elders of the Sky Sun sect, another old man spoke in a deep voice. He was the sect leader of the Sky Sun sect. His gaze was like the sun, shining in all directions. Lin Xian sneered. The Sky Sun sect is just SOSO. Courting death. An expert walked over. Elder, I'll go kill him. This was a young genius. He didn't believe that Lin Xian was strong enough to kill the elders. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have used some despicable methods. Kid, come and fight with me. That genius roared as a terrifying power burst forth from his body. It was the Eight-Crowned King. Just you? You don't have the right to be my opponent. I'll fight you. Vhumad walked out. He had broken through to become the Eight-Crowned King. In the next moment, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, and an earth-shattering power erupted. Originally, the six great sects had laughed coldly, thinking that it would be easy to kill the people in the universe below. However, after 50 moves, they were actually evenly matched, which surprised them. On the 60th round, Vhumad executed her trump card and knocked the genius flying. The genius vomited blood as his face turned extremely pale. He had actually lost. Damn it, how could this be? Vhumad snorted. You can't even beat me, and you want to challenge my junior martial uncle? What a joke. Trash. When an elder of the Heavenly Sun sect saw this scene, his face darkened. Had he been slapped in the face, the prodigy was also trembling in fear. Sect leader, please don't be angry. I'll kill him right now. He roared and quickly rushed over. The two of them fought again. Vhumad was infuriated. A leaf appeared in his hand. The merciless laws on it gathered together and pierced through the other party's glabella. The soul of the genius was destroyed, causing it to fall from the sky. He was dead. Countless people were stunned. The faces of the people of the Heavenly Sun sect darkened. A prodigy had fallen just like that? Vhumad sneered. That's all, what's going on? Some of the sect's elites frowned. They looked at the Dragon Queen. Didn't you say that other than Lin Wudi and his women, we are not afraid of anyone else? The others were nothing to be afraid of. Where did this person come from? Long Yu was also surprised. She said, perhaps they are some hidden masters. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. There shouldn't be more than 3 of them. The other elites were relieved after hearing this. Not more than 3, good, then we'll crush them directly. The people of the Divine Union cheered as well. Vhumad was naturally happy. His strength had increased by a lot. After he retreated, Xianxia also walked out. Are the 6 great sects very powerful? Today, I'll challenge your prodigy elites. Come, let's see if you can defeat me. Someone else walked out. No way. Where did the Divine Union get the confidence to challenge the 6 great sects? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can compete with us with just a few elites? We have far more prodigies than you. A woman from the Heavenly Moon sect also walked out. This woman was wearing a moon robe and was extremely beautiful. After she walked out, she snorted. I'll kill you. A full moon scimitar appeared in her hand and she slashed out. Who do you think will win this battle? Of course, it would be the 6 great sections. The previous one was careless. Who would keep losing? As soon as she finished speaking, a scream was heard. The person from the Heavenly Moon sect was directly pierced by Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. Until her death, she couldn't believe that she would be killed by an ant from the lower world universe. That's all there is to it. Xianxia was also disdainful. Haha, I'll do it too. Nalan Liang walked out. His fat body caused everyone to laugh loudly. What are you laughing about? Lord Fatty, I can kill you all. You're courting death. In the sky, an elite from the Heavenly Star sect walked out. This was also a burly man with 2 meteor hammers in his hands. As he waved them around, he could shatter the void. However, after 100 moves, he was also killed by Nalan Liang. Shock. Endless shock. 3 consecutive victories. The prodigies of the Divine Union were really shocking. Even the people from the monarch race were shocked. When had the people of the Divine Union become so powerful? This shouldn't be. One had to know that the ones who had attacked were all 8 crown kings. Where had the Divine Union gotten so many 8 crown kings? The people from the 6 great sects had cold looks on their faces. Long Yu said, no matter, 3 at most. After this, there won't be any more prodigies. On our side, the dragon tribe doesn't have many people. She had sent the dragon tribe's 8 crown king. This time, she didn't believe that the other side could send anyone of the same cultivation level. I'll go. Baisusu walked out. You're simply no match for me. On the dragon tribe's side, there was a handsome man. There was a lightning longsword in his hand, and he slashed it forward. The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the killing intent was torrential. It brought with it a destructive power that could sever the heaven and earth. Baisusu's figure flashed as she dodged. Then, she formed a seal with her palms and appeared in all directions. 4 of her clones appeared. It's useless. You're simply no match for me. The dragon tribe powerhouse sneered. Each of Baisusu's clones held a sword in their hands. They were the 4 seasons sword of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This was a set of array formations. When combined with her ultimate clones, the power was extremely terrifying. The winter sword slashed out with a biting cold air that made one's hair stand on end. The summer sword had a scorching aura. The spring sword and the autumn sword. After the 4-sword chi, the sound of the air being split was heard. The entire void was split into 4. Baisusu retracted her sword and turned to leave. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Was the battle over? That was impossible. Suddenly, a shattering sound was heard in the sky. The dragon tribe powerhouse's armor cracked and his body was torn apart. Was he dead? Instant kill? Countless people were stunned. The true Path Sect's powerhouses were also watching the battle. Elder Bai gasped when she saw this scene. Baisusu's mother also exclaimed, "Is this really our daughter?" Had she become so powerful to such an extent? Baisusu had always been managing the affairs of the Divine Union and rarely returned home. But even so, their parents were well aware of Baisusu's current level of cultivation. Now, Baisusu's strength had improved by leaps and bounds and reached an unbelievable level. This was really beyond their imagination. The powerhouses present exclaimed as well. Elder Bai said, "It must be Lin Gongzi." It was Lin Gongzi who had helped Baisusu raise her strength to such a level. Lin Gongzi was too mysterious. Perhaps the Divine Union could really make a comeback this time. The members of the dragon tribe were shocked. One of their geniuses had died. Long Yu's expression also turned incomparably ugly. She had just said that there wouldn't be more than 3 elites, yet she had been slapped in the face. She was so angry that she started trembling. The powerhouses of the Sky Sun sect also frowned when they saw the scene. The sect master said, "Given our strength, there is no need to fight them one-on-one. Let's just go all out and crush them. I want them all to fall within a jaw stick's time." The others nodded in agreement. Long Yu also had nothing to say. In the next instant, they gave the order to attack with all their might. "Leave no one alive." A piercing cold voice was heard, causing everyone to panic. The spectators retreated one after another. The members of the Divine Union also took a deep breath. Was a great battle about to begin? Lin Xian drew his immortal slaying sword and shouted, "Everyone, follow me into battle. Kill your way up to the 9 heavens. Kill, kill, fight, fight." The members of the Divine Union all drew their weapons. The nomological laws on their bodies started to emanate. They weren't afraid of this battle. With a roar, the 2 sides clashed. The sky and earth were instantly torn apart. Terrifying power filled the vast sky and earth. There were simply too many of them. The people watching from afar had all retreated far away. Through the array formation, they were able to watch. The people of the monarch race side. The the divine union was in danger. Although they might be strong, the number of geniuses and their weapons were far from the 6 great sects. It would be difficult for them to hold on. In a jaw stick's time, or perhaps half a jaw stick's time, they would all be wiped out. Kill, Long Yu and the sect masters of the 5 great sects stood in the void with their hands behind their backs. They didn't make a move, because they felt that there was no need. The dragon generals had already attacked. The second dragon general glared at Lin Xian and shouted, "Die!" He sent a palm strike out. Boom! A terrifying dragon claw tore the void apart like an immemorial mountain as it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his sword, he split the dragon claw in half. The second dragon general cried out in pain. He clutched his wound, his eyes filled with shock. Damn it, how could this guy be so strong? Previously, when he had heard that the first dragon general had died in the hands of this man, he had not believed it at all. How could the first dragon general die in the hands of a young man? In his opinion, it must be a despicable and shameless method. Now that he was facing Lin Xian, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The other party's strength was truly formidable. Could it be that he really had the strength to kill the first dragon general? Damn it, I don't believe it. Let's attack together. The third dragon general and the 5th dragon general rushed over. However, the 6th dragon general did not make a move. Because it was the Hellfire dragon in disguise. The 3 dragon generals surrounded Lin Xian, causing everyone to exclaim, "It's over, the 3 dragon generals are attacking together, no matter how strong Lin Xian is, he won't be able to resist. Kid, we meet again. The 5th dragon will be a bone dragon." The gigantic dragon head pressed down on Lin Xian. The sound shattered the surrounding space. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 3 of them, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he shook his head slightly. "I'll give you all a chance, leave Long Yu, submit to me, and continue to serve the dragon tribe. I can spare your lives." "Just you, kid, who do you think you are?" The 5th dragon general sneered in disdain. The 3rd dragon general also snorted. "We are the subordinates of the Dragon Emperor, we will not submit to you." The 2nd dragon general said, "Cut the crap, kill him." The 3 of them attacked together, completely shattering the world. At the same time, countless array formations rushed out of the divine union and covered the entire land, protecting countless cities and mountains. This prevented them from being pierced through. Lin Xian roared and charged towards the 9 heavens. The other 3 dragon generals followed. Lin Xian would not be able to escape. The stars in the 9 heavens started to seethe. The sky was filled with attacks, completely enveloping Lin Xian. "Ha ha ha ha," the 5th dragon general laughed. "What Lin Wudi? With the 3 of us working together, he won't be able to resist." Was it over? The people of Buried Earth Star were also in despair. The 3 dragon generals were only SOSO. How did they become the subordinates of the Dragon Emperor? That was too weak. "You're still alive?" The 2nd dragon general's eyes narrowed. He saw Lin Xian walk out of the shattered void. "Unscathed?" The 3rd dragon general exclaimed, his face darkening. They realized that they had underestimated their opponent. Lin Xian said, "Take my punch." He punched out, his golden fist engulfing everything in its path. There was nothing in this world that could stop it. Boom! After one punch, the 3 dragon generals were sent flying, and the 5th dragon general's bones were shattered. The 2nd dragon general's arm was broken, and the 3rd dragon general's leg was missing. After one punch, the 3 of them were severely injured. How was that possible? The 3 of them were alarmed. This person's strength was actually so strong. He could hit all 3 of them with one punch. "Who exactly are you?" The 3 of them were terrified. Other than the Dragon King, they didn't feel this despair from anyone else. A terrifying dragon aura appeared on Lin Xian's body. The dragon roared, and a terrifying dragon-shaped sword aura shot into the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of the dragon clan. Countless people looked up to him. Everyone on planet Burial Earth, and even everyone in the universe, saw it. Even Long Yu's expression changed. Such a terrifying dragon aura, how was that possible? How could he have it? You, the dragon soul in your body, the 3 dragon generals were stunned. Even the Hellfire Dragon's eyes narrowed. He couldn't tell that this kid had a fortuitous encounter. He could feel the unyielding will of the dragon clan from Lin Xian. Didn't you ask who I was? Let me tell you, I'm the dragon god. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. At this moment, the dragon clan was shocked. Their souls were trembling. The three dragon generals' eyes narrowed. Long Yu seemed to have thought of something. Impossible. The dragon clan didn't have a god, the dragon clan only had one emperor, and that was Brother Tian. She roared in exasperation. Before, she felt that Lin Xian was very familiar. He looked like someone from 100,000 years ago. But in her opinion, Lin Xian couldn't be that person. He should be that person's descendant. Just a descendant. She didn't think much of it. But now, he called out the name of the dragon god. It reminded her of the person who fought with Long Xiaotian 100,000 years ago. Luckily, that person mysteriously disappeared. Otherwise, who knew who would become the emperor in the end? What right do you have to call yourself the dragon god? Who do you think you are? The second dragon general roared in madness. The third dragon general did the same. Even if the dragon clan had a god, it would be the dragon emperor, not you. The other dragon clan members also roared in anger. Lin Xian, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed heartily. Could it be that you have already forgotten what happened 100,000 years ago? 100,000 years ago? What happened? The dragon clan members were stunned. Lin Xian said coldly. 100,000 years ago, on the other side, 10 Crown Kings suppressed the dragon clan. The one who saved 10 Crown King, other than Long Xiaotian, was the dragon god, don't you know? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people of the dragon race were confused. The three dragon generals, however, had pained expressions. This made Lin Xian very puzzled. Why wasn't there a look of regret? But pain, the light of reincarnation bloomed in his eyes, and he quickly understood. Long Xiaotian was really ruthless. He actually sealed their souls. Now, Lin Xian knew why there was no news of the dragon god 100,000 years ago. It turned out that Long Xiaotian had sealed their souls. Some of the weaker ones had their souls erased. Even the dragon generals around him had their souls sealed, so they couldn't remember anything about the dragon god. Only Long Xiaotian and Long Yu remembered. But so what? Today, let me open your dusty memories. 6 paths of reincarnation, hand of the heavenly Tao, open for me. The eye of reincarnation in the sky bloomed with a mysterious power. A terrifying soul aura suppressed the world. Everyone's souls felt a huge suppression. It was too terrifying. This Lin Wudi not only had a strong physique, but his soul was also terrifying. The three dragon generals' souls were also suppressed. Their expressions changed. Then, from the eye of reincarnation, a few palms appeared and grabbed at the souls of the three dragon generals, trying to break the other party's seal. The three dragon generals roared crazily. They were resisting. In the sky, Long Yu's expression changed. Damn it, you dare, she was really angry. She would not allow news of the dragon god to spread. So, she slapped out with her palm. Heavens, the dragon queen had personally made a move. This was the dragon emperor's woman. How terrifying was her strength, that Lin Wudi was in danger. Countless exclamations rang out. Lin Xian held the immortal slaying sword and slashed out. There was a clang, and a terrifying sword chi blocked the other party's palm. Lin Xian's blood boiled from the shock. Long Yu was even more shocked. The other party could actually block it. But so what, she was completely enraged. Her embroidered hands had the power to sweep away an army. Extremely terrifying palm prints flew out. Immortal technique, dragon seal, a cold voice rang out as endless immortal spells erupted. Long Xiaotian walked the path of the immortal Tao, so Long Yu naturally cultivated immortal techniques. The handprint grew larger in the air like a mountain. At the same time, it connected with the stars in the sky, becoming incomparably mysterious. It was as if a heavenly pillar of light was pressing down on Zhangxian. Heaven-defying fist. Lin Xian used a heaven-defying fist technique and relied on the power of the nine-yang body to strike the heavens. The fire of the sun collided with the light of the stars. An earth-shattering aura erupted. After the attack, the surrounding people all retreated. In the sky, the 5 sect leaders frowned deeply. What's going on? What? Were they really that difficult to exterminate? Half an hour had passed. Although some people from the Divine Union had perished, it seemed like more people had perished on their side. Furthermore, the number of powerhouses that had appeared in the Divine Union was really too many. This had completely exceeded their expectations. The people from the other worlds were even more shocked. Since when had the Divine Union become so formidable? Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek was heard. It turned out that Lin Xian had blocked Long Yu's attack on one side. On the other side, he had continued to use his Rinnegan to attack the 3 great dragon generals. Their souls had been torn apart. Finally, some seals had been broken, and some long-sealed memories had surged into the minds of the 3 great dragon generals. This had made them go crazy. They were extremely miserable. Damn it. Long Yu's expression changed as an extremely sharp killing intent appeared in her eyes. A dragon-headed walking stick appeared in her hand. She waved it viciously, and an extremely frightening, cold aura appeared. It engulfed Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's sword aura moved, and the universe became his sword. The power of the immortal slaying sword allowed his sword technique to directly tear this cold aura apart. Then, the great dragon sword soul roared and slashed out. The dragon-shaped sword aura illuminated the ages like an indestructible divine sword. It slashed towards Long Yu. Long Yu used her dragon-headed walking stick to block it, but it was actually split in half. She kept retreating, her blood churning. Damn it, the sharp blade in this person's hand was too frightening. She looked at the 5 sect masters and said, "Why don't you attack together?" The 5 sect masters frowned, but at this time, the Sky Sun sect master walked over. He also wanted to kill Long Yu. "Do you want to join hands?" "Humph, I'm not afraid of anything." Lin Xian huffed coldly and used the 9 yang divine body to the extreme. His fist struck in all directions. The Heavenly Sun sect also practiced the art of the sun, so Lin Xian had to use the 9 yang divine body to fight against them. "You're courting death." The Sky Sun sect master sent out the Sky Sun Great Palm, and the two fought an earth-shattering battle. On the other side, Long Yu charged over again, using many immortal techniques. The combination of the two was extremely powerful. Everyone started to worry for Lin Xian again. However, their worries were in vain. Lin Xian had used a peerless sword technique to fight against Long Yu. He used the 9 yang divine body to fight against the Sky Sun sect. At the same time, he used his Rinnegan to continue attacking the souls of the 3 dragon generals. Lin Wudi was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. He could even attack the dragon generals. He was too terrifying. What level had he reached? Long Yu was furious. The Heavenly Sun sect master was also shocked. "Could it be that your physique is the legendary 9 yang divine body?" His eyes were filled with envy. He yearned for such a divine body. "I'll kill you and get the 9 yang divine body." If the Sky Sun sect's ultimate technique was used with the 9 yang divine body, it would be used to the extreme. Therefore, he had to get this body. Immortal technique, Heavenly Sun's descent. With that, millions of suns appeared in the sky, all of which began to descend. The entire void continued to shatter. Everyone felt despair. What kind of ultimate technique was this? Lin Xian roared, 9 suns open the sky. He punched out with the power to split open the sky. His flesh had shattered millions of suns into pieces. The Sky Sun sect master was also punched through. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A bloody hole appeared in his body, and he half knelt in the void. "How is this possible? You actually broke my ultimate technique. You're courting death." Long Yu was also furious. He didn't expect that the two of them together couldn't take down the other party. He suddenly threw out the 10,000 dragons picture. The void shattered, and countless people were sent flying. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. An extreme Dao weapon. It seemed that Long Yu was completely furious. Lin Xian also burst out with a cold light and took out the heaven-swallowing jar. A black vortex appeared. It swallowed the sky and earth, blocking the extreme Dao aura. He faced Long Yu in the sky. He sneered. "What? It seems that you're very angry. What secret are you afraid of being leaked? Can't they know about the dragon god? Kid, I don't know what your relationship with the dragon god is. However, this matter is not something you can control. This is the Dragon Emperor's decision. Do you want to offend a great emperor? Is a great emperor that great? Lin Xian sneered. Give me some time, and I will surpass a great emperor. His eyes were filled with unparalleled confidence. Of course, in Long Yu's eyes, this was simply a fool's dream. She frantically activated the 10,000 dragons picture. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. Lin Xian had the sword world, and the power he controlled was much more than Long Yu. Therefore, even if there was only half of the heaven-swallowing jar, it could still block the 10,000 dragons picture. Why aren't you attacking? Long Yu looked at the other sect masters. They frowned deeply. They prepared to join forces and attack Lin Xian. They couldn't let this person continue to grow. Attack. At this moment, the 5 sect masters walked forward together. However, the divine union was no pushover either. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly and charged at the Sky Moon sect master. Yan Ruyu charged at the Sky Star sect master. The Old Phoenix charged at the Sky Frost sect master. As for the Sky Fire sect master, Xue Qi and the Crimson Dragon worked together to deal with him. Only the Heavenly Strategies sect master remained. This person was very strong. The Divine Union no longer had a 9-crown king who could match him. The Savage Wilderness Patriarch and Fu Hongye wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by their enemies. Lin Xian said, "No worries. Leave this person to me." He wanted to take on 3 people alone. You are really arrogant. The Heavenly Strategies sect master walked over with a gloomy expression. He was a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. He held a compass in his hand that seemed to be able to calculate everything. He was challenging 3 people alone. In the eyes of others, Lin Xian was in a very dangerous situation. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Even if the 3 of them worked together, what could they do? My sword can destroy everything. Kill! Lin Xian roared furiously as the immortal slaying sword attacked quickly. Terrifying sword chi filled the sky. He used a powerful sword technique the moment he stepped forward and swept through the sky. The expressions of the 3 powerhouses opposite him changed. Previously, the 3 of them had been very confident when they had worked together. However, they now felt that they had to use their full strength. Otherwise, they might not be able to take him down. Attack together and don't hold back anymore. The 3 of them attacked quickly. The Sun Sect Master used the Scorching Sun Blazing Sunday. Long Yu used the Dragon Race's ultimate technique. The compass in the Heavenly Strategies Sect Master's hand blossomed with a mysterious radiance as he continued to calculate. He is behind you. Attack quickly. He is coming over. He is going to retreat. Block his escape route quickly. Angry shouts rang out continuously. Although he hadn't attacked yet, he seemed to have accurately calculated Lin Xian's every move. Indeed, Lin Xian rushed to the front and slashed out 3 times with his sword. Then, his figure flashed as he retreated. The entire process was as the Heavenly Strategies Sect Master had said. Great! He had calculated correctly. Long Yu was overjoyed. The Heavenly Sun Sect Master continued to block their path. Kid, your every move is under our control. Let's see what you're going to do. The expressions of the other spectators also changed. The people of the Great Emperor clan said, "Who is this person?" This was too terrifying. The people of the Qilin clan were terrified. That compass could deduce everything. He had the ability to predict the future. The strong man of the Kuanping clan sighed, in this way, Lin Xian will be at a disadvantage. His actions were completely controlled. These people could be prepared and put up their defenses in advance. Indeed, the Heavenly Strategy Sect Master calculated the next 4 moves correctly. He had calculated every single one of Lin Xian's movements. Humph, the compass in my hand can deduce everything and control everything. You can't escape from my grasp. He smiled confidently. The Heavenly Sun Sect Master's confidence was greatly boosted. Long Yu snorted. Lin Wudi, today is the day you die. Older brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others were also worried. They reminded him, be careful. Lin Xian said, don't worry about me. They can't do anything to me. They can't do anything to you? The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master sneered. Kid, I can deduce that you won't use your sword technique next. You're going to use your soul, right? Lin Xian was surprised. I have to admit that your immortal technique is really powerful. I've never seen it before. You can deduce what I'm thinking and what I'm going to do. You do have the ability to predict the future. Lin Xian was right. Even he was surprised by this. His initial shock disappeared. Soon, Lin Xian calmed down. So what if these people were accurate in their calculations, and Ant knew that a dragon was coming? Even if it knew in advance, so what, could it dodge? Did it have the strength to dodge? The answer was definitely no. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't have to hide anything. Even if he was predicted, with his strength, he could still defeat everything. Therefore, Lin Xian said with a smile, next, I'll let you know what absolute power is. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master sneered disdainfully. His power of deduction could definitely predict everything and avoid everything in advance. The Heavenly Sun Sect Master and Long Yu's confidence increased greatly. The two of them cooperated and prepared to attack again. Lin Xian rushed over and slashed at the Heavenly Sun Sect Master with his sword. The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master said, his sword technique is fierce. Go to the right. Dodge to the left. The Heavenly Soaring Sect Master said, got it. He stood to the left. At the same time, the blazing sun immortal fist in his hand blasted out. It's useless, Lin Wudi. Everything about you is under our control. The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master was high above and controlled everything. Lin Xian didn't say anything. The sword in his hand became even colder. Boom, an earth-shattering sound came. The Heavenly Sun Sect Master screamed miserably. How is that possible? The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master was shocked. He had warned them in advance. Was it useless? He abruptly turned to look ahead. Half of the Heavenly Sun Sect Master's body was split open. Blood mist filled the air. His face was hideous. He screamed miserably. His entire body was sent flying backwards. Lin Xian looked at Long Yu again. Long Yu's pupils shrank. What's going on? How did this person become stronger? Next, the sword technique descends from the sky. Quickly dodged to the ground. At this time, the Heavenly Strategy Sect Master continued to deduce with the compass. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded and descended. Lin Xian indeed performed a sword technique descending from the sky. The deduction was correct. Seeing this, Long Yu was delighted. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. The others also exclaimed, he's too strong. He can predict the future. Boom, an earth-shattering voice could be heard. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen screamed. Blood splattered in the sky. What's going on? What happened? The others were all dumbfounded. Didn't they already predict this? How could she be injured? This is impossible. The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master went crazy. What happened? When the sword light disappeared, Long Yu's face was pale. There was a sword mark on her arm. What's going on? Didn't you dodge? The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master shouted. Long Yu gritted her teeth. She was very strong and invincible. Lin Xian burst into laughter. I've told you before. Foresight is useless in the face of absolute power. I don't believe you. The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master roared. Lin Xian turned and stared at him. You don't believe me? Soon, I'll let you experience it. Lin Xian held the immortal slaying sword and charged over. The Heavenly Strategy Sect Master quickly operated the compass and dodged to the left. He quickly dodged to the left. Sure enough, the sword slashed past him. He said, do you see? This is my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils shrank. Oh no, retreat. He saw a fist coming at him quickly. He retreated frantically. My judgment is correct. I can leave. The Heavenly Strategy sect master heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. This punch was a heaven-defying punch with incomparable power. It directly blasted heaven and earth into pieces. Although the Heavenly Strategy sect master retreated in advance, he was still hit by the remaining power of this force. He retreated and coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could it be like this? The Heavenly Strategy sect master was shocked. He was actually injured. His prediction was useless. No. He was going crazy, and his confidence was about to collapse. The others also exclaimed, "What's going on? Is the prediction useless? Is the prediction useless?" Impossible. From their point of view, clairvoyance was an extremely terrifying ability. At this time, the Yi family powerhouse sighed, "It's not that it's useless, but the difference in strength between us is too great." Someone was puzzled. The Phoenix race powerhouse said, "Even if you have the ability to predict the future, you can predict it. Next, when the Emperor comes to kill you, can you avoid it?" The others were stunned, then sighed, "It's true. Even if you can predict it, how can you avoid it?" Can you avoid it, but can you block it? As long as you can't block this power, even if you can predict it, it will only increase your sorrow. At the same time, some people were shocked. Nine-Crown King. This Lin Wuti is far stronger than the others. It's unbelievable. That's for sure. Someone exclaimed, "What kind of trump card does Lin Wuti have?" The Nine-Yang divine physique, the great dragon descendant, and the reincarnation eye. If any one of them was present, they could make that person rise like a comet and laugh at the world. Now that these three treasures were in the same person's possession, how powerful was he? Not to mention, the sword Xian in his hand was also terrifying. There were very few people in the same level who could suppress him. Challenging someone of a higher level was simply too easy for him. As expected, Lin Xian attacked again. He fought Long Yu, the Heavenly Sun sect master, and the Heavenly Strategies sect master alone. He was really too strong. The two sect masters were forced to retreat. And this was the power of foresight. If it wasn't for this predictive power, they would have died long ago. On the other side, Long Yu's expression was also ugly. She was also being suppressed. She found it hard to imagine how a mere junior could suppress her. As the Dragon Emperor's partner, she was very strong. But now, she felt powerless. It wasn't that she was weak, but that the other party was too strong. This person was very similar to the dragon god from 100,000 years ago. Could it be that the other party was really a person? But how could this person have lived for 100,000 years? Had he become a great emperor? No, he was only a nine-crown king. Before, he wasn't even a nine-crown king. The other party was reincarnated. She really could not understand what was going on. From the looks of it, only Brother Tian knew his identity. He had to find Brother Tian. Long Yu's expression was cold. She realized that it would not be easy to kill him now. Therefore, she already had plans to retreat. Nine-Crown King wouldn't be able to kill him. Next time, he would have to send a great emperor. Long Yu controlled the 10,000 dragon picture once more and used the power of the extreme Dao weapon to continuously sweep out. Lin Xian held the heaven-devouring jar in his left hand and blocked the attacks. He held the immortal slaying sword in his right hand and continued to kill the two sect leaders. The two sect masters were forced to retreat, and before long, their bodies were cut open. After a while, his body was penetrated. This scene was truly too shocking. Right now, the hidden Emperor Star wasn't the only one watching the battle. The celestial land had also come. Countless experts were also watching the battle. Some people were shocked. Was this Lin Wuti? He was really too strong. The two sect leaders couldn't take him down together, and their extreme Dao weapons couldn't kill him either. No wonder he dared to call himself invincible. He really did have the ability. He was already an invincible existence under the Great Emperor. Who could kill him? It was really hard to imagine that such a talent had appeared in the small universe. One had to know that in the celestial land, in this era, there was no one who could fight against him. Unless it was someone who had already become a great emperor. However, those were all ancient experts. They were the most powerful experts of countless eras. Only by gathering them would they be able to form such a powerful force, Lin Xian was really too strong in this era. The people of the celestial land were shocked, but the people of the universe were extremely excited. Who said that there was no one in the universe? They had Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, you can do it. At some point, these people in the universe had already started to cheer for Lin Xian. At the same time, they realized that it wasn't just Lin Xian. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Xue Qi, and the others were also very strong. There was also the old Phoenix, an expert of the older generation. There were many experts in the Divine Union. Damn it, this couldn't go on. The Heavenly Moon sect leader was a beautiful woman. She said in a low voice, "Take out our trump cards and kill them." Other than the 2 sect masters who were fighting with Lin Xian, the other 4 sect masters quickly gathered. They opened up a space, and from within the array formation, an earth-shattering power was transmitted. An extremely terrifying blood aura spread out. What was that? Countless people felt their scalps go numb when they felt this aura. The people of the Great Emperor's family also exclaimed, "The power of an extreme Dao weapon. An extreme Dao weapon has appeared." The people of the Divine Union also looked up. The old Phoenix exclaimed, "Oh no." The Savage Wilderness Patriarch and the Fantasy World Patriarch were also shocked. They frantically retreated. They had already broken through and could compete with the 6 great sections. However, they were still vulnerable in front of an extreme Dao weapon. This was the power of a great emperor, a power that surpassed everything. In the sky, the void split open, and lightning filled the sky. The blood aura spread out. Everyone saw. A blood-red warhammer appeared between heaven and earth. It seemed to be made of a sea of blood. It was earth-shattering. The warhammer carried with it an endless amount of power. The Heavenly Moon sect leader said coldly, "This hammer is called the Azura Warhammer. You should be proud to die under this hammer." The 4 sect leaders joined forces to control the warhammer. They struck out, and 4 sky-covering hands grabbed the warhammer. With an angry roar, the warhammer fell mercilessly. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. It seemed like everything in the world would be shattered under this attack. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly, "Do you think you are the only one with an extreme Dao weapon?" She waved her sleeve, and the ancient desolate tower appeared. The ancient desolate tower released an ancient aura. As soon as it appeared, it expanded and resisted the attack. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the 2 extreme Dao weapons collided in the air. The power of the extreme Dao swept out. Indeed, there was a second extreme Dao weapon. The Dragon Empress was right. The 4 sect leaders were also shocked. It was unbelievable that a sect had 2 extreme Dao weapons. However, they still had the Black Sky Treasure Sword. The void split open again, and an ancient sword appeared. It also carried an extremely terrifying aura as it slashed down. The second extreme Dao weapon appeared. Countless people exclaimed, as expected of the Otherworld Heavenly King. Their foundation is terrifying. Everyone could guess that the 6 great sects had no great emperors or extreme Dao weapons. These weapons were borrowed from the Otherworld Heavenly King. How many great emperors and extreme Dao weapons did the Otherworld Heavenly King have? No one knew. They only knew that they were extremely mysterious. The Black Sky Treasure Sword was controlled by everyone, and it slashed down again. In the face of such danger, Yan Ruyu activated the Green Lotus, which was also an extreme weapon of the Lotus Emperor. The Green Lotus steps blocked the Black Sky Treasure Sword. The 6 extreme weapons faced each other again. Previously, it was a battle between Lin Xian and the few great emperor clans. It had been a long time. No one had expected to see such a battle again. After one blow, everyone was shocked. It seemed like no one could do anything to the other. Was it a draw? Countless people exclaimed. Those from the deity ground frowned. They had never guessed that such a scene would occur. How could the Divine Union be so powerful? Retreat. The Heavenly Sun Sect Master and the Heavenly Strategy Sect Master also retreated quickly. The 5 sect masters gathered and discussed with each other. Then, they clenched their teeth. They would summon another extreme weapon. Extremely terrifying immortal technique fragments gathered in the sky from the 5 of them. Then, a huge vortex appeared. It seemed like the 4th extreme weapon was about to appear. The people from the Yi family exclaimed. Was there more? Was this the power of the Permitha? How many extreme weapons could a sect summon? This time, even the members of the Divine Union frowned. If another ton was offered, they would be at a disadvantage in terms of quantity. It would be difficult to resist. Lin Xian also snorted. He waved his hand and the universe ring appeared in his hand. Then, he threw it out. Boom, ah, the Heavenly Sun sect master screamed. His body was smashed into pieces by the universe ring. This sound directly affected everyone. The vortex in the sky also stopped. It even slowly disappeared. The other 4 sect masters narrowed their eyes. They looked at the Heavenly Sun sect master in horror. What was going on? At this moment, the Heavenly Sun sect master was under the protection of an extreme weapon. How did he get injured? They saw a golden bracelet dancing in the sky and quickly returning to Lin Xian's hand. Don't be wishful thinking. I won't give you the chance to summon a 4th extreme weapon. This guy's trump card was too scary. He could actually injure someone under the protection of an extreme weapon. What was that golden bracelet? Could it be that it was an extreme weapon? But I didn't sense any extreme aura. Countless people exclaimed. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Qingqing, Ru Yu, make your move. Extreme Dao Duel. I'll kill the rest. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu nodded. This was not the first time they had fought against each other. Naturally, he was very familiar with it. The so-called extreme Dao confrontation was to let the weapons confront each other while they continued to attack. After all, they weren't true great emperors. Even 9 crown kings were very far away from becoming great emperors. It was very difficult to control an extreme grade weapon for a long time. Most of the time, it depended on the self-reaction of the extreme weapons. After spoiling the appearance of the 4th extreme weapon, the next step would be the confrontation of extreme weapons. Long Yu didn't have a good solution for this. Unless he hid under the protection of an extreme weapon and didn't come out. However, this time, they had taken the initiative to attack. If they were to passively defend now, it would be too embarrassing. Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to block Long Yu and then charged at the 5 sect masters. His god body bloomed radiantly as the phantom of the sun twirled around him. A powerful force swept through everything. At the same time, the immortal slaying sword in his hand slashed in all directions. He also used the power of the dragon sword spirit. Other than the extreme weapon, the heaven-devouring crown, Lin Xian also had the dragon sword spirit. This was an existence that was not weaker than an extreme weapon. The dragon sword spirit and the immortal slaying sword merged and slashed out. Ah, with a scream, the Heavenly Sun sect master's soul was destroyed. Everyone went crazy. This guy had killed a sect master. It was the aura of the dragon sword spirit. It was an invincible power. Everyone, be careful. He was the successor of the dragon sword spirit. Long Yu had told them all about Lin Xian's trump cards, so when they saw this sword chi, they felt like they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, the world's offensive saint art was actually in this kid's hands. The remaining sect masters gritted their teeth. The eyes of the others were also red. Of course, they only dared to be envious. They didn't dare to attack. Lin Xian slashed out. The 4 sect masters tried their best to block, but they were still forced back. Their arms were all shattered. No, they weren't his match. They had all gone crazy. The 4 of them couldn't even block a single strike from him. The Heavenly Moon sect master shouted angrily and hid under the protection of the extreme weapon. They quickly retreated and hid under the extreme weapon. The azure warhammer hung down and a blood-red light surrounded them. After hiding, they heaved a sigh of relief. This was great. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly when he saw this. What a joke. Are you all 1,000-year-old turtles? Didn't you take the initiative to attack the Divine Union? Why are you hiding in the turtle pot now? Come out and fight if you have the ability, Nalan Liang also said. What 6 great sects? What Permitha? What rubbish? How dare trash like this challenge the Divine Union? Trash. Come out and I'll slap you to death. The people of the Divine Union were all provoked when they saw this. All kinds of disdainful words came out. The 4 sect masters were so angry that they vomited blood. Long Yu's face was also ugly. The other people from the celestial land were terrified. At the same time, they looked embarrassed. It was indeed too embarrassing. The 6 great sects had taken the initiative to besiege the Divine Union. However, they were now being beaten by the Divine Union to the point that they could only hide under the protection of the extreme weapon and not come out. This was really ironic. The 4 sect masters gritted their teeth. The Heavenly Moon sect master's beautiful face was covered in ice. The Sky Star sect master frowned. Should we retreat? The moment this idea came to mind, the 4 of them felt their heads turn black. They really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. If they returned empty-handed, they would be utterly humiliated. Not only would they be laughed at by all the realms, but they were also afraid that the Permitha wouldn't let them off when they returned. After all, they had borrowed 3 extreme weapons from the Permitha. Although the last one hadn't appeared, they had already used 2 extreme weapons. If they still couldn't take down the other party, it would mean that they were useless. The Permitha wouldn't raise useless people. One could only imagine what would happen to them. The Heavenly Moon sect master said that we can't go back like this. The 5 great sects have deep foundations and sufficient strength. I don't believe that the puny Divine Union has the ability to use 3 extreme weapons for a long time. Where did they get so many sources of power from? Yes, that's right. They were just holding on. After a while, they wouldn't have the strength to maintain the extreme weapons and there would be nothing to fear. At that time, it would be time for us to counterattack. Therefore, it was necessary to endure for now. At the thought of this, the 4 sect masters hid under the protection of the extreme weapons. They hurriedly sealed off their sense of hearing. They would feel better if they couldn't hear the other party's insults and provocations. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu frowned after attacking for a while. They came to Lin Xian's side and said, "Big brother Xian, they intend to exhaust our strength. What should we do?" Lin Xian smiled. "Let's compete then." The Divine Union had never lost when it came to sources of power. These 5 sects had extraordinary origins and were located in the depths of the deity ground. Even those great emperor clans were no match for them. They couldn't even use their hands. Not many people in the deity ground could compare to them. Unfortunately, they had met Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the Sword World, which was an ancient land. The Sword World had also recovered. The power inside was extremely terrifying. Although it couldn't compare to the power of a true great emperor. It was a piece of cake compared to the 5 sects working together. Therefore, it seemed like Lin Xian was the least afraid of them. Just like that, the extreme weapons confronted each other in the air. At first, the sect masters sneered. They were conserving their energy and preparing to launch a counterattack. However, after half a day, their expressions changed and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. What was going on? After half a day of confrontation, they had consumed a lot of energy. This was an extreme weapon. Under normal circumstances, it would be retracted after a single attack. Basically, no one could do that after half a day of confrontation. They had put in a lot of effort this time. After all, if they could really destroy Lin Wudi and the Divine Union, it would be a great achievement. The reward from the other side would be enough to make up for their losses. However, half a day had passed. The other party was still able to continue. This was beyond their expectations. Damn it, what was going on? Our strength can only last for 2 more hours. After 2 hours, we will be out of strength. The Sky Star sect master's face turned ugly. The Sky Moon sect master said. They were definitely out of strength. There were still 2 more hours, right? They continued to wait. After an hour, even the Sky Moon sect master was shaken. The Sky Star sect master asked again, "Should we leave?" This time, they did have such a plan in mind. "Let's go. If we continue to fight, we will lose everything." The 6 sects were already thinking of retreating. However, Lin Xian was getting braver as the battle went on. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god as he activated the Cosmos Sword formation. Everything in the world was a sword. These sword auras carried an indestructible power as they slashed in all directions. The people from the 6 sects were killed instantly when they were hit by these sword auras. Countless bodies fell from the sky. Blood dyed the 9 heavens red. What kind of swordsmanship was that? It was terrifying. Was this Lin Wudi's swordsmanship, pressing forward courageously, unstoppable? Why do I feel that if a quasi-emperor is hit, he will also die instantly? He was truly too powerful. The spectators exclaimed in surprise. The people from the 6 great sects were terrified. Run! He's a demon, those people frantically retreated. Damn it, how dare you! When the sect masters saw their disciples falling one after another, their hearts were also bleeding. The 5 sect leaders furiously roared and attacked together. Then, the Heavenly Moon sect leader shouted loudly and retreated. Following that order, everybody retreated. The Great Emperor clan's people were astonished. Had the people on the other side of the celestial ground been defeated? It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Today, all of you stay here. Divine Union disciples, follow me and kill them. With a furious roar, he pointed his sword at the sky. The members of the Divine Union raised their arms and cheered as they chased after Luo Yunyang. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian opened his rinnegan and terrifying power swept across the land. The Cosmos Sword formation was even more overwhelming, cutting off the path of these people. The people from the 6 great sects had already lost their confidence. Now that they were being chased, they fell one after another. Damn it! The Heavenly Moon sect leader gritted his teeth. The Heavenly Star sect leader furiously roared as he attacked with his meteor hammer, wanting to destroy the Cosmos Sword formation. Do you want to die in advance? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand and became one with it, turning into a bolt of lightning. Boom, boom, the meteor hammer was instantly smashed into pieces. The Heavenly Star sect leader's arm disappeared. He screamed in pain, and his face turned extremely ugly. Damn it! The Heavenly Star Sword. Countless stars rolled behind it. These stars were incomparably vast and they turned into starry sword chi that fell continuously. They wanted to fight against Lin Xian. However, these sword chi were extremely fragile under Lin Xian's god-slaying sword and were shattered. How could it be? How could you break my peerless immortal technique so easily? The Heavenly Star sect leader was horrified. This was the first time he faced Lin Xian and it made him feel extremely desperate. In the next moment, the god-slaying sword pierced into his body and shattered his internal organs. Pfft, ah, the Heavenly Star sect leader screamed. The Heavenly Moon sect leader roared when he saw the scene. Damn it, how dare you! They joined forces to attack and prepared to save the Heavenly Star sect leader. The Heavenly Sun sect leader had already died. They would not allow the other sect leaders to die here. Because they could not accept it. The remaining 3 sect leaders attacked together not to kill Lin Xian, but to save the Heavenly Star sect leader. In the face of such an attack, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, the Taiji diagram flew out. The Taiji diagram turned into yin and yang, and the Taiji diagram rotated. The yin and yang sword pierced through the sky. The power of yin and yang was too mysterious. The combination of yin and yang turned into Taiji, which was even more terrifying. The 3 sect leaders were blocked for a moment. At this moment, the god-slaying sword flew up again. The Heavenly Star sect leader was split into 2, and even his soul was split open. His injuries were even more serious. However, he was the 9-crowned king. He would not die so easily. He quickly retreated and escaped. Lin Xian held the god-slaying sword with a cold expression. You use the stars as the foundation to cultivate an immortal technique? Let me show you what a true peerless immortal technique is. The immortal chi seed in Lin Xian's left eye spread out, and immortal chi fragments quickly condensed. The heaven-defying art, the heaven-defying sword, and the flying flame meteor. This time, the heaven-defying sword used the power of the great dragon sword soul. He wanted to use the power of the stars in the sky to kill his opponent. The god-slaying sword was raised high and danced in the air. The stars in the 9 heavens shone down and instantly turned into flames that danced. The illusion of 9 suns appeared beside Lin Xian. The fire of the 9 suns danced, flying flames, and meteors. The sword pierced out tens of thousands of stars that turned into meteors that carried endless smoke and fire. This sword was extremely dazzling. No, The Heavenly Star sect leader was in despair. He could naturally feel that this sword was extraordinary. Immortal technique, his opponent actually knew an immortal technique, impossible, wasn't he a divine ability cultivator? How could he know an immortal technique? In despair and doubt, his soul was instantly torn into pieces. He had fallen. The second sect leader had disappeared. Was he dead? When the Heavenly Moon sect leader saw this scene, he was stunned. Just now, it only happened in an instant. They couldn't help at all. Damn it, run quickly. This was a lunatic. They were really afraid now. Ha 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 ha, you can't escape. Heaven-defying sword technique, Lin Xian used this magical sword technique again. The immortal chi seed in his left eye spread out again. Heaven-defying sword, moonlight slash. This time, Lin Xian borrowed the power of the full moon and turned it into a half-moon sword chi that slashed down. The Heavenly Moon sect leader was sent flying and vomited blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Heaven-defying sword, Frost Thorn. This time, Lin Xian transformed the power of ice and attacked the Heavenly Frost sect leader. The Heavenly Frost sect leader's body was pierced and several bloody holes appeared on his body. He vomited blood and his body trembled non-stop. Just like that, Lin Xian swept through all 4 directions. He beat up the other sect leaders. Everyone was stunned. The Heavenly Moon sect leader was covered in blood. He said, "Quickly retract the Extreme Dao weapon." They wanted to recall the Azure Warhammer and the Black Sky Treasure Sword. Qingqing, Ruyu, help me hold them back. I want to kill them. Lin Xian roared. The power of the sword world surged out again and gave it to Murong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu. The two of them controlled the Desolate Tower and Qinglian to block the Azure Warhammer. There was also the Black Sky Treasure Sword. Although it could only block for a while, it was enough for Lin Xian. You should be proud to die in my hands. Lin Xian took out the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. Together with the Immortal Slaying Sword, they formed a peerless sword. Boom, the sword hit the Heavenly Moon sect leader's body and split him in half. Another sword, the Heavenly Frost sect leader was torn apart. The other sect leaders couldn't resist at all. Just like that, after a few strikes from Lin Xian, all the sect leaders fell. The 5 sect leaders who came were destroyed in body and soul. Only Long Yu was left. Dead, the sect leaders were dead. The experts of these sections. When they saw this scene, they trembled in fear. Many of them collapsed. They never thought that this would be the result. Where could they run to? The Crimson Dragon, Baisusu, and the others began to attack crazily. These people's confidence had collapsed and they couldn't resist at all. How was this possible? He actually killed the 5 sect leaders. When Long Yu saw this scene, her expression was extremely ugly. This was not the result she wanted at all. In the next moment, her pupils shrank because she realized that Lin Xian was staring at her. Damn it. Could it be that this fellow still wants to attack me? Although her strength was on par with the sect leader, her status was far higher than his. Kid, you've indeed exceeded my expectations, but I won't let this matter rest. Let's go. Long Yu waved his hand, wanting to leave with the dragon generals. Did I say you could leave? Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, Long Yu stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, and a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes. What, do you dare to kill me? Lin Xian laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? You think too highly of yourself. How dare you? Long Yu roared. I'm in charge of the dragon race. Do you want to be enemies with the dragon race? You don't deserve to be in charge of the dragon race. From now on, the dragon race belongs to me. So you can die in peace. Lin Xian walked over with the immortal slaying sword. The dragon generals wanted to protect him, but they were all sent flying. Lin Xian looked at them and said coldly. I haven't killed you yet because I'm giving you a chance. Your seals have been undone. You know that I'm the dragon god, right? Do you still want to protect such a person? With an angry roar, the few dragon generals were stunned. Their eyes were filled with struggle. To be honest, this matter had exceeded their expectations. Long Yu's face changed when he saw this. He snorted. Are you crazy? You actually listened to this kid's nonsense. Don't forget that you're Brother Tion's subordinates, and I'm Brother Tion's woman. I'm his Dao companion. Of course you have to protect me. That's right. The fifth dragon general gritted his teeth. I'll follow the dragon queen forever. Hearing this, Long Yu smiled. Very good. He looked at the fifth dragon general and nodded. Then he looked at the other dragon generals. He said, you guys? The third and second dragon generals also frowned. The third dragon general quickly said, I'm also willing to follow the dragon queen. The second dragon general said, I'm going to find the dragon emperor. I have to ask if this is true. To be honest, he still couldn't accept it. Trash, don't forget that the first dragon general died in his hands. As the first dragon general's brother, shouldn't you take revenge? The dragon queen roared. The second dragon general shook his head. I know. Lin Wudy and I are enemies. I'll kill him with my own hands. However, my memories have been sealed. I have to get to the bottom of this. With that, the second dragon general soared into the sky, tore open the void, and disappeared. Damn it, Long Yu roared. The second dragon general was extremely powerful. Now that he had left, his side was slightly weaker. Fortunately, the other dragon generals were on her side. She then looked at the sixth dragon general and asked, what about you? The sixth dragon general said, I naturally respect the dragon queen. As he spoke, he walked towards Long Yu. Very good, Long Yu unleashed the aura of the 10,000 dragon picture, which enveloped these people, causing them to feel pain. Lin Xian, just you wait. The next time we meet, Brother Tian will already be back. When that time comes, it will be your death. His figure became smaller and smaller and was about to disappear into the void. However, at this moment, the sixth dragon general beside him had a cold look in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out a black hell sword and stabbed it into Long Yu's body. Long Yu screamed. His body stumbled, and he fell into the void. Blood instantly dyed the world red. Ah! Other voices sounded, causing everyone to look up. How did this happen? The imperial clans were all stunned. The Yi and Gu clans were shocked. To be honest, they thought this was the end. With the 5 major sects falling and the dragon race escaping, it would all end. But who would have thought that Long Yu would be heavily injured? Who did this? Was it Lin Wudy? But Lin Xian was standing there, smiling coldly. They looked carefully. The Gu clan's pupils constricted. It was the dragon general. That person was the 6th dragon general. Why would he do this? Not just the imperial clans, but everyone in the universe was stunned. Even the deity lands people were stunned. To be honest, the 5th dragon general and the 3rd dragon general were also stunned. Long Yu roared, damn it, you dare to betray me? The 5th dragon general came back to his senses. He roared, do you want to die? Do you want to betray the entire dragon race? The 6th dragon general took 2 steps back. The next moment, he laughed loudly. Who told you that I'm the 6th dragon general? Hellfire appeared on her body, forming armor that covered her body. She waved the Hellfire dragon sword in her hand and said, I'm the Hellfire dragon, not the 6th dragon general. Ha 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 ha. You. The dragon general was dumbfounded. Long Yu spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it, he had such a mysterious existence by his side. He didn't even know. You've taken over my body, 6th dragon general. Die. Long Yu covered her wound. She waved the 10,000 dragons picture with her other hand. But at this moment, a black whirlpool appeared in front of the Hellfire dragon. The heaven-swallowing jar's power covered the opponent. Then, Lin Xian came to the Hellfire dragon's side. The Hellfire dragon smiled and said, Kid, I've hurt her. It's up to you now. Don't worry, I know what to do. Lin Xian sneered. You know each other. Lin Wudy, your tricks. I hate you. Long Yu spat out blood and anger. It had to be known that Long Yu had always focused on nurturing these dragon generals. He had spent countless resources on them. Their strength had improved very quickly. This made him very happy. But now, he realized that he was training his enemies. How could he be satisfied? Just you wait. One day, I'll make you wish you were dead. Long Yu's current state was not right, so he didn't continue fighting. Instead, he quickly escaped. Lin Xian said coldly, "Qingqing, ruse along, I'll leave the situation here to you. Don't let any of the 6 great sects go. Hellfire Dragon, take a look here. If there's anyone in the dragon tribe who's willing to join us, let them all come over." "Alright kid, don't worry." The Hellfire Dragon didn't go either. The mission of killing Long Yu was left to Lin Xian. After giving his orders, Lin Xian soared into the sky and charged into the distance. On the other side, the Divine Union had already started to clean up the battlefield. Even the sect masters of the 6 great sects had fallen. How could the remaining people be a match for them? The Azure Warhammer and Black Heavenly Treasure soared in the sky, tore through the void and left when the 6 sect masters died. They wanted to return to the other side. Morong Qingqing and the others didn't stop them. These extreme weapons couldn't be suppressed by anyone other than a great emperor. The battle was nearing its end. There were still some people alive who had joined the other side. For example, the Golden Crow tribe and the Twins of Destiny. Their faces turned green. No. The experts of the Golden Crow tribe actually knelt down. They said, "Spare me, please. We were wrong before. Give me another chance to choose. I must choose the Divine Union. From now on, the Divine Union is my leader." The Crimson Dragon laughed heartily. "Now you know how to beg for mercy. Weren't you arrogant before? Didn't you want to rely on the 6 great sects to kill us? Why don't you try it now?" He slapped the Golden Crow tribe leader and sent him flying. Half of the Golden Crow tribe leader's body was smashed and he fell to the ground. However, he still insisted on crawling over. "Spare me. Lord Dragon God, spare me, please." The people of Tibetan Earth Star opened their eyes wide in disbelief. This was the Golden Crow tribe leader? The high and mighty clan of the ancients was now so lowly. The Crimson Dragon and the rest looked cold. At this moment, he said, "I can spare you." "Is that true?" The Golden Crow tribe leader suddenly raised his head. He felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. However, in the next moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The Crimson Dragon said, "I can spare you, but not in this life. It's in the next life. Go to hell now. Attack." With a roar, the Crimson Dragon led the Divine Union people to attack and kill all the people of the Golden Crow tribe. It shook heaven and earth. At this moment, the crowd was terrifyingly quiet. In the future, they must not be enemies with Lin Wudi or offend the Divine Union. On the other side, the Destiny twins went crazy when they saw this scene. They roared, "Don't kneel. It's useless to beg. We'll fight them. Perish together." Yes, that's right. Perish together. These people rushed over crazily. Their bodies split open and the power of good and evil exploded. The power of destruction was about to destroy everything. However, Morong Qingqing snorted and waved her hand. The ancient desolate tower suppressed them. These people didn't even have the chance to self-destruct before they were shaken to death. "You guys are not qualified to perish together with us." The power of the extreme Tao was really terrifying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they felt their scalps go numb. The elites from the deity land also retreated when they saw this scene. They said, "We don't mean any harm. We're just here to watch. Yes, we're not in the same group as the 6 great sections. Please don't attack us. We'll leave now." As they spoke, they quickly retreated. The Crimson Dragon coldly snorted, and the desolate tower in the sky once again exploded with power. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to leave. If one was targeted by an extreme-grade weapon, one would die. These people turned their heads around, and their expressions were uglier than if they were crying. "Fellow Daoist, what's the matter? There's really nothing between us. I'm just passing by." These people all cried. The Crimson Dragon said. The previous battle with the 6 great sects was an unprecedented battle that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. What you saw was your luck. However, this kind of battle isn't something you can watch for free, understand? Some people were still in a daze, but some of the smarter ones instantly understood. Yes, how can we watch it for free? As he spoke, he directly took out the storage ring in his hand and said, "This is a little gift, please accept it." He placed the storage ring in the air, turned around, and fled. After the first person did so, the others also understood. This guy was clearly trying to rob them. However, they had no choice but to place their storage rings in the void one by one. Then, they said sorry, turned around, and fled. The scene was extremely majestic. The powerful cultivators from the celestial ground came from high above and fled in panic. In the end, only a sky full of storage rings was left. Ha 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 ha. The Crimson Dragon laughed loudly. "Brothers, keep it." The people of the Divine Union were all smiles as they kept all the storage rings. Baisusu also walked out and said, "Let's clean up the battlefield." There were also some weapon fragments and storage rings that had to be collected. Morong Qingqing looked into the distance. "I wonder if Brother Xian will succeed," the Crimson Dragon said. "Let's leave it to the heavens. Whether it succeeds or not, we've finally vented our anger this time." "That's right." The people of the Divine Union nodded vigorously. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The people of the various worlds also went back to rest. At the same time, the news spread. Some people who didn't come to watch the battle were also stunned. The people of the Divine Union won? I'm not dreaming, right? The 6 great sects brought supreme power to besiege the Divine Union, but they actually failed. Not only that, all the sect leaders fell and the people of the 5 great sects went to hell. Some people of the Dragon tribe surrendered immediately, while others were hunted down. You mean the Dragon Queen? She was being hunted down? Heavens, this was too shocking. Was Lin Wudi already so strong? The entire heavens and myriad worlds were shocked. Not only them, but the people of the celestial land were also shocked. After all, there were many people watching the battle. They went back and spread the news. The celestial land was shocked. The 5 great sects came from the depths of the celestial land, and the dragon tribe was no weaker than the 5 great sects. Even such a lineup had been defeated. Could it be that Lin Wudi was a great emperor? It was unbelievable that such a person had appeared in the universe. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that Higan had been slapped in the face. It had been many years since anyone dared to go against Higan. This Lin Wudi was really daring. Countless people exclaimed. When the news spread to the depths of the celestial land, some families frowned. Someone said, "Humph. This Lin Wudi really didn't know what was good for him." That's right. What did a bunch of idiots outside know? The power of Higan wasn't something you could imagine. There was more than one great emperor from Higan. If a great emperor walked out, he could sweep everything away. Lin Wudi? Divine Union, one strike from a great emperor could turn everything into ashes. When the people of the celestial land heard this, they gasped. Yes, Lin Xian might have won this battle, but what would happen next? If a great emperor didn't appear, they would be in danger. Would the otherworld heavenly king send out a great emperor? Which great emperor would they send? Countless voices of Tao and justice were heard. Celestial land, Moon Palace. Jade Rabbit told the Moon Goddess about the news she had gathered. The Moon Goddess squinted her eyes. Had he become the 9-crowned king? It seemed like he had grown up. However, it would still be difficult to fight a great emperor. But with his trump cards, it wouldn't be easy for him to fall. Would he try for the 10-crowned king? Other than the Moon Palace, there was another place, the Celestial Land. This place was even more mysterious. It was one of the 19 heavens and 10 earths. The Celestial Land was extremely mysterious. Even the 9-crowned king wouldn't be able to enter. In front of a city, a few figures were gathered. They had also gathered information about the situation outside. One of them carried a long sword on his back. A handsome man with a wine gourd. When he heard the news, he smiled. Oh, this little guy has become the 9-crowned king. Seems like it won't be long before he enters the celestial land to help us. Next to him, there was also a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He said, "Xian, with this victory, you should be able to rule the dragon race. However, I don't think the Higan Heavenly King will let this go. They will probably send a great emperor. We won't let them get what they want." There was a woman beside him. She had a human body and a snake tail. She was the empress. She said, "All right, let's open this city and spread the news. The Higan Heavenly King will definitely be shocked. When the time comes, they will definitely attack us crazily. They probably won't have time to care about others." Lin Zhan nodded. "I have the same idea. Everyone, let's attack together." Several figures in the surroundings walked over. These people were Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, Xia Jiuyo, the Empress, and the others. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize them. These two people were the ones who had come on the River of Time. These people attacked the ancient city together. The city gate slowly opened as a desolate aura filled the air. Was it finally opened? Lord Alcohol was also excited. Lin Zhan's lips curled up into a smile. This place would become their first city. From this city, we will officially declare war on the Permitha realm. They were filled with pride. They were finally going to fight again. The Permitha realm. This was the deepest part of the immortal pathland. It was also the most mysterious place. It was the eternal land of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the people of the Permitha realm had ugly expressions after receiving the news. A few children hurriedly passed the news to the elders. What? They actually failed? Some of the elders frowned when they finished reading the report. The 5 great sects were really useless. They were given 2 emperor weapons. How could they not succeed? The old man was wearing a long black robe. His aura was extraordinary, even though he had yet to become a martial monarch. Although he wasn't an emperor, he was still terrifying. He asked in a low voice, "Have the 2 extreme-grade weapons returned?" The children below said, "The Azure Warhammer and Black Sky Treasure Sword have returned safe and sound." Should we report this to the Virtual Immortal? No need. The Elder in Black said coldly, "Who is the Virtual Immortal? Why would he care about such a small matter?" However, the Divine Union and Lin Wudi were really extraordinary. The 5 great sects and the Dragon Tribe couldn't do anything to them. "Oh right, how are the people from the Dragon Tribe?" The children below quickly told him what had happened. The Elder in Black snorted. "After the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Tribe has really declined. There is no need to care about them. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. Presumably, the Otherworld Immortal Realm will send a true Great Emperor there. When the time comes, everything will be destroyed by the Emperor's anger." That was natural. The surrounding children and disciples agreed. In fact, they weren't that worried. He only felt anger. After all, they had been slapped in the face. However, in their opinion, the Divine Union was just a small ant. They were stronger than Shore, so it would be easy for them to crush it. "You may leave." The black-robed elder waved his hand. In the next instant, he took the information and flew into the distance. Up ahead, there was a palace that looked like a fairyland. When the black-robed old man arrived, he knelt down in the air respectfully. He requested an audience with Emperor Baiyu. Not long after, 2 boys walked over and opened the Immortal Advancement Array formation. "You may enter." The black-robed old man had been high and mighty before, but at this moment, he was so humble. He lowered his head and quickly walked in. In the immortal realm, there was a mountain with a waterfall. On top of the mountain, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. This figure was dressed in white, and there was a pair of pure white wings on his back that resembled the wings of an angel. His face was handsome, and his body was surrounded by immortal chi, giving off a mysterious aura. When the black-robed elder saw this, he knelt down again. "Greetings, Emperor Baiyu." "What's the matter?" Martial Monarch Baiyu asked calmly without opening his eyes. It was as if nothing could affect him. The black-robed elder held the scroll with both hands and said, "This is what happened previously. The 6 major sects have failed." Emperor Baiyu waved his hand and the scroll appeared in his hand. He sensed it for a while and then crushed it. What a piece of trash. This voice was like thunder, shattering the sky and earth. The black-robed elder's body also started to tremble. Lin Wudi deserved to die. However, he had many trump cards. The Divine Union had 3 extreme weapons, and he was the successor of the 9 Suns and the successor of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Therefore, this failure was pardonable. It seems like I have to take action personally? Emperor Baiyu opened his eyes, and the sky and earth seemed to be split apart. Countless strange peaks surrounded him, and he seemed to have turned into an immortal spirit. A mere ant wasn't worthy of an Emperor Baiyu making a move. However, this person was really special. Emperor Baiyu waved his hand. I know. You may leave. I will deal with him. 3 extreme weapons, the successor of the great dragon, and the 9 suns' divine body. He was indeed a good prey. A mysterious glint appeared in his eyes. He thought of some things that had happened previously. 100,000 years ago, he had gone out. However, he had suffered a loss. A great loss. Back then, it seemed to be related to the great dragon sword. He hadn't expected to meet the successor of the great dragon sword again. This time, he wouldn't hold back. He wanted to capture the other party, but he wouldn't kill him. He would suppress the other party and torture him. He would let the other party live in pain and despair for all eternity. Emperor Baiyu was about to make a move. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the 9 heavens and arrived above the Permitha. Then, it suddenly split open. The dazzling radiance made everyone on the Permitha open their eyes. The black-robed elder raised his head abruptly. He was dumbfounded. Who was this? How dare they attack the Permitha? Were they tired of living? The other disciples, geniuses, and powerhouses were also dumbfounded. How many thousands of years had it been since anyone had dared to behave so atrociously on the Permitha? Emperor Baiyu's expression changed. He soared into the sky, bringing with him a boundless storm. Who was it? He arrived high in the sky and said coldly. Apart from him, there were a few other emperors' auras. Obviously, these emperors were furious. Fight. The light in the sky quickly condensed, forming an endless flame that kept dancing. Then, it condensed into the word fight. The battle intent was enough to tear the sky apart. Even Emperor Baiyu sucked in a breath of cold air and unconsciously took 2 steps back. This person's attainment was so strong. He was an emperor-level figure. This was a letter of challenge. Emperor Baiyu looked at it for a while and his face turned gloomy. Who dared to challenge them? It seemed like the people from the deity domain had come back. The battle back then hadn't ended. It was starting today to determine the winner. A cold voice echoed down from the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire Permitha. Everyone on the Permitha sucked in a cold breath. Emperor Baiyu's expression instantly turned ugly. It was really those people from the deity domain. The black-robed elder snorted. Didn't they lose back then? What right did they have to fight with us? Did he have the right? It wasn't just him. This was what everyone thought. However, after that, their expressions turned even uglier. Even great Emperor Baiyu's pupils shrank. In the sky, the majestic voice sounded again. We have conquered the first city in the upper heavens land. With this as the foundation, we will take over the upper heavens land. Permitha, today, we will pay back 100-fold. What? They actually managed to take down the first city? Emperor Baiyu's expression changed. How did these people do it? He was really shocked. This matter was too big. No, he had to report to the virtual immortal or even the Grand Elder. The people of the Nirvana realm were shocked when they heard the news. The heavenly land was one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even the people of the Nirvana realm couldn't conquer it. But now, the people of the deity realm had conquered the first city. It was absolutely shocking. In fact, the strong people of the Nirvana realm already knew about it without Great Emperor Baiyu's report. Tai Dai opened his eyes in the middle of cultivation. He snorted, "Where is the virtual immortal?" Up ahead, Immortal Chi filled the air as an extremely handsome man walked over. The man looked like an immortal in a painting. He was extremely handsome. After he arrived, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Tai Dai." Tai Dai said in a deep voice, "You should have seen the letter of challenge from the deity realm. They don't know what's good for them and still dare to challenge us. This time, you will be in charge. You must capture them all. Don't worry, Tai Dai. I will complete the mission." The virtual immortal left. He returned to his mansion. Immortal Chi erupted from his body. He waved his hand and sent out immortal light. Not long after, a few great emperors arrived, including Great Emperor Baiyu. Greetings, virtual immortal. They all bowed. Tai Dai already knows about the letter of challenge. He asked me to preside over this matter. Baiyu, take some people and go to the heavenly land to gather information. Yes. Great Emperor Baiyu took the token and cupped his fists. They were all great emperors, but there were differences in strength. The person in front of them was called a virtual immortal. He was a terrifying existence among the great emperors. So they could only obey. Ziluo, you are in charge of organizing the families and sects in the deity land. They were gathering their strength in preparation for entering the high heavens. Yes. A man dressed in purple walked over. He took the token. He was called Great Emperor Ziluo. This man was the father of the Purple Mansion's mansion master and a friend of the green-robed Great Emperor. The virtual immortal said, Ziluo, I know that half of your soul is missing. You are not a complete Great Emperor. However, if you perform this mission well, I will personally help you return to your peak. Really? After Ziluo heard this, his eyes exploded with an astonishing light. He was really too excited. Thank you, virtual immortal. Don't worry, I will complete the mission. He and Green Robe were friends, and a pair of brothers in distress. Green Robe was missing half of his body. Although his body was complete, he was missing half of his soul. Similarly, he had been injured in the previous battle and had yet to recover. However, if a virtual immortal helped him, there was a chance that he could recover. Jinglei, when they are ready, you will lead your men and attack a city for me. He would not allow the Azure lands to fall into the hands of others. Yes. Another man with immortal lightning circling his body walked out from the crowd. This man was valiant and extraordinary. The lightning on his body was really too terrifying. He was called the Thunderclap Emperor. What about Green Robe? The virtual immortal asked with a frown. Great Emperor Ziluo said, Green Robe seems to be looking for half of his body. His whereabouts were currently unknown. The virtual immortal snorted, don't worry about him. You guys go first. He waved his hand, ordering the martial monarchs to make their moves. On the other hand, the virtual immortal stood with his hands behind his back. You failed back then, and you won't succeed this time either. The people in the other parts of the deity ground did not know what was going on here. They were still guessing that Lin Xian had provoked the Otherworld Heavenly King and would definitely be unlucky. The Otherworld Heavenly King would definitely send a martial monarch to attack him. Once a big fight broke out, there would be no suspense. In fact, they were not the only ones thinking this way. The Divine Union was also on guard. A few extreme weapons were gathered together, waiting for the martial monarchs to arrive. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that no martial monarch had come. This made them puzzled. The Crimson Dragon said, could it be that the Otherworld Heavenly King has given up? That's impossible. Or is there some kind of scheme? The martial monarch families were guessing, and so were the powerhouses of the deity ground. However, no martial monarch came out. In the end, someone explained, it's always calm before the storm. Perhaps the Otherworld Heavenly King is preparing some big move? That's right. Lin Wudi had provoked the Otherworld Heavenly King, so he would definitely die. Lin Xian did not know about this. He was currently chasing after Long Yu with all his might. Long Yu's face was pale as she used the 10,000 Dragons portrait to escape quickly. She was injured and being chased. She had lost all face, so she had to go back quickly. Only the Otherworld Heavenly King could protect her in the depths of the deity ground. Therefore, it did not take long for her to enter the deity ground. It would not be so easy to enter. Lin Xian huffed coldly, his eyes shining with the light of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation pressed down, and the terrifying power of reincarnation enveloped the land. At the same time, the sky-devouring jar created a vortex to cut off the path. The entire space shook violently. Not good. Hurry up and defend. Long Yu roared, and the dragon race powerhouses beside her cooperated with her. One of them activated the 10,000 Dragons portrait to block the black vortex. At the same time, the 5th Dragon General roared, Lin Wudi, do you want to die? Do you really want to fight to the death? You can't kill us. When we recover, it will be your death. Lin Xian huffed coldly, so much nonsense. He waved his hand and took out the Heaven and Earth ring. Now that the Heaven and Earth ring had gathered enough power in the sword world, he threw it out. Boom, a beam of golden light shone forward. The fifth dragon general was hit until he spat out blood, and cracks appeared on his body. His face was full of fear. What was that? That golden light ignored the protection of the 10,000 dragons portrait, damn it. Lin Wudi, we won't let you go. You can only use it once. The third dragon general roared again. Lin Xian took back the Heaven and Earth ring and said, yes, it can only be used once. But do you think I only have one? Xiao Bai. Lin Xian shouted. Xiao Bai flew out of the sword world, hugging the little gourd and saying, baby, please turn around. A beam of sword light flashed past like a flying immortal. The third dragon general screamed as his head flew up. Ah, he screamed in pain. In the blink of an eye, the two dragon generals were severely injured. This was with the protection of the 10,000 dragons portrait. If it wasn't for the extreme protection, they would have been killed instantly. Damn it, let's go. Long Yu roared. The power of the 10,000 dragons shattered the space and quickly escaped. You want to leave? Can you leave? Lin Xian wielded the heaven-devouring jar and hurled it over. At the same time, the god-slaying sword slashed down with the power of the dragon sword soul. It merged with the murderous energy of the god-slaying sword, forming the strongest sword energy. Damn it, I won't lose. The third dragon general and the fifth dragon general roared furiously. They quickly attacked. The dragon race's mystique gathered to block the sword energy. However, they still had to fight. Their blood boiled. At the critical moment, Long Yu also attacked. She used an immortal spell. The three of them worked together to block the sword. As for the other dragon race elites, they were no match at all. Some of them left with the sixth dragon general, which was the Hellfire Dragon. As for the remaining ones, they probably couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lin Xian before they turned into a bloody mist. Now, only the three in front of him could attack. The attacks of the two sides collided, resulting in a shocking storm. The entire void began to shatter, and the stars in the surroundings began to crack apart. The two dragon generals spat out blood. Long Yu's face paled, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. After that attack, they were injured again. Let's go. They didn't dare to fight, so they quickly ran into the deity ground. The people in the deity ground also sensed this and looked up at the sky. What a terrifying attack. Was she from the dragon clan? Was she the dragon queen? She was being hunted down. No way. Who was so bold? What a terrifying sword chi. Could it be Lin Wudi? He didn't hide and continued to chase. He was too bold. Wasn't he afraid of being targeted by the otherworld heavenly emperor? Countless exclamations sounded. The fifth dragon general also roared, we're from the dragon race. Please save us. We're grateful. The third dragon general roared, he's Lin Wudi. He's an enemy of the otherworld heavenly emperor. Please kill him. Clearly, they wanted to get the otherworld heavenly emperor's attention. Lin Xian huffed coldly, don't waste your energy. I'll just announce it. I'm Lin Xian, and I'm hunting them down. Whoever dares to stop me will be my enemy. Lin Xian didn't hide anything at all. He directly announced his identity and purpose, causing an uproar. Long Yu and the others were also stunned. Was this guy really not afraid of the otherworld heavenly emperor? Where did he get the confidence to fight the arch? Slash. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword again. The entire sky was split open, and the deity ground shook violently. Countless people looked up, dumbfounded. The other party's sword technique seemed to have become stronger again. Boom. Boom, 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, and the fifth dragon general's body was torn apart. He was shaken to death. Long Yu had already started to burn her bloodline, and the 10,000 dragons portrait exploded with shocking power. But in terms of power, she couldn't beat Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the sword world and could continuously provide power to the sky-devouring jar. So, he wasn't afraid at all. The heaven-swallowing jar released a terrifying aura that swallowed the heavens and earth, blocking the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. The clash between the two extreme weapons was like a battle between two emperors. Wherever it passed, the mountains and rivers beneath the deity ground were shattered. Countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Boom! Lin Xian seized the opportunity and unleashed Rinnegan. The 6 paths of reincarnation tore the soul of the third dragon general apart. The third dragon general fell from the sky and died as well. Long Yu had gone mad. Had the last 2 dragon generals by her side also died, now she was the only one left. The people of the immortal land were stupefied. Even such a terrifying dragon general fell, not a match for him. Who else could suppress Lin Wude? Perhaps only a true martial monarch would be able to do so. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Dragon destroys the heavens. Long Yu abruptly turned around. Together with the descending aura of the 10,000 dragons portrait, it enveloped her palm. He struck out with his palm. This palm strike could shatter the heavens as it charged towards Lin Xian. The people of the deity ground were shocked. This was the combination of an extreme-grade weapons attack and the power of an extreme-grade weapon. Even the 9-crown king couldn't withstand it. He would die without a doubt. However, Lin Xian stood there and didn't dodge at all. He summoned the dragon sword spirit. He slashed out with his sword. The dragon-shaped sword cheek clashed with the dragon destroyer of the heavens. The giant dragon roared, and the world shook. The palm that was wrapped around the extreme-grade weapon was cleaved apart by the sword. The dragon sword spirit was now even more terrifying than before. Previously, when Lin Xian had broken through, the dragon sword spirit had absorbed the dragon vein from 100,000 years ago and recovered further. Its combat power had more than doubled. At this moment, it was no weaker than an extreme weapon. Had it been broken? Long Yu's expression was ugly. The people of the deity ground all gasped. Was this the legendary offensive Saint Art? Had it been developed in the hands of the other party, it's useless. I also have an extreme weapon, and I'm stronger than you. In terms of strength, cultivation, and divine powers, you're no match for me. I also have the dragon sword spirit. How can you mention it to me? Lin Xian said coldly, surrender. You're no match for me at all. When Lin Xian said this, he was full of pride. Back then, he was just a small martial artist. He could only look up to such a giant like the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. But now, the 10,000 Dragons dynasty was no match for him at all. Even dragon generals had died in his hands. Other than the Dragon Emperor, Long Yu was no match for him now. He could already look down on her. Long Yu was extremely angry. Was she being looked down on? How many years had it been? She had never felt such an atmosphere. She was the Dragon Emperor's woman. When the Dragon Emperor was still alive, who dared to offend her, all the strong cultivators in the universe had to kneel at her feet. But now? She was being looked down on by a young man. And this young man even wanted to kill her. Damn it, I can't accept this. I won't bow to you. Long Yu wanted to merge with the 10,000 Dragons picture. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to merge? Lin Xian sneered. He merged with the dragon sword spirit, and dragon scales grew on his body. He charged over and slashed at the 10,000 Dragons picture. An earth-shaking battle sounded. Extreme Dao power danced. After 10 moves, Long Yu was shaken out, and cracks appeared on her body. Even if she was merging, she was no match for this method. She could only run for her life. Kill! Lin Xian opened Sword World, and power surged into the Dragon Sword Spirit and the Heaven-Devouring Jar. He controlled these 2 super weapons and chased after her crazily. Long Yu had the 10,000 Dragons picture, but she was still suppressed and kept spitting out blood. It was over. Heaven-defying sword, slaying immortal. Lin Xian roared and created his own sword technique again. This sword was filled with killing intent. No matter where you were, or if you were in the universe. There was nowhere to hide under this sword. No, Long Yu roared. The 10,000 Dragons picture had been sent flying by the sword. How could she block it? Was she going to die here? She couldn't accept it. The people in the deity ground were also terrified. This Lin Xian was really too terrifying. He was a killing god. At this critical moment, the world broke open, and a dragon claw suddenly reached out from the depths of the deity ground. It carried earth-shattering power. It hit the immortal slaying sword. The two collided, shaking the world. Lin Xian could feel an unparalleled aura coming at him. He shouted and directly used the heaven-devouring jar to envelop him. In an instant, that place was completely turned into nothingness. The people in the deity ground were all stunned. What happened? What terrifying power! Why did it feel like it was even more terrifying than an extreme Dao weapon? Some experts were terrified. This was the power of the arch. Had the arch revived, Lin Xian retreated into the distance, his face a little pale. The reincarnation gaze in his eyes bloomed and stared at the dragon claw. This was the power of the arch. Long Xiao Tian, have you finally awakened, Brother Tian? It's Brother Tian. Long Yu was overjoyed. Brother Tian, save me. Brother Tian, kill him. Catch him. I'll torture him until he's better off dead. Long Yu seemed to see hope and roared crazily. She wanted revenge. She wanted him to live in pain and despair for all eternity. This was the consequence of offending her. Countless people looked up. That huge dragon claw was like the claw of a heavenly dragon, standing there. It had the aura of an emperor. However, there was no response. After that dragon claw attacked, it did not continue attacking. Lin Xian grabbed the 10,000 dragons diagram. It enveloped Long Yu and quickly left. Lin Xian did not chase after it. He could feel that it was Long Xiaotian attacking again. However, why did Long Xiaotian not respond? It seemed that the other party was not in a good state. He snorted coldly. When he became the 10-crown king, there would be a day when he would find him to fight. As for Long Yu, there was nothing to fear. This woman was no longer worthy of being his enemy. He had already surpassed her in every aspect. However, he did not plan to let her go completely. He planned to use her. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out a few fruits from the sword world. He crushed them. There was a bug in one of the fruits. The bug instantly disappeared. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. This was a bug that Little White had found in the sword world. It was poisonous. It could enter a person's bloodline and hibernate. Once it moved, it could make a person hover between life and death. As for those fruits, they had a special effect. After crushing them, they could lock onto a person's tracks. It was very magical. This way, Lin Xian had left a trump card in Long Yu's body. Also, he knew the other party's location. This way, Lin Xian would be able to find the Dragon Emperor. Although the Dragon Emperor had not joined the Otherworld Heavenly King back then, he still had a grudge with him. They were sworn enemies. There would be a battle sooner or later. If it was possible, he would find the other party and kill him before he fully recovered. Although Long Yu was not dead, she was probably feeling worse than death. She was a proud woman who had once stood at the peak of the world, high and mighty. However, she had now fallen from the peak to the abyss. Furthermore, the feeling of being stepped on by him was definitely worse than death. He would let her continue to live in this pain and torture. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. Let's go. His body flashed, he grabbed the two dragon generals' corpses and turned to leave. The battle was over. The people from the celestial land were shocked, but they continued to pass on the information. Some people said that Lin Wudi was too strong and had really defeated the Dragon Queen. In the end, did the Dragon Emperor make a move? As expected, the Dragon Emperor was still alive. This great emperor was too mysterious. They had disappeared, but they didn't die. What were they waiting for, or was he hiding from something? Countless voices of discussion could be heard. Some people guessed that this was the secret of the great emperor. Some people even guessed that it was Lin Xian. This person was too powerful. He was almost invincible under the great emperor realm. However, there were also people who shook their heads. No matter how strong he was only invincible under the emperor realm. Once the emperor realm appeared, he would die without a doubt. Not only did he offend the heavenly king, but he also offended the dragon emperor. No matter who it was, they were all great emperors. Of course, there were some who said that it was not certain. Now that the dragon monarch had left, Long Yuran had retreated. On the other hand, the otherworld Heavenly Emperor's attitude was quite strange. Not a single great emperor walked out. This undoubtedly gave Lin Wude time to think. I still remember that when he first came to the deity ground, he was only a quasi-emperor. Now, he's already the 9-crown king. How long has it been? Give him a little more time, and he might really be able to use this era's opportunity to break through and become a great emperor. At that time, with his trump cards, ordinary great emperors wouldn't be able to suppress him. He really is the most terrifying genius of this era. Countless envious voices could be heard. This news also spread to the various worlds. In the universe, countless stars and realms were shocked. Lin Wude had created another record. It was too terrifying. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty probably didn't exist anymore. What would happen to the dragon race? Lin Xian returned to the Divine Union, and the Divine Union cheered. Big brother Xian, you're back. Kid, you're fine. That's great. Crimson Dragon and the others, come over. Vhumad said, it's a pity that you didn't kill Long Yu. Lin Xian smiled, it's fine. She's nothing to be afraid of. Plus, such a proud woman living in pain. You can imagine how it feels. The others nodded as well. The more talented one was, the more they couldn't stand setbacks. Alright, let's not talk about that woman. Look at what this is. Lin Xian threw the bodies of the 2 dragon generals on the ground, which made countless people gasp. The Hellfire Dragon also walked over. Behind him, there were some dragon race members. When they saw the scene, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Lin Xian said, don't be afraid. I won't attack you because I'm also a member of the dragon race. Lin Xian was right. He also had a dragon soul. Plus, he had some dragon balance in his body. He had received too much power from the dragon race. Naturally, he was a member of the dragon race. He said, I killed these people because they betrayed the dragon race. The dragon race's spirit would never yield. They would never yield to Permetha. They went against the spirit of the dragon race. They deserved to die. Let me show you something. The power of reincarnation in Lin Xian's eyes exploded. The scene of him saving the dragon race and 10-crown king appeared again. The people of the dragon tribe raised their heads to look at this scene, incomparably shocked. Especially when 10-crown king died, he let out an unwilling roar. The dragon race would never yield. Countless dragon race members cried. They cried and cried as they knelt on the ground. Ancestor, what did 10-crown king represent? They knew very well. Even if you became a great emperor, you might not be qualified to be 10-crown king. 10-crown kings were too rare. Above 9-crown king was a great emperor under normal circumstances. If a 10-crown king became a great emperor, he would be in existence that would shock the world and make ghosts and gods cry. The dragon race originally had such an existence. However, he was killed by the people of the otherworld Heavenly King. Unforgivable, now, they finally knew why Lin Xian was so angry and wanted to kill Long Yu and the others. This kind of person didn't deserve to be in charge of the dragon race. Dragon God above, we are willing to submit. The dragon race members knelt on one knee and looked at Lin Xian with cupped fists. This time, they were wholeheartedly convinced. Not only had Lin Xian saved 10-crown king, but he had also obtained 10-crown king's power. This power had been obtained by 2 people. One was Long Xiaotian, the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor had ruled the dragon race for 20,000 years, but he was no longer around. Long Yu wasn't worthy. Now, it was the Dragon God's turn. Thinking about it, with Lin Xian's powerful talent, he would definitely be able to lead the dragon race to awaken once more. He would stand at the peak of the universe. Good. Spread the news of this scene and tell all the dragon race in the universe. I want the truth to be revealed to the world. Let's go. The experts of the dragon clan quickly left with this scene. Before long, the news spread throughout the universe. Countless people were shocked. So there was actually such a secret. Lin Wude had actually done such a thing. Heavens, this was the power of time. Had he gone back in time? It was too inconceivable. The great emperor clans were also shocked. The power of time was incomparably mysterious. Even great emperors might not be able to control it. However, Lin Xian had actually had such a fortuitous encounter. He had been able to return to 100,000 years ago. Countless people were envious and amazed. Lin Xian didn't hide this matter. There was nothing to hide. Long Xiaotian did not die, then this matter, there will be a day when it will spread. Moreover, he had hidden it previously because the half-frog was still alive. He didn't want the green-robed great emperor to find it. Now, the half-frog was dead. Even if the heavenly emperor knew that he had gone back in time 100,000 years ago, what could he do? Therefore, spreading the news would be beneficial to his identity as the dragon god. Indeed, the dragon race members in the universe were shocked when they saw this scene. It turned out that the dragon race had such a secret. However, why didn't they know? The dragon emperor had hidden his memories. Could he be afraid of the dragon god? The dragon god is our benefactor. I think the dragon god can lead us to rise again. The dragon god is my idol. The geniuses of the dragon race all said that they wanted to follow the dragon god. Yes, that's right. They wanted to follow the dragon god. The dragon race members in the universe started to gather in the divine union. The thunder dragon tribe, wind dragon tribe, sword dragon tribe, water dragon tribe, fire dragon tribe, rain dragon tribe, countless dragon tribe members gathered in the divine union. At this moment, 10,000 dragons bowed. The people of the divine union were also excited. After joining the dragon tribe, the divine union had become stronger. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. His lips curled up into a smile. Holding the dragon sword in his hand, Lin Xian roared into the sky. I am the dragon god. Follow me and I will let you stand at the peak of the universe. Also, I will avenge the dragon tribe's 10-crown king. One day, I will bring you to the other side. Greetings, dragon god, countless voices of worship could be heard. At this moment, 10,000 dragons bowed. Lin Xian had become the dragon god. He would be in charge of the dragon tribe. The news spread and everyone came to congratulate him. The Yi family, the Phoenix tribe, and the Kuanping tribe all came to congratulate him. All eyes were on Lin Xian. Even the people of the deity land were shocked. The divine union was already very powerful. Now, they had joined the dragon tribe. It was hard to imagine how terrifying that would be. It seemed like Lin Wudi's rise was unstoppable. No one knew who could stop him. Next, the divine union held a grand banquet to congratulate the dragon tribe. At the same time, Lin Xian started to organize his spoils. He rewarded the people of the divine union. Everyone wanted to get their spoils. They were very happy. Bai Susu, the fantasy world patriarch, Fu Hongye, and the others were even more so. Lin Xian gave the weapons of the dragon generals to them. The newcomers of the dragon tribe were also envious. It seemed like there were many benefits to following the dragon god. Lin Xian did not treat them unfairly. He gave them a big gift as soon as he arrived. The Crimson Dragon personally set up a spirit gathering array to gather the spirit chi of the universe and baptize the dragon tribe members. The dragon tribe members were naturally very grateful. Lin Xian discussed with the Crimson Dragon, the Hellfire Dragon, and the others whether to establish their own forces in the deity land. After all, although the divine union was powerful, it was still in the universe. With the Holy Origin ancient city as the foundation. There were countless resources in the celestial land, and it was extremely mysterious. If he could not establish a force there, he would be at a disadvantage. When Xueqi heard that, she said, "But we offended so many experts and sects from the celestial land. Would it be dangerous to establish a force there?" Lin Xian said. It was indeed very dangerous, but didn't danger and opportunity always coexist? The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. After some discussion, they decided to build Dragon City in the deity land. Naturally, he had to choose a place where the dragon veins gathered. There was also a dragon city in the depths of the immortal ground, but the location was not very good. It was just a random city that Long Yu had given after joining the Otherworld Heavenly King. This time, Lin Xian wanted to make a good selection. It might not be in the depths of the deity ground. This was because there were also mysterious places in other places. There were even many places where great emperors were buried. Therefore, everything needed to be arranged properly. After accompanying Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Shuiqi for a month, Lin Xian left. He set off with the Crimson Dragon and headed to the Deity Land to find a place to build Dragon City. After arriving at the Deity Land, Lin Xian gathered the Tianshui clan and the other chosen immortal clans. When these chosen immortal clans saw Lin Xian, they also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. Although they were from the Deity Land, they had already submitted to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I want to build a dragon city. Which place has the strongest dragon veins? These clans mentioned some strange places, and Lin Xian went there personally. However, he was not very satisfied. Lin Xian personally went to look for it. He used his Rinnegan and walked through some strange places in the Deity Land. Finally, he found a place. Dragon Soul. The terrain of this place was very strange, and it had a terrifying power. Ordinary boundary emperors would not dare to come here. However, when Lin Xian arrived, the dragon sword soul in his body roared. Kid, this place is not ordinary. It has a dragon soul. Lin Xian nodded. He also felt it, so he agreed to choose this place. He would build Dragon City here. The more Lin Xian looked at this place, the happier he was. Other experts did not dare to come here, but for the dragon race, this was a treasure land. He summoned the Crimson Dragon. When the Crimson Dragon walked out of the spatial array, its eyes lit up. Kid, how did you find this place? Lin Xian said, I found it by chance. How does it feel? The Crimson Dragon was very excited. It was too unusual. Lin Xian also nodded. He said, from now on, the dragon's sword, its sword pointed to the sky. Lin Xian pulled out the immortal slaying sword and carved the words Dragon City in the void. From now on, the dragon race would soar here. They could build a teleportation array and let the dragon race come over to build their own home. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Crimson Dragon started to set up the array. When the news was spread, the dragon race and the Divine Union were also delighted. Had they found it, then, they started to use the teleportation array to teleport quickly. When they arrived at the land of the Dragon Soul, they were extremely shocked. They knew that Lin Xian had found an excellent place. Then, they started to build Dragon City. All kinds of buildings, pavilions, halls, and mansions were built quickly. All kinds of metals, spirit stones, and array formations were sent over from all over the universe. The current Divine Union was the supreme overlord of the myriad realms. They controlled too many planets, so power and resources could be sent over continuously. It was not just the universe. The families and sects that Lin Xian controlled in the Deity Land also started to send over all kinds of treasures. The construction of Dragon City was in full swing. The Crimson Dragon was also a master. He set up array formations around and inside Dragon City. He wanted to make this place impregnable. As the dragon god, Lin Xian was naturally the city lord. The Crimson Dragon was Lin Xian's friend. He also had the bloodline of the Divine Dragon, so he naturally became the deputy city lord. This made the Crimson Dragon very enthusiastic. The Hellfire Dragon was also the deputy city lord. The commotion here attracted the attention of the Deity Land. Who was it? Someone was building the land of the Dragon Soul there. That place was so strange. Who would dare? It seemed to be someone from the dragon race. Countless voices of Tao and justice were heard. When they heard about the dragon race, some people did not dare to make a move. Of course, there were also people who were extremely arrogant. For example, some powerhouses born in the Deity Land. They were not ordinary powerhouses. They were from the demon race, and they were sky-devouring pythons. They already knew about the dragon soul and wanted to occupy it. However, the land of the dragon soul was very strange. In addition to them, there were other demon races in the depths of the Deity Land who also wanted this place. There was even a big battle because of this. For a while, no one dared to go to the land of the Dragon Soul. But now they heard that someone came to the land of the Dragon Soul and wanted to occupy it. The sky-devouring pythons were instantly enraged. So they came with murderous intent. In the land of the Dragon Soul, the dragon race also sensed that something was wrong. The Hellfire Dragon said. It seemed that someone was coming, and he was very powerful. Lin Xian heard and narrowed his eyes. Was there someone in the deity land who did not know what was good for them? It was okay. If he dared to come, they would fight back. Lin Xian led the dragon race and prepared for battle. On the other side, in the black clouds, countless sky-devouring pythons kept moving. Some of them turned into human form, and some maintained their demon beast form. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The black clouds pressed down on the city. When they came close to the land of the dragon soul, they were stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is really the dragon soul. Where did all these pavilions come from, and that array? It was shining like a paradise on earth. What kind of divine being was this? How could they be so generous?" At this moment, a man in a black robe snorted coldly. "Ignorant thing. Isn't it just some arrays? What is it? Can it be more powerful than our sky-devouring clan? Our sky-devouring python clan is so powerful. We have so many experts. We didn't make a move because we were afraid of other demon clans. Otherwise, this dragon soul would have been ours long ago. I want to see who it is." With that, he walked forward and stood on the black cloud. He shouted coldly, "People of the land of the dragon soul, come out and kneel on the ground." His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Countless people raised their heads to look at the sky. Is someone here to cause trouble? In front. The people of the land of the dragon soul also heard it. They were all on guard. Lin Xian snorted coldly. From today onwards, the land of the dragon soul was changed to Divine Dragon City. Since it's your first time here, leave quickly. I won't kill you. Get lost. Lin Xian's voice was also extremely cold. The sky-devouring python clan was instantly enraged. The other party dared to build a city here. He was courting death. He dared to ask them to get lost? Unforgivable, the black-robed man snorted coldly. He waved his hand and said, "Attack." Immediately, the people around him took out their sacred weapons and began to move. All kinds of terrifying laws and attacks rushed over in an overwhelming manner. It swept across heaven and earth. Countless people were terrified. The cold aura was like an avalanche as it charged forward. However, at this moment, there were already many formations in the land of the dragon soul. These formations were activated to defend, forming a sky curtain. Endless laws and supernatural powers landed on the sky curtain, producing muffled thunderous sounds. However, it did not break. Instead, it slowly disappeared. How could this be? Was it blocked? The people of the sky-devouring python clan were shocked. Even the black-robed man's pupils constricted. This group attack was extremely terrifying. It was enough to turn countless cities into ashes. But now, it couldn't even break the other party's defense. How could they not be shocked, damn it? Hundreds of sky-devouring pythons soared into the sky and transformed into their original forms. The black body danced in the air, bringing with it a monstrous power as it let out a series of roars. However, the people of the dragon clan were also angry. A small snake dared to be arrogant in front of a dragon. The crimson dragon took the lead and soared into the sky, turning into a dragon shadow and roaring between heaven and earth. Its roar swept across the land. Even many people of the sky-devouring python clan were trembling. The people of the dragon clan sneered. A group of snakes dared to be arrogant. The people of the sky-devouring python clan roared. We are sky-devouring pythons. We devour heaven and earth and eat all things. We have even eaten dragons. We are not afraid of you. It turned out to be the sky-devouring python clan. Legend has it that they are very terrifying and can devour heaven and earth. The spectators of the deity ground were also shocked. This was an extremely terrifying ancient beast. Moreover, it lived in the depths of the deity ground all year round. Its strength was extremely terrifying. The crimson dragon laughed after hearing this. What sky-devouring python clan? Eating all things? Aren't they just greedy snakes? Get lost, or Ben Huang will smash you into pieces. The people of the heaven-devouring python clan were trembling with anger. Who wouldn't be afraid when they saw them? But now, the other party actually said that they were gluttonous snakes. How could they be gluttonous snakes with such a grand name? Damn it, they've gone too far. Everyone, follow me. Devour them. These heaven-devouring pythons roared into the sky. They opened their bloody mouths and formed a black vortex to devour. The mountains, forests, waterfalls, and trees below were all swallowed. The ground cracked, forming countless deep pits. This scene was like the end of the world, causing countless powerhouses to panic. The entire Dragon City seemed to have become pitch black. Dragon City could be swallowed at any time. The Crimson Dragon was angry. Little gluttonous snakes, how dare you behave atrociously in front of me, people of the Dragon Clan, follow me. He soared into the sky and shot out terrifying dragon flames. Thousands of dragons shot out at the same time, and countless fireballs flew into the sky. Boom! Boom! The originally pitch-black sky shook violently. However, the bodies of those heaven-devouring pythons seemed to have turned into black holes. They wanted to devour these fireballs. The two sides were in a stalemate. It had to be said that these heaven-devouring pythons were really terrifying, as expected of ancient ferocious beasts. However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his arm, and a sword light cut through the sky and earth. It directly cut through the void. The pitch-black sky regained its brightness. Hundreds of heaven-devouring pythons' bodies were broken and fell from the sky. Damn it, you dare to kill the powerhouses of my heaven-devouring python clan. The black-robed man was angry. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I gave you a chance to get lost. If you don't leave, then don't blame me for being impolite. Another sword flew out. The black-robed man was terrified and turned into a black hole. However, it was still pierced through, and one of his arms disappeared. The other heaven-devouring pythons were also terrified. This person actually ignored their devouring power. How was this possible? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Let's compete in devouring. I'll show you. He moved the heaven-devouring jar. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. As soon as this vortex appeared, the people of the heaven-devouring python clan trembled. Damn it, how was this possible? What was this? He actually knew the power of devouring too. Why do I feel like it's much stronger than the bloodline energy we've devoured? Some people even knelt down. The black-cloaked man's body was also trembling. Let's go, he's too strange. The members of the heaven-devouring python clan were terrified and quickly fled. During this process, over 100 experts of the heaven-devouring python were devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. He turned into a bloody mist. In just a simple exchange of blows, the heaven-devouring python clan's people were heavily injured. The dragon clan's people cheered. He continued to build Divine Dragon City. On the other side, in the vast mountains, the people of the heaven-devouring python stopped. Their faces were extremely pale. Elder, what should we do? Someone asked. The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth. Damn it, he's really too despicable. I definitely won't forgive him. Although he said that, he didn't dare to go back because of his severed arm. Until now, it had yet to grow. The sharp aura on it made his hair stand on end. Just who was this person, however, he said, Humph, so what? My heaven-devouring python clan has deep accumulations. We even have an extreme-grade weapon. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than an extreme-grade weapon. Right, that was right. The others also nodded repeatedly. Indeed, their heaven-devouring python clan had an extreme-grade weapon. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying extreme-grade weapon. Although it was only half, it was extremely terrifying. In fact, many of their devouring abilities had been learned from those weapons. Combined with their bloodline, it was absolutely terrifying. Oh, your heaven-devouring python clan still has an extreme-grade weapon. What is it? Just at this moment, a cold voice rang out, shocking the people of the heaven-devouring python clan. Who is it? Get over here. Does he think that it's Lin Xian and the others? They quickly sent out countless vortexes, swallowing the sky and the earth. It's useless. You can't devour me. A voice came from the black hole. Then, a handsome man walked over. This man was dressed in cotton clothes. He actually ignored the power of devouring, which shocked the people of the heaven-devouring python clan. It was not Lin Xian and the others of the dragon clan, but another young man. This young man was also strange. The people of the heaven-devouring python clan went crazy. As the famous ferocious beasts of the ancient era, they were not inferior to the dragon clan. Who wouldn't be afraid of them? Their devouring skills were enough to devour everything. But today, they were slapped in the face one after another. First, they were defeated by Lin Xian in the dragon clan. Now, a mysterious man appeared. He ignored their attacks. Who is this person? Who the hell are you? The man in cotton clothes in front of them raised the corners of his mouth into an evil smile. In the next moment, beside him, more black vortexes appeared. They were extremely terrifying. They confronted the power of the heaven-devouring python. The people of the heaven-devouring python clan narrowed their eyes. You also have the power of devouring. Who are you? Are you in cahoots with those dragon clan people? Are you here to deal with us? They asked countless questions in a row. The people of the heaven-devouring python clan were facing a great enemy. The man in cotton clothes in front of them said, "Remember my name is Yao Guang. I am not in cahoots with the dragon clan, but enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, don't you think so? Are you enemies with them?" The elder of the heaven-devouring python clan was shocked. Yao Guang smiled and nodded. Of course. I have no ill intentions. I want to join forces with you to kill him. Really? Great, let's go back now. The black-clothed elder was excited. However, Yao Guang shook her head. No, you can't kill him. Do you know who that person is? Do you know what he has in his hands? The black-clothed elder didn't know. Yao Guang said, his name is Lin Xian. He has half of the heaven-devouring jar in his hands. That is an extreme weapon. You should know that. Lin Xian, this name was very unfamiliar. Indeed, the names of the dragon god and Lin Wudi were well known in the four seas. Therefore, when they heard the name Lin Xian, the people of the heaven-devouring python clan didn't remember it for the time being. Moreover, what shocked them even more was the heaven-devouring jar. An extreme weapon. You mean he has the heaven-devouring jar? The black-clothed elder was shocked. The people behind him also gasped. How could they not be shocked, because the half of the extreme weapon in the hands of the heaven-devouring python clan was also the heaven-devouring jar. However, it was just a lid. Yao Guang said, with our strength, it's easy to defeat him. But it's difficult to kill him. Unless you can resist the heaven-devouring jar. The black-clothed elder gritted his teeth and said, this is really unexpected news. Young Master Yao Guang, thank you. This news is very important to us. His eyes were filled with excitement because he knew that the heaven-devouring jar was about to appear in its complete form. After killing the opponent and taking half of the jar, together with their lid, it would be a complete extreme weapon. By then, the strength of the heaven-devouring python clan would rise to another level. Thinking of this, how could they not be excited? They had to hurry back to the clan and report this matter. Seeing that the other party wanted to leave, Yao Guang said, I'm willing to help you. All right, please. The black-clothed elder said with a smile. Then, the group quickly returned. When the sky-devouring python clan received the news, they were furious. How dare he kill so many of their powerhouses? They would not let him go. Especially when they heard that he had half of the sky-devouring jar in his hands. The eyes of the sky-devouring python clan lit up. The sky-devouring clan leader burst out with a cold light. He said, after waiting for so many years, we finally found the whereabouts of the other half of the sky-devouring jar. We must complete the collection and form the real sky-devouring jar. They began to arrange. As for Yao Guang, he was arranged to stay in a quiet courtyard. Yao Guang was not in a hurry. He did not participate in these things. Instead, he stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, admiring the flowers. However, his eyes had turned into two black whirlpools. Yao Guang formed a hand seal and used the sky-devouring demonic art to sense carefully. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Yes, it was indeed the aura of the sky-devouring jar. It should be the lid of the sky-devouring jar. This time, he had found the sky-devouring jar. Next, he would let them fight. Lin Wudi, I'll give you some trouble. Let's see if you can withstand it. Of course, he did not expect to use the sky-devouring python clan to kill Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was not easy to kill. His goal was the other half of the sky-devouring jar. To be precise, it was the sky-devouring jar in the sky-devouring python's hand. With this item, his strength would be able to grow even stronger. Yao Guang's strength had increased to a terrifying level. He had reached the 9-crown king. There was no other way. The sky-devouring demonic art was a forbidden martial art. It was extremely terrifying. Yao Guang had secretly devoured countless powerhouses. That was why his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, he had reached a bottleneck. If he continued to devour, his strength would not increase much. Without a fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for him to improve. Therefore, he had to find the sky-devouring jar. In this way, he could continue to devour other powerhouses. As for the 9-firmament quasi-emperor in his mind, it was gone. To be precise, he had been devoured by Yao Guang. The process was not thrilling. Yao Guang had already set up his trap. He had no intention of letting the other party go, nor did he plan to join the otherworld heavenly king. He planned to devour the world and become a great emperor. After staying in the heaven-devouring python race for 5 days, the light-shaking realm cultivators made their move. Because the heaven-devouring python clan was about to set off. This time, the great elder of the heaven-devouring python clan was leading the group of elders and countless heaven-devouring pythons. Of course, they brought the heaven-devouring jar with them. Yao Guang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He followed along. After sensing the strength of these elders, Xianxia shook his head lightly, not daring to act rashly. Now was not a good time to snatch the heaven-devouring jar. He wanted to wait until the two sides started fighting, especially when the heaven-devouring python clan was defeated by Lin Xian. That was his only chance. This time, they were full of confidence. They had never heard of Lin Xian. He only knew that there was a Lin Wudi, but not a Lin Xian. Who does this Lin Xian think he is? Wasn't it just because he had half a heaven-swallowing jar? But can he compare to us? This is the great elder personally making a move, and he even brought the lid of the heaven-devouring jar. He can definitely kill the other party. This time, we want revenge. The people of the heaven-devouring python clan were full of confidence. They still didn't know that Lin Xian was Lin Wudi. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be so optimistic. It was really possible that they would be so scared that they would kneel on the ground. The people of the dragon race still didn't know about these things. Lin Xian participated in the construction of Divine Dragon City. At this moment, Divine Dragon City was becoming more and more spectacular. Countless formations were spread out, and Lin Xian even created a divine dragon statue. It looked very similar to the dragon race's 10-crown king back then. Lin Xian was reminding the dragon race to never give in. As for the crimson dragon, it carefully set up a formation. This formation borrowed the power of the dragon soul. It was an extremely terrifying formation. Once the formation was formed, it would be very difficult to break it apart from extreme-grade weapons. Lin Xian felt that it was not enough. In fact, he even asked Little White to find more treasures in the sword world. If they dug out some mysterious things and placed them in this formation, they could even block extreme-grade weapons. Lin Xian also personally went to the sword world. The toad was still there, absorbing power. It had already entered a very mysterious state. Lin Xian was incomparably surprised. He felt a trace of the great emperor's might from the toad. Obviously, the toad had already absorbed half of the frog's power. It was undergoing some kind of evolution. As for the final result, Lin Xian wasn't sure. He could only wait. During this period, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Xue Qi, and the others also came through the teleportation formation. They accompanied Lin Xian and helped to build Divine Dragon City from time to time. Lin Xian's days were quite leisurely. However, Morong Qingqing and the others couldn't stay here forever. After all, the Phoenix race and Monster Emperor Mountain needed them. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon's formation was superb. Even if it was to teleport across star fields, it wouldn't be a problem now. Therefore, it was very convenient for Morong Qingqing and the others to come and go. There were new changes in Divine Dragon City every day. The formation on the Crimson Dragon's side was quickly condensing. In the end, it formed a huge dragon head that enveloped the entire Divine Dragon City. The dragon head was raised high. The dragon raised its head. This was an extremely frightening phenomenon of the heavens and earth. Countless people in the deity ground were shocked. Heavens, this was a stroke of genius. Was the dragon race really going to rise? They were unstoppable. Didn't they see that the Dragon Emperor and Higan hadn't made a move yet? Who could suppress the other party? Lin Wuti was too powerful. Boom. Boom, boom. The dark clouds in the distance condensed again. Wherever they passed, everything turned into nothingness. They were all swallowed. Countless people quickly ran away, and news quickly spread. The heaven-devouring python race moved quickly and had already devoured many places. It was a group of demons that devoured the world. Countless people were fleeing for their lives. Gradually, the heaven-devouring python race was heading in the direction of Divine Dragon City. No way. Could it be that they were going to attack Divine Dragon City? Someone said. It was said that the heaven-devouring python race had some conflicts with the dragon race. Now, it seemed that they were here for revenge. Did the heaven-devouring python race have water in their heads? How dare they attack Lin Wuti? Did they want to die? Who knew? Perhaps they had some trump cards. Everyone discussed, but many people didn't think highly of the heaven-devouring python race. Lin Xian was too strong. Unless a great emperor came, it would be difficult to suppress him. The heaven-devouring python race didn't know. They didn't know that the person they were going to attack was Lin Wuti. At this moment, they finally arrived in front of Divine Dragon City. Countless dark clouds descended. The first elder shouted coldly, Lin Xian and the dragon race, get out here. Kneel and accept your death. We'll take over the dragon soul. Also, hand over your extreme weapon. I'll give you a quick death. His loud voice spread all over the place. The people of Divine Dragon City naturally heard it. The people of the dragon race asked, City Lord, what should we do? The City Lord of Divine Dragon City was naturally Lin Xian. He said, just a bunch of ants. Ignore them. Continue with our business. The people of the dragon race nodded, ignoring him. After shouting for a long time, the people below fell silent. The people of the heaven-devouring python race laughed loudly. What Lin Xian? What dragon race? They are nothing more than this. Are they just cowards who don't dare to respond? That was it. They were extremely proud. However, some of the spectators said, it's not that they don't dare to respond. They are probably being ignored. What? When the people of the heaven-devouring python race heard that, they were instantly enraged. They were being ignored. Who dared to ignore them? The first elder looked down carefully. He saw that the people in Divine Dragon City were still busy, as if they were air. Were they really being ignored? Detestable. Men, attack him. The people of the heaven-devouring python race quickly gathered and formed a large bow. Then, the laws on their bodies gathered and formed a black arrow. This black arrow contained endless devouring power. Wherever it passed, it could devour everything. The people of the heaven-devouring python race pulled the bow and released the arrow. The black arrow turned into a meteor, forming a vacuum in the air. It charged down. This was the combined attack of the countless experts. The other party's city would definitely be reduced to ashes. This was the consequence of ignoring them. Buzz, buzz. The black arrow danced. The array formation of Divine Dragon City below flickered. The huge dragon head roared at the sky. The dragon raised its head, shaking the 9 heavens. Roar, the terrifying dragon roar made the blood of countless dragon race experts boil. A loud dragon roar also came from their bodies. The 10,000 dragons raised their heads, ignoring everything. The black heaven-devouring sword stone cracked under this dragon roar, turning into pieces. Damn it! It actually blocked it. The people of the heaven-devouring python race had unsightly expressions. They did not expect the other party to have such a terrifying array formation. Everyone in Divine Dragon City heaved a sigh of relief. Ignore it and continue building. When Yao Guang saw this scene, she also narrowed her eyes. She had to admit that Lin Xian was indeed very strong now, making her jealous. But soon, he would surpass him. He walked over and said, "First Elder, do you see? They were simply too arrogant. They did not place you all in their eyes at all." Why was he still holding back? Didn't he bring the heaven-devouring jar? He directly unleashed an extreme Dao attack to let them know that the heaven-devouring Python clan was not to be challenged. Yes, that's right. The others also nodded in agreement. The elder in black also said, "First Elder, let's use our trump card. We need to let everyone know that no one can challenge us." The Grand Elder took a deep breath. "Alright, let's use the sky-swallowing jar together." He formed a hand seal and carefully tore open the void. A black lid floated up and down. The design of the lid was simple and unadorned. It was pitch black, and as soon as it appeared, it released an enormous amount of power. There were mysterious patterns on the lid, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. "Do it!" The Great Elder roared angrily, holding the lid in his hand. The people of the heaven-devouring Python clan and the surroundings all activated their bloodline power and poured it into it. "Go to hell. You dare to look down on our heaven-devouring Python clan? Unforgivable." The lid of the heaven-swallowing jar was forcefully pressed down. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth shook. Countless claps of thunder sounded, and the void shattered. Everyone looked up at the sky. Their faces were full of horror. What happened? Even more people fell to their knees in the void. At this moment, everyone was stunned. In Divine Dragon City, countless dragons roared in horror. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed. "It's the power of an extreme Dao weapon. Who's attacking us? Damn it, is the Otherworld Heavenly King here? Are the heaven-devouring pythons from the Otherworld Heavenly King?" Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This aura is... This was not only the power of an extreme Dao weapon, but also the power of the heaven-swallowing jar. Half of the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand flew out and kept spinning. Could it be? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed, and an extremely terrifying light of reincarnation pierced through the 9 heavens. He looked up at the sky. In the sky, there was a black lid that was descending rapidly. It was the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He didn't expect that one day he would be able to see the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian also threw out the heaven-swallowing jar, forming a terrifying vortex. The two collided, and 2 black holes devoured each other. Then, they dissipated between heaven and earth. Was it blocked? The people of the Dragon Clan heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon and the Hellfire Dragon both flew over. What a terrifying aura. Why did it feel so similar to the heaven-swallowing jar? Lin Xian said, "It's not similar, but the same." "That's the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar." The Crimson Dragon gasped. "The lid of the heaven-swallowing jar is in the deity ground. And it's in the hands of the heaven-devouring python." Lin Xian smiled. Yes, it's a pleasant surprise. The heaven-swallowing jar was indeed very mysterious. It was left behind by the heaven-swallowing Great Emperor. He was a super mysterious powerhouse, and his whereabouts were still unknown. Moreover, only the heaven-swallowing jar and the heaven-swallowing demonic art were left behind. Without his orthodoxy, without his family, and without his goals, there would be no Taoist teachings. Not to mention finding the whereabouts of the other half of the heaven-swallowing jar. But I didn't expect that I would find it now. The Hellfire Dragon also smiled. It seems that we can condense the complete heaven-swallowing jar today. Lin Xian nodded and flew into the air. On the other side, the people of the heaven-swallowing Python clan were also shocked. Was it blocked? The Great Elder's face was cold. He could feel that the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand was shaking violently. The other party's aura was the same as his. It was the other half of the heaven-swallowing jar. Today, they could finally condense it. He laughed. Lin Xian, hand over the heaven-swallowing jar, and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Xian flew into the air. He came close and said in a low voice, I'll also give you a chance to live. Hand over the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar and I'll spare your lives. I'll even allow you to join the Divine Union. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you spare our lives, join the Divine Union? Are you worthy? The people of the heaven-swallowing python clan laughed. Elder, if you attack again, just kill him. Extreme Tao confrontation. Without the heaven-swallowing jar, he was nothing. Some of the powerhouses were very arrogant. The great elder shook his head. Young man, you're too reckless. Do you know that there's something called extreme Tao confrontation? Not to mention that the two were originally one. The great elder waved his hand and the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar formed a terrifying light. He wanted to perform extreme Tao confrontation. Lin Xian waved his hand and the heaven-swallowing jar flew out. The two faced each other in the air. Opposite. The powerhouses of the heaven-swallowing python clan walked over. Young man, watch me kill you. Devouring blade. A black blade appeared in his hand and he slashed out. The pitch-black light flickered and even the light was swallowed. This move would definitely be able to split Lin Xian in half. Lin Xian also raised his hand and slashed forward with a blast of sword aura. It's useless. You're no match for me. The two attacks exploded at the same time and swallowed each other. In the crowd, Yao Guang was also nervous. Lin Wudi, let me see how strong you are. With a deafening sound, the opponent's sharp blade shattered, and the body of the powerhouse of the sky-devouring python clan was split in half. He was killed in one move. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The pupils of the sky-devouring python clan constricted. You're courting death. This time, the three of them attacked. 3 ultimate attacks and a terrifying devouring power swept across the sky. It was useless. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and slashed out again. The 3 figures were split in half, and blood stained the sky. How was it possible? He was so powerful. The people of the sky-devouring python clan were all stunned. They realized that they seemed to have made a wrong decision. At this time, Lin Xian said, if you hadn't confronted each other, you might have been able to survive. But you foolishly left. Extreme weapons. In that case, I'll let you know what absolute strength is. Lin Xian punched out. The terrifying fist, with the vast power of the sun, swept across the world. From a distance, it was as if the real sun had descended between heaven and earth. The people of the sky-devouring python clan felt the monstrous power. Following that, their bodies began to split apart. No, damn it, why is it like this? Run, block it for me. Countless roars sounded, but they couldn't block it at all. With one punch, hundreds of powerhouses of the sky-devouring python clan were shattered. You're really too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. What's going on? The first elder's face was full of horror. The second elder also exclaimed, Who are you? Who are you? Lin Xian laughed. Who am I? You came to kill me. Don't you know who I am? Impossible. The third elder vomited blood. I've never heard of the name Lin Xian. Where did you rise from? You're really idiots. You've never heard of Lin Xian. Haven't you heard of Lin Wudi? What? Lin Wudi? The people of the sky-devouring python clan were stunned. How could they not have heard of Lin Wudi? That was an existence akin to the god of slaughter. He swept across the 6 major sects and was invincible in the world. He was the strongest person below the great emperor. Such a person was a legendary figure. Suddenly, the first elder's pupils shrank. Could it be that Lin Xian and Lin Wudi were the same person? Thinking of this, their souls trembled. The first elder gritted his teeth and said, You are Lin Wudi? Lin Xian nodded. This was no secret. Yes, I am Lin Wudi. The people of the heaven-devouring python clan knelt down. They actually attacked Lin Wudi, and now, moreover, he was so arrogant. He even boasted shamelessly. Thinking of this, they wished that they could give themselves 2 tight slaps. Elder, what should we do? The faces of the younger disciples were pale. After all, this was the legendary killing god. They really dared to make a move. One must know that while their heaven-devouring python clan was very powerful, they were still no match for the combined might of the 6 great clans. Back then, it was said that he had brought 3 apex weapons with him, but he was still unable to take down the other party. Now, they only had the lid of the heaven-devouring jar. Wasn't it a joke if they wanted to kill each other? It turned out that it was Lin Gongzi. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. The first elder hurriedly bowed and said, "We didn't know it was you, young master. We have offended you. We will leave now." "Do you want to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. "Don't you think it's too simple?" The first elder and the others frowned. At this moment, Yao Guang, who had been silent, spoke. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his body. He said, "It's impossible for you to leave now." The first elder and the others frowned. Yao Guang continued, "Because Lin Wudi's target is the lid of the heaven-devouring jar. Unless you hand it over, don't even think about leaving today." The first elder and the others' faces turned ugly. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. You don't know what's good for you. You came to challenge me. You were supposed to die, but I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the lid of the heaven-devouring jar and I'll spare your lives." "Impossible." The first elder shook his head frantically. The others also snorted coldly. "This is absolutely impossible." Some young geniuses said, "Is Lin Wudi really that powerful? With so many of us, I don't believe we can't kill him." "Yes, that's right." This time, thousands of people quickly rushed over. The terrifying power turned into a peerless killing intent. They rushed out in an instant. Lin Xian was enveloped by this power. Drowned. Those young geniuses clenched their hands in excitement. This was a surprise attack. This time, the other party should be dead. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian walked out of the black hole in front of them, unscathed. He was still alive and uninjured. These young geniuses all went crazy. They knelt on the ground in fear. What kind of power was this? Thousands of geniuses attacked together. They could definitely sweep everything away. However, they couldn't cause any harm to the other party. They had never seen such a scene before. In an instant, their confidence crumbled. However, Lin Xian raised his hand and sent a slap toward them. "You've angered me." "No, please stay your hand." The first elder and the others exclaimed. However, it was too late. This slap smashed thousands of geniuses into pieces, and a sea of blood filled the sky. The first elder and the others were all crazy. In the blink of an eye, thousands of geniuses died just like that, their hearts were broken. At this time, Yao Guang sneered. "Hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise, not only these geniuses, none of you will be able to leave." Hearing this, the first elder and the others stared at Yao Guang. "Are you with him?" Yao Guang laughed. "No, I can save you. I can stop him." "Really?" The first elder and the others didn't believe it. Yao Guang said, "Believe in my strength, but I have a condition." "Tell me." The first elder and the others hurriedly asked. Yao Guang said, "I can defeat him, but it's very difficult to kill him. He can control an extreme weapon, but I can't. So, my condition is, let my soul imprint on the extreme weapon. In this way, I will have the ability to protect myself." "Impossible." The first elder shook his head frantically. What kind of joke was this? The other party wasn't a member of their sky-devouring python clan at all. How could he imprint a soul imprint on it? They wouldn't allow it. There were only a few people's soul imprints on the sky-devouring jar. For example, the clan leader and the first elder. The others weren't qualified at all. Now, he couldn't bear to let an outsider imprint a soul imprint on it. Yao Guang sneered. "Then I can't do anything." After that, he stood aside with his hands behind his back. He wasn't worried because he knew that the sky-devouring python clan would collapse. At that time, they would definitely ask him for help. As long as he imprinted a soul imprint on the extreme weapon, the next thing would be easy. The first elder and the others said, "Everyone, let's attack together." 6 elders walked out of the hall. They roared angrily and charged over. The strength of these 6 guys was even more terrifying than the previous thousands of geniuses combined. They were veteran powerhouses. Boom. Boom, fists, palm prints, eye techniques, devouring sword techniques, saber techniques. 6 different attacks erupted in an instant, making people think that it was the end of the world. Did they want to die? Lin Xian sneered. He also attacked. Lin Xian had defeated the 6 elders with a single punch and a single sword strike. Moreover, 5 of the elders had all fallen, leaving only the first elder. The first elder had gone crazy. The whole world became extremely quiet. The surrounding people who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. They thought that the sky-devouring python clan was an ancient ferocious beast that no one dared to provoke. However, in front of Lin Xian, they were like ants. Lin Xian looked down at the first elder and asked indifferently, "Do you feel despair?" The first elder even had the heart to die. This was more than despair. He had never experienced this before. It was as if they had used all their strength but still couldn't compare to a finger of the other party. "I can help you." At this moment, Yao Guang, who was next to him, spoke again. Lin Xian frowned tightly. He stared at the other party, but found that his gaze couldn't pass through the other party. There seemed to be a layer of power enveloping the other party. This person was very mysterious. However, he should know. Who was it? Was it that person? Lin Xian thought of a person. He wasn't too sure about this matter. Because back then, that person had already been ruthlessly trampled under his feet. Back then, the other party wasn't even a quasi-emperor, but now he had such a mysterious power. If it was really the other party, it was a little scary. Hearing Yao Guang's words, the first elder also turned his head. He was just about to say something. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from afar. "Young man, you're too reckless." As soon as the voice fell, the void in front of Lin Xian shattered. A terrifying black hole appeared, and a palm appeared in the black vortex. That palm held a sharp sword and stabbed it fiercely. No one could react to this scene. The first elder was also stunned. Did someone come to help them? When he felt this power, he was overjoyed. This was the power of the clan leader. He was reckless. Lin Xian sneered and slapped out with his palm, blocking the other party's long sword. On his palm, the divine fire jumped as if it covered the sky and the earth, directly tearing the black hole that filled the sky. The sharp sword was blocked. Not only that, but the hand that had reached out from the black hole was also slapped in half by Lin Xian. Roar, a beast-like roar came from the black hole. Then, a figure appeared. This was a middle-aged man. He walked with a majestic gait. However, at that moment, his face that was filled with dignity was incomparably malevolent. "Are you hurt?" Even he was no match for Chu Feng. "I don't believe it." He let out a furious roar and transformed into a terrifying heaven-devouring python. His terrifying voice was about to devour the heavens and the earth. The entire world was trembling, and the boundless earth was shattering. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his 9 sons' divine fist to counter it. The power of his divine body burst out completely. Now, Lin Xian was the 9-crown king. His divine body was already very close to great success. Only the last realm was left. Lin Xian's physique alone would be able to contend against a great emperor. However, it was extremely difficult to reach great success in the 9-yang divine body. In the past, not every successor of the 9 sons could achieve great success. Only an extremely small number of people could achieve great success. Now, Lin Xian also knew that the so-called great success of the divine body should be the realm of the 10-crown king. It could be said that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, it was very difficult to reach great success in the divine body. However, Lin Xian was confident. Now, although it wasn't great success, it was still extremely terrifying. It was difficult to find a match among the 9 crown kings. The two collided, erupting with a thunderous sound. Endless black holes appeared, wanting to devour Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian tore all the black holes to shreds. The two exchanged more than 30 blows. Lin Xian's fists became more and more ferocious. The last punch shattered the opponent's shoulder. The patriarch stepped on the void and covered his wound, his entire body trembling. His eyes were filled with shock. He was really no match for this young man. As for Lin Xian, he took a step forward. It was over. He waved his embroidered robe, and endless sword energy seemed to turn into divine dragons that danced wildly. Every single one of them was powerful and terrifying to the extreme. Impossible. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength before? Seeing this scene, the sky-devouring patriarch was terrified. He wanted to escape. But it was too late. His body was pierced by hundreds of rays of sword energy. Although he didn't die, he was severely injured. And this was when he used the power of his bloodline to devour the power. Otherwise, any other nine-crowned king would have died long ago. He was shocked. As expected of the sky-devouring python race. You can even devour some of my sword energy. However, you can only devour a little. Therefore, you are no match for me. Patriarch. The Grand Elder and the others who were still alive broke down when they saw this scene. Even their patriarch wasn't a match for him. I can help you. What are you hesitating for? Let my soul be planted on the lid of the sky-devouring jar. I will make a move to ensure your safety. At this moment, Yao Guang's voice sounded again, filled with endless hope. The Grand Elder and the others looked at the patriarch. The sky-devouring patriarch also gritted his teeth. In the past, he would never have agreed to this condition. But now? He was really desperate. So he said, "Okay, I agree. But don't play any tricks. Otherwise, the sky-devouring python race won't forgive you even if we die." "Don't worry, I won't play any tricks." Yao Guang was extremely excited. He was one step closer to his goal. Then, he started to plant his soul. The process was actually very fast. Lin Xian frowned. When he was about to make a move, Yao Guang had already turned around. "We meet again," Yao Guang said in a deep voice. The Grand Elder and the others were startled. It seemed that they knew each other. "It's really you." Lin Xian harumphed coldly. "I didn't expect you to be so reckless. You dared to challenge me. Wasn't the lesson I taught you before enough? You are no match for me at all." "That was in the past, but not necessarily now. Do you know how I spent all these years in the deity ground? I hid here and there like a mouse. But I swallowed 100,000 powerhouses. I have already cultivated the demonic sky-devouring skill to the extreme. With one more step, I will become the new sky-devouring great emperor." Yao Guang looked up at the sky and laughed. His black robe was also torn apart. Finally, his real face was revealed. The sky-devouring patriarch and the others gasped. The demonic sky-devouring skill. This person was actually the successor of the sky-devouring great emperor. He had swallowed 100,000 powerhouses. And he didn't attract anyone's attention. This person was too well hidden. The people in Divine Dragon City also felt their scalps go numb. A peerless great emperor. The Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Damn Yao Guang, he is really a scourge. This boy must be dealt with this time. We can't let him leave again. Lin Xian also frowned. The demonic sky-devouring skill was indeed terrifying. And the other party had already started to have designs on the sky-devouring jar. He said, "You really don't know what's good for you. I won't let you leave today. People like you should go to hell." "It's useless, Lin Wudi. You can't kill me. Unless you take out a few weapons to deal with me, you are no match for me at all." Yao Guang's body stirred up a storm. The nearby black hole bobbed up and down around him. And in the black hole, various supernatural powers and immortal spells appeared. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying energy surged forward, heading straight for Lin Xian. Scram! Lin Xian split open the sky with a single punch. After shattering the sky and earth, he charged forward. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi flashed on his body. The two sides clashed, and the biting cold sword chi pierced through the sky. However, the black holes around Yao Guang were indeed terrifying. They swallowed up all the sword chi. All kinds of mysterious method power appeared in those black holes. In the blink of an eye, the two sides exchanged 10 blows before retreating. The space between the two of them shattered and turned into nothingness. There was still a terrifying energy lingering in the air. How powerful! This Yao Guang was actually so terrifying. Oh heavens, has another peerless expert risen to power? When the spectators saw this scene, they went crazy. He actually managed to block Lin Wudi. The heaven-devouring pythons were also delighted. They seemed to have seen hope. However, the people of Dragon City frowned. What kind of existence was Lin Xian? He was an invincible expert who had swept through the 6 great sects. But now, he had met his match. Even Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of the demonic heaven-devouring art that had swallowed 100,000 experts. It was indeed powerful. Ha 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 ha, Lin Wudi is only SOSO. I've only just used my demonic heaven-devouring art. Next, I'll let you feel despair. Yao Guang laughed and charged forward with boundless power. His attacks caused the sky and earth to tremble. Boom, boundless flames shot out from one of the black holes. Another black hole flashed with terrifying sword chi. In the next instant, the black hole was filled with endless lightning. The demonic heaven-devouring art was much more terrifying than the heaven-devouring pythons. Not only had Yao Guang swallowed 100,000 experts, but he could also use their divine abilities and immortal techniques. This was the terror of the demonic heaven-devouring art. At this moment, all kinds of immortal techniques appeared one after another. He was too powerful. Countless people looked up. This person was incredible. It would be difficult to find a match for him in the 9 Crown Kings. Not only that, but even a group of people wouldn't be his match. This person could sweep through an entire area. Lin Wudi had really met his match. Sword chi flashed under Lin Xian's feet as he constantly dodged. Countless people were even more shocked. Was Lin Wudi going to avoid him for the time being? Was he being suppressed? It was truly unbelievable. The demonic heaven-devouring art was a cultivation technique created by the heaven-devouring Great Sovereign. It was said that back then, the other party had swallowed billions of living beings and became enemies with the Under-Heaven family. In the end, he battled his way to become a great emperor. This was an extremely terrifying expert. Now that his successor had appeared, he was definitely not simple. Lin Wudi, you're retreating. Are you afraid? Yao Guang laughed loudly. Sky-devouring clan leader and the others laughed sinisterly. When I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll make you wish you were dead. They wanted revenge. They wanted the other party to go to hell. Lin Xian laughed. The heaven-devouring demonic art was indeed powerful. You were able to unleash 100,000 mystiques and immortal arts. But do you think you can defeat me with just this? Why not? My heaven-devouring demonic art is invincible under the heavens. It's definitely not something you can block. Lin Xian sneered. Ignorant fool, I'll show you what it means to have a myriad of divine abilities. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword. Boundless sword chi circled around his body. It was a heaven-defying sword technique. The power of the great dragon sword soul surged out. Lin Xian struck out with his sword. The sword of flame, sword of lightning, sword of seawater, and sword of space. Lin Xian performed thousands of sword techniques by himself, as if he had turned into a peerless god of war. This scene caused countless people to be alarmed once again. It couldn't be, right? How could he also have so many divine abilities? Could it be that he had also swallowed 100,000 experts? Impossible. Everyone went crazy, and the members of the heaven-devouring Python clan were even more dumbstruck. Boom boom boom, the law of fire against the law of fire, the law of thunder against the law of thunder, and the law of sea against the law of sea. The two sides clashed once again. Lin Xian's sword swept across the land and split the 9 heavens and 10 earths apart. The light-shaking realm had actually been suppressed purple by his opponent, and he had no choice but to retract his black holes. They circled around him to block the attack. So powerful, Lin Wudi actually had such strength. After exchanging 100 blows, Lin Xian sent his opponent flying with a single slash. He stood above the 9 heavens and said in a deep voice, "Did you see that? This was how the myriad divine abilities were used." Damn it, Great Dragon Sword Spirit! Yao Guang's face darkened as she gritted her teeth. The others also exclaimed in surprise. Was this the power of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit? It was too unbelievable. Some people said, isn't the Great Dragon Sword Spirit's attack power strong? How can it perform thousands of divine abilities? An old man said, the Great Dragon Sword Spirit is an attack saint technique. Not only is its attack powerful, but it can also perform thousands of divine abilities. And I heard Lin Wudi say that it's a heaven-defying sword technique. I think he has the feeling of using strength to overcome strength. He will use your strongest domain to defeat you. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Was this the power of the great dragon sword spirit? The members of the heaven-devouring python clan were also in despair. Yao Guang snorted coldly. I haven't lost yet. I can still fight. Heaven-devouring demonic art, devour for me. Facing the power of the great dragon sword spirit, Yao Guang actually wanted to devour it. His expression was ferocious. After devouring your sword chi, I will have this invincible power. Devour for me, the others gasped when they heard this. This guy was really crazy. Even the members of the dragon clan felt their scalps go numb. The crimson dragon frowned. This was too crazy. Wasn't this guy afraid of dying from overeating? Lin Xian also sneered. Stupid. The great dragon sword spirit is enough to destroy everything. Your heaven-devouring demonic art can't either. You can't devour it. The sword chi on his body became even more terrifying, as if it had turned into thousands of dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The vortex came to the dragon's head, and the two sides fought. Boom, boom, boom. Yao Guang slashed his palm and merged into the black hole. The black hole became even more terrifying. In an instant, it swallowed some of the sword chi. Refine for me. I want this power. His expression was ferocious. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword spirit in his body roared again. The power of the sword chi suddenly exploded, piercing through the black hole. The black hole was torn apart, and the dragon that was swallowed rushed out again. Pfft! Yao Guang retreated as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He roared crazily, his black hair dancing wildly. He couldn't devour it? Damn it, damn it. His face was full of jealousy. The Qianquan sword technique used all things as swords. Lin Xian waved his long sword and performed another sword technique. Suddenly, the 9 heavens were filled with sword chi. This was an extremely powerful power. It had the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Everything in the formation was about to be destroyed. No, the Grand Elder and the others hurriedly hid under the cover to defend. Yao Guang, on the other hand, was attacked head-on. He roared crazily. All the black holes on his body merged, turning into 3. They formed a triangle and enveloped him. 3 Qianquanshi roared angrily. Black light shot out from the 3 black holes, dividing the entire world into 3 halves. Those attacks were all blocked. Lin Wudi, I won't let you go. Today, I will devour you. Everything you have will be mine. A vortex appeared on Yao Guang's body. With his palm as the center, it quickly grew larger. Yao Guang roared, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The 3 black holes around her quickly expanded. Previously, it was 3 parts of heaven and earth. Now, it was devouring the world. This world, give me power. Not good, retreat quickly. The people around were terrified. Some people ran too slowly and were instantly swallowed by the black holes. Then, their bodies split open and turned into power. Damn it, this guy is crazy. Is he going to become the enemy of the world? Everyone roared in horror. Yao Guang laughed loudly. So what if I become the enemy of the world? I just want to devour the world. You are all just my power. Be prepared to die. The 3 black holes devoured endless power and became more and more terrifying, sweeping toward Lin Xian. 3 parts of heaven and earth? Then watch me, 6 paths of reincarnation. In Lin Xian's eyes, the power of reincarnation bloomed, and the divine fire and immortal chi seeds merged into it. The divine fire fragments jumped, the immortal chi fragments danced, and the power of the dragon sword soul also merged into it. Among the 6 paths, the heaven, earth, and human path suddenly erupted with power. The heaven path fused with the divine fire seed, the earth path fused with the immortal chi seed, and the human path fused with the dragon sword soul. It suddenly erupted. The 3 paths fought against 3 parts. Boom, boom, there was a shocking collision. Everyone was terrified. The entire area was turned into nothingness. Dragon City shook violently. But at this moment, Dragon Head raised its head and roared. Inside Dragon City, all of the Dragon tribe members cooperated with Dragon raises its head to resist. They roared, "The dragon race will never surrender." This force condensed into a transcendent force that swept across the world and blocked the black holes in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian's mood was even more unstable. Among the 6 paths of reincarnation, the heaven, earth, and human paths erupted with power that swept across the world. It actually suppressed 3 parts of heaven and earth. Damn it, how could it be like this? I don't believe it. Yao Guang was angry. Her demonic sky-devouring technique couldn't do anything to the other party? Impossible, she shouted coldly, and 2 weapons appeared in 2 of the black holes. Those were 2 broken weapons. However, they were extremely terrifying. One was a broken spear, and the other was a broken fan. As soon as the 2 weapons appeared, they brought forth an earth-shattering power. Fear rose in everyone's hearts. This weapon was definitely out of the ordinary. Although it wasn't an extreme weapon, it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The 2 weapons flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and blocked the broken fan with his Zhu Xian sword. As for the broken spear, Lin Xian used the universe ring. The universe ring knocked the broken spear away. Yao Guang's arm cracked from the impact. Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed out. His fighting spirit was high. Every strike caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Sword chi surged forward like an avalanche. At this moment, Lin Xian was truly like a peerless god of war. Yao Guang could only passively defend. Even so, he was still beaten to the point where he was forced to retreat. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Yao Guang, where's your trump card? Where's your attack? Make your move. Let me see the might of you." Devouring 100,000 experts, every word of his was filled with immense power. Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war, unstoppable. Yao Guang felt very aggrieved. Was he being suppressed? Damn it. The meridians in his body had turned into black holes, spinning non-stop. At this moment, he had also completely turned into a vortex. His entire body, starting from his arms, rapidly changed. He turned into a human-shaped vortex and suddenly pounced on Lin Xian. Go to hell. In an instant, he enveloped Lin Xian. Not good. The surrounding people were all stunned. City Lord. The people of the dragon race shouted. The Crimson Dragon and the Hellfire Dragon were also worried. This Yao Guang was too crazy. Did he refine himself too? Unbelievable. You didn't expect it, right? I'm a vortex myself, so you can't kill me. Yao Guang smiled wryly. His voice sounded in the black hole. Lin Xian was also surprised. You're really ruthless, even to yourself. However, do you think you can kill me by turning into a black hole? You're too naive. Because my body is also a treasure body. I've also tempered myself into a peerless divine sword. Lin Xian's body bloomed with endless sunlight. He seemed to have turned into a divine sword of the sun, sharp and unstoppable. Every bone contained peerless power. At this moment, they were condensed into one and were really powerful. Lin Xian transformed into a sword and collided with Yao Guang, transformed into a black hole. The two collided again, and the sonorous sound was endless. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sound continued. Gradually, Yao Guang's black hole dimmed, and some places were even split open. That was impossible. He was crazy. At this moment, Lin Xian was getting braver and braver as he fought. Not only did he transform into a peerless sword, but there was also a dragon shadow circling around his body. He transformed into a dragon and a sword. The two forces were fusing, and Lin Xian seemed to be about to transform into a dragon sword. As soon as this aura was released, it directly split the black hole open. Yao Guang vomited blood and was sent flying. No. The split black hole turned into 2 halves of his body. It wanted to heal, but it couldn't. Damn this power. Yao Guang roared, and the 2 halves of his body floated in the sky. It was extremely strange. The other people's scalps went numb. The people of the heaven-swallowing python clan were also crazy. Yao Guang was so powerful, how could he not defeat the other party? Lin Wudi was too strong. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward and said in a deep voice, "You lost." Yao Guang snorted coldly. He was indeed defeated. He turned himself into a black hole and was still no match for him. He had no more trump cards. But, so what, Lin Wuti, I admit that you are very strong, but I am not weak either. The next time we meet, I will definitely become a great emperor. At that time, if you don't become a great emperor, I will kill you personally. After speaking, Yao Guang soared into the sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "You still want to leave? Do you think I will let you go?" Yao Guang laughed loudly. He ignored Lin Xian and suddenly activated the soul imprint. "My purpose this time was not to kill you, but to snatch the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar. Now is my real purpose." With a roar, the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar shook violently. Under the lid, the faces of the heaven-swallowing clan leader, the Great Elder, and the others changed drastically. "Damn it, you dare?" They were crazy. Yao Gong's purpose was not Lin Wuti, but their extreme weapon. Damn it, this guy did not have good intentions from the beginning. Stop him. The Great Elder rushed over with the others. However, Yao Guang turned into two black holes and directly swallowed the Great Elder and the others. The Great Elder and the others turned into heaven-swallowing pythons and also created black holes to block. However, how could they be a match for Yao Guang? The black holes were swallowed by the black holes. They did not even have time to scream. The first elder and the others had perished. Only one was left, the heaven-swallowing clan leader. The heaven-swallowing clan leader wanted to control the extreme weapon to block. However, he made a wrong decision. He should not have let Yao Guang plant the soul imprint on the extreme weapon. Because now Yao Guang could also control the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar. Humph, Yao Guang used her soul power, and the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar shook violently. The two were fighting, and for a moment, there was a stalemate in the void. Yao Guang slapped out a palm and attacked the heaven-swallowing clan leader. The leader of the sky-devouring clan screamed and flew backward. Half of his body was swallowed. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. "Damn it, you're too despicable." The leader of the sky-devouring clan regretted agreeing to Yao Guang's condition. Yao Guang sneered. "You're too weak. You have such a treasure, but you're still so weak. If you gave it to me, I would have become a great emperor. Treasure, only the strong can get it. Get out of here." He attacked the leader of the sky-devouring clan crazily, making him vomit blood. The leader of the sky-devouring clan was desperate. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. "You're right. Only the strong can get the treasure. But do you think you're strong? You can only lower your head in front of me." Lin Xian's voice sounded. Yao Guang's pupil shrank. "I have to hurry up." He activated his soul mark crazily. The sky-devouring jar shook violently, trying to take him away. Lin Xian sneered. "Yao Guang, you keep saying that you're strong. Today, I'll show you what real strength is. The gap between you and me is like the gap between heaven and earth." "Impossible. I don't believe it. What else do you have besides the dragon sword spirit?" Yao Guang snorted. He was confident that he was only a little weaker than Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian laughed. "Open your eyes and see clearly what absolute suppression is." He opened the sword world, and the power inside rushed out crazily. Full recovery, sky-devouring jar. Boom, the half of the sky-devouring jar under Lin Xian's control suddenly exploded. A boundless black vortex swept across the world, and the power of the extreme Tao pierced through the sky. The entire deity land was startled when it sensed the force. Countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. The people of Divine Dragon City also looked up at the sky. Is the extreme Tao weapon fully recovered? It was incredible. The leader of the sky-devouring clan went crazy and turned to run. Yao Guang's pupil shrank. "You have the power to fully recover? That's impossible." He was really crazy. How much energy would it take to fully recover the extreme Tao weapon? Lin Wuti just finished fighting with the 6 major sections. Where did he get the power to fully recover? No, I couldn't accept it. The light-shaking realm cultivator howled in rage. He was also afraid. This power was enough to kill him instantly. He quickly rushed towards the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar. But at this moment, the heaven-devouring jar in Lin Xian's hand had already smashed down and swallowed everything. Not only Yao Guang, but even the lid of the heaven-devouring jar and the heaven-devouring clan's clan leader were swallowed up. Boom boom boom, the boundless black hole was surrendering. The entire deity ground sank into darkness. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. Everyone's hair stood on end. Even the powerful families in the depths of the deity ground were alarmed. Higan frowned as well. Someone has fully recovered. Is there an extreme weapon? Emperor Baiyu snorted. Ignore them. Our goal is the high heavens. Let's go. These people moved quickly. The black hole in the sky gradually disappeared. The sky-devouring clan leader had already fallen. Yao Guang was also in despair. She was only left with a remnant soul. She wanted to struggle and leave, but in the end, she was stepped on by Lin Xian. Yao Guang had fallen. She had fallen with despair and unwillingness. Lin Xian waved his hand. The lid of the heaven-devouring jar was also suppressed and merged with the heaven-devouring jar. Although it was not subdued, it was thrown into the sword world by Lin Xian. Next, it was not difficult for him to subdue the lid of the heaven-devouring jar. After doing this, the people of Dragon City all walked out. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, "You really killed him." Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to check carefully. Then, he nodded. Yao Guang is dead. He will never appear again. Don't worry. I'm talking about the heaven-devouring demonic art. It's such a good thing. Why didn't you take his soul? Why did you kill him? Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine if I don't cultivate a forbidden martial art. The others also sighed. Is the heaven-devouring demonic art lost again? It probably won't appear again in the future. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not take Yao Guang's soul. However, the heaven-devouring demonic art was not lost. The heaven-devouring demonic art was engraved on the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian discovered this the moment he got the lid. Originally, after separating, there was nothing on the two extreme weapons. However, once the lid of the heaven-devouring jar was closed, countless mysterious veined patterns appeared on the surface of the sword. It was a cultivation technique that recorded the heaven-devouring demonic art. Therefore, the heaven-devouring demonic art would not be lost. Of course, this secret was only known to Lin Xian himself. Let's go back. Lin Xian waved his hand and left. After returning, he began to recover. At the same time, he asked the Hellfire Dragon to bring the people of the Dragon Clan to the Heaven-Devouring Python Clan to take over the Heaven-Devouring Python Clan. The Patriarch of the Heaven-Devouring Python Clan and a group of elders were all killed by him. Since the apex weapons were gone, it would be very easy to take them down. As expected, the Hellfire Dragon brought the experts of the Dragon Clan. Not long after, they attacked the Heaven-Devouring Python Clan. They opened the treasury of the Heaven-Devouring Python Clan and transported all the treasures to the Divine Dragon City. The people in the Divine Dragon City cheered and became more and more powerful. When Morong Qingqing and the others heard the news, they rushed over from the Phoenix Clan and the Demon Emperor Mountain respectively. Lin Xian lived a peaceful life with them for a while. During this period of time, he had completely recovered the energy that he had consumed in the battle. The next day, he entered the sword world. He was ready to completely subdue the heaven-devouring jar. There were some broken soul imprints on the lid of the heaven-devouring jar. However, they were quickly destroyed by Lin Xian with the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Then, he imprinted his soul imprint on it. At this moment, the heaven-devouring jar was complete. It floated beside Lin Xian and slowly rotated. There were mysterious patterns on it. It was like a smiling face, but also like a sad face. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he looked down at the crowd of living beings. Lin Xian could clearly sense that this was the scene outside the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring demonic art was engraved inside the heaven-devouring jar. Only he could sense it. Was the heaven-devouring demonic art able to devour the world? Lin Xian shook his head. It was different from his Tao. The news of the battle spread. The entire deity land was shocked. In the depths of the deity land, the people of the Purple Mansion also learned about it. The Purple Mansion was shocked. Was Yao Guang dead? What a pity. Emperor Ziluo frowned. He was in charge of collecting and integrating resources. The death of Yao Guang made him sigh. Otherwise, with such an expert, his future would be limitless. Emperor, you have to get rid of Lin Wudi quickly. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Emperor Ziluo sighed. Do you think I don't want to? But now, the heavenly land was more important. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't compare to the heavenly land. If the heavenly land was obtained by the god realm, it would be troublesome. The people of the Purple Mansion were puzzled. Was the heavenly land really that important? Emperor Ziluo said, your Purple Mansion will continue to be in charge of collecting information. Keep an eye on Lin Wudi. I have important things to do. He quickly swept through the depths of the deity land. The families that were originally his subordinates quickly gathered. Those who didn't submit were mercilessly suppressed. Now that Higan had made a move, there were only two outcomes. Either submit or die. Ziluodong attacked and swept in all directions. She gathered a group of families and sects and then led them to the heavenly land. At the same time, Great Emperor Baiyu, Thunderclap Great Emperor, and the others also began to move. Apart from them, there were also some great emperors from the forbidden lands of life who acted alone. For example, Great Emperor Baigu and the others were also investigating the heavenly land. Because only these places could allow them to improve again. The people from the divine realm, namely Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others, were not idle either. They also gathered forces, such as the heavenly court and the few extreme weapons from the extreme path world. The 8 trigrams, the Aquarius of life, the destructive spear, and so on quickly moved out. They came to the heavenly land to fight. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the heavenly land. Although the people in the deity ground didn't know what was going on, they could still feel a biting cold aura. It came from the depths of the deity ground. In fact, more than one great emperor had appeared, and there was even the power of extreme weapons. This also shocked the people in Divine Dragon City. At this moment, the news had spread in the deity ground that there was more than one great emperor. This meant that it was the power of the Permitha. Could it be that the Permitha was gathering forces to attack Lin Wudi? It was possible. Lin Wudi was so arrogant before. He defeated the 6 families and slapped the Permitha in the face. Now that the Permitha had made a move, it seemed that Lin Wudi was in danger. Yes, more than one great emperor had come. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't resist. After the people in Divine Dragon City received the news, they were extremely anxious. They looked at Lin Xian and asked, what about Dragon God? Lin Xian frowned. He used his Rinnegan to observe the world. At the same time, he sent countless experts to the depths of the deity ground to investigate the situation. After investigating, he heaved a sigh of relief. Because he found that the Permitha had made a move. There was more than one great emperor, and it seemed to have taken action to suppress some experts and sects in the depths of the deity ground. And it took these people away. What exactly was it doing? Lin Xian wasn't sure. But soon, he received a message from Lin Zhan. After reading the message, Lin Xian instantly understood. So it turned out that they had gone to attack the celestial land. No wonder their momentum was so great. Lin Xian curled his lips into a smile. It seemed like Higan could no longer care about him. After all, he was insignificant compared to the high heavens. In the meantime, this gave him the opportunity to sweep through the depths of the celestial land. In the depths of the deity ground, there were many clans and sections. Many of them had submitted to the otherworld heavenly king. Every year, he would provide Higan with a lot of resources and treasures. The number of these treasures was astonishing, so it was impossible for Lin Xian to refuse them. After all, he was also a part of the realm of the gods. Now that the two sides had officially declared war, Lin Xian naturally had to gather a batch of treasures and resources. This gave him a chance. In the depths of the deity ground, many experts of the clans and sects had been taken away. If that was the case, then the other party's clan would be extremely weak. If they made a move now, they would definitely be able to control the situation. After Lin Xian returned, he informed the people of Divine Dragon City and immediately mobilized the Divine Union's power. Everyone was gathered in one place. The people from the Divine Union and the Dragon Tribe took a deep breath when they heard this. Was a war about to break out? Their blood was boiling and they were not afraid. However, Lin Xian said, "No. Let's split into 3 groups. First, I'll sweep through the clans and sects in the depths of the deity ground. Second, Qingcheng, Susu. Use the power of the Divine Union to gather resources from the various realms and prepare them. I'm going to send them to the high heavens. Ruzalong, diabolical dragon, take the people of the Dragon Tribe and wait in Divine Dragon City. Once I've completely defeated the clans in the depths of the deity ground, I'll summon you to take over." Lin Xian assigned tasks. Everyone started to move. The current Divine Union could be said to be very terrifying. Its power had already surpassed the Great Emperor clans. The Divine Union was just an alliance that contained too many ancient clans and peerless sections. There were also Great Emperor clans like the Phoenix Tribe. Also, there were powerful sects like the Sacred Hall in the quintessential world. These people quickly headed to various parts of the universe to gather resources. On the other side, Lin Xian also moved and headed to the depths of the deity ground alone. In the depths of the deity ground, the sects and clans were much stronger than the outside world. Every clan had more than one 9-crown king. In the depths of the deity ground, there were 5 great sections. The Sky Sun sect, Sky Moon sect, and Sky Star sect all belonged to the Sky sect. However, at this moment, they were extremely miserable. The sect leaders of the 5 great sects had been killed. The elites they had brought with them had all fallen. There weren't many powerhouses left. Although they had a strong foundation, they were much weaker than the other clans and sections. This time, Great Emperor Zi Luo had taken some of their powerhouses with him. Only a few young disciples were left behind. There were also some old men who had reached the end of their lives. At this moment, an old man with white hair was gathering the young disciples. He wanted them to work hard and cultivate. This time, the Sky Sun sect has suffered heavy losses. Even the sect leader has fallen. Remember, your enemy is a man called Lin Wudi. You must work hard and take revenge for the sect leader in the future. Yes. The young disciples clenched their fists. At this moment, a sword light streaked across the sky. Then, a voice was heard. "Why? Are you still thinking about revenge?" As soon as the voice was heard, the people of the Sky Sun sect all turned their heads. When the old men saw the figure descending, their scalps went numb. They almost knelt on the ground in fear. The white-haired old man exclaimed. He stretched out his hand, trembling. You are." He was so scared that he couldn't speak. "Who are you?" A bright man among the young disciples walked out. Although he was young, he was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. His name was Tianqing. Was he one of the stronger ones? He asked in a deep voice. "Who are you?" Lin Xian smiled. He said, "I am the Lin Wudi you are talking about." "What? Lin Wudi?" Tianqing's pupils constricted. The others were also in an uproar. Just now, the elder said that their enemy was Lin Wudi. They didn't expect him to come again. "Lin Wudi, go to hell." At this moment, a figure rushed out from among the old men. This person was withered like a skeleton. A killing sword appeared in his hand and cut through the void. It erupted with an extremely terrifying power. However, in the face of such an attack, Lin Xian only slapped him. Like swatting a fly, he killed him in the void. "How dare you attack me? It seems that the lesson I taught you previously wasn't enough." When the others saw this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. The young disciples were terrified. Although the old man who attacked didn't have much lifespan left, he was still a quasi-emperor after all. Was he going to die like a fly just like that? Was the other party already so powerful? The white-haired old man who took the lead was also trembling. He said in horror, "Lin Wudi, what are you trying to do? Are you here for revenge?" Lin Xian looked at the people in front of him and said in a low voice, "Now, I'll give you 2 choices, surrender or die." What? The strong men's faces changed when they heard that. Surrender? Are you kidding me? The white-haired elder said, "We've already surrendered to Higan." Are you trying to steal people from Higan? Can you defeat Higan? Lin Xian scoffed and curled his lips into a smile. I don't know if I can defeat Higan. But I know that if you refuse, you'll go to hell now. Make your choice. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Wait, you. Those people were so angry that they vomited blood. 3 seconds was enough for them to think. Their brains hadn't reacted yet. Lin Xian said, time's up. Tell me your choice. Humph, you want us to surrender to you? Dream on. Suddenly, someone sneered in disdain. Very well. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a sword energy cut the man in half. Who else is not convinced? Come out. I'm not convinced. More than a dozen figures stood up, but they were all killed by Lin Xian with one slap. Who else? Lin Xian's voice was still calm, but the surroundings were filled with a sea of blood. This time, the air was a little quiet. Everyone was frightened. This guy was killing them like cutting vegetables. It was even easier than pinching an ant to death. This was a complete one-sided beating. Damn it. Many people's teeth were about to be broken. Lin Xian said, this is the last time. I don't have much patience. The white-haired elder took a deep breath and said, Lin Gongzi, you should know that the Heavenly Sun sect belongs to Higan. Although Higan doesn't have time to deal with us now, it doesn't mean that it won't attack us in the future. Even if you make us surrender now, we'll be attacked by Higan in the future. Why don't you leave now? I can pretend that nothing happened. Lin Xian smiled. Don't threaten me with Higan. One day, I'll flatten Higan. So, what's your choice, flatten Higan? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. There were also some elders who sneered in disdain. Ignorant young man, you have no idea what Higan represents. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his sword qi and killed all of the older generation experts. You don't know what my name, Lin Wudi, represents. I am invincible. The others all knelt down. The other party was too powerful, decisive and merciless. The white-haired elder could only lower his head. He said, Stop, Lin Gongzi. We are willing to submit. Elder. Those young disciples shouted. They were unwilling to accept this. However, the white-haired elder said, Now, I'm in charge of the Heavenly Sun clan. I have the final say. Submit to me. After saying that, he took the lead and knelt down. The others were all in despair. Did their Heavenly Sun sect have to kneel to the other party? Lin Xian stood there with a cold expression. He sneered in his heart as he watched the scene unfold. He naturally knew that these people were not willing to submit to him. But so what, he had no intention of sincerely letting these people join the Divine Union. The only reason he had recruited these people was to attack the Azure Land. The old elder said, Don't tell me you won't listen to me? The other elders also took the lead and sighed. Kneel. They all knelt down. They knew that it was useless to resist now. Their powerhouses had already gone to the Azure Land. When their powerhouses returned, it would be time for them to counterattack. Even the elder had taken the lead and knelt down. The others had no choice but to follow suit. Very well. Lin Xian smiled. From now on, I will be the leader of the Heavenly Sun sect. Lin Xian roared and the Heavenly Sun sect shook. He formed a seal with his palms and sent a message to the Crimson Dragon, asking him to take over the Heavenly Sun sect. Lin Xian said, Follow me to the Heavenly Moon sect. The white-haired elder and the others were shocked. However, they didn't dare say anything. Next, they headed to the Heavenly Music sect. The people of the Heavenly Moon sect were naturally unwilling to submit. In the end, Lin Xian made a move. With one palm strike, hundreds and thousands of experts died. The Heavenly Moon sect was terrified and helpless. They could only submit. Next were the Sky Star sect, the Heavenly Strategy sect, and the Skyfire sect. In the end, the 5 great sects all submitted to Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon led the dragon race over and began to take over the 5 great sections. He took their resources and spirit veins. The hearts of the people of the 5 great sects were bleeding, but they didn't dare resist. Lin Xian said, How much do you know about the Azure Land? The 5 elders of the 5 great sects walked over and said, We don't know much either. However, we know that the one who took our powerhouses away was Emperor Ziluo. He is the true master of the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. When he was on the Hidden Emperor Star, he didn't have any dealings with him. They were mortal enemies. Now, the true master of the Purple Mansion had appeared. Emperor Ziluo was indeed from the other world. He snorted coldly, there's no need for the Purple Mansion to exist anymore. His next goal was to destroy the Violet Palace realm. Hearing this, the faces of the people of the 5 great sects changed drastically. No, Lin Gongzi. The white-haired elder said, the Purple Mansion is very powerful. Even if Emperor Ziluo doesn't make a move, there are countless experts in his sect. Many of them are people who have awakened from ancient slumber. They have mastered thousands of cultivation methods. It's very terrifying. Yes, it's unwise to attack him. We've given you the resources you want. Don't attack him anymore. Lin Xian sneered, what do you ants know? Is the Purple Mansion very powerful? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. Let's go. There's no need for the Purple Mansion to exist anymore. Lin Xian rose into the air and quickly left with the people of the 5 great sections. The Crimson Dragon and the others of the Dragon Clan stayed and continued to collect resources. In the depths of the deity ground, there was a storm. The people of the Purple Mansion were also responsible for collecting resources. At the same time, they were also investigating Lin Xian's situation. However, they encountered another kind of trouble. Otherwise, they should have known about Lin Xian's actions. Their trouble was that they encountered the Heavenly Court. The people of the Heavenly Court also came. Led by Black Mountain, countless experts of the Heavenly Court gathered. Among them, the North Demon was also there. As soon as they met the Purple Mansion, several battles broke out. The people of the Purple Mansion gritted their teeth, hurry up and mobilize forces. This time, they were going to completely destroy the Heavenly Court. The outbreak of the battle was extremely terrifying. This time, the Purple Mansion gathered 3 big families to attack the Heavenly Court together. This made the Heavenly Court suppressed. Not only that, the Purple Mansion mobilized 7 more sects and was on the way. Together, they were the 10 great sections. This time, their strength was even more terrifying. It seemed that the Purple Mansion wanted to completely destroy the Nirvana Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court was not to be trifled with. After recuperating for so many years, they had also gathered some strength. The Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals attacked fiercely. Black Mountain swept across the land, and the North Demon also turned into a peerless monster. It was extremely terrifying. The outbreak of the battle was unusually fierce. On this day, on a battlefield in a mountain range, a few people of the Purple Mansion were ambushed by the people of the Heavenly Court and were seriously injured. 3 people escaped. They were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with despair. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Countless streams of light streaked across the sky. The 3 injured people looked up at the sky in horror. When they saw that the people who came were from the Heavenly Sun sect, they instantly smiled. Great, the 5 great sects are here. This time, they were confident. Great, you are the Heavenly Sun sect, one of the 5 major sections. Come down and help us fight back. Those people from the Heavenly Court are too reckless. This time I will take revenge. I want them to live a life worse than death. The 3 people showed a hideous smile. In the sky, the strong were like clouds, pressing down and suspending in midair. Their expressions were cold, and many of them looked strange. The 3 injured people frowned. What? Don't you listen to orders? We are from the Purple Mansion. However, no one from the 5 major sects moved. Damn it, I'll beat you to death. One of them was about to attack. However, at this time, a handsome young man walked out and said in a deep voice, it's useless, they won't listen to you. Because I am their master now, and they respect me as their leader. You're the most respected? Who are you? Are you from the Nirvana realm? The 3 injured people were incomparably terrified. In their opinion, only the strong people from the Nirvana realm could have such an arrogant tone. However, the young man shook his head. Nirvana realm? You're wrong, I'm not from the Nirvana realm. Then who are you? My name is Lin Wudi. What? It's you. The three injured people's faces changed drastically. How could they not have heard of this name? This was their sworn enemy, but how could he lead the 5 major sects? Damn it, kill him for me. The three injured people roared and attacked fiercely. The Dharma rushed out like lightning. However, the people from the 5 major sects did not move. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and shot out a sword chi. The sword slashed down like a vast sea, swallowing the 3 people. After the sword chi disappeared, the 3 people's bodies shattered, and only their souls trembled in the air. Too strong, run. Lin Xian grabbed the 3 people's souls with his big hand. He did not kill them because he wanted to collect their souls. He opened his rinnegan and collected the 3 people's souls. The 3 people's souls trembled, and finally, Lin Xian used the fire of reincarnation to kill them. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light. Did the purple mansion attack the heavenly court? Humph, you don't know the difference between life and death. Follow me. He took the lead and rushed out. The people from the 5 great sects quickly followed behind him. Actually, they still had hope in their hearts. Once they met up with the Z government's army, they would cooperate with the Z government to kill Lin Wudi. That was why they followed him. An astonishing battle had broken out in the mountains ahead. At this moment, the battle was nearing its end. Countless corpses, white bones, mountains of corpses and seas of blood covered the ground. The sky was shattered, a large crack that made one's scalp go numb. At this moment, only a dozen figures were left standing. Among them, 10 of them were like gods and demons, surrounding 2 people. These 2 people were a man and a woman. They were extremely young, and their bodies were covered in blood. The man said in a deep voice, "The 10 of you can be considered as masters who have been famous for a long time. Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one?" Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the 10 people laughed. You're the North Demon of the Heavenly Court, right? I have to say, you're really a genius. It's not easy for you to last until now. However, you've killed too many of us. We won't allow you to live. As for a one-on-one duel, stop dreaming. We won't give you a chance. Damn it. The North Demon gritted his teeth. There was a beautiful woman beside him. At this moment, she was also injured. She said, "North Demon, what should we do?" The North Demon said, "I'll find an opportunity to stop them later. You take the opportunity to escape." "No, I want to be with you." The beautiful woman shook her head. The North Demon said, "Don't be silly. In this situation, it's already very lucky that one of us can survive." Their feelings were really deep. After hearing this, the 10 masters around them laughed. Do you think you can create an opportunity? I'll let the 2 of you be a pair of lovebirds. Attack. With an angry roar, an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from the 10 masters. Endless law soared into the sky. The great Tao rumbled as if the gods were attacking. After one attack, the North Demon spat out blood and flew backward. His body enlarged, turning into a divine tree that stood tall between heaven and earth. On the tree, there were terrifying demon god flowers blooming and spinning. However, even so, it was still pierced through. Countless tree trunks fell, and the demon god flowers were also shattered and withered. The North Demon spat out a mouthful of blood. The beautiful woman was in despair. What a strong vitality. Your bloodline is really extraordinary. After seeing this, the 10 masters were also surprised. However, it was over. The man in the lead was wearing golden armor and holding a battle sword in his hand. He was extraordinarily mighty. At his command, the others cooperated with him to attack. No. The North Demon was in despair. The beautiful woman also closed her eyes. They couldn't resist this attack at all. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the distance. It was as if a sun had landed in this place. Terrifying divine fire swept across all directions, and an earth-shattering battle broke out. After one attack, the sun slowly disappeared. The beautiful woman opened her eyes and looked surprised. I'm not dead. Someone is saving them. The North Demon was excited. The fire of the sun. Is it him? Is he here? Who is it? The 10 masters also frowned. Who dares to interfere with our business? They looked into the distance, only to see that there were as many experts as the clouds, flying over at high speed. Are they from the Heavenly Sun sect and the Heavenly Moon sect? You want to stop us? The 10 powerhouses furrowed their brows tightly. The elders of the Heavenly Sun sect were shocked. These are the 10 masters. They are very famous people among the 10 great sections. These 10 people were all wearing golden armor and were known as the Gold Masters. Their strength was very terrifying. The elder of the Heavenly Moon sect said, "Should we cooperate?" The elder of the Heavenly Sun sect shook his head. "Let's wait and see." He still felt that he was not very confident. Although he believed that the 10 masters were unparalleled when they joined forces, Lin Wude was too strong. After all, Lin Wude was too strong, so he was prepared to wait a little longer. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The 10 masters snorted and wanted to question the people of the Heavenly Sun sect. However, at this moment, Lin Xian walked out. He ignored the 10 masters and looked at the North Demon. He said, "Good brother, long time no see. It's really you." The North Demon also smiled. He knew that they were safe this time. "Who are you?" The man with the golden battle sword asked with a frown. "You are from the Purple Mansion." Lin Xian turned his head and stared at these people. The North Demon said they were gathered by the Purple Mansion. The 10 gold masters are very strong. Be careful. Lin Xian said, "There are only 10 people. It's not enough." How bold. The 10 masters were angry. Not enough? Were they being looked down upon? They really didn't know what was good for them. They looked at the people of the Heavenly Sun sect. "This is your disciple. Why don't you kneel down?" The people of the Heavenly Sun sect smiled bitterly. Lin Xian said, "I am their master. Now, they are my sect. You? You don't know what's good for you." One of them, who was wearing golden battle armor, walked out. He was holding a golden battle sword in his hand. "Boy, let me end you." He slashed out, and the golden light enveloped the world. The 5 great sects in the distance once again had hope. Could this move kill Lin Wude? With a thunderous sound, the golden saber slashed at Lin Xian. Golden light burst out, and the saber light swept across the area. The beautiful woman's face changed when she saw this scene. Oh no, such an attack will definitely cut him in half. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. The strong man with the long saber sneered. You're too weak. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from the golden light in front of him. The next moment, a big hand grabbed the long saber. He didn't die. The man with the saber narrowed his eyes. The beautiful woman was also stunned. Lin Xian threw a punch. His fist was like the sun, streaking across the void. Boom, the man with the golden saber spat out blood and flew backward. Half of his body was shattered. He was stunned. Who is this? Lin Xian snorted. You're too weak. With another punch, he killed the man with the golden saber. The other 9 people gasped. The people of the 5 major sects were also shocked. You're courting death. The 9 people roared, kneel down. Who are you? Tell us your name. Lin Xian sneered. Unparalleled divine fire erupted from his body, and he rushed over like a sun god. Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman said, North Demon, let's go and help him. However, the North Demon said, no, Meng Dai, just watch. He doesn't need our help. He doesn't need it? Meng Dai was also stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian had already arrived among the 9 people. The 9 people also roared. Lin Xian's palm completely enveloped the 9 of them. What did he mean? Was he going to challenge the 9 masters by himself? Was he kidding? The 9 people roared, kill. The golden armor on their bodies burst out with unparalleled brilliance. The weapons in each of their hands were different, but they were all murderous. The 9 people were extremely powerful and could definitely sweep away everything. However, Lin Xian was like a god of war, sweeping in all directions with his fists. The weapons kept shaking from the impact. In an instant, someone's arm was shattered, and he screamed and flew backward. Damn it, the sword chi was like an ocean. The man with the golden saber roared. The sword chi surged over like an ocean. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the Taiji diagram flew out. Sword chi transformed into yin and yang. The yin and yang sword chi split the sea apart. The golden armor was split into two halves. Another great expert fell with his eyes wide open. Who are you? Who are you? The others roared crazily. They had all gone mad. Lin Xian snorted. I am Lin Wudi. What? You are Lin Wudi. Damn it, it's actually you. These people were incomparably terrified. They didn't expect it to be this guy. After all, this was a legendary killing god. Damn it, catch him, don't let him go. The remaining people roared madly. As for Lin Xian, the more he fought, the braver he became. The golden flames on his body were completely unleashed, and the seed of divine fire was condensed. Every punch of the Nine Suns' divine fist caused the universe to shatter. Boom boom. Not long after, the three of them were killed. At this moment, lightning intertwined in the sky, and golden lightning charged over. Lin Xian laughed and spat out sword chi. His sword pierced through heaven and earth. After a few sword strikes, the entire world fell silent. Lin Xian stood in the sky. Endless cracks spread under his feet. The 10 great experts opposite him had already fallen. Were they dead? The people from the 5 great sects were shocked. Meng Dai also sucked in a breath of cold air, her beautiful eyes widening. Was he the legendary invincible Lin? He was so powerful. The people from the 5 great sects went crazy. Fortunately, they didn't cooperate with the 10 great experts to attack. Otherwise, they would have been sent to hell by now. After killing the 10 great experts, Lin Xian turned to look at the North Demon. He took the 10 great experts' storage rings. The power inside enveloped the North Demon and Meng Dai. The injuries on their bodies quickly recovered. The North Demon said that he had to hurry and help his master. This time, the Purple Mansion sect had gathered the 10 great sections. These 10 great experts were just some of them. In addition, there were many experts who were besieging the heavenly court. After hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go. Come here." He waved his hand, and the people from the 5 great sects came over obediently. The North Demon was stunned. Meng Dai was also surprised. Lin Xian said, "The Heavenly Martial Sect. It's a sect on the other side, but I've already subdued it." The North Demon was shocked when he heard this. He frowned. "Did you really submit without controlling their souls?" Lin Xian said, "No need. Who dares to go against me?" They probably knew what would happen to them. Right? Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at the 5 great sections. The people from the 5 great sects trembled in fear and quickly shook their heads. "No, we don't dare." Then, Lin Xian and the North Demon set off and flew deeper into the heavenly court. Along the way, they kept meeting people from the 10 great sections. They were all killed by Lin Xian. They were so powerful that the news of what had happened here had spread far and wide. For a moment, the people in the depths of the deity ground were shocked. What kind of master had come from the heavenly court? He was too powerful. Some sects hadn't joined in yet. They began to gather information. This person was very powerful. He was decisive and ruthless. The heavenly court was also very ancient. It might be a mysterious master who had awakened from his sleep. I think so too. This time, I wonder who will win and who will lose. No matter how strong the heavenly court was, they couldn't defeat the Purple Mansion sect. After all, this was the territory of the Purple Mansion sect. The Purple Mansion sect could summon more sects at any time. Even the Otherworld Heavenly King might send more masters over. It would be difficult for the heavenly court to stop them. Yes, the heavenly court would be destroyed in the end. Countless people shook their heads. While these people were talking, Lin Xian had already swept all the sects and came to a valley. In front of the valley, there was a huge golden sword standing there. The valley was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. This was the place where the Golden Sword sect, one of the 10 great sects, was located. Lin Xian made a move to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. He was very fast. He wanted to destroy the foundation of the 10 great sects with extreme speed and power. Who was it? Stop. A cold voice came from the front of the Golden Sword sect. However, it was useless. Lin Xian led the 5 great sects and rushed in. Did he want to die? The guards wanted to roar. However, when they saw the overwhelming number of masters, they were stunned and turned to run. Boom! In the next moment, a big golden hand fell with the divine fire of the sun and destroyed them. Not only that, the mountain gate of the valley was also shattered. The people inside were shocked. Enemies were attacking? Were they from the heavenly court? They were courting death. Get out of here. These people rushed over in an instant. They attacked with the golden sword chi. It formed a storm that filled the sky. However, it was split by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian held the immortal slaying sword and said in a deep voice, 5 great sects, it's time to show your power. Charge. The people of the 5 great sects had no choice but to charge over with their people. However, Lin Xian didn't just stand there and watch. He was racing against time, so he also attacked. Like a sword god, he cut through everything. The people of the Golden Sword sect went crazy in an instant. Did a god descend on their sect? How could it be so terrifying? Stop. We are the Golden Sword sect, and we belong to the heavenly court. Who are you? Offending us is the same as offending the heavenly court. Stop immediately. Before the angry roars could fade away, the bodies of several people had already split open. With a boom, the mountain gate was split into 2 halves. Lin Xian walked in with his men. The people of the Golden Sword sect roared and attacked crazily. Countless experts charged towards Lin Xian. The laws in the sky swept through the world like a storm. You dare to behave atrociously in our sect? Go to hell. Ants, go to hell. The people of the Golden Sword sect looked ferocious. All the attacks in the sky landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body swayed slightly. Then, he raised his palm and clenched it into a fist. He threw out a punch, and it was like an explosion of the sun. The people around him split apart under this power. Blood turned into a sea of blood. Screams rose one after another. Impossible. He was not injured. The people around him went crazy. There were at least tens of thousands of experts attacking together. How terrifying was that attack? However, they could not break through the other party's defense. Instead, the other party turned tens of thousands of experts into a bloody mist with one punch. What kind of power was this? Boom, Lin Xian attacked again. His fist pierced through the world. The void of the Golden Sword sect continued to shatter. All the cultivators in the void were torn apart. They were desperate. This was a heaven-defying power. It was far beyond them. Killing them was as easy as killing ants. Not long after, the Golden Sword sect was suppressed. Lin Xian looked at the huge golden sword and smashed it into pieces with one punch. Stop, we are willing to submit. The remaining warriors of the Golden Sword sect knelt on the ground. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with the power of reincarnation. He used Rinnegan. He controlled the souls of these people. Next, the Golden Saber sect and the Golden Hammer sect. 3 golden sects were taken down in a row. They were all controlled. These martial artists followed behind Lin Xian in a mighty formation, forming a terrifying storm. They continued to set off. Lin Xian would not let any of the 10 golden sects go. However, when he arrived at the Golden Fan sect, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because he realized that the person inside had already disappeared. The people from the 5 great sects were terrified. Were there no more? Lin Xian's lips curled up. I understand now. They must have gotten the news. Are they trying to escape? Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing pot and enveloped the entire golden fan door. All the energy inside was swallowed by him. The next few sects were also emptied of people. Lin Xian sneered. After devouring these sects, he continued on his journey. When they reached the last sect, Lin Xian discovered that the people who had escaped had gathered together. They wanted to gather all their strength and fight back. No matter who you are, you will definitely die. Those people roared crazily and quickly rushed out. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed forward. It contained an indestructible power and a terrifying killing intent. Wherever it passed, the void would turn black. A vacuum appeared in the entire world. The experts that should have been there had long since disappeared. The surrounding people were all stunned. Their faces were filled with horror. With one sword, those people disappeared. Not even a drop of blood was left. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's gaze was cold. He attacked again. 2 more strikes. The people in 2 places were completely turned into nothingness. Everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of strength was this? It had already surpassed a quasi-emperor. Could it be that a great emperor had come to wipe them out? Countless people screamed in despair. They begged the Permitha realm to help. They knelt in the void and kept shouting. In their eyes, the Permitha realm was a high and mighty immortal who could protect them. But this time, it seemed to be useless. The people of the Permitha realm did not come out. Lin Xian walked over step by step. No. No, no, don't attack. We are willing to submit. Those people roared crazily. This strength was too strong. They had gathered the strength of 7 sects and were ready to launch a peerless attack. However, it was destroyed by a sword. Their confidence and courage were completely shattered by the sword. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to control these people. This process was not difficult because these people no longer had the heart to resist. So it was easier to control them. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and the power of reincarnation erupted. The people of the other sects all stood up. There was boundless killing intent on their bodies. Lin Xian said, "Go, follow me." He soared into the sky. At this moment, the people of the 5 major sects were shocked. The 10 golden sects were all controlled. Including the 5 sects, there were people from 15 sections. This was a transcendent power. Perhaps only the power of the Permitha realm could resist it. No one else could. Unless a great emperor appeared. Now, where was Lin Xian going with this power? The answer was obvious. In the ancient city. In a city deep in the deity ground. At this moment, there was a battle in the city. A woman was surrounded by the great Tao, as if she was the incarnation of the great Tao. It was extremely magical. Every dharma on her body was enviable. However, there were dozens of figures chasing after him. The leader was a woman in a colorful dress. She sneered. "It's useless. You can't escape. Obediently submit to the Permitha realm and you can live. Otherwise, we'll sever your soul and let others take your body. Your born Taoism aptitude will eventually belong to us." Zhong Lingxiu snorted coldly after hearing that. He attacked forcefully, sending a few people who were close to him flying. Those people's bodies were penetrated. However, the woman in the colorful dress behind him kept nodding. As expected of a born Taoism aptitude. He could fight against 5 people of the same level. He was definitely a genius. However, it's a pity that your opponent is us. The people of the Permitha realm have never failed, let alone you. Back then, even the great emperor had to submit to us. So, you should obediently submit to us. Zhong Lingxiu snorted coldly. There was an extremely terrifying light in her eyes that flickered. You killed all the people of the Tao One sect. How can I submit to you? She thought of what happened before. Zhong Lingxiu was trembling with anger. She had a born Taoism aptitude. After entering the deity ground and obtaining an opportunity, her strength improved by leaps and bounds. This made the people of the Tao One sect happy. It was very likely that she would become a great emperor. Even if she couldn't, she would still be a super expert below the great emperor. This made the people of the Tao One sect happy. However, it was a golden age now. The people of the Permitha realm had arrived. They wanted to control the world. Therefore, they started to crazily collect resources and geniuses. Naturally, they had their eyes on those with born Taoism aptitude. They wanted to subdue and suppress them. Zhong Lingxiu was naturally unwilling. The people of the Tao One sect resisted and were mercilessly killed in the end. Zhong Lingxiu escaped here under the protection of a few experts. However, the experts who protected her along the way were all killed by the Permetha realm. None of them survived. She was the only one left. Was she going to be suppressed now? The Permetha realm is too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? You're right. The Permetha realm is invincible. When facing us, you either submit or suffer a fate worse than death. End of chapter 5882. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.